Oh, I should probably tweet that I'm live. Sorry, friends, we're back at 9:07. Why 9:07 and not 9? Because I figured, I had the option with a wireless headset here that I could go live from the White Throne, but I don't think anybody would have appreciated it. So, welcome back, people, friends. The thumbnail, where did I put that image? Um, is of the, excuse me. I'll do the best here. My voice still hasn't totally recovered. The thumbnail is from the Wild Lookout, uh, Wild Frontier, excuse me, cam. This is where I got it from. So we're going to look at the SRF Smith River Complex really quickly first. Let's try to go back to business best we can. Now, we did have not too long ago, and I mentioned it briefly on my previous stream trying to explain why I was gone, that there were new evacuations. Uh, the level 1 was raised to a level 2. So that was just less than 2 hours ago. Rowdy Creek Road, this is Del Norte County, California, from approximately mile marker 3, which is Highway 101, to approximately mile marker 6, and Low Divide Road from approximately mile marker 3, which is on Highway 197, to approximately mile marker 13, Rock Creek and Big Flat. So this is a little bit more than earlier. I mean, we didn't have this much information earlier. So we're gonna look at the high divide cam. Yeah, good morning and welcome back, guys. Thank you guys for being here. I appreciate your support more than ever. It's been rough. So look back at just make sure I can see the chat here. Set up my windows. What's wrong with my cam? Yeah, I'm zoomed in too much. That's the problem. Hang on, friends. Fix. Configure. All right. Okay, maybe that'll help keep me in the frame. All right, let's try that. Let me know how that works, friends. How's our audio? I did have to mess with a lot of audio settings on my computer, so let me know how it is. Vanessa, good to see you. Jane Blackbird, Amby, Tracy, dude, awesome to see you. Yeah, how's the UK doing? And how is all the weather in your guys' neck of the woods? I have a heater running under my desk. I hope it's not loud. Yeah, the noise gate shows no response, but at least I have some of my audio correct. Weird paper rustling sounds have been making it into the audio, so I'm going to try to fix that. John Stoker was the one who walked me through all those crazy settings. He's the musician. I'll try to flag his attention. See, did you hear that paper? That didn't used to happen. So something's up with the noise gate. I'll fix it whenever I can. It's rainy in the UK. Yeah. So Oregon got a little bit of rain, Portland area, a little bit of moisture. I think they had some massive flooding in eastern Oregon where the remnants of the hurricane went past, but it was holding steady as far as I know. Like massive amount of rain, I should say, and some flooding, but holding steady. Hey, Sea Probe. So if you want to visit Sea Probe, that's fine. He just moved to my area for good. I tempted him. I told him Oregon life was better, so he was like, "Screw California." He was one of the refugees here now, left the state. But yeah, my internet's ready for you to use. He doesn't have all of his utilities hooked up in his new place. Back to fires. Okay, just let me know if the audio is all good. I think we're gonna have a high of 80 or something today in Portland, and then we're gonna go back to 90s temperatures. But it's been mostly pretty dang nice. We had record lows because I think the hurricane remnants sucked in the really cold Alaska front thing. Let's see, where's my radar? Let's just turn that on. Let's give us a good comprehensive look at the madness. On the West Coast, the madness. Poor the lightning thunderstorm stuff. has hit poor Canada. Sorry, the mouse just went rogue there. So we're seeing, God, this place just keeps getting pummeled. East of Kamloops. Look at that amount of lightning. We just gotta pray for Canada. As bad as it's been, Canada's experienced worse. We all know what Kelowna did at Kelowna. You know, the saga there. Cheryl, are you back? Can you tell us about Yellowknife and what happened there? I've seen, looking at my radar, some of the craziest amounts of lightning strikes ever in my life. There is this forecasting. Now, the good fortune we had concerning the hurricane was it did track and rain and dump rain all over the Sierras, over by Tahoe and south there. In the right here is called the Mother Lode, the district of, like, from Auburn to Sonora area. Right around here is the highest gold yield districts for gold mining. So it's called the Mother Lode. And then just north of the Mother Lode, like the Yuba district up here by Lake Oroville and Paradise, that saw significant amounts of rain. Up by Chester did. It was just dumping, but significant amounts of lightning. So what I'm going to show you guys a little bit later, we're going to round up the fires right now with some basic info. I have some crazy video to show you the camera burnover that happened in Del Norte County. I monitored that best I could while I was working on my court case. A judge ordered me to produce files, evidence. So that is where I was during the weekend, and I'm terribly sorry. I asked the judge for an extension, and I was denied. Basically, his response was like, well, you can always use wildfires as an excuse for a delay, but because it's summertime. And I'm like, oh, God. It's not always that a hurricane hits California, too, and this affects the wildfires. Like, that's a once-in-a-lifetime deal. Nevertheless, I was denied because I'd already asked for an extension covering the other fires like Lahaina. So I'm terribly sorry, but that's mostly where I was. I also lost my voice, so I wouldn't have been that great. I tried tweeting as best I could. Because I told the people of Gasquet, please think about evacuating before you're told to. To me, why Gasquet wasn't evacuated early, I have no idea. So like I said, what we saw, and I'll show you some crazy video. I reported a wildfire live. Like I saw it happen on Alert Wildfire Cam. I was just sort of clicking around the cams near John Stoker's residence in El Dorado County. And I clicked on the Mount Auckham cam, or the Omo Ranch one, the one where we watched the Caldor, and I saw lightning strike a hillside and start a wildfire, and then strike another section in front of the cam and start another wildfire. So I reported that to Watch Duty, and I put that on Twitter. Like, oh my God. So at K Wildfires is my Twitter. Some of the videos on there. I try to upload some other crazy stuff from Del Norte County up here in Northwest California, but I'll just show that to you live in a minute. I did what I could from afar. If we ever can fundraise enough to get a laptop, then I can do my work and be live at the same time. If I ever have to use my desktop computer for video or audio editing like that again, if I have a laptop, that'll allow me to go live from whenever I'm visiting, like traveling, or be able to do two things at once. I could have at least made, every half an hour an update, right? So thank you all that have kept me afloat and have donated, but that hopefully we can reach our laptop goal and improve access for everybody here. So as you can see, though, the hotspots in western Shasta County, I believe that's western Shasta County, it's Siskiyou County, Del Norte County, and I can't remember what this one's called here by Eureka, excuse me. These are still very active with hotspots, and you're going to see some crazy camera burnover videos soon. But that's very refreshing that even though a bunch of lightning strikes rippled all the way through the foothills and the Mother Lode and Sierras by Tahoe and all that, torrential rain followed with the remnants of the hurricane. So that saved everybody. That saved us. This was incredible, the amount of rain we saw. It's wonderful. Right? It's just breath of fresh air. But it means that poor, Northwest California is not doing so hot because they mostly got wind throughout the weekend, and it fanned their stuff up and made it much more difficult to fight the existing fires and the small lightning strike fires that were undetected, um, like the ones that would hit somewhat damp, wet logs or something like that. With the drying winds, the passing hurricane kind of through towards northwestern California and sucked in a little bit of winds from the Pacific. Um, it made everything critically bad. So I was tweeting about the town of Gasquet and say, guys, you're surrounded by fire on three sides. You can no longer drive to the north. You can no longer drive east. We just had the fire, the camera burn over here. Geez, that's right. They don't have a terrain map. And so consider leaving. The fire is now trying to wrap around your town like a python here. And because I just couldn't understand why the authorities were delaying the level 3. So I am happy to see that Gasquet is at a level 3. Remember, Gasquet's looking down the barrel of the gun. In fact, there's 2 different barrels, maybe 3, aimed at the town. A barrel of the gun is where drainages point at your town. Your town's lower in elevation than where the fire is, right? And wind canyons or wind tunnels where the drainages are. So you got one this way, one from the east, one from the northeast, one from the north, and that leaves them with one way out, US 99 towards the west. So that's why I said, guys, just consider leaving right now. And I was pretty dang certain that they would be asked to leave, but it's better to have as much notice as possible. So I'm happy to see that they are on level 3. We have, like I said, the newer evacuation zones. The update of 2 hours ago is let's just look at an actual. That's Josephine County. Oh God, yeah, this crosses the county lines. Then where is a comprehensive evacuation map? Let's look. What? Josephine County's in Oregon, so why? Across the border. That's right. This is a complex. A complex means a whole bunch of different fires either right next to each other, or they grew together. That's typical of, say, lightning. All right, we got Del Norte County Facebook, but where is the best evacuation map? Do we have a good one? Seriously? Okay, yeah, Cheryl, I'll talk to you about Canada in a second. This is mind-boggling. So here's the InstaWeb. We're gonna look at that real quick. So for some reason, they I'm not logged in. I have to log in to see this page. This is why I do what I do. A lot of people wanted to delete Facebook, but look, to get your critical fire information, please log in. Let me do that off screen real quick. Well, why would that? Well, let me get to the login page for God's sake. Okay, here we go. Excuse me, friends. Logging in with the wildfires one. Remember, I don't check. Oh, for God's sake, wrong credentials. Are you kidding me? Ah. Oh, please, not again, Facebook. So I used a VPN for Firestream, and then Facebook decided that was suspicious activity and said, "Did you do this?" Which was me asking a question about fires. They flagged that as suspicious, as if I was a spammer or something. So I bet they locked my password again. I'm back on a VPN. Oh my God. So, um, we'll fix this later. Wow. All right. Let's look at the InstaWeb. You would think there'd be evacuation information here on the InstaWeb for the Smith River Complex. Got the, yeah. Okay, here we go. Yay. Now, the reason for this, I'm going to show you some crazy cams. So this is the thumbnail. I never clickbait. Let's look at the last 12 hours. This is Wild Frontier 2. So it's running through the last bit. I need to let it complete and then restart. So this is like the last few hours. You'd still see that it's trying to form pyrocumulus clouds. It's not succeeding. I'm sorry, it will bounce around for a bit. Now, the Wild Frontier 2 cam, you can't do this. You can't hit time lapses on it. But I found a bug in the system. Usually, if there's two cameras running the same tower, they only allow one to do panorama mode and a second to do time lapse mode. And it's usually because number 2 rotates around, as you can see. So this has to go through this because we're going to go back. We're going to look at it frame by frame so it looks better. But if the camera ever goes offline for a second, like a little burp in the signal, I found out in panorama mode, you can click on that camera, open it in the second window, refresh, and you get time-lapse ability. So, yay, fortunate little bug in the system. And as long as I don't change this specific window, we should be able to access this when nobody else really can. Don't ask me why you can't just time-lapse anything. Just don't ask me why. I think they should. So this is Camp 6. This is east of the town of Gasquet, just east of the town of Eureka on the coast of California. So Camp 6 has a lot of radio and electrical equipment. I'm going to show you the insane videos of the night of the 19th and the early 20th. It's 3 days ago. Wow. And almost every single day, the fire came back, this SRF complex, to burn right over the same camera area. I believe they evacuated this Camp 6. It may be a CAL FIRE camp, a logging camp, a radio station. I have no idea what it is, but there's buildings on the satellite here. I tweeted, guys, get the hell out of there, because they tried to save the radio tower as the fire was approaching. I think they did perhaps evacuate, and as soon as the camera burnover happened, they seem to have come back with a whole bunch of fire trucks, and then they defended these buildings, I think successfully, although we'll have to look at anybody has the information, let me know. Yeah, Jane Blackford says, Catherine, I refuse to do Facebook or X. Exactly, and this is life-saving information, should never be behind a paywall. Hey, Brokefish, how are you doing? Or any sort of login. Because what if I needed my evacuation info and I just had to do the reset password BS? This is a perfect example. Like, okay, I'm in my car. I'm trying to figure out where to go. Where's my evacuation info? What's the latest on the fire? And I'm picking on my cell phone. What if I sit here and screw around with password reset for 5 or 10 minutes? Submit the form, like it won't even let you view it. Not logged in. Log in to see the page. I've got this thing called behind the overlay, which will take that off, but most of the page will not load. 16 minutes ago, guys, we just had an update, so we're about to watch that. Maybe this will play without me logging in, but do you see how this is bad? This is why I do what I do. A lot of people say, please show us the Facebook videos we can't see.
Good morning, Dennis.
Ah, that was so loud. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if that blasted you guys out too. Oh, I'm so terribly sorry. All right. First of all, I'm extremely excited that that's Dennis. Hell yeah. I remember from the McCash McFarland fires and others of that 2021. Dennis is awesome. He's the man. He's just one of those soothing people who's just wonderful. So I'm glad his incident management team is on this. No! Okay. Well, we're going to have to watch this in this tiny little box. I'm sorry. And it looks like it's super low quality. It's only 3 minutes to suffer through. I just don't want to ever use my personal Facebook account, which I barely check, because I don't want my friends to have pop-ups with like private messages and violate their privacy. Yeah, I know. Hey, Terry, how are you doing? We got 2 people from the UK in the house. Do let us know in the chat where you're from and how's your weather today. Now, this fire is the one that's had the most recent evacuation updates, and it's very active on the cameras. I'm going to show you the crazy camera burnover footage that is coming. But this update happened, 17 minutes ago. So let's see if we can tolerate this.
Good morning, Dennis Burns, Fire Behavior Analyst for California Interagency Incident Management Team 2 with your Lost Fire update, which is located in the Redwood National and State Parks. So the Lost Fires is actually located in a second growth grove of redwood trees. Our priority is keeping it out of the old growth, which is below it. It's kind of defined by this river and creek system. We've been depending heavily on our partners from CAL FIRE. Most of the resources in there are from CAL FIRE. We have private land located to the east. We have a road system running across, it's called Holter Ridge. We've been improving this road system. We've been doing some indirect firing to improve this road system so that the fire doesn't get established on a slope and then burn up real hot towards this and get into this private land. So yesterday, crews were able to start doing direct line construction. Because this area had been previously logged, there's what we call skid roads, so roads that they had used to take timber out. So the dozers have been going in there, opening up those roads, so it's been a combination of mechanical and hand crews where it gets too steep. So on this northern edge, they're going direct as possible. On the southern edge, they have to go more indirect, so more away from the fire line, and then potentially burn in. You can kind of see this little bit, this weird little line here. That's actually the firing operation. We've got about 600 feet of depth on that. It's looking pretty good there. And then on the bottom side of the fire, a fire use module, which is a hand crew. It's smaller than a hot shot crew. It's generally about 10 people or so. They've managed to hike up through this river system. The hope is they're going to get some pumps in there, some hose, and then we can check this fire spread on these creeks on the lower end and keep it out of the old growth forest. So that's kind of the situation today. We're seeing a little bit of a change in the weather, a little bit more instability. It's supposed to get hotter, drier. So especially on the upper end, where it's out of the marine influence, we have that potential for large fire growth. But with the lines that we have up here, we're feeling pretty confident we can still keep it within the footprint through today. So that's your Lost Fire update for August 23rd.
Okay, so the Lost Fire is one of the fires in this SRF complex. As far as I can gather, they're changing their mind about what to call these fires in northwestern California like every day. I'm not joking about that. They are, I tried to make that as like a little joke, but in all reality and seriousness, it's that serious. Like there are so many thousands of lightning strikes over the past, week, two, that so many new fires erupted that they just said, okay, this whole region, whatever's on fire, is a complex because they're so out of control and so wind driven that they're expected to pretty much all merge anyway, because they couldn't get any aircraft going or anything. So, like I said, complex is when wildfires grow together. And so they'll change one, usually to the name of the largest fire, but not always. And they call it the blah, blah, blah complex. Sometimes they'll just name it after the month, like August Complex, but August Complex was already used. It was California's biggest combined fire in history in 2020, for just south of here. So that was already taken. There already was a Smith River fire last year or the year before, but calling it a complex is a new name. So we're trying to figure out as much as we can. We have multiple small fires and then the big total complex. So the Coon Fire, I believe, may have been its own lightning strike fire, but it could have also been embers that blew over from the proper portion of the Smith River complex. And I'll show you the camera burn over videos. That wasn't very, that in fact, that's very far away. A Lost Fire, I'm sorry. I was discombobulated with that. I will definitely have to change my Facebook and log in because I guess still the Six Rivers National Forest, but the other videos, like the one we really wanted to look at right now, hidden behind the login wall, and apparently my password needs to be reset. So as soon as I get a spare moment, I will do that. And you can see this gigantic evacuation zone as we looked here on InstaWeb. Just hold on to your butts, right? Unfortunately, we didn't get much rain here from the remnants of the hurricane. I was really hoping it would track that way and kind of hug the coast. Maybe go over the Cascades of Oregon and rain out the Lookout Fire and stuff. Instead, it fanned everything up over here. It went over the Sierras into eastern Oregon and such, and it mostly rained out what it started with thousands of lightning strikes. However, everywhere else just got wind that was somewhat dry and didn't benefit that much. So it's just been awful. Let me put the stream title here. I'm going to try to make some timestamps so that people who want to know just about their own particular fires watching later can go back to the timestamp. So let's see what you guys can help doing this as well. Looks like we're at 26 minutes in now. So if you write down, say, 26 and then colon 00, and then write down what the topic is, if you put that in a comment, then it creates chapters. Like it takes people directly to what it is. So you could say at 2600, SRF complex still, right? SRF complex, or just say, we looked at the Wild Frontier 1 and 2 camps. So let's check out current. Now, this window I can't close. Last night, over by the town of Gasquet, Del Norte County, here at Camp 6. First, let me orient you to where this is. I can't touch buttons or we're going to lose this special page. It's pretty easy to find. Crescent City, California, right there. And we've got heat detections from the GOES satellite. This is current. So the town of Gasquet is right here. Like I said, looking down the barrel of the gun, it makes more sense now that I show you the shaded relief. You can see the terrain. Now, when a town is looking down the barrel of the gun, basically I coined that term based on what happened to Greenville. Greenville really opened my eyes to special vulnerability of towns and their likeliness of, being erased by a fire that just sweeps in suddenly. Now, identify if your town is looking down the barrel of a gun. Is your town at lower elevation but surrounded by, or at least have a higher elevation near it, like cliffs, hills, mountains? Do you have there's 3 steps to your town burning down, basically. I mean, fire weather is a given, right? The second one is fire above your town. Excuse me, first one is fire above your town from an elevation. 2 is, do you have drainages pointed at your town? Could the fire get towards those drainages? Because no matter what the wind direction is, remember, wind will sink down and ride mountains like a roller coaster, going up and down and up and down. Think about an orca or a dolphin or something riding up and down with waves. So even though, like, say, it could be a south wind could take this hotspot where the fire is right now, and because the wind sinks down into the drainage, it will hit this dead end right here. That's like a brick wall. Now think about water going down like a ditch or something like that, right? Dead ending and a T intersection. Water will flow around on the T, right? It'll hit that wall, go back, flow a different way. So wind will do that too. Some of it will go up and over the mountain. Some of it will hit that wall, swirl around like a whirlpool, and go straight back down. It just depends on what the weather's doing. And so even a south wind can cause a fire to sweep into a town from the north. I think this is what happened at Kelowna, Kelowna, excuse me. And I explained that elaborately. Happened to Canada. The authorities didn't evacuate the town. They should have. They had a west wind, southwest wind, excuse me. It was blowing the fire to the northeast, and the town was due south, but the town was looking down the barrel of the gun. They had fire above them on elevation. And then they had multiple drainages pointed directly at that town. And so as it got onto the highest mountain there, the strong winds pushed the fire down the drainages, and boom, it hit the town. So it had a paradise-like effect on that town, where people ran for their lives and got into the lake. I think people still died there. I don't know if Cheryl could say, what's going on with the search for the wreckage and, search through the rubble in Canada there. But it happened very quickly. I saw a lot of neighborhoods are kind of death traps that didn't have a lot of dead end roads and such. So I definitely think some people could have died there. So same thing with Lahaina. Lahaina was looking down the barrel of a gun. It had fire from elevation above it in Maui, because it's at the low ground, and then there's wind that hits the mountains and sweeps down, accelerates going down the slope. It's like a roller coaster. So 3 steps to your town burning down is fire at an elevation above your town. 2, drainages aimed at your town. 3, the high winds. It's all it takes. It doesn't even have to be super high. Like I said, like say a 35-mile-an-hour wind gust situation, these drainages and canyons funnel the wind faster, like a wind tunnel, like sticking your finger in a garden house. So I urged people's Gasket on Twitter and such, just please, because over here at camp, we're going to show you the burnover. It's called Camp 6. Excuse me. It's on Upper Coon Mountain. Let me put on the Forest Service J Relief. I don't know why let's see, put this. Where's Upper Coon Mountain? That's ever. Excuse me. Discombobulated. There. Right here. Not too far from town. Here it is. Okay, not too far from town. You can see it, same frame. There's the town of Gasket right there. Just what is this? A giant wind tunnel, right? Fires over here to the east. Big high winds from the northeast would just blow it like a blowtorch onto the town. And so as I watched the camera burnovers here at Camp 6, I was like, guys, I don't know why you're not at level 3 evacuations, but you definitely should be. Don't know what the delay is, but please go now. So later, like 24 hours later, that came to be. So in order to orient you about the cameras we're looking at right now, Camp 6 has, like I said, I don't know what this is. I haven't had a lot of time. But the cameras do pivot around and show these other structures. So I don't know what this was. It used to have a fire lookout on it. It now has radio towers. I assume cell phone towers. Very disturbingly, there seem to be propane tanks there. So I wondered if we were going to see not only a camera burn over, but an explosion, like a blevy. Right. So if we zoom out a little bit and we turn on the hotspots and the fire footprint, this did burn over the night of the 19th and the early hours of the 20th. And fire began to surround the town from the southeast. It went, spot fires went right past. I believe, based on when I was looking at the cams, they abandoned Camp 6, ran for their lives after they try to get some vegetation away from the propane tanks and stuff. It was a little too late to start clearing trees from the critical infrastructure there. Should have been done years ago, or not allowed trees to grow up right next to them. Either way, the fire was down here, like on this other side of the hill, and over here, where it says 29 and 30, as I watched them working with the fire in the background. And I'm like, guys, get your chicken bake, run. They may have sheltered in place. They may have had something I didn't understand, but they got out of the way of the camera. The fire burned over. And then later, as the fire burned past and the fire went to the west, towards Gasket, they came back with trucks and started to put it out and save these structures for the most part, is what I can tell. So let's see, is this Wild Frontier 1? Excuse me, this is Wild Frontier 2. And so it did rotate last night. So this is the last 12 hours. And then I'm going to show you the burnover. Fire keeps sweeping past. Now, if you're thinking, how can it burn over twice? Well, that's because fires never burn up all the fuel as they go by the first time. It's extremely rare. I mean, gigantic megafires, even they leave little patches of unburned fuel called islands. And if they're extremely wind driven, then there can be one tree right next to another. One of them becomes ash and cinders, and the other tree just gets brown branches. But you can see it rotates around, but there's fire on almost all sides of the camera. And it's just nuts. So, what? It's probably the moon. The other one we'll do a time lapse of where it doesn't rotate so much. And I'll show you the panorama and the incredible burnover videos. I couldn't share them on Twitter, it just wasn't cooperating. And let's get, this is where the, thumbnail of my video comes from. As you can see, it was lighting up the, at some points fire flaring up and lighting up the night, and it's just over the hillside. These are not really zoomed. So this was what time? 3 in the morning. And it's even more eerie when it goes into color vision. And that's basically when I took my thumbnail. And as the morning foggy smoke stuff came in, we lost night vision camera, but you can still see that at 6:30 in the morning, it's trying to form a pyrocumulus. That's pretty intense behavior. But a lot of times, when a fire will roar through a place, the wind will push it away from the place that it just was burning. And sometimes wind will even blow out some smaller flames, like if smaller sticks and stuff on the ground are burning. What will stay lit is what's really going, like, an old hollow tree or something like that, burning from the inside out with a chimney effect, like wind coming in one section of the tree, leaving another section. It could be standing or laying on the ground. So the firefighters took advantage once the wind changed and seemed to have saved Camp 6, I hope. Here's our current view. Wild Frontier 1. So Wild Frontier 1, see just the chaos here. I don't know what they did with the propane tanks. I assume these are propane. Maybe they vented them early. Maybe they drained them. But propane is necessary to cool the tower, radio and cell phone, I assume, stuff. This is currently live. Let's do a time lapse of Wild Frontier 1. And so this is a SRF complex in Del Norte County, and I think the western Siskiyou. How many people live in Gasquet? Terry says that's a great question. You want to look that up for me? Or somebody look that up for me? Foster Kennel says current temperature in Grants Pass hovering around 63 at this time. Yeah. Smoke is clear as far as the morning of the fire. Yeah, Oregon was completely socked in with smoke. Part of why I lost my voice. It was just, we had terrible air quality. And part was, I had a 14-hour stream before that. Terry says London in the sun and it's in the 70s. Thanks for using Fahrenheit. So tell me which fire you guys want to look at next. I believe, couldn't see the time lapse. I did this one first because we just had updated evacuation info. They are raising the evacuations. It's still not a good situation here. This is one of the worst places in the West Coast where fires are happening. There's also some very alarming, semi-shocking time lapses that have been going on with the Lookout fire. They expanded their evacuations. It completely lost control of the northeast side of the Lookout, 5 days ago at least, and it increased the evacuations there. So that's a beloved place of mine. It's some of the last remaining old growth forest in the Cascades, and it's now ripping through there. It's looking better on the west side of the Lookout fire, but it's just extremely sad to see. So, like I said, nighttime, it's hard to see like just how close the fires are. But this is rotated around and it's on 3 different sides, like a C. So firefighters, I'll show you the videos, came out here, and as soon as the burnover happened, and they stretched out hose, and they seem to have put out manually with hose lay 360 degrees around this cul-de-sac with the radio equipment, and it's critical for them to communicate and them to give a evacuation notice to all the people who live nearby. So thanks, Jane Blackbird, 600-ish people live in Gasket. Tall trees in the turquoise Smith River. Got the most horrible, depressing photographs are coming out. It was like an opal turquoise, fresh-looking, awesome river with steep cliffs. It's kind of like near the redwoods. This is very close to the California redwoods. They hug the coast. This is a little bit east of it, and it was pristine and beautiful. And now it looks wasteland. And to see that burning has been extremely demoralizing. This area has been lucky in the last couple of years in some ways, and the luck ran out, and now it's just all getting devastated. So if we look at some other cams, yeah, this is the panorama. Let's refresh that. Oh, that's Wild Frontier 2's current one. I don't want to mess it up either. That's Southern California. Somewhere else. Let's go manually up here. We'll look at the high divide because high divide north of Gasket, that's Gasket right there. Fires to the north as well, like it's wrapping around the town like in a C shape, coming in like Pac-Man, from the east. They may be completely surrounded eventually, but this is what I don't want to burn: Redwood National and State Parks. We don't want it over here to the west. It's just sad. So if you look at where the high divide camera is right here, we're going to look at that next. Let's wrap up the Wild Frontier. I'll show you the crazy videos later. On the collated. I guess panorama mode is dead. I'm not crazy. Okay. So panorama is offline, which I'm just going to show you. Okay. But we're very lucky to have that cam survive that burn over. They did a good job with putting it high up, but they did a bad job with letting trees grow all around it. Like, seriously? So high divide 1 has had some pretty shocking images. You can see the various parts of the fire before they grew together. It's even unclear if they're all merged now. There still may be pockets of green in between these, but like there were hundreds of lightning strikes that took off like a rocket running, a week ago. And just as they got a handle on some of them, more lightning storms drifted through. And in one 72-hour period, I think there were 5,000 lightning strikes. August is lightning strike season. And it's now a race against time to put these out or contain them before Santa Ana wind season or Diablo wind season. Now, that's not that big of a factor over here in Del Norte County, but in general, when October through January is Santa Ana and Diablo wind season, it basically means high winds for all of California because they pour in over the Nevada desert at hurricane speeds. They bring in the dry Nevada and Oregon desert winds. They fan up everything. Humidity will plunge to like it's a desert, like it's 9%, 15%. And any fire that's still going, pretty much in the state, will become a monster if the Santa Anas or Diablo winds blow. And they're erratic, somewhat hard to predict, but they are seasonal. They are from geography, not global warming or climate change or anything. But now the clock is ticking. Now, when CAL FIRE and other places have failed to put down all of the lightning strike fires before that crazy wind season, like October, we've had disaster. We've had town erasing stuff. We've had stuff like the Bear fire, what it did to Brushenberry Creek, and it nearly took out Oroville. People forget about the smaller ones like that, but the situation are bad. So let's take a look. I promised you some shocking footage, so let's look at the camera burn over. Then we're going to move to Oregon, do the lookout real quick. And thanks for getting that info. Yeah, Del Norte County, Lance, this is looking milder than it was. You're going to see some shocking stuff now. Where did I put that? There we go. I think I could play within the browser. Let me go back. instead of, you know, doing VLC Media Player, which was difficult. You got your Lumino. I took my keys. He took the file. Okay, whoops. So that's my own voice for something else. Let me get to the burn over image. Then I'll drag it over. It's off screen for you guys. Okay, so here's where I was extremely worried for the lives. Yeah. Fuck, they're brave. They're excuse me. Excuse me. I was sorry for the F-bomb. That was what I recorded when I was talking to a personal friend. Potty mouth, I'm sorry. Let me write the timestamp so I can undo that. I didn't realize the sound was on. Whoopsie daisy, but I was very worried for these guys and I dropped an F-bomb. My bad. Live TV, just send the fee, over to my P.O. box. I'll pay it. So at 45, 40 or something, F-bomb edit. All right, so this was 19th, getting to be what, later in the evening. Look at these guys. Look at they came out to try to reduce the trees around the critical infrastructure, and the propane tanks are right there, So we had already seen for the last 2 days, 17th and 18th, the fire comes so close to, and this is the Wild Frontier camera, Camp 6. We had seen already, and let me mute and play. Just gonna play the video. Oh yeah, this is time lapse. Okay, so every 1 minute this was updating, and you could see the guys trying to now take down the fires. And like, guys, look out! Like, get in your shake and bakes, run, get to your shelters. It was just really cutting it close there. I couldn't believe it. Yeah, that's what we call a human reaction. Exactly. There we go. So I was like, guys, because I was just thinking, man, it's time to go. It's time to go. So I had that on the Twitter. Where is this tab? Make a new one. Now the next video is hit and miss with sharing it like so. Let's get to the actual burn over. Let me make sure it's not the same. Yeah. Okay. So here, it's nuts. That's all I could say is it's nuts. Let me do the first time lapse. Found it. Let me make sure this is the good one. All right, there it is. So later, I did a 3-hour time lapse because I turned my back on this and had to work on the files for the lawsuit that the court ordered. I was court ordered to do. Otherwise, I would have been live. This was some of the most compelling stuff I've ever seen in my life, like the whole most amazing stuff. Look at the screen now if you are not, by the way, anybody. You want to see a camera burn over, don't if you're fire traumatized. But they did leave the view of the camera. I was like, okay. And it burned over from a different, it was kind of surrounding it on all sides. So here it comes. And there it is. And it happens really quick. The wind just drives it up and over. And I'm like, oh dear, the propane tanks. You can see the embers flying through the air. I don't have a frame by frame, but I can kind of click, and you can see it just devours these living trees like they're dead. That's the nature of the wind-driven stuff. There's a lot of dead stuff on the ground, so people don't realize that's making the situation tremendously worse. If you have a lot of dead stuff on the ground, then fire is no longer beneficial. It's no longer the kind that helps. It's no longer the kind that opens seed pods and puts a layer of ash down for fertilizer. There's enough dead stuff on the ground. The fire is so hot, it kills the tree with radiant heat. The heat rises, right? It's just going to kill all the living branches above it. So this is a man-made disaster. They knew that they needed to protect this. I don't know if it's budget issues or what, but these trees should not be next to the propane tanks, that's for sure. And there should not be a tremendous amount of dead fuel. Like that's decades of dead limbs and fallen trees on the ground. And when the fire comes, it's too late to do anything about it. They should have been over at Gasquet. They should have been at Cultural Resources to protect them. This should have been already fireproofed. This should have been a hill with bare dirt around it or some rock garden, you know. And this would not have happened. He would have been somewhere else doing something else. But here we are. So all these trees, that's toast. They're dead. They're not going to make it. They're too young, by the way, to survive. And if you let them get old, then they could fall and crush the radio towers. So these, don't ask me why they're waiting for them to grow up to adulthood and then try to cut them down when it's more expensive. It's a lot less expensive to just pick them up when they're seedlings and plant them somewhere else or sell Christmas trees. So the burnover happens pretty quickly. So from the time the fire reaches it, let's see what the timestamp is. So I'm going to say is right about here, 1914. It's only a couple minutes later. This is what I keep telling people when you're thinking about evacuating. Sometimes leaving 4 minutes later is too late. When you are forming your evacuation plan and you are making your drill and drill and drill, and every time you cut off 1 minute, it takes you 1 minute less time to evacuate. You have done an amazing job. Because sometimes leaving 4 minutes late is way too late. So we go over here, got the ash covering the cam. It's not really that high of an elevation, so I'm glad the cam survived. This is like a 20-minute span of time ish. There's a frame, every minute, something like that. Cam just stays there and you watch the burnover. So I'm going to show you the burnover again. Just do the whole thing. And boy, did they cut it close. But I don't like it when firefighters risk their lives and they're right there in the smoke. That's tremendously bad for their health. They're risking their lives right now for a radio tower, and this doesn't need to happen. If that was a bare hill top, nothing would be in danger. They wouldn't have to be there. They could be somewhere else. I wish I could play this at slower speeds, but yeah, like wherever they went, I don't know if they went to evacuate somewhere, or if they had a fire-safe building or a shelter, but damn, they cut it close. So here's what happened with the Wild Frontier camera. Now, what we've seen, what we've seen so far is the camera burned over several different times. That was just the first time. It was happening late night on the 19th. I was awake the whole time. Let's see if I have some other time-lapse videos. And we're looking at the SRF Smith River Complex. Next, we're going to head to Oregon and look at, hopefully we got a morning update video or so. Yeah, so here's the aftermath. Like I said, to my surprise, they came back and fought this thing and saved the buildings. So once the wind had shifted, it was no longer feeding the fire over by this place. They had a little opportunity and they went direct. They came back, they pulled up the trucks and they went direct. Now here, I don't know if the fire was trying to burn a building or whatnot, but this is a headlight. This is a vehicle headlight. And then it flips over here. It flips by so fast. But here's the opposite direction at Camp 6. You can see the some of these are CAL FIRE and other fire trucks showing up. Some of them personal vehicle pickups, whatnot. They have their hoses out. I was like, oh, I'll be damned. They went out there and they just squirted stuff. Wow. Yeah. So sorry, that was me. That's right. I have it muted, so I didn't actually drop more F-bombs. So this is the panorama. So I began monitoring the panorama situation. And by God, you know, they, I think they saved most of their buildings. We could try to find out. I checked out Canada as well. You know, they had high winds and stuff. And that's the end of that particular video. Now, let me look back at the chat. Can trees be affected by the fumes of propane? Oh, yeah, they can. Cheryl says propane tanks don't have to explode to cause death. Fumes can kill people. Yes. So, Vanessa says, hi, that's what we call a human reaction. Sorry about the cussing. Oh, Jane says the pesky pronunciation police stopped by with corrections. It's Gasky. Oh, and Nort, not Norte. Oh, I'm sorry. You can send the fees and the fines to my PO box. Just send me the bill. It's Gasky. Okay, that sounds reasonable. But I when I try to pronounce things like French, like I get in trouble because I'm like, it's Versailles, Kentucky, and they're like, it's Versailles. You never know, but hey, I appreciate it. David Ledgewood says, hello, I was looking at this fire yesterday, but I wasn't thinking Smith River would move this fast. 38,000 to 40,000 plus acres overnight. Oh my God. Yeah. So, like I said, I was looking at this stuff whenever I could. We have some pretty incredible videos. Let me get to the next one. Let me see. This camera didn't burn over once, it burned over many times. So it's still hanging around the area, and this fire is still coming back frequently. Now, what I also said I would promise to show you is Omo Ranch. So this is Omo Ranch cam, and I saw lightning strike as I was just watching it. I was like, la 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 la, boom, 2 lightning strikes. And I went, did that just start 2 fires? Remember, Omo Ranch is over like different part of the state now, switching gears, record scratch. El Dorado County, Placerville, Auburn, Mother Lode, Tahoe, west of Tahoe. Omo Ranch is near where the Caldor fire started, and boom, this lightning strike lights up the sky. There's already a small fire right there. Because this takes a photo like every 1 minute, then the amount of lightning strikes that were hitting every single minute was in the dozens, if not hundreds. Like, this is the hurricane pushing all kinds of other thunderstorms north and accelerating the wind. So this was the getting towards midnight on the 19th, and so I was very worried. I checked on John Stoker. I'm like, dude, near you on these cams, the lightning. I'm watching these cams, and the lightning is hit. So right there is where the lightning successfully started a big fire. So I reported that to Watch Duty. I was asking Sarah Luna, like, I'm not a local here, but where is this? And I thought it was by Mount Auckham. Yeah, no worries, Jane. That's okay. I thought you said that somebody else was the pronunciation police. No, I appreciate it. I thought somebody else was being a jerk, but that's okay. Yeah, David, what else do you have to say about the SRF complex? Just that night, I was monitoring these, and I tried to tweet this stuff as best I could and go back to work for the court-ordered evidence I was supposed to produce. And the nice thing about this is look at the raindrops on the camera. So what had happened was the rain saved like everyone in the Sierras. Lightning struck, and I'm not saying that at all. There's another lightning strike fire right there that happened. At all that I'm not minimizing the incredible work that the firefighters did, but mostly it was the rain. Otherwise, there would be hundreds of lightning strike fires burning up the Sierras right now. They would be pulling out of Del Norte County. Excuse me about pronouncing that wrong forever. They would be pulling out to save towns in the Sierras because they have more population. Gasquet or Gasquet? I mean, how do you say that? Sorry, I was saying Gasquet. My bad. So this was just nuts. Boy, did I want to be live. Now let me see about the other crazy footage. I went back and checked other cams a little bit, and we had more. Yeah, here it is. Let me just explain on this one why I was so worried for Gasquet. Where's Gasquet? Here they are defending Camp 6 again, and the new fire from a different direction roared in after the burnover. And so I had John Stoker at that point, because he was woken up by lightning and thunder, so we guys talked much of the night. So this is right before midnight. I'm doing time lapses on stuff. Showed him Omo Ranch Road, trying to figure out where that one was. checked various other cams. I kept going back to the Wild Frontier cams in the SRF Smith River Complex. This went and exploded on the 19th and the 20th, and just it keeps going and keeps chugging. So they constantly have to defend this place. Now let's look at the current situation. Like this is our latest time lapse, and you can see some of the buildings in the foreground. Now that you have your orientation, see here's the tower, here's the building here, building there. Fire is still in various pockets and areas all around. Gasquet, how do we say that? G-Town, Del Norte County, G-Town. And some of the most active burning throughout the night that we've seen in recent history, like trying to make a pyrocumulus cloud at night, and this morning, like this is what, 7 in the morning? Dang. Okay, any more questions, or have we covered that one enough? I think currently we got it. We'll have to log into Facebook and stuff, see more. Just a couple other cams. Ugh. It's a neat looking tree, but that one is dead. Now I'm going to switch gears. Now we're going to look at the lookout fire in Oregon. I am very curious about what the hell's their plan going to be now. It escaped. So write a timestamp where prior we just did. I shared my videos. Writing down lookout. The amazing burnovers. Bids of Wild Frontier. If I make chapters, people can find out what they need later. Okay, friends. So now let's go up to Oregon. If we go on watch duty, see, like I said, that there's a million things here. This is all lightning, all lightning. And unfortunately, we did not get much rain or anything. Just high winds as a hurricane thing passed through. So let's go back up. We had activity in the bedrock, although we've never really had many cams. Let's just do that real quick so that we can focus on the lookout. Just very similar, very close. Ah, that's right. We can watch Facebook updates within watch duty. Turn on the volume for you. We have 35% containment on the bedrock, and good news, the salmon fire is contained. Yes, that was the one by Oak Ridge. Is a big concern too. So the bedrock, just east of Eugene, the Willamette National Forest, is 31,000 acres plus 35% containment, though. Still 50 engines, 12 crews, 11 helicopters, 13 dozers, and 31 water tenders are on it for a total personnel count of 731. Let's see if I can turn on the airplane. Layers with airplanes, because I'm hoping they'll be able to do something about that today. Do I have to be in the main screen? Yes, we got some aircraft. A Bell over there. Airbus over there. Looks like the lookout's getting scanned. There's a Rockwell 690C. It could be usually right about now is when firefighting aircraft has enough light in canyon situations or mountains to go. So we'll see if it's too smoky. So the quick bedrock update that we had something 20 minutes ago was a video. Today, warmer, drier weather gradually returns to the area, so they've got one more day of this easy 80s, high of 81 kind of temperature, and tomorrow, hold on to your butts, it's back to the 90s. I believe it is tomorrow. Let me not talk out of my beep here. Let's go. It's currently 65 in Portland. Be a high of, come on, load. High of 79 today. Okay, what's the extended forecast? Yeah, then it's high of 92 in Portland on Thursday. It'll be 93, 95, 93, 87. And back next Tuesday, it's back to being 77-ish for a high. So hold on to your butts. Mid 90s or early, low 90s, hot weather returns. So I hope they do as much as they can today while it's still pretty mild. The helicopter base for the Bedrock fire is moving to Oak Ridge, from Oak Ridge to Creswell because of Creswell was determined to have better visibility for the pilots. Okay, that's not too far away. Level 2 evacuations remain in place for the Bedrock, blah, 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 blah. I don't see any new info. Let's see how long the Facebook. It's 3 minutes. Okay, let's just
August 23rd.
let's just do that real quick, and then we'll move on to the Lookout fire because that's probably gonna be nuts. Is there a way to make this bigger?
Operational briefing for the Bedrock fire.
Now I thought we could expand it within Watch Duty because that's tiny. Remember, we can't do Facebook because I just got locked out. It says wrong password. I don't know what to make of that again. All right. Yeah. Is there a way? I tricked it. I tricked it. I tricked it, guys.
Trainee with Pacific Northwest Team 2. So for today's operations, everything's going well.
All right, was that loud enough just now? On the bouncing bar it is. Okay, so Bedrock fire update right before Lookout.
Good morning, Chris Lundgren, Field Ops Trainee with Pacific Northwest Team 2. So for today's operations, everything's going well. Night operations reported that there was a little bit of interior torching between 22 2400, but no issues. They just continue to monitor throughout the night. So with day shift, the plan here is, meeting our number one priority of locking this west end of the fire off, and we're continuing with that operation. So between the division break here, branch break in Division Alpha up to drop point 205, we're just continuing to mop up and patrol. I flew that yesterday. Everything was looking good. Just keeping an eye on that. So we're going around the corner here. We're gonna finish, the plan is to finish this line going down into Little Fall Creek and possibly burning that to secure that area from going around, getting a good line on that. And then moving into Division Delta, the plan is to finish the line in here and possibly doing some burning to further lock this area out from going around. Everything is going good in there. So moving over to Division Juliet there, we have UAS in there today looking at things, doing some IR mapping and looking for heat and hot spots in there. They're going to continue to patrol and mop up in there. Moving into Branch 2, Division Lima. They had the UAS up here at drop point 123 yesterday. They had identified some heat in here that they're going to work on and look at this afternoon or today. And the one thing moving over here into Oscar, and you see this finger in here. Look, it's kind of deceiving where it's looks like it's unchecked, but this is some old fire scars, a couple different fire scars in here that fire's bumped into, where the UAS in there looking things, and that's looking really good. We have a division soup and a field observer in here. They're going to look at some possibilities of put some black on the map today in that area, that little finger here. Moving over into this area, Division Yankee. Everything's going good in here. One of the main objectives is just to continue to snag out the fire lines, and then this 1821 road, so firefighters have a safe route in here to work from. And moving around to where we started, and I feel really confident today we'll have another good shift. So, with that, end of report.
Somebody get that man a coffee. Airdrop a coffee on him. But I feel kind of similar right now. So it's starting to come to life. Great. I love that funny thing you just said. This division soup over there. Meaning like a whole bunch of different divisions are trying to tackle this finger. We're kind of escaped them in one of the stubborn spots. Now this is pretty remote. Remember, it started in a campground in the National Forest. Lookout Fire is not remote, so that's what we're going to do now. And you just saw the funny face I made. I just whacked my knee, pivoting around the chair, and I'm glad I was muted because I was like, bah! I was glad I didn't yelp on you right there. Now, I'm going to click on Lookout Fires, updated 42 minutes ago. Okay, I was hoping we'd have a video. And so we've been waiting. It's 10 o'clock in the morning. Usually by then you got your videos. We have a video. Plus, what's all this mess? Okay, I guess uploaded right about 42 minutes ago. Morning update. I'm sorry, guys. I have to have something else on my throat that's going to coat it. This has been a major concern just when they get a hang of it, like get a hold of it, and they're like, okay, this is working out. We're increasing our containment. It's dying down. We can go to direct. They just don't have enough time and personnel. It's steep, rugged terrain, and what you call an experimental forest, which usually translates to let's not maintain any of our fire roads and let's not build any new ones. What can you do? The other video where Dennis, and I'll hope try to go back to Smith River Complex later, where Dennis was explaining that, oh yeah, this area was logged, so we have a lot of skid roads. He was explaining about how much easier it was for firefighters to access it. So this has no such joy. If it was logged, it was probably 80 years ago. Excuse me, it's actually chilly in here. I gotta turn on this. Okay, you guys aren't hearing it. Good. It's a heater beneath my desk. Yeah, the weather's been weird. Sorry. Okay. Cheryl says update on the Kelowna fire in the town of West Kelowna in BC, which we saw basically burn down live on my stream a couple days ago. 500 firefighters on the McDougall fire in Kelowna now. Good. They need a few thousand, but at least they got that. Okay. Now I'm going to do something. I'm going to read this while you watch the Deathball Mountain cam. Let's make it so you're not looking at some text, right? Here's, I don't know, is this the last 12 hours? Probably is. So this is looking to the northeast. Remember the Lookout Fire is just east of Eugene in Oregon. It's extremely worrisome. And I'll read from my phone the new update on the lookout. So the bedrock is doing better than I expected, because yesterday we were still seeing the remnants of the storm passing through and the hurricane, and it sucked a whole bunch of air from the Pacific Ocean into Oregon, into Willamette Valley, and then it got funneled through the, wind tunnel, which is every mountain pass, and it blew the Lookout Fire. It had already breached, days prior. It had already breached and run out of Cascades, run down the eastern flank of them. But this time, the wind drove it harder. Any efforts they probably had to contain it over there were kind of lost, and then it started blowing the fire to the north. So to the north and east of the fire, we've had a whole lot of evacuation expansion. Okay, this is our current view. Wow. That is smooth. Okay. I guess that wasn't yesterday's time lapse, was it? Yeah, that was an older time lapse from yesterday. So this is the 12 hours ago to current. So you can see what happened in the night. Wait a second. Something's wrong here. The camera's off. Kilter. It's not facing the same direction as I expected. What's wrong with this picture? Is it not facing the same way I expected? Like, where's the fire in the foreground? Why is it only on the right side? Oh, did they pivot it to the left? Okay. Discombobulating. All right. Hopefully we'll get a break in the smoke here to figure out why the camera position changed. That's eerie and beautiful in a weird way. Cheryl says some places only have 63 firefighters versus probably hundreds of homes. Yeah, I know, Cheryl. It's just when they use the word triage, it means they're going to lose some of the patients, just like, a battlefield surgeon. And it means we'll save what we can, and what is best prepared to be saved. We'll prioritize the ones that have the best chance. That's why it's important to make your own home defensible. Firefighters will roll by and say, let's save that one. All right, I guess we'll just look. Yeah, why in God's name is it looking due north? Almost. North, slightly northeast. That's not where the fire is. Okay. Great. So Death Ball is no longer pointed at the fire particularly. It's to the western flank was what was on the far right. So, great. What the hell's going on with this? We can look at the crazy stuff on Smith Ridge. So this has been concerning me. So sorry, let me orient people. Smith Ridge is got a front row seat to the northeastern flank, east flank and northeastern flank, the Lookout Fire, and it's not zoomed. Like it's very close to looking at the Cascades. Like it looks kind of almost directly up at the mountains. There's a steep climb into the Cascades. It's but it's a breach to Lookout Fire. Let me orient people on the map. Go up to Oregon. Okay, that's Washington. So you'll see Eugene here. Shaded relief. You can see the Cascade Mountains, pretty serious mountains. The elevation here is around 5,000-ish feet up here. So you got the mountain pass, goes from Eugene all the way through here. Mountain passes are also known as giant wind tunnels. So the big footprint of the fire is their last map. God knows when that was. They're mapping it right now because we saw an aircraft over here. This is where that Smith River cam is, or it's not, excuse me, Smith Ridge cam is, not river, that's California. So it's right over here looking directly up, and you can see these are the latest heat signatures with Motus and Veers. We switch to GOES. Remember, these are outdated. Motus and Veers could be 4, 6, 8 hours outdated. We go to GOES, however, that's usually coming around every 20 minutes or so. Except it looks like satellites haven't been around for a bit. Or it's maintenance time and they're not updating to CalTOPO. I mean, it could mean that there hasn't been a flare up in a while, but the cams are telling a different story. So I would say that it's just updating right now. So we have the more primitive version of the website, but that looks pretty dang active right now to me. Doesn't it look like that to you? So here's the Smith River cam. Now I'm going to read about the lookout. Remember, this is northeast of the fire, looking to the southwest portion of it. Looking at the eastern side of the fire. Okay, update. Around an hour ago, Lookout Fire is the morning update on the 23rd. 13,000 acres and some change. Started on August 5th by lightning. containment 6%, which means about nothing. But they did an incredible job holding the 700 road when I didn't think they could. So that saved the town of McKenzie Bridge. Knock on wood, they can still hold it. And most of the activity seems to be on the east side because we had a west wind, yesterday, like I said. But all hell broke loose on the east side. The community meeting will be held tonight, Wednesday, from 5:30 to 6:30 at McKenzie River High School. The meeting will be broadcast on the Lookout Fire Facebook page at 8 p.m. Well, that's good that they didn't try to do it live again because that didn't work very well last time. I went live just to show two different, the Bedrock and the Lookout Fire community meetings, and both of them didn't get uploaded. The Lookout one was like a robot. Let's replay that 12-hour street time lapse because I actually looked down and missed it. There's a reservoir. That's where that body of water is. I'm not that familiar with the layout of the land, but whoever works there has got to be a bit nervous seeing this. Like, this would be a giant red glow out the window and a giant red and orange glow reflecting in that water. I wish we had a nighttime color view. So we'll read about how they're going to, what I'm curious about is what are they going to do now? There's not that many roads or anything to the north. Is it just going to spread north into the next over mountain pass here on the east side? Is it? They've got lava beds, literally lava beds with almost no trees growing on them, just across the highway. But with long distance ever travel, definitely to the north is plenty of fuel. So let's see how are they going to handle this? Current situation, the fire behavior is moderate at the Lookout Fire on Tuesday. Did not particularly look that moderate, at least not Monday night. With the exception of several spot fires across Deer Creek Road on the fire's northeast flank. Oh, yeah. With the exception of what we see. This is the northeast flank. In the last 12 hours. So hand crews and engine crews are making good progress containing the spot fires, assisted by water drop and helicopters. And that's just normal. When you have fires at high elevation like this and really steep slopes, that burning debris, they're seeing lichens and moss. It's, being ripped off the branches of trees. It's floating around in the wind. And because there's a steep drop off, because the mountains end at eastern Oregon, just, like in a 5-mile kind of chunk there. Since it's a steep drop off, the embers can just fly long distances before they hit the ground. It's like throwing a paper airplane out of the Empire State Building or something. You can travel further. So gusty winds out of the west cleared out dense smoke that was lingering over the area yesterday. Excuse me, phone acting up. Stop this. Come on, phone. Okay, lost my place. Going back. Gusty winds out of the west cleared out dense smoke that was lingering over the area yesterday, giving way to clear skies and improved visibility for the air ops. Yeah, it's in mountainous terrain like this, it's helicopters that rule the roost and can help the most. Now, a warming trend will begin today with critical fire weather and a chance of thunderstorms forecast for Thursday. Oh, great. Great. Hold on to your butts tomorrow. In the higher elevations along northwest flank, yesterday's cooler temps and higher humidity inhibited burning operations. So it was too damp to light a fire and have it catch on purpose. Oh, the irony. But like I said, it was the Pacific Ocean, the wet, cool Alaska stuff that the remnants of the hurricane sucked in. Like the hurricane was rotating around and then air was sucked in from other sides on the west, east, and south part of the remnants of the hurricane, I should say, that tropical, whatever it was at the time. Now, to the north side of that, as it tracked north through eastern Oregon, headed towards Canada, it was pushing air ahead of it and fanning up fires, pushing the desert air ahead of it. And that spawned a whole bunch of lightning and crazy thunderstorms. I saw on the cams that some of the clouds had bubbles under the underside of them, just like you see before tornadoes form. Like they really look like little bumps on the underside of the clouds. It's like a cloud with chicken pox. So it was nasty and crazy. So the western flank though got kissed by the cool air, moist air of the Pacific, and so they tried to make firing ops happen, and it failed. The firing ops were intended to secure Road 2633. So that's called Mill Creek Road. Firing ops will progress in the area today, though. Now, whoops, it just updated in front of my face. Did we just get a new update? Let me refresh. Or is that like a bug with the app? Watch Duty. I don't know. Don't have an update. That's weird. Just refreshed randomly. Where was I? So, critical fire weather and a chance for thunderstorms forecast for Thursday. Hold on to your butts. In the higher elevations, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I read that. Firing operations will progress today, though, along the fire's southeast flank in more favorable burning conditions. Now let's look at the current weather in Eugene and how this is affecting things. Bedrock and the lookout. Put your questions in chat. I'll look at chat in a minute. Let's kind of zoom out and kind of see Oregon in general. Yeah. So if I put the crosshair there, that would be the weather forecast for that area. Blue River, blah, blah, blah. Let's lock that down in case I move the screen. We got the same weather forecast for right near the Mackenzie Bridge. Excuse me, I got a drink. Okay. Now you can see there's some prevailing wind coming out of the south. It's very mild though. Boy, the Pacific has calmed down. Hope I don't lose my voice again. We're going to push through though. So there's a little bit of a west wind though. It's kind of erratic. You kind of see it in some points. A wind is sort of forming off the Cascades and it's traveling east northeast. The wind direction might push the fire to the east northeast. Northeast tip of it's going to be the most active. So let's see how they're going to try to hold that. If I take it out of dark mode, I don't know if this will be easier to see. It's usually harder to see the wind, but a lot of people hate this mode. So let me topography maybe. Okay, I hope this gives you a clean view, an idea of what's happening, but now you can barely see the wind, like even if you had a big screen. What can you do? Here, you can see the forecast for the area right here. If we click on the wind, come on, respond. It's almost dead calm, saying hazy, wind gusts around 10-ish miles an hour, wind direction from the northeast. But that's not what the diagram is showing, but it just goes to show that you can just skip one canyon over and be one drainage over in the wind directions from a different area. So I don't think they have anything that'll help them predict how to do this. Okay, mostly the game with the lookout fire has been from the start, fight fire with fire. Since they don't have much road access, it's steep, rugged terrain, it's on top of a mountain, there's lots of drainages, blah, blah, blah. They've been trying to burn the vegetation out in front of the fire before it reaches that vegetation. And improving the roads and stuff, of course, but then they might be able to hold it when the main fire comes back that way. There hasn't been much talk about going direct. Occasionally they have, but they won't do that too much in a place where they can't have an escape route. Just firefighters are trained now, don't go into death traps if you can't escape really quickly if the weather changes on you and the wind blows back on you. And there's just not that many roads, like I said. Let's go back to reading the update on the lookout. This was posted around 45 minutes ago. Oregon State Fire Marshal resources are demobilizing this morning and returning to their home agencies. Oh, I'm so sorry. I think I skipped a little bit. Yeah, I skipped a tiny bit. Okay, so they wanted to burn and do a firing up by yesterday by 2633 Road, which is called Mill Creek Road, and it failed because it was too moist yesterday. However, above the fire's northern flank, crews with heavy equipment, including bulldozers and masticators, take a shot, are clearing hazard trees and vegetation along the roads, prepping for the burning ops to prevent the fire spread to the north. Ah, this is the meat and potatoes we wanted. On the fire's southern flank, firefighters are progressing with mop-up along the 700 road working to the east. Yes. That means the town of Mackenzie Bridge is much, much, much more safe than it was. Oregon State Fire Marshal, here we go. Resources are demobilizing this morning, returning to their home agencies. Oh, why did you just update again? Yeah, I lost my place. Should say it refreshed and not really updated. I just needed to stop touching it as I'm scrolling. Structural task forces from Clatsop, Tillamook, Lane, Clackamas, Deschutes, Yamhill, and Marion counties, as well as from California Office of Emergency Services, which is called Cal OES, had responded to this incident. Remember, we got help from California. So they're going home. I did hear a chatter near Portland just randomly over the weekend, too, with scanner radio. Because Portland had a ton of fires over the weekend. They just whack-a-mole with those vegetation fires and homeless campfires and stuff. Several structure fires, a couple commercial fires. It was very active. I did hear one crew saying, "We have returned from the Bedrock fire. We're back in station." So there's a lot of help that came from other districts to these Cascade fires. So that extra help is going home now. And the OSFM task forces assist 1,023 structures. And they prepped 560 more for protection while assigned to the lookout fire. It's great. What's OSFM again? Oregon something? Oregon State Fire Marshal. Okay, so that's awesome. City firefighters don't really know how to fight a wildland fire. It's totally different. It's like a heart and a brain surgeon, right? So their best use sometimes is babysit the homes, and they actually know how to put out a house fire. Wildland firefighters don't know how to put out a house fire. Well, we go out and do our thing in the wild. I think that's a great use of teamwork. Great use of teamwork. Now let me pull my window up and make sure I'm not ignoring chat. Okay. Otter says, what site are you using for the one shown? This is my radar, and this is my app that is on my app that is actually on my desktop. So I'm just showing you app view right now. It's really good. It's amazing on the cell phone. So if you go to Google Play Store or whatever for your whatever store, Microsoft Store, it's there. It's there for Windows, Google Play Store for Android, whatever that is, the App Store for iPhone. It's incredible. The wind is mesmerizingly beautiful on the phone. It's just not as good on Windows, but it's like you could look at it all day. It's all pink and purple and stuff. Yeah, you're very welcome, Otter. Sorry, I have not seen too much chat. I'm trying to get through this. This is a complicated, very, very long update, and people need to understand what I'm talking about because it's such a long update. I'm scrolling. There's a lot more paragraphs to read, and thus I'm stopping to explain things as I read it because I will not remember at the end of this what needs notation so people understand this. Like, people will be like, why did the firing ups stop? Well, unless you knew about yesterday's weather and how damp it was and the remnants of the hurricane, you wouldn't know. Okay, so they're prepping. Long story short, the current summary is they got one more day, which is today, of pleasant weather, but nevertheless, the fire is still actively burning, just like we saw in the cams on the northeast flank. I don't know how they're going to stop it. I mean, I know there's a lava beds thing over there, so it would stop it from getting into flatlands in that particular section, but I don't know how they're going to stop it from going north. Now, just a little bit, zoom in a little bit. The actual north flank right here, oh, you guys can't really see a cursor, it's too tiny. Not the northwest, but the north flank, they're bulldozing and stuff, masticating, building roads, I suspect. But northeast flank is too active. It's spilling over the east portion of the Cascades. It's threatening this reservoir. And when you see the Smith, whatever ridge cam, you see the dam up there, and you see the smaller reservoir below by Highway 126. That's how you can orient yourself when you see the cams. It's kind of different. I don't know how much better that is. I don't know. I think I had this as the best. Unless they're going to do shaded relief, you can't see the slope and know that the mountains are ending here and Eastern Oregon is beginning. Well, Central Oregon, I should say. Excuse me. Everybody in Bend is like, we're not Eastern Oregon, we're Central. All right, so there's info on the evacuation centers, which everybody evacuated already knows about. Let's go back to what are they going to do about this? What I want to know is what's the plan for this northeast flank? That's going to be the biggest challenge. It's extremely concerning. There's not like a town right in its way, but there's critical infrastructure at the dam, and is it going to just from here go north and just spread through the Cascades, just running? Because this has never had a lot of roads or anything. There's not a lot of way to stop it. So let's read that. Let's put the forecast back on. Okay. So they are masticating, making lines on the north section. Clearing the hazard trees, vegetation along the roads, prepping burning operations to prevent the fire spread to the north. So they'll try to just light the landscape on fire in front of it and Hail Mary, hopefully enough the dead stuff on the ground will burn off with their burning ops, so it will be not as intense when it reaches them, and they might be able to hold lines, hopefully. But it can often be a bit of a last resort. If you don't have fire roads, this is the result. They just light the landscape on fire to try to fight fire with fire. And I'm not critical. They have nothing to lose with that. Oregon State Fire Marshal resources demobilized, blah, blah, blah. The rapid management of this fire would not have been possible without the quick actions of local resources. The support of the community, the hard work of our response partners. Wildland resources will remain in place and will continue to provide structural protection should it become necessary. Local agencies will continue to provide protection to the impacted communities, and OSFM, Oregon State Fire Marshal resources, remain available to return should a need arise. That's great. Evacuation centers are at Lowell High School, and we already know that. Large animal shelter at Lane County Fairgrounds in Eugene. Let's go look back at the cams. So it's our current view. Smoke is going directly towards Smith Ridge Lane cam, which is located northeast of fire. Like I said, that's where the fire is going. So as fire goes where the wind blows, and if smoke goes your way, fire's coming that way too. Let's do the 12-hour time lapse again. So people are oriented. So review of the evacuations. We already know about the go nows. Level 3s for the North Bank Road, all that areas north of Highway 126. Between North Bank Road and Drury Lane, Mona Campground, Lookout Campground, H.J. Andrews headquarters. Yeah, the experimental forest headquarters. Even the experimental forest just mostly just burned up. Well, here we are. It's like having your airport get destroyed and still having the tower, I guess. It's the H.J. Andrews headquarters and the area west of Highway 126 from Scott Road into Linn County, north into Linn County. It's a huge area now from what it was. Level 2 zones are blah, 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 blah. We'll just look at a map. Level 1s are south of Highway 126 and the Mackenzie River. Basically, it follows it. From Blue River Reservoir Road, east to the east end of Mackenzie River Drive, blah, blah, blah. We'll just look at the map. For Lane County evacuation updates, visit this Lane County website. For Lynn County, this is burning right on the county line. Blah, blah, blah. Level 3s for Lolly Campground, Trail Bridge Reservoir, Campground, Trail Systems. Like I said, there's not a lot of habitations here to the northeast flank, but we don't want the old growth to burn down. There's not much left in Cascades. Okay, level 1 being blah, blah, blah. This is a huge amount. But I've just read everything relevant. So let's just, a picture's worth 1,000 words. Let's look at the evacuation map. In fact, I think this is still it. Now let's refresh and see if this changed. It's the Lookout and Bedrock fires. I think this one is Lane County. ArcGIS. Did it change? Yeah. It changed. It got big. I never thought it would, we'd see. I don't want to say I never thought. I didn't think that we would see it reach Highway 20, but that is a possibility, and that's reflected in these evacuation zones and warnings. And I applaud them. I mean, look how far the fire is away from Highway 20. It's another mountain pass. It would be a nightmare if it reached another mountain pass. It's just going to get bigger and bigger. But they are trying to prep the public for this possibility. There's a lot of homes and stuff on the Santiam Highway up there and Highway 20. Because what is there to stop it? Fires always grow until something stops them. So do they have any super fire lines or super roads? No, it's the middle of the Willamette National Forest. No east or west major highways because the mountain passes don't exist here in a way that could facilitate a highway. Steep rugged terrain, lots and lots of fuel. Some of these areas haven't seen fires in just decades, so it's just been, some of them are like dead old growth trees all over the landscape. Not much logging or anything done here either, so not a lot of roads, huge fuel load, high altitude, winds, red flag conditions, very dry. It's not quite a drought, but it's much less rainfall than Oregon usually gets because of El Nino. Hold on to your butts. You know, hold on to your butts. I really wish to run into the hurricane rain this out, but it didn't. So now we're going to watch the video of the Lookout fire. Because I just read you all this stuff. This is why I gave you some visual aids while I was reading. I just read all this crap. My throat doesn't like this. Let's take a little break and watch. I hope we can get Facebook tricked again because it's locked me out. And now tell me guys in the chat which fire you want to look at next. The crazy stuff that happened in Spokane, I barely had time to look at. I am feeling incredibly guilty about that. Let's see the video timestamp. But like I said, I had a court order to produce evidence, and so I had to produce evidence. If I had a laptop, then I could do Firestream on the laptop and at least give like 30-minute increment updates. So I'm gonna push hard for a goal, as a goal for fundraising, so that I don't have to disappear if I have to use my computer for something like that to the Firestream. So there are solutions here. It's not every day I'm in a lawsuit either. But here we are. So we'll try to fix this. Thank you. Chris, for all your donations and all of your support, guys. Most of them are coming in from PayPal, and they're kind of invisible, but when they do, they're extremely appreciated right now. We're gonna fix these problems that we have. Money is what fixes most. Now I'm sorry, guys, because Strange Reverend wasn't here. I didn't put up my PayPal link. I'll probably be referencing, hey guys, it's been in the chat, and it's not. So let me do that real quick. Have to do something off screen real quick. I'm gonna watch that video. Okay. About PayPal, I encourage, sorry, a lot of people hate PayPal, like hate it, but YouTube takes 30%. So what are we going to do? God, that is an extremely long link. Why is it long? Okay, here we go. Here. Putting in the chat. Now, I hope to do a big thank you stream. I always say that, but really, there's like 20 key donators keeping us afloat right now, and you are so much appreciated. You guys know exactly who you are. Let's see if I can trick Facebook into playing without logging in.
Hey, good morning. I'm Brandon Stoltenmeyer, Operations Section for Northwest Team 6 on the Lookout Fire. We're going to go over a morning operational briefing of what...
No, not that window. This one. All right.
Hey, good morning. I'm Brandon Stoltenmeyer, Operations Section for Northwest Team 6 on the Lookout Fire. We're going to go over a morning operational briefing of what's going on in the fire and what's been accomplished. I don't have my OSFM counterpart today. They have demobbed off the fire, but don't worry, we do have structure protection in place on the east and west. We have two different groups, and they are taking over right where OSFM left off and putting people in and making sure that everything is still secure along the McKenzie Bridge and Rainbow and all the other communities down there. So we'll get started with going around the map here. We're going to start in Division Alpha, which is this section all the way up to here. So Division Alpha yesterday wasn't a very good day for burning. It was not, didn't have really good consumption and not the behavior we were wanting. We just didn't want to put fire on the ground and it come back and be a big mess. So they held off and are looking at trying to hopefully fire again today. They're going to be firing up in this general direction and tying into 1506 Road, which comes off of the 15 Road just above Blue River Lake. All right, and then going to Division Bravo. Division Bravo is continuing to prep and get lines better on 1508. They are looking hard at some of these interior lines, trying to get this closer up so we can hopefully minimize some acres. And they're also looking here with Division Delta, trying to find a better handoff spot than the current one at midway up 1508. Division Delta, they are also doing similar as Bravo. They're prepping 1508 Road and trying to get it around to tie into the 2654 Road. Good operation going, lots of work being done, a lot of mastication. These two divisions are where we're working 24 hours a day with a night shift. They're just switching operators on the machines and keep on going. So those machines are pretty much running 24/7 to try to get this line in. So Delta, pretty much same thing as Bravo. They're looking in closer, seeing if we have some better opportunities here. Moving over to Foxtrot. Yesterday, Foxtrot was quite active. We had fire get all the way down into Budworm Creek along the highway and along the No Name Creek and Frizzell Creek. We did have a little bit of spot over on 2654, but they're trying to pick that up, look at it today. But we also have our contingent, our alternate line that we've already pre-planned and have been working on. That kind of comes up this direction, this general direction. So there's plans in place, and we're looking at things. Division November, they were we're finishing their prep up. They were doing some prep around some of these Forest Service structures down here, and they've figured out a way that November and Tango are going to come in together. And coming around to Tango, they also were trying to do some burning yesterday. They did bring it down a little ways with some hand firing, and we're also using the UAS platform with dropping plastic spheres. So we did get some good accomplishments yesterday. Just wanted to mention also all the big smoke that everyone saw yesterday. That was not on us. That was actually the Bedrock fire, but their smoke was dropping out on us, which was hindering some of our operations also. But overall, a very good day on the Lookout and hoping for a repeat of today. Also, and last bit of really good news, we were able to add a little bit more containment on our map. Down here on Victor, about the last little bit on Victor going east towards Tango, we were blacking that on the map, and it's looking really good. So we were calling all of Victor controlled. Coming up into Zulu, also, we're starting to look at some really good depth on that line with the mop-up, and hopefully here soon we'll have some control on that also. And that is it. Thank you.
Okay, I hope the volume was okay. It was bouncing around a little bit. So I'm going to mute that and rewind a little bit. I wanted to know much more about the northeast flank. They said they were doing structure protection up there. Pause. That's amazing that they held the 700 road and now they're calling it Black Line. Yes, that is what protects the town of Mackenzie Bridge and kind of by proxy Rainbow. I'm still worried for Belknap, Hot Springs, and a couple other spots, but we'll take what we can get. Fire's been blowing the wind has been blowing the fire to the north and to the northeast, and that good fortune has spared most of the towns. It's the wind direction, plus their hard work. I mean, firefighters can only work with what they're given. They get the hand that they're dealt, blah blah blah. Play the hand you're dealt. But they did an amazing job with that. They had very late evacuations, but I mean, there's some bureaucratic nightmare that explains that. But I'm still very concerned that the fire is going to run to the north and hit eventually the Highway 20 Santiam Canyon up there. The nightmare was that the fire in the first place got into any of the mountain passes, the east-west mountain passes. There's only a few through the Cascades. The fact that it spilled over and got into the Mackenzie River mountain pass there was nightmarish. We all remember that, as I put the screenshot on Facebook, like, tell us how this is okay. Remember that? Because they weren't evacuating people yet. Other than that criticism, they did a pretty dang good job of actually fighting the fire and protecting structures. That's been amazing. This is incredibly difficult nightmare terrain. But I want to go back and have my utmost attention right there on that spot. He said on the north flank, the dozers and the masticators and everything are going 24/7. That's great. And I imagine it's too active to be right directly in front of it in the northeast. So they've got bad weather starting tomorrow. We've got high temperatures and at least low to mid 90s happening in Portland. So, hold on to your butts. It's thunderstorm activity possible tomorrow. They got to work around the clock now to do all the preps they can for the worsening weather. I'm going to go right back to this section. It's the most critical part to understand. I'll start right here. Let's turn the sound back on.
One at midway up 1508. Division Delta, they are also doing similar as Bravo. They're prepping 1508 road and trying to get it around to tie into the 2654 road. Good operation going, lots of work being done, a lot of mastication. These two divisions are where we're working.
By the way, take a shot. 24
hours a day with a night shift. They're just switching operators on the machines and keep on going. So those machines are pretty much running 24/7 to try to get this line in. So Delta, pretty much same thing as Bravo. They're looking in closer, seeing if we have some better opportunities here. Moving over to Foxtrot. Yesterday, Foxtrot was quite active. We had fire get all the way down into Budworm Creek along the highway and along the No Name Creek and Frizzell Creek. We did have a little bit of spot over on 2654, but they're trying to pick that up, look at it today. But we also have our contingent, our alternate line that we've already pre-planned and have been working on. That kind of comes up this general direction. So there's plans in place, and we're looking at things. Division November, they were we're finishing their prep up. They were doing some prep around some of these Forest Service structures down here, and they've figured out a way that November and Tango are gonna coming together. And coming around to Tango,
okay.
They also were trying to do some burning yesterday.
Did you get anything
they did bring it down a little.
Did you guys get anything out of that? I didn't. What's being done up there? What's the plan? They're chasing a spot fire. What's the plan and what's going to happen? What do they expect it to do? That's what we need to know. Rewind a little bit. Did we just skip it, or was that just not provided? About the mastication thing. The North Flank is quite active. Hello from Port Orford. How you doing, Devers? Good to see you. Devers loves life. How's the weather over there? This is like $1 million question: is how are they going to get a handle on this? Now, these are pretty good roads. You can see on the map, like there. I believe that's a road. I mean, one of which is the highway, which hugs eastern side here. but you see how it's so deep in the canyon. It's not really that much of a barrier to the fire. This is such high elevation that it would just blow over the top of them into another ridge top. So seeing this really, what looks like a good road, I'll have to look that up on the map. I don't remember seeing that before. It's too small for me to see what that is. There's a very steep drop off on that elevation. So let's just. Am I just missing
We
something?
have some better opportunities here. Moving over to Foxtrot. Yesterday, Foxtrot was quite active. We had fire get all the way down into Budworm Creek along the highway and along the No Name Creek and Frizzell Creek. We did have a little bit of spot over on 2654, but they're trying to pick that up, look at it today. But we also have our contingent, our alternate line that we've already pre-planned and have been working on. That kind of comes up this general direction.
But please elaborate. Like, where? You know? I wonder if the Smith Ridge camera will pivot over and look that direction. Or if we have any other cams that'll look right. I'm so mad that Deathball Mountain. Let's look at our cams right now and see if this is the one at Smith Ridge. This is our current view, I believe. So you can see that the fire's up here. Smoke is going directly towards the cam, so the fire is drifting. It's supposed to be a northeast wind, but not right here, not from what we're seeing. Smoke is going to the cam from the fire, so I believe, at least in some parts here, that at least on those ridge tops, just like we see a little bit on my radar, that that particular spot, the wind is blowing to the northeast, not from. And that is our latest view right there. So they've got some sort of contingency lines prepped, but how well, where are they? I just would like more information about that because it could run the ridge tops a south wind. That's better to show you in Caltobo. So here's where the fire is. Let's see if we got those detections. Okay, we do have one. It's gray. Maybe that's why I didn't see it before. That's probably firing up that they were explaining they were going to do today rather than yesterday. So maybe it's a little bit less activity. Maybe the smoke's kind of damping it down. But it's right here, and he said that it went down, and they had a slop over, which means it violated across a road. He kind of said the word spot and slop and merged them together, almost the same thing here. So Deer Creek, Fritz Creek. He said one of them was called No Name. I don't even see that. So I would imagine this looks like the best road. That this one going north is what they're talking about. Put on the Forest Service. There we go. There we go. This tells a story. So shade relief. You can see that, like I said, it looks like a very nice road. This 2654 here. I mean, for a forest road, right? It's not like a highway. The highway here is in deep red. Now, he said that it slopped over. Now, like I said, the fire's up in here where it says Quadrangle 22. A little bit on the east side. It's partly on Quadrangle 23. Now, embers can go over and get into 2014, even though they're trying to hold a ridge. What prevents it from just running due north if we have a south wind? And then getting up in here towards Highway 20. Like, they have evacuations up to Highway 20. It's kind of unreal. That's way up here, guys. Wow. Wow. Like, just to be clear on how far away that is, the fire is down here, and they have evacuation notices up to Highway 20. Up there. I'm so sorry I can't use the magic pen. When I get my third monitor back up and running, we'll be able to use the pen. Right now, I'm just trying desperately to gesture. I should probably just increase my. You know what? I use my Windows settings. Let's increase the cursor size. Cursor size. Okay. You're awesome. Good. House portal for weather. Jim Schaefer says, what's happening in Spokane in Canada? That's next. So let me, Cheryl updated us on Canada again. Cheryl, do you want to give us another little update? She just posted a bunch of links. I'm going to show you the live views of Canada. I don't think, if you guys know of a good cam where we can just try to figure out what's going on in Spokane, that'd be good. Maybe I should make my cursor hot pink. Do you guys want hot pink? That'd be, that would stand out against all backgrounds, I think. That's text cursor. I want mouse cursor. Oh crap, I just made text cursor hot pink. Okay, mouse pointer. Right, I didn't mean cursor, I meant pointer. Okay, mouse color. Hot pink. Change the pointer size. Oh wow, it's huge now. Does this even work? That's not, what the hell's going on? Okay, like, see how it's hot pink? That didn't work. Sorry, friends, we're just try this for a second. Maybe if it goes a little bit. Okay. We got black. But making it larger and going hot pink has not worked. Alright, sorry, friends. That sucks. I'll try to figure that out with OBS, which is the capture software I'm using right now to stream. Okay, well, here we are. I'll just make it white again, but bigger. Let's see if this is going to scale correctly. It is not going to scale correctly. Tried. I tried. All right, we'll just have to fix the magic pen later. So if you put on shade relief, see just nightmare terrain is hugging where the Cascades kind of end here, sort of. There's kind of like this little intermediate area, then you get the High Oregon Desert and prairie over here. So it's like it's originated here, right there. And the first nightmare was we don't want it in the east-west mountain passes. They'll erase the communities like Detroit Lake, Mill City, Lyons. You know, the Holiday Farm fire. You know, everything west of here happened. So like Beachy Creek, Holiday Farm style. We also don't want fire looming over the communities down here, and yet it was. It spilled over live on the stream. It is now in this canyon. So we really don't want it here. The next nightmare would be, does it travel north enough to get to the next east-west mountain pass, which is Highway 20? What, right up here, right? Yeah, this big shaded thing, that's Highway 20, and it's follows this. That's the Santan River, I believe. So a problem with east-west mountain passes or any kind of mountain pass is that like we saw on Labor Day in 2020, we're coming up on Labor Day. We had that crazy east wind from the east event, which is almost like Santa Ana winds for California, but it was for Oregon and Washington too, and California all at the same time. And it blew the fires in the Cascades west towards the Willamette Valley and nearly blew them into Eugene and into Salem and into Portland. Like, they were nervous, you know. That's when I dropped everything and evacuated my own mother. She was by Salem. And hot ash was raining down on my head. And those towns, like Southeast Portland, Eugene, Salem, Malala, they're only standing because A, the firefighters defended them, and B, the wind blew back the other way. But all the towns pretty much in the mountain passes with those fires got erased unless the firefighters make a stand to save them, like they did at Estacada. So can you imagine the nightmare? I mean, A, that's a lot of old growth forest that survived the 2020 fires. People not understanding what I'm talking about. There's a Holiday Farm fire right there, 2020. There's the Beachy Creek right there in 2020. It's twin, the Lion's Head. All this red stuff is 2020, and most of this damage, like the town of Racing damage, happened in 72 hours, where those winds hit. And you see the massive spread, how they just got just massively out of control. And so the riverside here was the one reaching for Portland and Estacada. So this chunk in between here was mostly spared by the 2020 fires, and now it's on fire. So this is where it is currently, and there's not much old growth left. We've lost some of the biggest chunks of remaining old growth in the Cascades just in the last 3 years, mostly in 2020. It's I think we lost more old growth in 2020 than we lost in the 50 plus years prior. But don't quote me on that yet, but it's possibly true, especially for the Cascades, if you think Oregon Cascades only. So it's incredibly sad to see. Now, they say they've got a line that's following a ridge to the north, but there's not a lot of east-west roads in general that could be a good fire line. So we'll just have to see how well this goes. Now, does anybody have any question? Because Jim Schaefer and all that, we're about to look at what happened in Spokane. Like I said, was working on court-ordered evidence that I couldn't escape. Let's look at the Gray by Spokane. I was hearing about what was happening, and I had no ability to monitor that live or even find out. Like, I just doom scrolled Twitter a little bit, and then I had to get back to work. I was pushing myself very hard because I thought that I would be done with that lawsuit, that if I had enough evidence to present, I could convince them to give up and settle out of court. And trying to do two things at once, I kind of failed. Like, I already had the judge push that date out 3 weeks, and she goes, "You don't get another extension." I'm like, oh my God. So here we are, though. I feel very, very bad about it. We go back to non-Forest Service maps. And I just have to tell people this is not over. People think, oh, well, the end of August is the end of fire season. It's not. Don't expect the rains of September to happen very much in the Pacific Northwest, especially. Don't expect anytime soon for the Southwest Oregon and Northwest California fires to be out, because, I mean, nature does not respect a border, but what La Nina does is El Nino, which we're in right now, makes a hotter and drier Pacific Northwest in Canada. Like, Pacific Northwest includes BC here, Yukon. And so expect there to be Indian summer with high likelihood, just from my basic knowledge. So Indian summer means that there's summer throughout the fall. Like, we're talking high temperatures in October and even early November. So hold on to your butts. We could see November fires going on. A lot of these might rage until the rains of November. And we have to be honest about their outlook. Mostly it'll be rains that might be necessary to stop these fires. And so when they're putting these massive evacuation zones like this from mountain pass to mountain pass, it's reflecting reality that there's not a whole lot that humans can do to stop this. They already stopped the dozens of lightning strike fires that were in this region. They did a great job, and the lookout was the lightning strike they couldn't access in the steep rugged terrain. Okay, thank you, Jane Blackbear. I'm going to, right before we go to the Gray Fire, let's look at that. There's a new evacuation warning in the SR complex. I did not get a watch duty. Wow. I did not get a watch duty update because I have the maximum amount of, I found out there's a maximum amount of notifications. And since I'm plugged into all the different counties of Oregon and all of them of California, my notifications fill up to the 24 limit, and then I can't hear anything else after that. So let me clear that so that, thank you for keeping me up to date. We crowdsource information here, and that's probably important. So I'm going through my various earthquake and wildfire scroll things here. Man, there's a lot of... Okay, there we go. I just cleared it. So I can get new ones, but do tell me what's going on. I do think the rains in November will be whatever puts out the lookout, or if we get lucky with a rain storm, that could like weaken it, and then maybe they could go direct. But don't get your hopes up. We're looking at the late season rains for the bedrock and lookout, I think, at the worst case scenario. Now, let's go back to the most frightening fires of today that are most active are the SRF, Smith River Complex. We got several communities there. I need to check on the head fire too, but we're going to quickly, 4 minutes ago, we have new evacuations. Okay, so breaking news on the, excuse me, on the SRF Smith River Complex in Del Norte County. They have now upgraded a level 3 go now for the low divide area. That was fast. When I started the stream right about 9, it was a level 1 was level 2, now it's level 3. Now this, you have to remember guys that level 2 usually means expect a level 3. I mean, you might just stay at level 2 for a while and then eventually go down to level 1. But level 2 means expect level 3. How much can you pack in a couple of hours to a couple of minutes? Now, that's why level 1, and I don't like law enforcement kind of saying something that misleads the public. Level 1 is be aware. No, level 1 is start packing. Okay, like seriously get ready. Seriously start your prep. Like defend your house. Like soffit vents. Put the screens up. Let's see where this is from. I got a helicopter moving in the area. I'm going back and forth on the Oregon border. But level 2 is often means 3 is coming. Level 2 is like you are already packed and ready. Level 2 means be ready to go to moment's notice, not start being ready at a moment's notice. It means that you are already. So as soon as level 2 hits, if you didn't do your prep time during level 1, you are way behind in the game. Sometimes a level 3 gets called an hour later, or sometimes 5 minutes later. Sometimes 1s go to 3s, but I think law enforcement needs to, and experts need to really make that clear to the public that when level 1 is called, that's your opportunity to get packed and ready. Level 2 means you're done with it. All right, so low divide area at Highway 197 from mile marker 1 to 13, intersection of low divide with Rowdy Creek Road. All right, so let's look at the high divide cameras. That's probably going to show that, but I want to show this where this is on the road. Due to current and expected fire behavior, hold on to your butts. So low divide 197, okay, low divide road with Rowdy Creek Road. Let's look this up, and we'll go to Spokane next. So low divide and Rowdy Road, Del Norte County, California. Okay, here's our intersection. So, wow, this is significantly northwest of Gasquet, excuse me. Sorry, friends. Remember Gasquet? Tell me whenever I'm saying that right. Hey, Angelina, is down here. And so that road, if you hit enter, takes us way over there. So there's low divides intersection with Rowdy. Now, wow, there's a lot of mines and stuff. Some of them are probably still active. Some of them probably have a lot of history there. It's just sad. I was supposed to, before I ever did a fire stream, I wanted to document history before it was lost to time and fire and stuff. It's going to drive around landscape. It's burning up faster than I can film. It's just... Okay. So we've got, let's see where the current heat, we've got ghost detections on. Let's see, issuing a level 3 right now. Let's look at our wind. It's all over the place. It's colliding. Wind out of the northeast in Cave Junction area is colliding down here near Gasquet with wind coming off the Pacific. That's high, much faster. 30 to 35 mile/hour wind gusts coming off the Pacific. Hold on to your butts. It's going to create some erratic stuff, but it's going to get new oxygen from all sides. So I can see the concerns. So if we can't see the gray, but the gray right here is out of heat detections. And like I said, if you turn on the fire activity and it goes and you look at the, oops, I have to turn off the historic map. Gray is heat detectors for 6 to 12 hours old. So let's look at the high divide cameras. Now they are up here in the corner usually looking due east, and we've seen some crazy, scary activity on those. So it's Axis Wild Frontier again. Wild Frontier. Okay. Now, where's Red Mountain? Okay, it's not looking the correct direction. High Divide is up here. You can see Crescent City. So if you follow Crescent City, find where Gasquet is, you would leave Crescent City and get off Highway 101, go east on 199. So let's look at the High Divide cam right now. I have updated breaking news level 3 evacuations for this region, just due east of the High Divide cam. That's on watch duty. And I want to know why. So this is our panorama right now. They said they expect the activity to increase. So High Divide 1 is the one that has time lapse. So this is last 12 hours. So we're looking due east, basically. And we've had some of the scariest images from the SRF complex other than the Wild Frontier cams. Thank you for the heads up. Let's see, what's our timestamp? 2010-ish. New evac. I'll look at the map in a minute for north of Gasquet. Yeah, thanks, Jane. You're awesome. Now, guys, if you ever get any information, like, don't assume that I know it. It is extremely hard to keep track of. What is it, like 56 counties that I have on watch duty notifications and just keeping up with them? Like, don't assume I already know stuff. If you get especially a code red or some other alert on your phone that says evacuations go now, do share it with the chat. You could be the one reporting it to us. That's very valuable. Angelina says, we got so lucky with the rain on Monday in Northeast California. Yes, our SKU August complex fire is nearly out. That was the one by Mount Shasta or east of there, right? Or was it over by Pondoza? I can't remember what that one was even called. It was a big complex. Almost all of California was ablaze last week. It was just complete and utter insanity. So even though we have smoke has killed our visibility, this has shown at one point 5 different lightning strike fires that were large that all merged together, and we saw pyrocumulus clouds and new lightning fires start from new, rolling across the landscape thunderstorms. Now we should probably watch a weather forecast to see what they think. Oh, north of MacArthur, yeah, okay, that explains that. The SKU complex. There's so many to keep track of now. So like I said, Del Norte County, it's upgraded at level 3 go now for the low divide area of Highway 197 from mile marker 1 to 13. Due to current expected fire behavior, this is a road closure in effect for the end of Rowdy Creek Road at the gravel pit. I think we just saw the gravel pit on when we zoomed in, didn't we? So it's deceiving. Gray is barely visible, but there is a lot of fire in this area. And like I said, Gasquet is looking down the barrel of a gun in many different ways. This north wind could be driving it towards the town. We need to look at that town. It's under level 3. Thank God, finally is. But the cams, I believe, are right over here, looking due east. The High Divide cam. Or it's here, looking due east. But if you look back, yeah, gravel pit here. Now let's look at evacuation map. Is that just released? An hour ago. Okay, we have an official update that I'm going to read. So sorry, we will be looking at Spokane right next. This is the most rapidly changing situation I know about. Unless there's something crazy happening in Washington, you guys have to let me know. So 4 hours ago, they upgraded it to level 2, and then it went to level 3. So if people had wasted those couple of hours or thought they've got more time, you don't. People only had 4 hours. Now, let's see. They did some mapping. Okay, where is our? There it is. Sorry, friends, I scrolled past it. The evacuation map. That's Josephine County. That's right. We were trying to figure this out earlier. Where the heck is there? That's Josephine County. And why are we in San Francisco? Oh, for God's sake. Wish there was just one. Just one. If we zoom in, do we have it? Do we have it? 100% contained. Whatever. That's what's sad. The Cedar fire that they put out by Del Norte County, on the 15th, 100% contained, and then new storms came in and lightning struck the same spots, and it just burned over the same spot. They're having no luck here. So this isn't a good map. Oh, Josephine County's fine over the Oregon border, but we have to go to a different, whatever. This county is using a different one, so we have to switch back between where in God's name is an evacuation map for the SRF Smith River. If it's not even easy to find on Watch Duty. The Facebook page is all behind a login wall. Goes down to Oregon. Seriously. This is why I do my show. It's harder for, can you imagine somebody elderly or poor vision or somebody who doesn't speak English trying to get this information? Even people who do, who are tech savvy, where the hell do you get it? Del Norte County website, official website, please quickly, like if you click on it, please just have an evacuation map. Oh, it refers you to the Facebook page. Oh my God, not logged in, not logged in. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? This is not right. For updated information on the Smith River Complex, how about you just update your own website? Here's what it looks, by the way, what it looks like. Like I said, it's heartbreaking. That's what the people are looking at who are on the ground. They're seeing this out the window. Patrick Creek Lodge, it was beautiful. Update from the Office of Emergency Services, yeah. So if you click on that, you should just have an evacuation map, not this login to Facebook crap. Which increasingly now I realize I have to reset my password right now, or I can't give you the life-saving information that people need. Unbelievable. Is there something I'm missing, friends, or is this our situation? This is the kind of thing where I just want to make my own. But I can't update it, and that's what's not going to be fair to anybody. You can make your own evacuation maps if counties fail to do them. I don't know. I don't even know what. Okay. All right. So let me give you guys something to look at. We go back to the Wild Frontier cams. Wild Frontier 1. What is the current situation? Because they're expecting the wind to get worse. It's already pretty bad. As far as I can tell, if we do like a 30-minute time lapse at the Wild Frontier, we do see some smoke. There's active fire over there. You can see its column. I don't see the vegetation moving around too much, but I guess they're going to think about an increase in activity. Yeah, see the clouds moving fast across the sky. I would think, are we looking to the north? This one's messed up. Yeah, this one's messed up. Let me redo the cameras. Duplicate the tab. Click. Off. Go. Back. Wild Frontier. Okay, now we should have full show on map and everything. Wait, where's the compass feature? Where did it go? There's supposed to be a compass right here that shows the. What a time for that to be down. Okay, we can orient ourselves. I think we're looking to the north. Nope. This is the road in. We're looking south. Okay, we're looking south. Compare the map. If we go to Camp 6, location Wild Frontier camps. Wow, it really did not take us to Camp 6 now, did it? I think I had that problem before. Is it on the border? Okay, I can just find it myself. There it is, Camp 6. Yep. Anytime we see the road, we're looking south. So the Wild Frontier is actually looking the wrong direction that we want. Wild Frontier 1 is, let's see if Wild Frontier 2, it rotates, it would be hard to orient ourselves to. I mean, I have a lot of luck with it. Great. Great. Davy Crockett Camps, King of the Wild Frontier. Just gonna try last ditch effort now. Let's try to figure out Wild Frontier 2 is the one looking to the northwest. But last 3-hour time lapse, got a little bit of the wind. I just need to know which way the wind is going. We got 2 different layers of clouds going different directions. It's completely erratic. So good call on evacuating more people from more areas because this could go any which way. There's no predicting what it's going to do now if the winds are going to be nuts. Del Norte County fire weather forecast. Maybe I wish they would give us a public update. National Weather Service. Usually we'll say red flag or not, and it's not red flag. Now Gasquet is a little bit too far east. This is the Eureka one, and there's layers of terrain. What happens at the beach has nothing to do with a little bit further inland. Do we have a time lapse? Might just have to use Zoom Earth animated loops. Okay, like currently what's going on? Okay, you see the winds offshore coming from the north and going down the coast with 35-mile-an-hour wind gusts. Oh, can I zoom in? We can't? I would need to see the smoke from, yeah, great. Primitive, why can't we zoom in? There, nope, it's maximum. Unable to tell. All right. So let's just put in gas key, California. 73 degrees currently, high of 80 with areas of smoke. Do you think? And then tonight, areas of smoke. Tomorrow, high of 86, low of 55 at night generally. And then Thursday night, the thunderstorms. God, current humidity is 43%. They're saying wind speed is south wind 2 miles an hour. Yeah, it's from all over the place is what it is. What are the gusts? Calm winds becoming 5 to 7 in the afternoon. I don't know if I call that calm. Tonight, west southwest winds 6 to 11 miles, becoming east northeast in the evening. There's no way to tell what the hell will happen here. Makes it all very dangerous. Okay. All right, questions, like it's open question answer time. I'm going to the different fires as we get updates and as that is needed. So we have a rapidly changing situation, just as we've had for an entire week now in northwestern California, West Siskiyou County, northwest Shasta County, Del Norte County, and whatever one I'm forgetting about. Hold on to your butts. Let's just hope it doesn't burn the redwoods down, guys. This is one of the few years that we've had where it's been hotter and drier that the redwoods become vulnerable. It's usually misty and cool and dewy all the time, even in the middle of summer. not now. So we've got a helicopter like looking over the scenery, but let's open Zoomer and see a little bit more about the situation. Play 23rd from 5 a.m. to now. It's dark because it isn't dawn yet. Now it's dawn. Somewhat low resolution images, but this should just tell us we know off the coast we have a north wind. It just loops and it's too low. But then we don't get the. So it doesn't animate when you put it in high def mode. Why is it blank? Okay. Maybe this isn't what we hope for. Yeah, we could look at College of DePage or something, but at the moment I think we just need to move on because most of these areas are evacuated that are vulnerable, and we'd be speculating on how bad it would get. The head fire is a bit mysterious. I want to just take a quick peek on it. We're going to go over to the other major fire of concern over by Spokane. Head fire, we don't really have any cams on. They have a plane that looks like a mapping plane, or Beach King might be an eye in the sky. Could be a mapping plane, but the way it's been circling the perimeter, yeah, could be looking for hotspots. I just want to see if we've had no regular updates on the head. But 15 hours ago, they said firefighters moved in on the fires of the Happy Camp complex. Fire behavior was significantly calmer during the previous period, so they had a little bit of a window of opportunity, and 2.5 inches of rain was received over portions of the head fire. It's looking a lot better than what's going on with Del Norte County. Great. So that's great. I just want to check on that. Now we did show the Lost Fire update earlier. There's just so much to cover, but we are now going to go and figure out what the hell happened. We've got the Oregon fire and the Gray fire. Sorry, it's 2.5 hours into broadcast. People are demanding, well, why don't you just quickly summarize stuff? How? You're interrupted by new evacuations. On the bad fire days, that'll be constant. You saw how long it took me to just read the one Lookout Fires update. Fire's complicated. If you just want the basics without any understanding, you can go read it yourself, right? Without the visual aid and the crowdsourced stuff. I provide something which is, my survival knowledge. We've got people in chat providing their experience, firefighters and experts providing their experience and their knowledge, crowdsourced information, and up to the date, live satellite stuff all aggregated in one little spot. So if somebody wants me to skip all the important data, like what I think the fire is going to do and should people evacuate early, I'm not going to. My job is to explain the best case, worst case scenario in the middle ground for the communities affected, and what I think fire might do, and what questions there are, and what may happen, and to give survival advice. So I am an all-day streamer. If people want little summaries and snippets, they are already provided. And if you already know enough about fire, then you don't need to listen to me about its behavior. So informing the public, and part of my job is about we'll go to Gray fire, teaching people the basics. Like, that's what I'm trying to do. People are coming in all the time who are new. We just try to cover it all. I let chat lead me. I think that is the best thing. If somebody's in here and says, hey, what's going on with that fire, I'm going to try to get on over to it. So I was not able to cover much of what was happening. I know lightning ripped through here, storms ripped through here. And then people were talking about fire burning on both sides of the highway. Somebody said that it was Seattle that was on fire, and I looked over at Seattle and said, I don't see a damn thing, because I was working on the court the evidence the court was demanding that I produce for Tuesday's court date. So I did not see much about what happened. I heard that it was bad, and now I know that there's been fatalities. I'll never forgive myself for not being live here. I think much of the town of Medicine Lake got affected, if not destroyed. But that's my extent of the knowledge that I have. I would love to stay awake and never need any sleep and never have any other obligations, but just do what I can. So I'm happy to see that they have 48% containment on the Gray Fire, which is over by Spokane, northeast corner of Washington, border with Idaho. It's kind of close to Coeur d'Alene. I don't know what caused this. I know lightning and high winds ripped through the area, but when I first saw the first photograph, it didn't seem to be a cloud in the sky. They have a huge wheat field harvest out here, like wheat hay and the like. And it seemed like it was burning in that, and the smoke column was huge. Let me just go down to what I'm talking about. They probably have the watch duty image of when it first broke out. And this is what I first saw, and I didn't think it was a big deal. Vegetation fire in a field, upgrading to a second alarm response. And when I saw second alarm, I thought, well, that's mostly a city thing. That means the city is updating their response. It doesn't show point of origin too. We're going to find out. And then they said fires moving east and north, standing stubble in front of the fire, which is bad. It means that the harvest may have gone by with the grain, but the stalks of the grain are still standing and like also in big piles potentially. That's extremely flammable. As the winds pick it up, the hay remnants or whatever it was, alfalfa, whatever was growing, will just blow in the wind. So, but I saw this photo and I was like, well, damn, that sucks. It's near a community. But I looked and the column was going directly skyward, so it didn't look like a high wind situation. And I totally missed the latest update. I mean, earlier when it was reported what time it was, just before 1, and I did not see the updates here. It says fire has a 40-foot flame length and will likely bump Fancher Road in the next 30 minutes. This was 5 days ago when it was starting to break out. Scoopers, large aerial tankers requested. Seats unable to fly. I don't know what seats is. SEATS? Does anybody know? And then at almost 1:30, a level 3 go now was issued for everything along SR 902 to Green Gate Lane, including Medicine Lake Waterfront Park. A shelter-in-place order was issued for Eastern State Hospital. Winds are pushing the fire hard to the east, closing the state route, like what they call highway 902 at Medicine Lake. 3 additional strike teams, 15 engines are requested. I went, oh god, okay. Then they had an evacuation map, and as soon as I was refreshing it, it got bigger and bigger. Level 3 go now evac. That was by 208 was extended north to most of the city limits. So this is as it happened. Then there was another evacuation map, and it spammed me so much that I couldn't get any more updates. After you get 24 on a Samsung phone from Watch Duty, you will hear nothing new. I'm going to write to them and say, is there a way we can fix that? Because that's deadly, not getting your updates. Hey, unofficial, I hope to God you were covering this for people. I was hoping so. Seats means single engine air tanker. Okay. Thank you. So I saw this picture and went, oh my God. You can see what I mean about the harvest. This is when the wind picked up and the column is no longer vertical. It's now along the ground. 40-foot flame lengths means whatever's on fire, the wind is so strong that 40 feet away, the flame's looking at you. Like a tree could be on fire and you're 40 feet away from it and it's licking you, right? So that means it's impossible to hold a road. Or maybe like some gigantic freeway, like an 8-lane freeway in LA or something, but not a highway in rural Washington. It was flatland, and I thought, well, God, if they could just at least get some air tankers out there, I bet that'll turn the tide. And this, I guess this is yeah, I see what went wrong here. This is a shot looking to the north, and you can see that it was pushing the fire east-northeast towards the town. Then there was a bunch of confusion that said Cheney was under evacuation, and then once I cleared my watch duty updates from those 24, immediately there was 24 more that said Cheney was in danger, Cheney was under evacuation, and then a whole bunch of updates saying no, it's not. So I think especially like the ones that are irrelevant, like the erroneous notifications on watch duty, they should fix that and just get them off so you can get more, or just always have the new ones on top. Just something else needs to change. It may be a Samsung or an Android limitation on, or a current version of Android, but I will try to figure this out. Then I looked next, and there's a gigantically huge evacuation map. And they said it was 3,000 acres, and that was by just before 5 p.m. Mind you, this erupted right before 1. And in case of 4 hours, it spread 3,000 acres. And then they expanded the map again, and I was just constantly spammed. I could not keep track of it. And eventually I passed out because I'd been up all night. I had no voice. There was no way I could have spoken about this. That I feel terribly guilty. Okay, that was a watch duty update because I cleared it. I feel awful, and I don't know how to express my condolences, and I'm sorry. Okay, watch duty. It's an update on the head fire, which is what I just read already. I guess I was ahead of the game there. Actually, it's a brand new one, but it's basically what I just read. Okay, back. Not going to do that. It's just kind of a roundup of info. And then watch these maps get bigger and bigger. Then they said 8,500 acres when I woke up in the middle of the night. I thought it was a typo. Now, I try not to show fire traumatizing stuff to people like homes and businesses and stuff burning down, but I'm going to have to look at a couple. I have not seen the devastation yet. So, fire trigger warning. If you need to look away, because I don't know what we're going to see here. I don't know if Facebook's going to block this. In case there's a loud sound, I'm going to mute to start the video because sometimes it's helicopter noise. Yeah, it's town burning. It's pretty distant. It's not that traumatic. But it's a south side, I would imagine, of Medical Lake. Let's call it Medicine Lake, Medical Lake. With a lot of homes erased already and some standing like across the street. It's just helicopter noise, so I'm not going to turn on the sound. It's just a reminder that most homes are lost due to embers. It's not really the seat of the fire moving and hitting your house. It's embers, stuff blowing around in the wind. And most homes go up in smoke because embers get into the attic. The fire starts from the inside of the home. This is breaking cutting edge science about how homes are lost in wildfires, and explains a lot of the mysteries, like why would one house survive in a cul-de-sac where like almost all the other homes did not. I mean, sometimes it's the firefighters saved that one, right? And they couldn't save them all. But sometimes there's like four surviving homes and 2 didn't make it. And so they did a bunch of tests. They made structures inside of a big warehouse wind tunnel and like fake homes. Then they blew embers with high-speed fans. This is devastating. It still continues. It's not a loop. This is just how big the fire is. Holy crap. I can't make this bigger right now. I'm sorry. Damn. Holy crap. But they, long story short, the homes that had fine mesh screens under the soffit vents, the little round vents under the roof eaves, or sometimes they're like a little rectangular one. If they had a fine mesh that wasn't violated by, say, animals like squirrels or anything, or any little tear in the screen, those survived for the most part, even though embers were all over the place. We're talking about of embers like a blizzard, with all the snowflakes being red. So I'm purposefully not trying to show like the new. I didn't make that big because homes burning down is the next suggested video, which it happens on Facebook. So then when I checked things the next day, it said 185 plus structures lost. And said not evacuating is hindering the response. Yeah, they have to drop everything to get you out of the town. Meaning, like when Greenville, when they told the people to come back, I mean, fire officials and the sheriff told people, "Oh, we're only level 2 now. You can come back if you want." People came back to Greenville by the hundreds, and then had been evacuated for like 5 days. As soon as they were unpacking, the fire ran down from the mountain, and the fire they could not defend the town because all the personnel were trying to evacuate the residents. It would have been a mass death situation. We could have lost 400 or 500 people in Greenville in the Dixie Fire. And so because they were escorting people to safety, the fire trucks melted in the streets. They came back to defend the downtown and the buildings, and their fire trucks were on fire. I mean, fire trucks can't transport people, so they abandoned them to manned vehicles that could transport people out, and that's what happens. So I don't want to blame anybody, though. I don't know that this is refusal. There was so much refusal to evacuate. There was so much confusion that a lot of people probably could not hear or could not become aware of any evacuation order, because I'm sure this chewed through all the telephone lines and cell phone towers and stuff very quickly, and that so many people making phone calls at once jammed the lines. All circuits are busy now. So I'm not saying that. I'm not throwing any blame around here. I just think chaos reigned. There was so much confusion too coming from the authorities, and Watch Duty updating itself constantly, that they said, "Yeah, this is under evacuation." No, it's not. Yeah, it is. No, it's not. You refreshed the map, and it was different every time. Rob link sources. The naming of fires drives me nuts. Yeah, give me both. To north of Spokane, near the Idaho border, is a fire name called the Oregon Fire, and it is 3/4 of the way across Washington on the way to Canada. Exactly. It was originally called the Oregon Road Fire. Well, they should have stuck with that. But I do believe, like, the Washington, what we had the other day? The Washington Fire in Nevada County, California. It's called Washington, California. The town is called Washington. So usually a fire is named after the road that's nearest to it. As soon as it breaks out, they just call it, to avoid confusion. So every firefighter goes to the same spot. They just call it the name of the nearest road, so all the firefighters and crews go to the same spot. And that's why the campfire became the campfires, Camp Road. But they should have kept it the Camp Road Fire. If it's just like California's deadliest wildfire became a stupid name. That if you Googled it, you got every other result in the world instead of the life-saving information you needed. So there should be a few bans, like don't recycle the name of a fire that has been used in the last few years. Like, what if somebody said Hurricane Katrina is striking New Orleans? Well, wouldn't you think that that's archived news? Not an emergency, like an emerging situation, a relevant situation. They don't recycle hurricane names for that very reason. They can't. Like, what if they name it Katrina again for K, and it's over by Florida, but then it hits New Orleans? Everybody going to Google to find out information is going to hit the old one, right? So don't recycle fire names. wait for decades to go by before you do. B, don't call a fire something that's a different state and is confusing. They do this time and time again, though. Like the New Year's fire that was in Colorado when that erased neighborhoods and stuff. With the winds off the Rockies, it had some ridiculous name. It was the name of another state or a town. And we've had situations where, like in Washington, there's a fire called the California Fire. And in California, there's a fire called the Washington Fire. Can't make this up, but it happens. I remember I got hate comments when I was 2020 covering the Riverside Fire because I keyworded what it's called, the Riverside Fire. Everybody from Riverside County, California, poured in by the thousands, worried that there was another thing down there. So I covered the Bobcat Fire before in the LA region. And they went, "You clickbaiting beephole," and they called me everything. I'm like, that's what it's called. It's in Oregon. I didn't do it. Okay, back to business. The Gray Fire by Medical Lake here. I need to figure out where, do we have any cams? I did look for traffic cams to see if there was a way I could see for myself what the hell's happening here. I didn't see any that were live. They had all gone down. The WashDOT cams or Washington WADOT, Department of Transportation, those things were down. I couldn't find anything, but I didn't look too hard. 1 hour ago at 10:38 a.m., we have an update about the Gray Fire. The cause is under investigation, and it didn't look stormy to me, so probably human cause. I would suspect accidental, though. Anything in the dry, wheat fields and the stubble, any spark could just make stuff happen. Okay, so here's the update. Currently 10,000 acres, 48% containment. Total personnel on the Gray Fire is 607. Started on the 18th. It's under investigation. 13 crews are on it, 71 engines, 5 dozers, and 12 water tenders. Now, there will be a community meeting tonight at 7. Now, we have another community meeting that will be broadcast, uploaded to Facebook at 8. I don't even remember which fire that was right now. I should have written it down. I don't know if that's the Lookout or the SRF Smith River Complex. Either way, we've got a handful tonight. There'll be a community meeting tonight at 7 p.m. at Medical Lake High School, 200 East Barker Street, Medical Lake, Washington. Representatives from local agencies and Northwest Team 7 will be sharing updates, impacts, and the next step. As community members return to the fire area, respect the evacuation levels, potential hazards, blah, blah, blah. Be mindful of high traffic in the area. Use caution while driving. Increased winds today will raise the potential of smoldering fuels to reignite. So if you see anything like that, new smokes, call 911. And do it immediately. So even if it might have been reported by somebody else, unless you see somebody and verify somebody else is reporting it and the location accurately, just boom, call 911. Today's activities, the fire area received over a quarter inch of rainfall, helping suppression efforts to increase that containment to 48%. Firefighters continue mopping up the perimeter. Crews are also securing structure perimeters, assessing the burn structures for potential hazards, like unexploded propane tanks and stuff nearby, I imagine. Firefighters are monitoring the fire's edge near the unburned areas to reduce the chance of it spreading. Could have. I didn't see any power lines in the thing, but I'm going to look at the situation later. Whether a cold front is passed through earlier this morning, bringing increased winds today, gusts up to 25 miles an hour. Hold on to your butts. A warming and drying trend will begin, carrying over to the weekend with temperatures increasing in the 90s. That's probably tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be a bad day for fires, guys. The weather will turn. Evacuations, they reduced the levels of Medicine Lake in general. Level 3 continues for the west of Silver Lake, south to the end of Greenfield Lane, west to the end of Jenny Rock and Page Pond, and 1/4 of a mile north of Lakehurst and Lakeview. Evacuation maps are posted on the Gray Fire Incident web page, Spokane County's Emergency Management Facebook page. Facebook. Oh my God. Oh my God. You have your own websites, counties and cities. What's wrong with you? It takes 5 seconds to update both. You just should have a pre-made website. Look, web design was my field. This is why I'm so upset. You have a pre-made website. You could turn the page off called emergency evacuations, or leave it up all the entire year. That would be better. And then if it changes, push notifications, right? And you should just copy and paste your new map into the embedded web page. It should always be the same thing. People should have it bookmarked. Boom, go to it. You don't have to pre-make it. Just drop the link there. You drop the link in Facebook. Why not drop the link on your own town website, county website? Okay, rant over. Interstate 90, I-90 has opened in both directions. State Route 904 and 902 have opened. The Gray Fire Incident Command Post will be moved to Pine Lodge in Medical Lake today. Northwest Team 7 appreciates Cheney Middle School for being generous hosts for the fire personnel and wishes all incoming students a successful school year. Wow, this is going to be terrifying. So, do we have any different, like, official evacuations except for what's on Facebook? God's sake, we're looking at the Gray Fire. See what I mean? Not logged in. Can't see. Can't even see evacuation. Oh, I just tricked it. I just hit my magic button called behind the overlay. I want to just show you guys this so that maybe this is life-saving, right? Get an extension. Chrome extensions behind the overlay. Maybe they keep taking it off. There it is. Here's the one. It's got the curtain thing. So if you ever have some crap on top of a web page, like please log in, please subscribe, please turn off your ad blockers. Sometimes this takes care of that crap. I never thought I'd recommend this as a life-saving extension, but when they put evacuation maps behind it, boom. Yeah. So, yeah, thank you, Unofficial, for spreading your links. I'm so sorry. I should have looked back at the chat. It's a bit absorbing. It had to be an emotional day for you, Washington. Like, that's incredible. Back to Watch Duty. We have a smoke blog that doesn't require you to log in, but the actual one that tracks the fires and evacuations, you have to log in and look at Facebook. Okay, so I tricked it. This is our general look at the evacuation map. Here it is if you can log into Facebook, and if not, use behind the overlay trick like I just did. Now, I do believe it's a generally safe extension. I cannot guarantee that because, you know, extensions can be evil on a browser, right? I've had it on my browser for as long as, I don't know, 7 years now. I've never been hacked, knock on wood. I believe it's safe. I believe it's kosher. But of course, extensions can change, or they can get taken down by Chrome. And one of the evil ways that bad hackers try to put extensions on people's browsers is when they see Chrome remove something from the extension store thing, whatever that is, extension page, they make a lookalike that has the same logo and the same thing. The only way you could tell is that it's new and it's not the real one is like it's only have 5 downloads or something, right? Or 45 when the extensions had like 45,000 over its life. But I do believe this is kosher. It has 100,000 plus users. See, I believe it's the same one that I have. So let's go back. Whoops, wrong page. No page. Yeah, let me write this down. The timestamp again. 258. Okay. Okay. Gray fire and the Chrome extensions. I should make these like little short clips, these little tidbits that who knew could save your life, right? I also think there should be a federal law that social media can't be the only place that official fire and disaster information is located. This is a dangerous handoff of public safety to private corporations which may not have public safety in mind. You know, they're there to make money. Why do we have taxes for public safety, for public information, or public employees if they're not even going to bother to update their own websites? Federal law right now. Biden, where are you? Pick up the phone. White House. Executive order. Update your own bloody websites with your own county and city evacuation information. If you don't have an evacuation or any emergency, let's go like this. Excuse me. Let me start over. Every single county, city, state needs to have blah, 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 like say sanfrancisco.com or whatever it is, or .gov, right? Slash, and then emergency. It should be slash emergency right off of the main page. So no matter where you are, people will know whatever county I'm in, Del Norte County .gov slash emergency, right? Seattle.gov slash emergency, right? These need to be manned and staffed 24/7. They need to be updated in real time. And if they're not, and if they just cheat and go, oh, Facebook is going to be good enough, this leaves people searching for minutes that they don't have when they're trying to find evacuation info. Like I said, 4 minutes can be too late. We watched the camera burn over video earlier, right? It was okay that the firefighters left, and 4 minutes later they would have been dead. I'll show you that video again for people who have not seen it. If you sit there pecking at your phone, minutes count. So if you're not going to do this, then the feds should fine you every day until you get your beep together. You know, go hire a 14-year-old, you know, at a junior high school to do it. It's basic web design, and have that information. And once you do that, you could put it on social media. Have both update simultaneously. That's very easy technology. Rob says a friend of mine was a CDF fire chief. He was listing the major fires he had been involved in fighting. One was the Paradise, yeah, but one was somewhere in Southern California. Bobcat, perhaps? Yeah, do tell me about that. So we had a 2-hour ago update. I'm going to refresh the current info with the Gray Fire. What is the update? Just what I read? Right. Oh, here's what Watch Duty says. Is it just a copy and paste? I think it is. So, long story short, wrapping up what's happening with the current situation with the Gray Fire, I am very hesitant to click on, say, Twitter links to get this info and even find out for myself how bad it was, because I could possibly flash some incredibly heartbreaking stuff. People are returning to the fire zone still. There's still level 3 evacuations. Although, where is this? Yeah, over here. It's still being fought. Let's just try to see from the air what's going on there. I'm going to make another Caltopo tab. Let's just see if we can figure out where it might track today, because they didn't specifically say. It is Medical, or is it Medicine? It's Medical Lake, Washington. Medicine. I got the mind of a goldfish today. I really don't have any blood sugar. It's time for me to eat breakfast. I woke up at 3 in the morning. I haven't eaten breakfast. I just realized that. C-Pro was going to come over with donuts. Wow, okay. An hour ago I missed his text. Sorry, I'm not coming over. I'm not bringing donuts. Oh, darn. Okay, I have to rustle up some of my own grub here. But I want to see what's going on. I even looked for airport cams. I couldn't find them at the time. Washington, if you're still with us, official Washington, do you have any current views of this fire? Because there's no alert wildfire cams in the area. Do you have any webcams? Do you have anything like that? Like we can watch live, see where the wind's drifting? Because I'm surprised to see no GOES satellite detections. Most Veers, God, you know your fire is extremely bad when the progression map is the same color. It's supposed to be like day by day color coded as how a fire has spread from one place to another. If it's the same color, it all spread in the same day. That big. No luck. You searched for an hour. Yeah, that took precious time away from what I needed to do. But I don't regret it, really. Tried. All satellites. So here's our general map. Do we have any aircraft over it? Let's look. If they could get some aircraft on it, that would be really great. Where the okay. Okay, good. Wait. A Boeing KC-135R Stratotanker? What's a Stratotanker? And where have you been all my life? It's a tanker? Dude. I know they converted the Hercules, but is this like, who are you? What, does it say something tigers? It's got tiger stripe on the back of its tail. That's cool. More something to say tigers? This is the exact plane that just took off. Wow. This photograph is from 2018. Oh, okay. It's taken off. We've got something circling the area, a Boeing P-8 Poseidon, but it may not be related to the fire at all. I've got the filters on, which say low altitude craft. We can check out Watch Duty because Watch Duty has an aviation thing. Thanks to your kind donations, I have a silver subscription to Flight Radar and a subscription to Pro Watch Duty and Broadcastify and several others. So if you can make a donation, I'm sorry, it's internet begging time. The PayPal link is in the description, or you can use Super Chat or Super Thanks. I really need to be funded through the rest of August. I'm not. So if not, don't sweat it. If it's painful to donate, don't even do it. But I do want to express gratitude to people who probably are that I can't keep track of right now because I've turned off most notification sounds except for Watch Duty. So your broadcast isn't interrupted by crazy sounds all the time. It's a new fire in Orville, California. It's 1 acre in the grass with a slow rate of spread, and locals are working it. Okay, we'll monitor that. But see what I mean? Speaking of the devil, phone notifications. Bah, 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 bah. That's Watch Duty. That's the ringtone I chose. So, we need to know the weather. What is it? I have a memory of a goldfish, right? Medical Lake. National Weather Service, Medical Lake. If they don't get it out today or super contained today, hold on to your butts tomorrow, guys. You may have to evacuate again. Like level 2 means your car's still packed, do not unload. Everyone should look at level 2 as if it's a precursor to level 3 that's about to happen. It's the safest way to look at it. This afternoon it's sunny with a high of 72 there. Southwest wind about 11 miles an hour. So if that is constant, which I would love to get an image right now of even a flag in the wind. If that's constant, and then the northeast flank is going to be the hardest thing to hold. Well, the northeast edges of wherever the flanks are, you know what I'm saying? Tonight, mostly clear with a low around 48. South wind 3 to 7 miles an hour. Not great, not terrible. We'll see what the humidity and stuff is in a second. But tomorrow, Thursday, remember, thunderstorms are going to be affecting Oregon, potentially Northern California. Who's to say they don't come over here? It doesn't say that specifically. This is National Weather Service. However, just keep that in mind. So we have a humidity of 46%. Oh, that's an Air Force base, Fairchild. No wonder there's military aircraft taking off from there. But it said tanker. Oh, is it a refueling plane? God, I didn't realize it was. See how tired I am? I need some sugar. Tanker. Is it for mid-air refueling? Or is it something that drops water? I wonder if it's a mid-air refueling. That's what a strato tanker is. Okay. Oh, I got my hopes up. Strato tankers are for mid-air refueling, right? What is the thing? Fact sheet. Yeah. Oh God, it's mid-air refueling. Guys, I should know that. I've seen the image a million times in a very specific spot. And I was like, I just never paid attention to the tanker plane because another one was always more flashy and, well, exciting, right? But you know where I've seen these before? The SR-71. Stratotankers refueling SR-71s. I never really paid attention to what plane the refueling one is, but as soon as an SR takes off, it has to be fueled midair. If they put fuel in it on the ground, it leaks out. I said, Dad, my dad was a programmer for the SR-71's flight simulator, and he said that the plane elongates and stretches during flight, high altitude flight. It's the intense heat. So that's when the fuel tanks seal themselves, but they're unsealed on the ground. So I said, how much rocket fuel, essentially, or jet fuel, is all over BLM Air Force Base underneath the tarmac, He goes, a lot. One day that's going to be a big cleanup. So I'm sorry, friends. I may have gotten your hopes up with the fact that I was hoping that firefighting aircraft was over this, but that's a different kind of tanker. They're at low altitudes and they showed up in my low altitude filter. My bad. Unofficial Washington State Wildfires says, and thank you for what you do, by the way. Yeah, you're right, Van Exorcist. I just didn't see the chat there. The gas station in the sky. Unofficial Washington State Wildfire Aware says non-severe thunderstorms for Washington State on Friday. Okay, good. Let's click on your link. I like NOAA as the best, most trustworthy place to get information. I've got NOAA. Oh God, this is all launch duty, guys. I like NOAA Weather by Pandemonium Software on the Play Store. I believe it's in the iPhone store too. Okay, what? Watch duty, what? What's going on? Structure threat? Great. In Oroville, the Pinecrest Fire, located at 2601 Pinecrest Road in Oroville, is a 2 to 3 acre fire with structures threat. Okay, we will continue to monitor watch duty. Now that I know the secret is swipe it away when it reaches 24, because you can't get any more updates once it reaches 24. So, current day one outlook. Ramsmore, where the heck did I click on the right thing? That just generalized. Okay, California and Oregon though have a thunderstorm warning for that affects the Lookout, the Bedrock, the SRF Smith River Complex, and all those. So, as good as weather prediction might be, just the proximity of Washington to California and Oregon, just beware. Thunderstorm activity is possible in the generalized area. I wouldn't completely think you're safe, you know. Okay, let's look back. Okay, 3:15 on the timestamp. We've been live 3 hours and 15 minutes. I have not had breakfast yet. I woke up at 3 in the morning. So we do have coming up down the pipe, we have some community meetings and such. Now I believe at 8 p.m. I think I could be here at 8 p.m. We've got something going on with California or Washington, some sort of community meeting update. That's when it's going to hit the airwaves. I believe that's the one for the SRF Smith River Complex. I verify that in a sec. Oh, you said if you click on them, you can see the bigger image. Ah, okay. Day 3, Friday, blah, 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 current day outlook. Okay. Okay. Ah, there's the big version. Thank you. Been a while since I've done this one. We can go to predictive services, I think. I keep forgetting about predictive services. That's what JB, John Bruno, in Shasta County told me about. Oh, and scroll down. Okay. There's a marginal risk of severe thunderstorms Friday afternoon. Yeah, because it's tomorrow for California and Oregon. They're talking about southern Indiana, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, West Virginia too, Maryland, Delaware, just all over the place. Lower Ohio Valley and blah 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 modeling, but see how there's Oregon and Washington Friday. Okay. Okay. Predictive services is so hard to navigate. Just hold on to your butts, guys. Today is a key day. They need to do as much as they can, work around the clock on the bedrock, the lookout, the gray. This Oregon road fires next, too. We're going to cover that next. First, I have to go get some food. I was hoping we could have a nice video to watch. It's long or something. Press conference or something about the gray fire. Maybe I could put that on as I go get food. I hate to chew in front of the camera and all that. It's not that exciting. Let's see if predictive services video, even I know the one for Northern California. So predictive services wildfire. Each state has got their own little, National Interagency Fire Center, or is it this one? It's like the same site. Okay. Northwest Interagency Coordination Center, Large Fire Information Summary, 7-day outlooks. Climate and significant fire potential outlook for Wednesday, the 2nd. Okay, I hope that's just a example video. I need the video. So 7-day potential. You have to go through a maze of clicking because we've got elaborate charts and stuff. Blah blah blah. Thunderstorms on Friday. The Coast Range and the Willamette Valley, basically from the border of California to Canada, everything west of the Cascades. Easier way to put that. Significant lightning is predicted. Critical burn environment. Burn environment. Yeah, what is BEN for? Shouldn't it be CVE? You know what I'm saying? Sorry if this is small text. Can I make this bigger? Okay. So I mean critical burn environment. So when you see super red, that's terrifying. It's for 0 and 1. No, excuse me, not for 1. So not by the Seattle area, but it's for everything west of the Cascades of Oregon. On Friday, it's going to be insane. Fire weather, low pressure moves across the region today and brings locally breezy and somewhat dry general winds east of the Cascades. Another offshore upper trough deepens Thursday, bringing warmer southerly flow to the region. Thursday may also bring deep mixing for the Oregon Cascade fires. Deep mixing, huh? I'm just picturing a witch's brew, and she's snickering, and she's got her cauldron, gonna mix this stuff up, right? Thursday may bring deep mixing for the Oregon Cascade fires. Hold on to your butts, bedrock in the lookout. As a thermal trough sits along the west slopes. Thursday night, you see high-based nocturnal thunderstorms into Friday morning, mainly affecting the western PSAs. These storms will start dry, great, but then become wet. However, early lightning will be problematic over the very dry fuels. Then expect periods of isolated to scattered showers, primarily wet thunderstorms, to continue region-wide, but mainly from the Cascade Crest eastward through the weekend. That's why the west side is unusually the one with the red. That is very unusual to see red west of the Cascades. It's the soggy, wet part of Oregon, Washington. It's extremely dry east of the Cascades usually, but this is unusual. So after Thursday, expected rain from the storms will be enough that ignitions that had just started and falling spread should be limited. So you can only hope. Warmer and drier weather will quickly evaporate lingering surface moisture, though, under the building ridge next week. Ah. All right, so it's not the worst news in the world, but it means this. Strangely, okay, Thursday, tomorrow, hold on to your butts. Thunderstorms roll in to Northern California and Oregon and parts of Washington eventually. So, unusually though, the west of the Cascades, okay, the coast, the Willamette Valley, blah blah, Seattle region, all this west of the Cascades has the highest fire risk because the thunderstorms will be wet, but first they're dry. So when the lightning strikes, it's dry. It'll be followed by a wet storm. But who knows how long the lightning fire strikes will rage before the wet comes to help try to rain them out. They're not that clear on that. So what can happen is, I mean, what if it's a 2-hour gap? What if lightning strikes a fire and it rages in the high winds in the dry fuels for 2 hours, and then maybe 4 hours later, the wet storm gets a little bit of rain on it, right? You want these things rained out immediately, but it looks like there'll be a gap between the massive amount of lightning strikes and then any rain that'll help. So hold on to your butts. Remember, a fire is not always going to start away from you. Sometimes it can start at the end of your street. You should have your evacuation plans and know what to do without being told, should you look out your window and see lightning strike a fire or power lines down or anything. With the amount of lightning storms that we've had, this has happened to a lot of people. You could have small lightning fires around you. You could see many at the same time. So get ready for these things. Have your go bag. Know your evacuation routes. 3 different roads in 3 different directions, paved, and generally fast travel, right? This is not over. So refer to your fire office. Additional details. Fire potential minimal to normal. Significant fire potential will gradually increase as higher pressure returns over the region next week. That's why it gets hotter. High pressure means it gets hotter and stuffy and no relief in sight, right? Some ignitions are expected from the thunderstorms, particularly across the areas which have not received recent rainfall. This has boosted most western PSAs into a high risk for late Thursday night into Friday morning. Looks like I'll probably be doing a night stream tomorrow night. It'll be Friday and beyond too. Added lightning potential boosts some east side areas, though, east of the Cascade, into elevated significant fire potential. Expected additional rainfall from showers and thunderstorms precludes high risk designations at this time. Well, whatever. That can all change, right? So hold on to your butts. I was hoping this would be a video. Usually there's a robot voice that reads some of this stuff, but it's so dang hard to navigate the websites that they have. They seriously need an update. You would think it would just say like videos. Here's a PDF. This is a national thing. This is a map. I may be on the wrong one. Predictive services. If we go to this website, it's like called the same thing, but it's a different website. This doesn't look correct either. Fuels and fire danger. The whole country, Louisiana to Florida, blah blah blah. So weather predictive services. Usually there's a region. Like there's one predictive services for Northern California, one for Southern California. Like that's it. That's the horse's mouth. There's no higher authority on fire weather. And I used to have that on speed dial here. There's got to be one for Oregon and Washington. And you're looking for the Washington one. But the fact it just takes this long to even find anything is just ridiculous. National Interagency Coordination Center will coordinate, like pull all the information we need, please. Where is predictive? Preparedness level for fires is 4. DEFCON's 4. I've never even figured out what that is. It's because I haven't really looked at it, but we should have the same for all bad situations. I think all the boomers are familiar with DEFCONs. The youth maybe not. See, where is our info? Like, click on something. Geographic areas. Okay, is this how we get to it? Northwest. Aha! But aren't we back sort of where we were? You see what I'm talking about, the confusion? Now on the left side for the California one, you clicked a bunch of buttons and finally got to a movie. A robot movie. Oh my god. Monthly and seasonal outlook video cast. Was it here in front of me the whole time? See how it says August 2nd in the thumbnail? Hang on. Nope, it's just it is a video from the 2nd, so where's the new one? Ah. Monthly and seasonal bullet points. Okay, what about this week? Today, there's one every day for Shasta County. I'm just so angry. Just show me my damn videos. Sorry, friends. I mean, I'm hangry. I need some blood sugar. Asset management teams, publishing, administration. Maybe there just isn't one. Like a daily update video for Oregon and Washington. The home page. Morning briefing. Oh, okay. Oh, it's not the video. Lookout, Bedrock, Sourdough Flat, Huckleberry Flats Crater, we have Wiley, blah, blah, blah. This is the Wiley. That hasn't been affected for a while. It does say today, though. Northwest activity summary. Widespread lightning with moderate to heavy precip occurred across eastern Oregon and Washington. Lightning is continuing this morning in northeastern Washington, accompanied by light precip. Okay, I want to get radar up for you so you see that live while I read it to you. Let's go look at Washington. Just zoom out to the region. Come on now. Now I'm going to put it in dark mode. It's easier to see the wind. You have a southwest wind, as they were saying, affecting the Gray Fire. Potentially, it would try to be moving northeast as we speak. So, let's zoom out a bit. Okay, don't freeze on me. All right. Okay, now I'm going to read more predictive services stuff. Looking back at the chat. New fire east of Spokane. Spokane. It's mainly under control, but worth watching. Okay. What's it called? Widespread lightning with moderate to heavy precip occurred across eastern Oregon and Washington. Lightning is continuing this morning in north central Washington, accompanied by light precip. Okay, I don't see that right now. I didn't see that earlier, so I don't know what to talk about. Moderate precip was also received across western Washington. East of the Cascades, temperatures were in the 60s and 70s, isolated low 80s. And in the Cascades, 60s and a low of 70s. In the western valleys, in the 70s with isolated 80s. Anyway, didn't get above 80 degrees. Minimum relative humidities were in the 20s and 30s along the east slope of the Cascades. Not great. Now, when you see humidity drop below 40, it's like, oh dear, pretty significant fire behavior. So you don't want to see below 40. It was in the 30s in the western valleys, though. Overnight humidity recovery was good across the whole geographic area. Great, because we've had some pretty cold nights. I was cold last night. I woke up and put blankets on me and turned on the electric blanket. It was like 54. Now, overnight humidity was good. It's downright dewy, you know. Breezy conditions occurred along the east slope of the Cascades and through the mountain gaps, which is why we saw activity on the lookout fire on the cams with our 12-hour time lapses. The northeast flank of which is extremely worrisome. Light initial attack occurred. What? What? Light initial attack of what? Initial attack? We're reading the weather. It's not like it's a... Okay. This is not a fire update. It's the weather update. So I have no idea what they mean. Breezy conditions occurred along the east slope of the Cascades through the mountain gaps. Light initial attack occurred. Moderate to active fire behavior occurred on the large fires in the Cascades. Low to minimal fire behavior occurred on the large fires in eastern Washington. Well, that was a blessing. I hope they got, I'm wishing them Godspeed and that they could do as much as they can today before the thunderstorms and such and the winds coming in tomorrow, and that everything's getting worse tomorrow, guys. Especially tomorrow night. So the Oregon Road incident, which we haven't even looked at yet, they're working on full suppression. Undetermined cause. It's at 11,000 acres. He's overshadowed by the Gray fire, but it's nearby. And it's been called now the Oregon Fire in Washington, which is, oh my God. It has timber and tall grass as its fuel. Minimal fire behavior, though. Evacuation still in effect. Structures, power lines, and crops are threatened. Road and area closures. Gray fire. Full suppression is the goal. Cause undetermined. 10,000 acres. 48% containment. Watch duty just updated again. Timber and tall grass. Moderate fire behavior. Evacuations in effect. Structures threatened. A lot were obliterated. Power lines and railroads impacted. Road and area closures. I think they had fatalities too. At least 2. Last time I checked. The lookout fire, of course, full suppression is the goal. Caused lightning, 6% containment. We went over that. It's timber, not just timber, it's freaking old growth. Moderate fire behavior, evacuations in effect, structures threatened, road trail area closures. Bedrock full suppression is the goal, cause undetermined. Started a campground, so we can guess 30,000 acres and a half. 35% containment, timber, and old growth, guys. Moderate fire behavior, evacuation notices, structures threatened. Blah, blah, blah. The flat fire, which I haven't even looked at for a long time. Full suppression is the goal. Cause undetermined. 34,242 acres. 58% containment. But remember how long it's been going? It started on the 15th of July. They do not have any fire access roads in the southern and southeast portion of it, so that's what's still on fire. The wilderness area, you're not allowed to build roads, basically. So otherwise it would have been a done deal a long time ago. Talking about the Wiley. 75% containment. Minimal fire behavior, road closures. We haven't heard much from it for a while, for quite a long time. Like it's been, I don't want to say dormant, but not crazy. Like the lookout in Bedrock occasionally got. Salmon fire is contained 100%, guys. Good news of this morning. At least some good news. Northwest fire weather summary for this entire region. Low pressure moves across the region today and mainly brings locally breezy and somewhat dry general winds east of the Cascades. Another offshore upper trough deepens Thursday, bringing warm southerly flow to the region. Thursday may also bring deep mixing. That's the word of the day, guys. Deep mixing for the Oregon Cascade fires. Okay, I already read this part. Just hold on to your butts tomorrow and tomorrow night. Because there's going to be lightning. It's going to start a bunch of fires, probably. Because everything west of the Cascades is pretty dang dry and didn't receive much rain. East of the Cascades got some. So we have this completely bizarre. Did I click away from it? That map that I had earlier. It was kind of a cool graphic. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. I think it did. Critical. Here it is. No. There it is. 7 days significant fire potential. Bizarrely, the red lightning thing is from the Columbia River to the Oregon border, west of the Cascades. Western Oregon having critical fire danger. That's pretty dang rare. It's usually very soggy stuff coming from the Pacific, but here we are. So we're going to get a bunch of lightning. It's probably going to start a bunch of fires starting Thursday, tomorrow, with the worst of it probably being in the evening. And it is a while before wet storms come in to rain out what the lightning just started. That's the general idea. That's the summary. And I don't know what the gap is going to be, the time delay. But if these fires rampage and the high winds for several hours before the wet storms come by, just hold on to your butts. Could strike anywhere. So all the city crews as well as the wildland posses will be on the alert and have their work cut out for them. That's so strange to see the central and eastern Washington and Oregon have a lot less fire danger. They're in the green at the same time. It's because they just got some significant soaking rain. So what is the percentage chance in the green? Less than 1% chance risk for a large fire. We're looking at Friday, right? For everything in the central and eastern Oregon and Washington, except 8, which is like the border with Canada. We have a 1 to 4% chance, also called normal fire risk. It's puce color, right? Yellowish color. For just the Seattle general region, Puget Sound region. Now, elevated fire risk, which is the brown here. I think I have, oh crap. This is all, no, this is the true colors. They just shows a very strange and ugly, bad 1970s avocado and earth tones and tomato red color scheme here, but it is what it is. I bet that a lot of colorblind people can't actually tell the difference between some of these colors. Anyway, it is what it is. Elevated fire risk is in the brown chunks. And it's nowhere except for zone 8, which is, once again, border with Canada. It's just green everywhere, basically, except for the Oregon coast and Willamette Valley and west slopes of the Cascades. The high risk, the red, is a greater than 20% chance of large fires breaking out. We're talking like new bedrocks, new lookouts. That's what that means. Large fires. Critical burn environment. And the only saving grace is, hopefully, if the weather forecast is correct. Let me turn off this radar so you can see the chart. Sorry, forgot that was up there. large fire risk. Okay, 2, 3, 4. This is 2, 3, 4. Everything west of the Cascades to the coast, from the Oregon border to the Columbia River. Hold on to your butts. Greater than 20% chance of having one of these become a big new fire. Now, we can just pray. Wet storms follow the dry. Okay, unofficial, do you have a link? And what is that fire called? I feel like chat's been kind of dead for a bit. I know it's a work day now, lunch break and stuff. A lot of people are probably eating right now. I do have to take a lunch break. I've been combing around here, hoping that Predictive Services for the Northwest had a robo voice, automatic voice that would read this, like they have in California. But here we are. I may just have the California one be read, as it's time for me to get blood sugar. So it's up at Shasta, isn't it? The North Ops. Okay. I already read this. Yeah, that's the one for, okay, it's Redding. It's not Shasta, it's Redding. So that's a PDF. Okay. I wish there was a way to you just quickly go between them, but unless you have this stuff bookmarked, you're like never gonna find this stuff. Like, why is this a PDF and not the actual website? Like if aha, that's a secret. You just delete the end that says PDF versus weather slash, you know? Okay, this website's partying like it's 1999. Frames and everything. But here we are. Now, there's a maze to follow here, but eventually you can get a daily video that like nobody sees because nobody knows it exists. Because look, it looks like a 1980s website. I would almost expect like animated GIFs and stuff, graphics and random stuff. Angel Fire. Where is the video? Even if you know where to look, it's hard to find. Fire weather webcast. Yes, I found it. It only took like an hour, guys. It's 5 minutes, but let me turn on the sound. I will go use the bathroom and try to get some food. Wish this was longer than this, and I wish there was one for Washington, but I don't know that there is one. But if anybody else knows, that would be very valuable to figure out the Gray and the Oregon road fires. Let me check the sound.
Welcome to the North Ops Fire Weather Webcast for Wednesday, August 23rd, 2023. This morning's water vapor loop shows an upper-level low centered over Washington and British Columbia, with ridging to the south beginning to strengthen and build into North Ops. General southwest flow aloft in between these features remains overhead. Visible satellite imagery shows mostly sunny skies across North Ops, with areas of shallow marine stratus along the coast and patchy valley fog in the northwest. 500 millibar forecast maps show upper-level ridging strengthening over North Ops today, bringing some warming and drying to the area. An upper-level trough will approach the coast tonight through Thursday morning, switching the flow aloft to southerly and bringing some additional mid-level moisture and instability into the area. An upper-level disturbance and accompanying jet streak will approach the coast Thursday afternoon and move across northern portions of the area Thursday evening through Thursday night. The flow aloft will return to a drier southwest flow pattern on Friday, in between troughing along the coast and ridging over the Great Basin. Precipitation forecast graphics show a generally dry pattern today with some cumulus buildups and an isolated light shower or two possible along the mountains. Shower and thunderstorm activity will pick up along the northwest mountains Thursday afternoon and across portions of the northeast California and the far east side Thursday evening. Thunderstorm activity may continue Thursday night through early Friday morning, with these nighttime storms becoming increasingly fast-moving and favoring northern areas as well as the far east side. Wind and relative humidity forecast graphics for early this morning show that good to excellent relative humidity recoveries occurred across the majority of the area last night. Light to locally breezy downslope north to northeast winds will diminish this morning, with light to rain-driven winds across the majority of the area this afternoon. Minimum relative humidities will generally be in the 20s and 30s in inland valleys, with smaller areas of mid to upper teens favoring portions of the Sacramento Valley. Locally breezy northeast winds along the far northwest ridges will increase into the 15 to 25 mile-an-hour range this evening, with light to locally breezy north to northeast downslope winds developing overnight elsewhere, bringing lowering overnight relative humidity recoveries and increasing thermal belt impacts. A breezier onshore flow pattern will return on Thursday, with west-southwest winds increasing to 25 to 35 miles an hour through the greater Bay Area coastal gaps and across the Delta in the afternoon and evening, and southerly winds through the Shasta Valley and southwest winds from the Cascade-Sierra Crest eastward in the 15 to 25 mile-an-hour range. Inland minimum relative humidities will drop down into the teens and 20s over broader portions of the area as drying continues. Gusty outflow wind potential from thunderstorms beginning Thursday afternoon will remain a concern Thursday evening through Thursday night, though with winds otherwise diminishing through the night. Breezy northwest to southwest onshore flow winds of 15 to 25 miles an hour will develop in the usual spots Friday afternoon and evening. 500 millibar forecast graphics for Saturday through Tuesday show troughing continuing along the coast with strengthening ridging to the east. Drier southwest flow aloft will continue through the period, with gradual warming through Monday. Precipitation graphics show generally dry conditions through this period. Isolated showers or thunderstorms will be possible at times favoring northeast portions of the area, though the coverage of these should remain low. Wind graphics show onshore flow gradually deepening along the coast through Monday, with stronger west to southwest winds possible on Tuesday. The NorthOps Significant Fire Potential Outlook shows moderate risk for the north coast and westernmost portions of the Northwest Mountains today and Thursday, with broader areas of low risk developing from Friday onward. The SouthOps Significant Fire Potential Outlook shows little to no risk conditions through Saturday, with a mix of low and little to no risk for Sunday through Tuesday. And now to sum up the NorthOps fire weather highlights. Locally breezy northeast winds along far northwest ridges today will strengthen a bit more tonight, with lowering overnight relative humidity recoveries further speeding the drying of fuels. Scattered showers and isolated to widely scattered thunderstorms will develop across portions of the northwest mountains and northeast corner of NorthOps Thursday afternoon and evening, with fast-moving nocturnal thunderstorm potential across northern portions of the area Thursday night as an upper-level disturbance moves through. Drier southwest flow aloft will persist from Friday through Monday, with more minimal isolated shower and thunderstorm potential favoring the far northeast at times. Westerly onshore flow will increase around Tuesday, with stronger southwest winds possible from the Cascade-Sierra Crest eastward.
We heard that music every day during the Dixie and the Caldor after John Bruno, the retired fire captain and fire chief of Shasta County, let me know about this. And I'm wondering, is this what we have for the entire region? Is it based in Redding? I thought it was just California was split in two. So I expected there to be an Oregon version of this and a Washington version of this, but maybe I was just confused about it. Either way, I cannot find a version of this specifically for Oregon or specifically for Washington. It's sort of covered it. Now, like translation, hold on to your butts. It's kind of echoing, but verbally, this chart. So west of the Cascades, tomorrow night and early Friday morning and into Friday, there will be dry lightning. West of the Cascades has the driest fuels, and that's why it's most receptive to fires. We have red means a 20% or better chance of a new large fire erupting in these zones. 2, 3, and 4. Columbia River to the California border. And this is just for Oregon and Washington. This is going to include, it doesn't stop at the border, right? This means Del Norte County, it means Western Siskiyou, everything over there by Eureka. So just include Northwestern California in this. They're preparing. This is their last day they have to make some preps. They're pre-evacuating some places right now, it looks like, in anticipation for either, like in the case of California, they expect the wind conditions to worsen today, but by tomorrow they definitely will be. So these lightning strikes are going to be all over the place, and they're probably going to start new fires west of the Cascades. When we're talking about Oregon and Washington, right? And then after a bit, supposedly some wet storms are going to come by and hopefully rain out most of the small ones, but several could get pretty large before the moisture comes. And we don't know, it's unclear if the moisture that follows is going to be enough to rain out the lightning strike fires that just began. And how big of a gap, how large of a time gap is what I really, really want to know between the dry lightning and the wet storm. I guess if they knew, they'd tell us, right? But I wish they would just say we don't know. I think that's a safe answer. They don't know. Hey, thanks, ExpressFan Exorcist. You got me a Twitter link there. Okay. Katie Couric's Twitter. Today she'll be interviewing Dr. Daniel Swain at Weather West, a climate scientist at the Institute of Environmental and Sustainability at UCLA, about the extreme weather we've been experiencing. Send any questions you have about the wildfires and heat waves and rising water temperatures, climate change, etc. below. Okay. How many replies have they got so far on that Twitter? Does it even count it? It's got almost 9,000 views. You know, a lot of people saying, tell him his work is valuable. Okay. So should we ask, like, he's not a weather forecaster though. He's a climate scientist. So it's asking him what the weather will be like tomorrow is kind of like asking Albert Einstein, like, what's y equals mx plus b again? A high school math teacher can tell you that. That doesn't have to be Einstein. I would feel bad. Feel like a troll. But that's a very cool link. I just hope it's just not pro CO2 tax propaganda, because that's not going to stop any wildfires. I'm sorry to break it to anybody, but you know, El Nino, La Nina, and so many other factors too. Like even if we had cooler weather and stuff, we'd still have these mega fires from the other factors. It's a giant like pie what causes these mega fires and why they're so bad. And there's lots of different slices on what exactly is responsible. And for each fire is different. Like how much was it climate change that made a fire become mega? How much of it was terrain? How much was it freak weather? How much was it land mismanagement? How much was invasive weeds? How much was it human foolishness with ignition? You know, how much was it just bad luck that, you know, this fire would have, like the Newell fire in Washington? Somebody said it was climate change and it was burning hay. The burning hay fields in Newell, Washington, and they tackled it really quickly and would have had it out, stopped it at this major intersection of roads, and they had their water truck break down. And it was out of commission the entire rest of the night. And like time and time again, as we listened live to the radio, the water truck, they got back in service. They drive it to the place they needed water. It was like 90% extinguished, or they held the road, I should say. And they said, oh yeah, we got it now. We stopped the forward progress. And then the water truck dried up and failed to give water again with the pump. And then because it wasn't 100% out, it flew off with the next wind gust. And so we saw it become a gigantic thing when it could have been back page news. So sometimes you have weird freak stuff like that, like the KNP fires and the Sequoia National Park fires of 2021 could have been extinguished immediately. contained immediately because they were tiny lightning strike fires on the top of mountains. And because 35% of the nation's firefighters were on the Dixie Fire, only 18 people were around to respond to those for a better part of a week. And the fires are small for more than a week, but PG&E, the power company that's killing California, had start yet another giant fire. And so it took all the resources away. So what caused a fire to get big and bad? If somebody tells you a one-word explanation, or like a compound word technically like global warming, they're not educated enough to give you the full information. Simple answers are for simple people, simpletons. We have a lot to discuss. Like the Lahaina fires were probably a combination of a power company foolishness and invasive weeds and lack of communication. Communication breakdown, so that firefighters didn't even know where to go to support each other or where the fire was. So if people break things down into really, really simple sentences, they're talking down to you, insulting your intelligence, or they're not informed. And it's going to be different for each one, but there's a lot of global warming we're not going to solve in a day, and there's nothing that there's no tax in the world that will make these fires get better overnight. But there are, for the rest of the reasons, if there's 25 reasons for these big fires, there's 24 other things we can do. For the other 24 reasons, we can immediately take action and we can help the situation. We can put a bounty on invasive weeds. We can, well, ban them eventually. We can put money into fire departments so they don't have water trucks to break down the entire day. We can make it mandatory that one county has to support another county and let them borrow their water truck if they need it, because nobody else helped Klickitat County in Washington that day at all. The fire rampaged all day, got huge, and no other counties really responded for like 7 hours. So a lot of these things can be signed with a stroke of a pen. You know, we could do a lot. We don't have to sit there and drink. And I'm really angry at the news media headlines that say this is the future, and they'll show some apocalyptic landscape. No, this is what we chose because we're not taking action to prevent it. Because we are in a new climate, we have to take action. Because we are. It's not either or. Don't let anybody make that message. That's what they want, right? Power companies will get away with starting thousands of fires and killing lots and lots of people in erasing towns, as long as there's a stupid debate like, was it the power company or was it global warming? Why not both? Why not be realistic here? Because we are in a new environment. It's dry. Duh. Look out the window. It's dry. It's hot. It's El Nino. I'm not going to explain how we got here because I don't know. But we are here. This is what our climate is right now, this year. You cannot allow stupidity with fire. You know, when the room is soaked with gasoline, you can't have somebody playing with matches in the corner. You would immediately shut that down, wouldn't you? So power companies can't be stupid with fire anymore. Neither can campers, hikers, people in vehicles, government agencies. Fires are moving faster than ever before. They're more serious than ever before. Adapt right now. We can no longer tolerate the invasive weeds. We can no longer tolerate the invasive bugs that kill the trees and cause these conditions. There's a lot of things action we can take, but only if you're aware about it. That's what I want, is awareness. And if somebody's going to go and simplify it down to like 1 or 2 words, I'm sorry, they're talking down to you like you're an idiot or they're an idiot. But that's the way the media is. But that's not me. I'm not the media. All right. So I've got some food over there. I was hoping we could watch a video so I could actually eat. Yeah. They are hard chews. Here's the thing is that's a message of hope what I just said. I'm sorry I said it in a very serious manner. But did you understand that I said of the 25 reasons for these fires getting huge, mega destructive, 24 of those reasons we can do something immediately about? We don't have to wait really much for new technology. We just don't have enough money put into fighting fires right now. Why did we not have enough firefighters to fight the Dixie and plus the others at the same time? money, right? If we have this gigantic budget for randomly writing checks to other countries for $30 billion, protect them from aging superpowers, then sorry, we don't have enough money to protect our own nation. You know, we give grants to universities to study the flow rate of ketchup. I'm serious. That was one of the examples that that my teacher used. He said that all scientific grants are important and universities should be given as much money as possible. Even studying the flow rate of ketchup could one day lead to a breakthrough. I'm not saying cut off the spigot there. I'm saying if we have that kind of a money to study the flow rate of ketchup, viscosity studies, right, then we have the money to protect our own nation. Why do we have a national defense budget against threats that will probably never materialize, like nuclear war? And yet we're letting firefighters, what I'm saying is wildfires are doing more damage to the country than other nations are. Like, even if you include World War II, we didn't have much damage on the mainland. I'm going to just go out on a limb here and say that wildfires have done more damage to the country than any war that's ever affected the United States. Cost, what we actually lost. It's time to get serious. But first thing we need to quit is bickering and fighting. When we are all affected by this, we all need to unite. We don't have to like each other. We don't have to agree on how we got here. But we do have to work together for solutions and stop pointing fingers, doing the blame game, vilifying each other. Somebody, by the way, also, if somebody says them, or them, they are the problem, they're also treating you like an idiot. And they're hate mongering. You know, loggers are the problem, environmentalists are the problem, or Republicans are the problem, or Democrats are the problem, or whatever the hell it is. Okay, that's hate mongering BS, and there's no time for it. Roll up your sleeves, work together, act like it's wartime because it is. The rest of the country may not understand it, but this is wartime. Come together, roll up your sleeves. We can do it. Was that propaganda poster? You can do it, right? The women, excuse me, I'm not in the right frame. I'm backwards. How do I do this? Mirrored. You can do it, right? Isn't that propaganda poster? We can do it. If governments are not going to give us the information and whatnot, we'll do it. All right. And thank you for the pat on the head there. Jane Blackford says, saw a video of a power line being blown over and sparking a fire in Lahaina. I saw that one too. The ones that were in the grass and stuff. And that's what kept a lot of people from escaping. It's just like Paradise that when power lines are down in your city and they're still alive, you cannot safely drive over them. I almost had a heart attack when I saw some videos of some people stepping over power lines. They would be dead if those were still energized. They just weren't. People don't understand. Stuff like insulated soles of your shoes, wearing rubber soles are going to save you. No. If you get sometimes even within 10 feet of a power line, maybe 20, if you are the thing that is the closest to the ground, the power will jump and arc onto you and find the ground. There's something called arcing. I had an open computer once with an open power supply box, and I just want to show you what I'm talking about. Computer power supply. Now they're in a protective box. All the wires are coming out one end, right? And this is a pretty ugly one. But that is for your safety, that you could touch the outside of the box. And everybody's computer has one of these, like a big desktop computer. They're pretty standardized in shape. You can just replace them, plug the computer back in. But if you take these screws out of these holes, which some people do because they want to make their PC look really cool looking, like with glass windows in them and stuff. It's called custom modification. I did one of those art projects once, and I had, thank God, just a 75-watt power supply. Otherwise, I would have been hurt bad. And some youth are dead because they have 1,000-watt power supplies and they have tried this trick. But you can replace the fan, for example. That's just one of the things you can do inside that box with, say, something UV reactive. So you have like a glowing purple fan in there, or like something neat looking, right? Some people just don't want the box to be there at all, and they want to show the bare circuit boards and whatever's in there. Capacitors, what they look like on the inside is this. Capacitors are like really big batteries, basically, that can shock you. Those things look like barrels, you know. This is a very low wattage one, but you got some more serious looking capacitors over there. So thank God, and this was years ago, I knew that there was a risk of electrocution. If the computer is running, the box is open, the whole computer is open, you should never ever reach anywhere near this. But I saw that the power supply cable right here was askew, and I reached past it to just seat it better so it would be plugged in all the way, and I thought that would be a little safer. So I very carefully reached over the top. Now, I was very, very careful, knowing the dangers, and it was running. I would have never done this with a higher wattage power supply. And to my shock, boom, got a zap. I hadn't even touched it yet. My hand was just hovering over it. And I saw blue lightning erupt from inside here somewhere. And it went onto my knuckle. And I recoiled fast, and I was pretty woken up after that point. But it arced, I think, from one of these aluminum heat sinks right here. So it was charged up in there. And so what the metal box does is protect you. It's grounding, and I got a huge wake up call to never ever do something like that again. I should have not been lazy. I should have shut it down, never reached past it, unplugged it from the wall first, not here. That switch is too close. You could get bitten by arcing, right? Not reached anywhere near it, not the off switch there, but from the mouse and keyboard. And I should have unplugged it from the wall and let it discharge itself, pumped the power, it pumped the on and off button a couple of times. That would have made it much more safe to approach. And I should have had one hand behind my back and wearing rubber shoes, and I should have used like not tongs or something, but something like that to touch it. I should have treated it with respect. Now, some youth have died with 1,000-watt, 850 to 1,000-watt power supplies in the newer computers. And almost every new computer like mine, I have an 850-watt now one. Very glad I never tried it with that, or I might not be here. If you take both of your hands, and this is what I've done towards power supply, if you take both of your hands there, and the juice goes through one of your fingertips, right? And your other hand is near. It will arc all the way across your heart. So the juice goes in one of your arms, goes across your heart, goes down your other arm, and returns to itself, right? So that's why you put one hand behind your back. It's an electrician safety thing. If there's ever a chance you're going to get bit, at least up to the shoulder socket, you'll just feel that intense pain, and hopefully you live through it, right? So with the Lahaina power lines, when people think that they could just walk over them or you can drive over them, you can't. With that incredible amount of power, just Google power lines arcing, and you'll be amazed at how far they can jump: 15 feet, 20 feet, 25 feet. Like, don't get within 40 feet. That's what doomed people in Lahaina, doomed people in Paradise. Power lines going down at the end of dead-end roads, especially. So that's why you should realize when your car should be abandoned or when it's too late to even leave by car, and just hoof it. And you should know already the safe places to go in your neighborhood. You should know the ponds, swimming pools of the backyard neighbors. You should know manhole covers and entrances if you're a big man and you could potentially open one of those, like with a crowbar or something. I mean, the rest of us, it's not relevant. You should know shelter in place options. Just look at satellite footage of your own neighborhood. Culverts, bridges. Usually there's a shelter to go to, but when the time of evacuation is happening, that's not the time to think about it. The adrenaline will make it very hard to think. So think about it beforehand and just take note as you go through your neighborhood and drive through your neighborhood. Most of the people that died in Paradise, I found, died within about 1 to 200 feet of a good shelter, mostly the culverts that crisscrossed the town. Some of them were huge, could have accommodated like 30 people, 50 people. And it is a way that some people survive. But yeah, power lines, man. All right, now I'm going to go heat up my food. Let's see what we can look back at. I just heard, I believe I just had a new watch duty. Yeah, I have 4 new watch duty updates. And what's going on in Pittsburgh? SWAT team stuff. Okay, that was 9:20 in the morning, but scanner radio. I thought it was a fire or something. All right, so watch duty says, oh shoot. Everybody else encounter this? If you're on watch duty and you got the pull down notification part, there's like a tiny little carrot, like an arrow to put the notifications down, and it'll list the notifications. But if you actually accidentally click away from it, it'll just open the watch duty app, and inside of the app you can't tell what it just beeped you about. Like you'd have to click on every single fire to figure it out. There's no like notification roundup or anything. I would suggest that they have that. So it says the Homestead fire. Where the heck is that? 12:40 p.m. Aguanga? Where the heck is that? Fernley Road in Aguanga. Okay. Somewhere in between Indio and Laguna Beach, California. 3 acres, guys. It's made a bit of a run due to a wind shift per radio traffic. Command would like to order additional hand crews. Guess I could show you that real quick. I don't think it'll be that much of a factor. I gotta eat, and we're gonna go do update roundup and question and answer time. So it looks like crews are working the scene. Didn't look that bad. See what I'm saying? Hopefully they can get that going. It says potential for 50 acres, medium fuel, slow rate of spread, no structures threatened. So Godspeed, gentlemen. Now, what can we watch as a video before? Okay, we got some aircraft, at least mapping, Smith River Complex. The hurdy-gurdy fire. Let's check some camps. Wild Frontier one. Let's do a last 30 minutes. I wouldn't think that we'd see too much on it because the smoke is so dense over the. Oh, all right. Now that's a different sound from watch duty. Breaking news. Yeah, it's good news too for the gray fire. That bird sound. Maybe I can walk you guys through it. At least on a Samsung, you can change the different sounds that watch duty makes. This should apply to most Android phones. Don't know about iPhones. If C-Probe comes over, I'll ask him if his iPhone is capable of making different ringtones for different notifications for the same app. And he's the iPhone guy there. Let's see, high divide cam would be a good thing to look at live. But it's so smoky. Six Rivers Complex. It's just hard to know about. So good news on the gray fire. The last remaining level 3 evacuation has been downgraded to level 2. But please remember, guys, it might go to level 3 again. There's thunderstorms and stuff coming. Wow. I think that was lightning in front of the camera. In the time lapse we're just doing at the high divide. Bloody red sunrise, too. Looks a bit windy, but this is a 12-hour time lapse, so it's actually not that windy. Everything animates faster in a the longer time lapse you go. So it gives an optical illusion of how windy it is, right? This is just a frame taken every minute. They're skipping a lot of frames. So the area west of Silver Lake is now level 2 evacuation zones from the Gray Fire, south to the end of Greenfield Lane, west to the end of Jenny Rock and Page Pond, quarter-mile north of Lakehurst and Lakeview. Please see the updated evacuation map above, or the unofficial interactive map. Wow. Yeah, looks like people got sick of Facebook too and made their own unofficial evacuation map. You got to do that sometimes. It's the thing that frustrates me to no end. All right, switching gears right back to the Gray Fire, northeastern Washington by Spokane, almost the Idaho border. Hot off the press, the newest, latest evacuation map, which, oh my God, they used a pale green color and drew it over the top of dark green. Oh my God. Yeah, the red green colorblind are screwed with that, aren't they? Okay. The rest of us could barely tell the difference. Here's the unofficial one. Doesn't that look better? Just made by somebody with a Google map. Anybody can roll up their sleeves and do this. The only reason I don't is I can't. I would feel like crap publishing it, but then not maintaining it. Like I'm busy live doing a stream, you know. But anybody can draw lines and make their own unofficial map about anything. So, like I said, guys, especially if you're northeast of the fire, where it is, beware that that's the direction that the fire is trying to go because of the wind. Oh man, it's cold in here. I gotta put on the heater. Okay, I was hoping we could watch something while I was go get some food. Is chat still active? Like everybody just sort of listening? Got about 31 people in it. I'm trying to decide if I should rest my voice for a few hours and come back for our 8 p.m. That's when we're getting. That's right. I had to figure out which fire that is. A community meeting. So that's I guess it's good news that they've reduced evacuation things, but stay vigilant. Remember, level 2 you should treat like don't unpack. Level 2 is be ready to go at a moment's notice and expect level 3 to occur. If you're coming back anywhere near this fire, don't unpack. Even if it's level 1. Level 1 means begin packing so that you can be at level 2. Level 2 is like be ready to go at a moment's notice. Level 2 means you already are ready. So when it's level 1, you should have made yourself ready. So I think a lot of people are thinking this in the wrong way. Level 1 means quickly pack so that you are at level 2 readiness. The moment they call level 2, you should have already been ready. I am very critical, and maybe I should even write personal letters to some of the law enforcement that say level 2 is when you should start to get ready. No, level 2 means you are. Make that happen ASAP if you're not. Anyway, what do we have for safe videos that won't be fire traumatic? Maybe we have a press conference about what happened with the Gray Fire, but like I said, I want to know more about this. Geez, what you doing? Can't be. Sorry if this is too depressing for anybody. It can't be copyrighted. Press conferences generally you can't, but if there's too much other content, and I don't want to do the regular media because they'll cut to scenes of devastation. I just want the straight up info, scenes of devastation. I'm sorry, friends. Hillary Franz provides update on the Gray Fire that is so old now, 2 days ago, that I don't want anybody to think that's current info. So close your eyes if you don't want to see homes destroyed and stuff in the Gray Fire. I'm just trying to scroll through something. Are we failing here? Woman panics during a live stream when she starts a kitchen fire. Oh God. But yeah, inside a dish and stuff is going to be baking soda, woman. Baking soda. This is all 4 days ago, so let's hit the magic button. Still streaming if you guys have closed your eyes. Sort by. Sort by. Is there a 24 hours? Just the word today. Newly released video shows a moment of Philly police officer opened fire during a traffic stop. Okay, that's not relevant to the Gray Fire. Thanks, YouTube. I guess we haven't had a recent press conference. There's a forlorn hope. What's copyright free? Suspected looters arrested in the Gray Fire. Good, get him, boys. Just unleash the hounds. City of Santa Rosa Council meeting. Why does that have something to do with search result of a Gray Fire? Okay, I failed on that, guys. What else? I need some blood sugar. Looking back at the chat, rest up for later and don't push yourself. Yeah. Perhaps I should just take my own lunch break on my own time. I have not covered every single fire yet. There's still more to do. Have we even looked at the Oregon fire? There's a helicopter there. Is there a way I can get a robo voice to read this stuff? An hour ago they had an update. There still are mandatory evacuations on the Oregon Road fire, which is in Washington, near Spokane. I think this is wilderness that it's going towards, though, the northeast flank, which will be the most active because that's where the wind is going. Surface wind direction. Watch duty's getting fancy. Oh, I like that. Ooh. Ooh. Cool. Let's look at heat maps real quick. If nobody is here wanting information right now, then we should just come back at 8 p.m. I can always hit the button go live because I'm here if some crazy thing changes. But if I speak for 8 hours and don't have rest, I think tomorrow night's stream might be in jeopardy, and we might have to pull an all-nighter because of the thunderstorms. Tomorrow and tomorrow night, hold on to your butts, guys. The later it gets tomorrow, the worse it's going to get. By the Pacific Northwest. Everything west of the Cascades, Pacific Northwest, hold on to your butts. Everything coastal, everything Northwest California, hold on to your butts. Storms, lightning coming, and not that much rain. There's a gap between the lightning and the rain coming afterwards, and we don't even know how much rain. So I hope all the firefighters in all of these fires, especially in the western areas, are just working their tails off because it's the last day they have before everything worsens and gets super hot again. Now I don't see heat detections right now. There's something wrong with GOES. Why is it not updating to CalTopo? Like what happened to GOES satellites? Either CalTopo maintenance, server maintenance in between. Are they just not flying over that section? We got one over here by Moses Lake. What is the update? 2029 UTC. That actually is up to date. So let's go back. Medical Lake. 2024. Okay, so the satellite flew over, just did not get a new heat detection. I suppose that's because it cooled so much from the last 24 hours. There has to be enough new heat, like something got worse, to trigger the satellites again. So, fingers crossed. Guess we'll interpret it like that. All right, friends. So, I've experimented with using robo voices before to explain stuff. the news on the Oregon Road fire that 1 hour ago around noon they updated the evacuation map. It's got a lot less serious. So the southeast portion of the evac zone has been downgraded to a level 1. Get ready. Southeast portion. This includes the area of Madison and Day, Mount Spokane on the west. That didn't seem to make sense as a sentence, but okay. Mount Spokane Park Drive on the south and east. Hellman on the north. Western portion of the evac zone has been downgraded to level 2. This includes the area of Newport Highway on the west, Elk, Chattaroy on the east, Chattaroy on the south, Milan Elk on the north. Please see the updated evacuation map. Or the unofficial one. Wait, is the unofficial one for both fires? No. Oh man, why doesn't it do both? There's 2 unofficial maps. Oh my god. See, I have 65 tabs open at a time. Thank you for your kind donations, friends. I have used them to update the computer. This is why I can't do this on the crappy laptop that I have. We need a fundraiser so I can take this show on the road. And whenever my computer's in use for something else, I can still fire stream. If I had a good laptop, that's what would have happened during this whole affair. But I didn't. All right. So that's not as updated. There's too much red on this one compared to the new official one. That's the problem with unofficial ones is they may not be updated as often. Sometimes they're more often updated. You know, when counties have have stuff to do on their hands, like what we saw with the Golden Fire, we didn't know how bad it was going. That structures were being lost because the actual cities themselves lost internet. And so it looked like they hadn't because their websites were still up, but that's because they're in the cloud. Like the old versions of the websites were backed up in the cloud, so they never went down. Now, if their entire website went down, we'd understand that we are not getting new information. But I just sat there going, oh, everything's okay on the Golden Fire, as you know, it tore through neighborhoods. So I almost rolled up my sleeve and made my own evacuation map because I was like, why hasn't the county done this yet? I was pretty much despair raging live on the street. Like, where is it? Refresh. Where is it? Refresh. Or how it never appeared. I do like these unofficial ones in a way, but if there's nothing to compare it to, they can be dangerous. Dangerously out of date, or I don't know. Yeah. Okay. So since I've gotten no answer to my questions, nobody has a fire they want to look at right now, then I'm just going to take lunch instead of eating in front of you and trying to find something to watch. Just look out for this severe fire weather watch stuff. This is our current condition. You know what I could do? Oh, we could watch the videos I skipped if I just fixed the Facebook login. Okay, let me try to do that on a different screen. All right, so let's see if it makes me check my email and stuff. Like I already did this. Wrong credential. Why would I have to do a forgot my password thing? Okay. Now I'm gonna change it so you guys see my radar. It's our current looping stuff. Now, if we do get these videos, they'll be valuable. It's the morning updates and stuff, and lookout and whatnot. Whatever else we can round up as I'm eating. All right, let me check my history. Why would Facebook think there's something going on? It's the only bad thing about this VPN. Facebook is treating me like I'm a criminal. uh, they do this automatically. Like, we detected some unusual activity in your account. Oh God, that means I'm locked out again. All right, forgot password. Ridiculous. In fact, they may have already given me an email. Check my email. All right. New Twitter login. Oh my God. Social media. I don't have anything from Facebook saying they changed my password. Great. When were they going to inform me? All right. La la la. All right, I guess I just hit the password recovery button. Email. Guess I forgot my password. No, I didn't. La la la. Refresh. There we go. Making progress, friends. Ridiculous. Okay. Copy. All right, password was changed. Do you want to stay logged in? Yes, I do. Thank you. Facebook. Think I got it. Bear with me. Okay. Let's try this out. Screen. Log out, log back in. That'll be a good test. Maybe we can watch some videos. We're in. We're in. Okay. Yeah, so didn't wrong. Try again. Reload. We're in. Oh God, just random stuff. Where's my following feed? Why did it change? Oh, there it is. Shortcuts. Why did this change? Find friends and memories? Why don't you just show me my pages I follow? Play games, Ray-Ban stories, like gaming videos, Messenger. I don't give a damn. Where's the pages I follow? Where is it? Groups? Groups. Okay, whoa. Someone forgot to close their windows. Oh. Okay, let me share the screen, guys. Oh. Whoops. How do I make the screen smaller so you guys can see the whole photo? Whoops. Is. Oh. Oh no. Who gets to clean that up? Whose mess up was that? Oh dear. Contra Costa County Fire and Rescue. Whoopsie daisy. Was it an aerial drop or something that splashed? Or was it like they were spraying the neighborhood from a truck? Oh. You know, there's a bit of fertilizer, aka manure, I think, and some of that retardant, if I remember right. That's gotta smell great when that dries. Rip. Everybody comes back from lunch break. Tony! Oh dear. Okay, guys, I can finally eat if I get a video for us to watch. So let's do it. The Lookout Fire. Why am I not subbed these anymore? What the hell happened? Is it acting like the Lookout Fire doesn't have a Facebook page anymore? What happened? What is wrong? There it is. God, I hate Facebook. See, this takes too long to get fire information. Facebook's never had a good interface. Okay, all right, rant over. Dealing with what we have to deal with. Okay, so I don't know if this was low quality or something. I'm just going to go through them because we'll watch everything that we can. I'm going to do a full screen thing because chat's dead. I think everybody fell asleep or they're back at work or something. So I'm just going to browse like I'm alone, but I'll still be live while I'm live, because if you guys have no questions, then it's just personal research time. But I might as well broadcast that. So here we go. I will be here eating, but I'll turn off the cam. Ask away in chat if you've got some sort of a question. Let's look at, oh, that's the flat fire. I thought I was at the Lookout Fire. Which one did I just check? Well, I do want to know about the flat fire. We haven't checked on that in a long time. So great, this is a new video to watch. Here we go. Let me make it full screen and make it so we can see everything. Adjust volume.
Good morning, Scott Campbell, Operations Section Chief, Team 3 Southwest.
Wow, that is a sweet microphone he's got.
Update briefing from yesterday. Let's begin up here in Alpha Delta. In the community of Agnes, we continued to have patrols present, engines, people working inside the community to continue to address concerns and issues and make those contacts. The work on structures has been completed, but we're still in there in the event. Up here in Oak Flats, they began the repair suppression process, met with the resource advising as well as the operational personnel to figure out a way forward in there and what work we can do now, what we'll have to wait till we get later in the season when we're sure the fire is not going to do anything. Up here into Foxtrot, the very north end of the fire, they were stretched up here into India, up there by hub L10 at the very top of the map. They were evaluating the road that had been prepped as a control feature, had some interim work done on it for erosion with some water bars. They're going back through that and figuring out what else needs to be done up there in compliance with the repair suppression plan. So we moved down in here. They had set up yesterday a lookout, the 150 lookout, to look down here into Indigo Creek. Alpha had set up one here, the 260 lookout, to look the other side so they can see each other's aspect where they can't see below them. Didn't notice any smoke in there or any heat yesterday. The uncontained pieces down here into drop point 120, we patrolled by air with 2 flights for recon yesterday, one in the morning, one in the afternoon. We did not note any heat sources near or on the line in that uncontained portion. Did double check the Franz Ranch piece we had worked on, the single tree over there over the last couple of days, and we did not find any heat sources in that area, so no bucket work was required. As we come down into Division Tango, they were on the line patrolling, watching interior for any heat sources, as well as monitoring some of these eastern aspects in here to make sure that there was no smoke that was of any concern interior that might threaten a line. They did trace some roads down in here in the bottom of the division that they were able to drive engines into and work some heat sources in there, some smoke we found on our recon, and did some great work on that. Out here in the catcher's mitt, or the very southwest end of the fire, they had completed the dozer line. They did and hand line. They did a little bit more touch up in here, some dressing it up just a little bit after it was inspected. Logs were being hauled out the road, out the Hunter Creek Road, and mastication up here is occurring on the 1503 road to tie this back into the drop point 100 area.
Take a shot.
And the rest of the division, they were spread out. Continuing to watch for smoke, heat, anything that might be a threat to the line or containment features. Over here in Old Mill Camp, where we're at, the staging / initial attack group was standing by, ready to go. We have that group in case there's initial attack in the area, and we can help support the local resources districts and Coos FPA with any initial attack they might have. We do have units over in Medford supporting initial attack over there, or one of the task forces over there, and they're engaged in some firefighting and helping wrap things up. We'll probably see them back here in the next couple of days. That's it for our update. Everybody have a great day.
Okay, I'm in the kitchen. I'll be right back. Okay, yeah, need to microwave that a little bit more. Got some leftovers. I'm gonna queue up the next video in just a second. And I'm with you, and I'll be checking chat every so often. But everybody's mostly asleep here or working. I'm glad that they're doing these updates still. The flat fire's kind of gone outside of people's attention zone right now. So many others are overshadowing it. Okay, see no activity in chat. Let's go on to our next video. Yeah, that definitely wasn't the Happy Camp complex. Is this like up next?
All right, good morning.
Okay, this is Happy Camp, like switching gears to California. Terrible audio compared to the other one. Sorry, kitchen noises.
Good morning, everybody. Don Fagoglia, Operations Section Chief here on California Team 5. Today is August 23rd.
Okay, I'm gonna let it ride. I'll go get my food. This is the Happy Camp complex over by the Headfire, Syed Valley. Now this one has got a gigantic evacuation zone. It stretches to the Oregon border and such. Now this may see a lot of lightning, so we definitely want to know about what's going on. We've had nearby fires have extra evacuations, but this section got rain. It's doing better than the SRF complex. So it was called the Head Fire. God knows what their flavor of the week renaming it today. But let's listen.
This is your daily update for Facebook. So we're going to start down here on the west and south end of the fire like we normally do. Some good news to report here from last night. The fires have not crossed Highway 96 and gone to the east. And we're doing some good work here on the north end of the Swillop fire along the 15N24 road. And that's going to hopefully halt the fire from working its way to the north. So down here along Highway 96, we currently have a closure, and to that end, there's a lot of rocks and there's a lot of stuff coming down on the road. And to that end, tonight we are planning to initiate just a little bit of defensive firing here in between the Canyon and the Three Forks and the Elliott fires. We're going to do that with an unmanned aerial system drone, and that enables us to keep the firefighters safe, number one. And number two, that's going to allow us to control the fire intensity as it comes down the hill. And what we're trying to do with that, the overall tactic is that we would like to be holding Highway 96, meaning we'd like to stop the fire on Highway 96. Once we get it down to Highway 96, that's actually going to enable us to hopefully get this road open again to at least one-way piloted traffic control. So the unmanned aerial system, this is going to be a nighttime burn, right? We're going to start this after dark. And the plan, it may take us a couple of nights, and we're just going to bring it down very gently, minimizing adverse fire effects, and making sure that we get it down to the road to a place where firefighters can engage it safely and hold on to it. So that's the plan down there for tonight and in the coming days to try to corral the Canyon, the Three Creeks, and the Elliott fires. We did get some reports last night that the Canyon fire had potentially crossed Dillon Creek. Infrared this morning tells us that it's still on our side, it's still on the Klamath National Forest side of Dillon Creek. So that's a situation we will be continuing to monitor in the coming days. Up here into branch 10, like we talked about yesterday, those branches are geographic areas from point A to point B. They're represented by this symbology here on the map. So branch 10 is comprised of the U-Fish and the Malone fires. Malone fire and U-Fish last night were very quiet. No really crazy fire activity or anything out there like that. But they do continue to progress and back down the hill. When we talk about backing fire, we talk about a fire that's coming down the hill. It's got 2 to 4 foot flame lengths at the most, and some really good fire effects actually in there from a fire ecology standpoint. But we're still on track for Malone. We may be initiating some firing out there here in the next probably 2 to 3 days. And that's going to keep that Malone fire right where it sits. And so you'll be hearing more about that in the coming days. The U-Fish fire yesterday, we did insert a couple of crews using boats to get them across the river to get on the direct edge over here. With the fire behavior being diminished, we're planning to try to pick this fire up direct right where it sits. And so that's what's going on there. As we move north around the complex to the Head fire, yesterday was a good successful day there. We're going direct here on this Head fire on all flanks currently. Great amount of hotshot crews, type 2 crews, all different kinds of crews, and they're right in here up against Fire's Edge direct. And that's dangerous work, right? That's steep country, that's nasty, it's very difficult to move around in, and but we're going for it out here to try to take this Head fire off the map, and I think we do have a good plan to do that in the coming days. This Head fire, we look at a quick note on evacuations, right? We've been looking at evacuations in this Head fire on a daily basis. We meet with our cooperators. We talk to them about what's going on the fire line. And we understand, right, that I've personally been evacuated from my home on several wildland fires, and so we understand that it's a huge inconvenience to be out of your home. So we really are checking on this on a daily basis all across this complex. We're evaluating that on a daily basis. We're trying to get people back into their homes just as soon as we possibly can. So continue to stay with us, stay patient, and we're going to get people home just as soon as we can. The den fire is looking good. We do have a little bit of, like we talked about yesterday, that black on the map. We're going to add a little bit more black up there today. We do have just one little heat signature. It's interior on this end of the fire there on the southeast end of the fire. We'll continue to work that and put that thing to bed. Same with this unknown. What's listed here on your map is unknown. Crew worked in there yesterday. Good work. Got some bucket drops from the helicopters, hose, dozers, and we're going to put that thing out right where it sits. Moving on down to the southeast end of this whole complex, Townsend Fire continues to look good. No issues, no concerns there. We actually were able to get a hotshot crew off of that fire because it's got to that stage where we can put a little less experienced crew in there. They're going to continue to work that for some days to come, so it stays put right there. Golden Scott, we're working with our CAL FIRE partners. They made good progress yesterday. They actually found a couple of ways to get across the Scott River down on the low side there with some creative bridge construction, and so they're looking really good. They've got access all the way around this fire, and they're going to continue to. I don't think you're going to see these fires grow a whole bunch more. Last one we always like to talk about is the lake fire. It's out in the Marble Mountain Wilderness. We did approve a couple of new heli-spots out there. We're hoping to get them some water in the form of these portable blivets, right? And that's a portable water container that we can put underneath the helicopter, and we're going to set it down on the ridge line that runs through the middle of the lake fire. And so we're going to try to put that thing out here in the coming days. Continue to monitor, or continue to suppress this fire, and make sure that we put it to bed. So with that, that's the end of your report, and have a good day. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
That guy's enthusiastic. I want him at my party. Total audio difference. We could absolutely appreciate the awesome microphone and whatever interface the last update was. Looks like they were filming that inside of a trailer. Okay, so that was the Happy Camp / Head Fire. Like I said, it's got rain. So that one, that was updated 4 hours ago. Nice and rosy, but to the west, they didn't get rain, and that's why the SRF complex is so bad. I do want to check the cams. I am eating at the desktop. I will check chat here periodically, so put your questions in there. I'm going to do a video roundup here before I take a break. We'll come back around 8 p.m. at 8 p.m. so that we can look at the new, what was it? Upload to Facebook. There will be a community meeting. I think that was the SRF complex. Look. Yeah, when is the community meeting going to be around? Was I reading something else? I thought it was one of the first I looked at today. Wish they were having a community meeting for the SRF complex because it's pretty bad. It's extremely bad out there. 41 minute ago update. Wow. That's their new evacuation zone. Wow. Spanning 2 counties. Dude. Like, don't be in northwestern California is pretty much what that map says. For more detail, go here. Excuse me, I'm Del Norte County. I keep saying Norte. What? Okay. So, northwestern California is having another bad day. Down there with the yellow and stuff is near where the Coon Fire is, which is over here. Wow. Like I said, these are some of the largest evacuation maps I've ever seen in my life. The one that was for the Head Fire earlier, now called the Happy Camp, whatever it's called. But it got some rain, but over here there was no rain. Just dry lightning and wind crap the other day. So you can compare the image on the right to that. See the puzzle pieces line up. Wow. I hope Watch Duty one day gets a layer for evacuation instead of just maps on the side. That would be really cool. But side by side is all right. AI could do this in the future, just superimpose those. All right, let's go on to our next video. Where is the community meeting going to happen then? Like, I can't even remember what I said earlier today. So, come on, refresh Facebook. I log back in. Del Norte, Office of Emergency Services. Remember how we were stuck and we couldn't access this? 31 minutes ago. That wasn't 31 minutes ago when they updated that. I covered that hours ago, the new update for evacuations. Okay, phone's going nuts. What now? Homestead fire. 3 of the 4 tankers have been released. Fire's looking better on camera. Well, that's great. That's the one in Southern California. But we thought it wouldn't be that much of a factor. I mean, far Southern California. So, wow, breaking news earlier. It said Russian state media says mercenary chief Prigozhin was in a plane crash north of Moscow. Really not at all suspicious. News. Go to my notification history to figure out what that was. Every phone, Android phone, I think, has a notification history. You just type that into your settings. If you're like, what just made that sound? Amazon shopping, man, I seriously don't care about that. Okay. Gmail, watch duty, Facebook. Okay. Looks like Facebook was warning me again that somebody new has logged into my account. That was me. I just reset my password. Stop it. Oh, VPNs and technology. Now, bedrock fire. Got some neat images. This is one of the most dangerous jobs in the world, cutting down a tree damaged by fire, which possibly even is on fire. And really only dead trees burn. You'd be like, what? We've seen living trees torch, right? But that's the limbs burning off. The trunk has thousands of gallons of water in it, so the trunk doesn't burn, except maybe injured and dead spots. So that's why standing dead trees need to not be on the landscape. It's unfair to leave them all there, rotting. Every tree that gets rotten is extremely dangerous to cut down, and that happens in 2 to 3 years. The wood's worthless, so there's no financial compensation for anybody who spends the time, effort, and the extreme risk to do it. And that's why salvage logging has to happen immediately, so at least some money can be made out of the thing. You're still going to be in the red. It's still pretty much a debt sort of thing for your company or the nation. It has to be done to prevent the forest from burning again, because the next time the fire comes around after several years of these trees drying out completely, then you get a worse fire. The amount of heat that's produced by the trunks instead of just the limbs is insane. And then what loggers have to do, because they're the ones with this experience, right? Almost all loggers are volunteer firefighters too. Is earlier they could have cut down the trees when they first died in the first wildfire when it was safe. They were told not to, and now they're asked to do it a couple years later or several years later while it's on fire, fire damaged and half rotten, and now it's ready to fall apart on them and rain down on their heads. This is some of the most dangerous. Logging is already one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. Now it's super. We're talking top 10. So do not fail to see the importance of a photograph like this, as he's taking extreme risk. But it has to be done. Firefighters can't reach a hose to the top of a burning tree. You gotta cut it down and put it out after that. This is why you can't have this all over the landscape. Look at how many times you have to do this. But too many environmental groups don't understand that you have to save the forest. The only way it can grow back is if you get down the dead trees killed by the first forest fire. They're against salvage logging because of anti-logger hate, basically. But that's why part of the reason why we have these mega fires is the tremendous amount of heat they produce, and it will kill living trees. Like when a stand of dead trees goes up in flames, it kills the living trees next door. It's from the radiant heat. If you ever want to know why a fire gets bad, put all your money on. Were there dead trees in the landscape, like a lot of them already? Well, there's your problem. Car mechanic. We look at it. Okay. Bedrock fire. Do we have videos? Air resource update of 4 hours ago. Operational update of 5 hours ago. Let's do the operational first.
Welcome to the August 23rd operational briefing for the Bedrock Fire. I'm Chris Lundgren, Operations Section Chief with Pacific Northwest Team 2. So you probably saw some increased fire activity with the column yesterday. You know, that was us doing some burning operations in our Division Alpha, Division Delta. Everything went good yesterday. You know, night shift reported they finished the burning in Alpha about 8:30 p.m. last night. That all went well. They patrolled and worked on through the night looking at that. During the day, you know, we're just going to continue here in Alpha working the burn a little bit. That's projected to go well. You know, and the rest of Alpha from this drop point 205 down to the branch break, they'll just be patrolling and mopping up in there. Moving over to Division Delta, there's a little burning left to do up here around drop point 210, finishing that off, locking that off. And, you know, the main thing, there's projected east winds tomorrow, so we want to get this good and solid in here in anticipation of those winds. You know, moving over into Division Juliet, they'll be patrolling, mopping up, and then some of their resources will be supporting in here, Division Delta. And then this portion of the fire into Lima, Oscar, and Yankee, they're mainly in a patrol and monitor status. You know, still a good presence in here looking at things. You know, they did put this amount of black, secured black in here yesterday. The division soup and the field observer got in there and checked this line. It was looking pretty good.
All right, we have a new drinking game edition. Division soup. Take 3 shots.
So that's why that black's in there. And, you know, there's still some snagging operations going on, you know, making sure the roads are safe for the firefighters and then and the general public when the fire area opens back up. You know, we've started the rehab or the repair plan, getting that in place, and we'll start the suppression repair in a couple days. So that's all going good. And yeah, so and you know, we're just making the area safe down here in anticipation of opening back up. I will do some flying today, get a good recon from the air, so that's in the works. And with that, that's the end of the report for today.
Yeah, we saw this earlier, but it was in the bad, like, small square because I couldn't log into Facebook. So next thing we have for the Bedrock is the air resources update, which I would like to know. I'm not sure anything could particularly fly right now. It's quite a lot of smoke. We never really had good eyes on the Bedrock fire. We got decent camera views from the Lookout fire, which is north of it in the same general area. This is current view, 3-hour time lapse of the Lookout from the Smith Ridge cam northeast of it. I mean, the smoke is going this way. Fire is trying to go this way too. It's trying to push north, trying to push east. Whoa! Oh, jeez, that scared me. Bird. Do you guys see that? Hi there. Hi there, Mr. Vulture. I don't think this is ominous. Vultures are actually kind of good luck. But that scared me. There's a huge black thing showing up on the screen. Do 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 do. Smile, you're on camera. You're a superstar. See, vultures clean themselves all the time. They're very clean animals. And they do good service for us. It's the current view. The vulture's still just hanging out on the Smith Ridge cam. This is live. Awesome. All right. Now, birds on the cam don't always mean that everything's going to be okay, but they're symbols of hope. That's what they're for. Okay. So maybe I'm save that screenshot. Vulture on the cam. This is a lot more frequent updates than I'm used to. Huh. How many seconds is going by before this cam updates? 10? Oh. 20. Okay, it's 14:14. Let's see. The seconds counter is 14:14:00. And then they crank this baby up. 20 every 20 seconds. So it's 20 seconds from now, it's going to say 40. Huh. But his head is changing position without the timer changing much. Oh, 10. 14:14:30. Is this erratic? Am I confused? 10. It's 10 seconds sometimes. All right. 14:14:40. See, now that was 20 seconds there. I don't know what to say here. But we got a Rockstar Vulture here in the cam. It's grooming himself or herself. Okay. I like it when they spread their wings wide on the cam. That's pretty sweet. Vultures do that periodically throughout the day. It's part of their cleaning of their stuff on their feathers. Using the UV rays of the sun to kill parasites and lice and whatever got on them. So they'll just groom themselves for a bit and then they'll just spread eagle their wings and just hang out that way. I bet a lot of birds do that. Okay. I hate to look away from a bird watching cam. Wish I had my third monitor. I just watched this myself. Go back to videos. Usually don't stay here too long, so I'd like to do like a 15-minute time lapse. Then you get the most frames in your time lapse, and it would be the smoothest animation. Every once in a while, something amazing happens where, like, an eagle will be like, "That's my perch," chases him off. There's osprey, bald eagles, golden eagles, turkey vultures located in this area by the Cascades. I don't believe we have any black vultures. I've never really seen them in the West. Occasionally one gets lost from Texas. The occasional California condor shows up in the camps. It's nesting season for them. But I'm not sure if any are in the Columbia River Gorge at all, or where their distribution in Oregon would actually be. That's a good question. I've seen some now at the Oregon Zoo. You can now go up and see them. And they throw carcasses right in front of the viewing window, and you can just sit down on the other side of the glass and just watch them eat a carcass, which is kind of gnarly and gross. But you can be that close to an animal that I thought would be extinct by the time I was an adult. Nobody really had any hope for them. They captured the last 27 or so living individuals in the wild in the late 1920s. California condors. But brought them back from the brink painstakingly. So I don't know how many individuals they have anymore. They've got hundreds of living adults right now, I think. And the Turk, he's getting closer to the camera. It's a close-up. Now, I want to make a video program called The Ice Age Survivors. Creatures from the Ice Age that really had no business living through it, especially adapted to conditions of the Ice Age, that are still with us today for some reason, but they have strange and unusual features. Like moose. There, our vulture's moved away from the cam. Let's wait a few frames, see if it comes back. Now, a California condor is a creature of the Ice Age because it's huge. It's there to eat gigantic carcasses like mammoths, mastodons, short-faced bears, bears that were like 4 times larger than a grizzly. If you believe that, giant sloths, you know. I guess you could make the argument that condors in general are for eating a class of animal that pretty much all over the world went extinct, the megafauna, except for a couple survivors. In Africa, they survived the best. Form of elephants, rhinos and stuff, but like the rhinos of Europe went extinct. So what we have in North America for Ice Age survivors are California condors. Turn this down. Oh, that's right. I was going to do a 15-minute time lapse. Comes the bird. No, isn't that cute? High-speed grooming. Okay. Let's do the 1 hour. It's not going to be as cool, though. Now, the moose is actually an Ice Age type survivor. It's got a giant bulbous nose. Now, the purpose for that is to retain heat. There's another type of animal that has that called the Saya antelope or Sagia or Sagaya. I have no idea how to say that word. But that's in Kazakhstan or something. But it makes sense. That's the cold, icy steppe. You know, it's kind of like tundra. The muskox, you know, survived in Alaska. Buffalo, bison. It's bison, but buffalo in general, too. Ice Age type era creatures. Big bovids are Ice Age type survivors. The reason that cattle survived is our domestication, but they, as wild cattle, struggled. And eventually went extinct in the 1600s, even though mankind tried to save them. They went extinct. Probably cattle plague as a reason. The only reason that cattle kind of survived in general after, they call it rinderpest. Cattle plague used to just kill all cattle in hundreds of miles radius and just sweep through entire continents. Sweep through the bovids. It's probably why draft horses were invented. And all the plowing was done with cattle until like the medieval times. Probably they had, when the Roman trade network broke down because the Roman Empire fell in the West, they couldn't just import cattle from another continent anymore, another land, after all of them were dead. There were just a few scraggly survivors. How are you going to bring in the harvest? They probably, boom, invented a horse collar so that horses could pull plows finally. Boom. Invented permanent horseshoes. What the hell is this? Oh, is this fire retardant on the cam? Anyway, that's probably what doomed the aurochs. It wasn't really humans that. Humans did their best to preserve it. This is fire retardant on the cam, or like some bird had diarrhea. What in the hell? That's a 6-hour time lapse. 12? When did this camera get splashed? This is the dead mountain cam. It's rotating all night. And this happened yesterday. So this is over. They contain the salmon fire, so why would there be flame retardant on the lens? Sorry, I'm going to pause that because that's going to make everybody sick. What the hell is on the lens? Bird vomit? It's only one side of the lens. So all these cams, they have like a big protective glass bubble. It's like they're rotating around inside of a fish tank. As it looks like the flame retardant is on one side of that fish tank, but when it looks at other portions, it's less, well, gooey. All right, that's gotta be Oak Ridge. It's still wet looking. It's high elevation. Why would there even be flame retardant on it? Has it been there for like weeks? And nobody cleaned it off? Or we could go with a bird vomit theory, or aliens. I'm just gonna say aliens. They must have zapped a bird on the cam, and these are the results. It's like Mars attacks. Okay, it's gonna be one of the mysteries of the cam for today. What other bizarre stuff is gonna happen? Oh, we finally have a glimpse of the lookout fire. Is the Death Bowl Mountain cam back still looking due north? Or supposedly looking due north? Why? Why isn't it in the view where we can actually see this dang fire? Wait a second. Is the camera just screwed up? Like the website? Because why look at Blue River Lake at all when the fire is most active on the other side? Like, okay. And I did the 12-hour time lapse earlier, one of the things I started out the stream with. I was like, where the hell's the fire? Is it out over here? No, that's the western edge of the fire to the far right side of the screen. Why all night was it looking at not the fire? Why has it been shifted to this area over here where we see nothing? Hey, Urban, you're just saying red flags were just issued for Northern California? Yeah. Yeah, John Saders, you walked out of our lives forever. The poor vulture. That little vulture. All right. Maybe that's what my phone just made noises about. Is that a red flag warning thing? Um, right, phone's just blowing up today. I think it's quite important that I kind of rest my voice, especially it's not 100%. I'm gonna put on some more videos, guys. The rest of the videos. I hope that little small fire in Orville has cleared up. I don't know what just leave to my phone right now. Air quality alert. Ah, that was it. Okay, I'm gonna open NOAA weather. This is our current not look at the bedrock fire because for some reason it's looking north when the fire's to the northeast. There's big lookout, Baker City and stuff. All right, let's just click on whatever looks interesting real quick and we'll put in a new video. Oh, that is Smitty. Smitty is spamming me. Don't you know I'm live? Just come in here and talk to me. Smitty doesn't know I'm live. Hey, Smitty, I'm live if you want to just come talk to me. Voice typing. Wonder why he didn't get the YouTube thing. Maybe he can't watch. Maybe he's like texting me from a doctor's office or something, or like a airplane or his Learjet, where you can't make sound, like shh, quiet, library. Although libraries aren't quiet anymore. That's a crying shame. Kids rampage through a library and you go, hey, shh, quiet. And they, Mom, this beep told me to be quiet. Their parents go over and say, why did you tell my kid to be quiet? We're in a damn library, lady. It's a different era. Prairie Peak Ridge, Oregon. A weird white sky kind of thing. Calm before the storm, guys. Storm is coming. Western Oregon is in trouble. We're going to have dry lightning west of the Cascades from the border. Washington, California. Northwest California is going to have a lot of dry lightning too. And I don't know how many hours will go by before the wet storms arrive. So hold on to your butts. I need to be live at least tomorrow night. So I'll spare my voice and look back at chat. Yeah, thanks Urban for the red flag thing. Well, where did I put my weather map stuff? Great. Yeah, why can't you just click on it and it gets bigger? It just takes a long time. Okay. Now, Shelter Cove up to the Oregon border, almost to Mount Shasta, past Weaverville, right, Willow Creek. Hazardous weather conditions. Oh, come on. National Weather Service, it's 1870. Well, your website is too. Why is it over there? Why is it not even centered? Okay. Urgent fire weather message. 1:26 p.m. Scattered thunderstorms with abundant lightning Thursday afternoon and night. Upper level low brings a chance for thunderstorms to Trinity, Eastern Humboldt, Western Siskiyou, Del Norte counties Thursday afternoon. It's the first half of the overnight. Thunderstorms will be moving to the northwest. Brief periods of heavy rain are possible, but with the fast motion of these storms, wetting rains may be limited. Oh, God. Red flag warning in effect for 3 p.m. Thursday to 2 a.m. Friday. Hold on to your butts. Erratic outflow wind gusts up to 40 miles an hour. Oh, God. Okay. Any impacts of those? Any fires that develop will likely spread rapidly. You mean develop? You mean develop? Yeah, that's the new ones. What about the dozens of old ones? They'll all get worse too. Hold on to your butts. Here comes new lightning. Okay, I have to continue eating my food. Let's look back at Facebook and watch some updates. Does the Gray Fire have a Facebook? It's Gray. Spokane Valley Fire Department. One hour ago. Now they contain something else near Spokane. Sweet. Fire alert 2 hours ago. Multiple Spokane Valley Fire Department crews are responding to a brush fire. Oh, never mind. That's what we just saw them put out. 2 hours ago. This was the update on the evacuations downgrade. Where's a video? Please have video. 6 hours ago, Oregon Road Fire. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, this is the trailer where they probably made that video. Or something similar. All right, fire trigger warning. I'm playing the video. It's 2 minutes long. Play. Well, the video has no sound, but all right, I'm going to explain that before somebody goes off into conspiracy land. This is lighting backfires, the way to stop fire with fire. So that's a drip torch. And you got to do what you got to do. This is the situations they encountered with the Gray Fire and the Oregon Road Fire in general. So I think this was trying to stop the Gray Fire. Wow. Okay. Yep. We're still fire trigger warning. Here's a building going up. Or a little small house. Historic. Curtains still in the window. Larger house next door being worked on. I hope they save this property. Dozer with building a fire break. This is what you do. You just get in front of it. You just bulldoze to bare earth this line. And then drip torch light the fire on the other side of the line. So when the real fire comes, it has nothing to burn in front of it. And that means the vegetation on the right will likely be spared. A property with half the stuff on fire. Looks like the building on fire in the background, but not the RV in the foreground. Bad property management. Now, if you have a rural property like this, there's dead trees all over your landscape like this, standing up or laying down like this, firefighters are likely going to pass you up and go save the next property. You can't have this. You can have one or two dead trees laying on the landscape very far apart from each other, but not all over the. Okay. Don't look at the screen if you don't want to see it. I think that's the RV or ARV that burned down. It might be from the previous photo. It looks like maybe they didn't save it. That's burned up grass in the foreground. The weird thing about fiberglass, though, is when it burns, it looks like a pile of dead, burned up grass. Fiberglass looks like grass after being burned. And we really need to think about highways and such and defensible space for highways. And what would help in this situation is a wall, maybe just 5 or 6 feet high on the side of the road, and that would stop fires that move the fastest along the ground. Okay, the end of the slideshow, I had to talk through that because it had no sound. Okay, fire trigger warning over. There's another video though. It's 2 days old. I can play that one. Okay, so we have Spokane Valley Fire Department. I will follow that for now, but it doesn't look like the Gray Fire had its own Facebook page. That moved too dang fast. It's probably going to be over soon. But if tomorrow's weather is nasty, it could flare up. So people in level 2, please do not unpack. And people in level 1, please get packing. Anywhere near the Gray and the Oregon Red fires. Well, any fires right now because of the crazy thunderstorms we're going to have. Now, the Lookout Fire. Let's see if we got a morning video or something to watch. That's some good pictures. Wow. Wow. Look at the Bambi bucket there. It looks like a lookout tower or something wrapped up in the foil. Sweet. I wish that was captioned. I like what they're doing. Okay. All right. This photo is from a post. Oh, viewed the post. Okay. Oh, communications tech from the U.S. Forest Service and Oregon State Fire Marshal Office installed a repeater at the lookout on Carpenter Mountain yesterday. Great. This remote installation required the assistance of a helicopter for an equipment drop-off. Oh, it's not a Bambi bucket. It's dropping off communications equipment. That's cool. Radios. Gotcha. Assumed it was a bucket. Thought it looked a little bit weirdly small, but awesome. All right, Lookout Fire 2029. That was posted 39 minutes ago. Old news, old news. Updated evacuation levels thing. But where's... the morning operational update from 6 hours ago. Let's watch.
Hey, good morning. I'm Brandon Stoltenmeyer, Operations Section for Northwest Team 6 on the Lookout Fire. We're going to go over a morning operational briefing of what's going on in the fire and what's been accomplished. I don't have my OSFM counterpart today. They have demobbed off the fire, but don't worry, we do have structure protection in place on the east and west. We have 2 different groups, and they are taking over right where OSFM left off and putting people in and making sure that everything is still secure along the McKenzie Bridge and Rainbow and all the other communities down there. So we'll get started with going around the map here. We're going to start in Division Alpha, which is this section all the way up to here. So Division Alpha yesterday wasn't a very good day for burning. It was not, didn't have really good consumption and not the behavior we were wanting. We just didn't want to put fire on the ground and it come back and be a big mess. So they held off and are looking at trying to hopefully fire again today. They're going to be firing up in this general direction and tying into 1506 Road, which comes off of the 15 Road just above Blue River Lake. All right, and then going to Division Bravo. Division Bravo is continuing to prep and get lines better on 1508. They are looking hard at some of these interior lines, trying to get this closer up so we can hopefully minimize some acres. They're also looking here with Division Delta, trying to find a better handoff spot than the current one at midway up 1508. Division Delta, they are also doing similar as Bravo. They are prepping 1508 road and trying to get it around to tie into the 2654 road. Good operation going, lots of work being done, a lot of mastication. These two divisions are where we're working 24 hours a day with a night shift. They're just switching operators on the machines and keep on going. So those machines are pretty much running 24/7 to try to get this line in. So Delta, pretty much the same thing as Bravo. They're looking in closer, seeing if we have some better opportunities here. Moving over to Foxtrot. Yesterday, Foxtrot was quite active. We had fire get all the way down into Budworm Creek along the highway and along the No Name Creek and Frizzell Creek. We did have a little bit of spot over on 2654, but they're trying to pick that up, look at it today. But we also have our contingent, our alternate line that we've already pre-planned and have been working on. That kind of comes up this direction, this general direction. So there's plans in place, and we're looking at things. Division November, they were we're finishing their prep up. They were doing some prep around some of these Forest Service structures down here, and they've figured out a way that November and Tango are gonna come in together. And coming around to Tango, they also were trying to do some burning yesterday. They did bring it down a little ways with some hand firing, and we're also using the UAS platform with dropping plastic spheres. So we did get some good accomplishments yesterday. Just wanted to mention also all the big smoke that everyone saw yesterday. That was not on us. That was actually the Bedrock fire, but their smoke was dropping out on us, which was hindering some of our operations also. But overall, a very good day on the lookout and hoping for a repeat of today. Also, and last bit of really good news, we were able to add a little bit more containment on our map. Down here on Victor, about the last little bit on Victor going east towards Tango, we were blacking that on the map, and it's looking really good. So we were calling all of Victor controlled. Coming up into Zulu also, we're starting to look at some really good depth on that line with the mop up, and hopefully here soon we'll have some control on that also. And that is it. Thank you.
I'll be right back. Hang on. Okay, sorry friends, I just got around the corner. I didn't realize the video was going to end so soon. And I was saying stuff, I hope you heard me, like, oh dear, I'll be right back. But I lose signal right around that particular corner. Okay. Sitting back down. Now, we saw that earlier, but it was in the small screen. I wanted to watch it in the big screen, see more of the map. They better work their butts off tonight because I have all the crazy stuff coming tomorrow. So if you don't know, dry lightning is going to hit Oregon west of the Cascades. West of the Cascades has the biggest fire risk. It's one of the strangest maps I've ever seen. Where did I put it here? Where the red, critical red. How do I make this bigger? The critical red is for zones 0, 3, and 4. Oregon, west of the Cascades. Not Eastern Oregon. Eastern Oregon's fine. It had some good rain. And then there's a greater than 20% chance of large fires happening. Thursday night, and especially after midnight and a Friday. Eventually, I mean, it's going to be dry lightning storms. Eventually, and 40-something mile an hour winds off the coast potentially for at least for Northern California and who knows for Oregon. But the follow-up storms are going to be wet with lightning. However, they may be significantly delayed, but behind the dry lightning ones. So who knows how long the dry lightning storms will rampage before any potential rain help with that. So whatever they're doing in the Lookout and Bedrock and others, they got to do it really fast. Because the clock is ticking for everything for the beep to hit the fan. All right, let me go back to our video roundup. Excuse me. So next, excuse me. Yeah, I can't lose my voice, guys. Let's just watch videos. Don't have to talk. Which group was I? Yeah, okay. This will work. So Lookout Fire, California Riverside. Oh, best way to find him is sometimes with Watch Duty. See if we've got an update. Oh, we do. 1 minute ago, Smith River Complex. Must not have heard my phone where it didn't beep. Let's see. Yeah, my phone doesn't have a Watch Duty update. Yeah, it says 1 minute ago. Okay. Six Rivers National Forest. Here's a tentative schedule for Pacific Corps to bring power back to Del Norte County. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, blah, blah. Yeah. I would guess that's next week. Ain't no point in it as we're going to get massive lightning storms running through here. This is all in red flag. Great. I didn't know all of Crescent City area had no power either. Dang. It's one of the reasons why I wanted them to do early evacuations of extremely vulnerable towns like Gasquet or Gasquet or however you say that. Because don't try to do your evacuations after everybody loses power. All right, let me look back chat. Oh, the clock. Yes. Okay. So when the clock is not in the foreground, like above everything else, like above every other window, it goes to sleep. Thanks for heads up. Thanks. So, hey, Smitty, welcome. Exactly, Irvin. Why would anybody have so much stuff close to the house? People unaware of the danger. It's the only thing that makes sense. Then again, why do people hoard? There's two types of hoarders, the ones for interior and exterior. I remember going to a farmhouse. I was driven there at night, so I didn't see the yard. I go inside, and there's this nice, pleasant lady cooking food, as a family friend or acquaintance or something like that. I'm a kid, I'm eating the food. I never suspected anything was wrong with her or like her mind or anything, but I saw the property in daylight then. I think we spent the night, can't remember. I went outside and it was like, I thought I was in the middle of a scrapyard. It was the most junk piled up into hills that I've ever seen. I'm assuming like it was, I guess that's what you call a silent notification because, yeah, it is. Okay, that explains it. There's a tiny bell icon with a cross through it. It was a silent notification, therefore I didn't get one on my phone, and that's just fine with me. So I didn't need to know when Del Norte County is going to get their power back. I just want to make sure that that wasn't an issue with notifications again. Anyway, I would assume that it had been like I don't know what I assumed, but not her doing that. But she kind of like collected junk cars. she'd get one that was kind of a piecer that would break down on her, and she'd just stack it up. It just stacked up in her yard. There was no way they were ever going to run again. There was grass growing up through the bottom of like a 1980s old Cadillac, like through where the feet go, like gas pedals and stuff, and out the windshield. And it was like 8 feet tall above the top of the car. It's kind of property where if there was a grass fire, you'd be like, oh my God, I didn't know there were cars into this, you know? There's mountains and hills of cars. And you go around this side of the mountain, and it was like old stoves and a ridiculous amount of junk. Clean and neat and orderly in the house. So you never know about people. I kind of gently, politely was like, you know, you're sitting on thousands of dollars worth of scrap here, auto parts and whatever, and it's kind of hazardous because you can't mow the grass that's now growing on top of the cars, and what if there's a fire or something? And mind you, as a kid, I wasn't that concerned by fire. It wasn't in the forefront of my mind. I just still recognize that as a danger. Yeah, like I said, some of the largest evacuation zones I've ever seen. That is a gigantic amount of land. And the red is mandatory. Just, wow. You never know. But hoarding is a mental problem. It's not a, it's like a disease, you know, like alcoholism or something. It's not a bad habit or laziness or something. Like they literally are blind to it. They can't see it anymore. You take a hoarder like outside of their home and for a couple of days and then show them a photo of what the inside of their home looks like, they like break down and cry because they didn't realize it was that bad. That's why it's called a mental disorder. And it's a completely nonsense attachment to things, a stubborn refusal to part with them, even though they may not even have a legitimate sentimental attachment to it. Like, was that the car of your grandfather or something like that? Or no? Okay, so we can take it to the scrapyard now? No! Well, whose car was it? I don't know. But you don't want to part with it. Yes, get off the property. Oh, okay. Do you have plans to ever use it in any way, ever? No, get off my property, though. Okay. Firefighters are the ones who see this the most because they usually won't let somebody inside. And it's just a nightmare for firefighting. Interior and out exterior hoarders. And mind you, like property clutter, that's one thing. I'm talking about the true mental state. So the point I was trying to make is that a true hoarder cannot recognize the danger that is posed to them. They literally cannot see it. But just you and I can if there's vague education, you know. Now okay, Facebook, that's right, we were going to find videos through Watch Duty to watch while I continue to eat my lunch. God, where we start? I haven't looked at the deep fire. 5 hours ago, we have an operational update for the deep fire. Now, that is located by Whiskeytown Lake. It's kind of remote, but we don't want the car fire, you know, burn scar burning. It's ready to go and become a next mega type fire. What's this going on at Shasta Lake? I want to make sure there's no new thing or heat or something over there. Let me see the alert wildfire cam. Let's go. What have we got for cams at Shasta Lake? I'm sure that's all okay down there. Dead tree right in front of the camp. Well, it's half dead. Right. In reality, a half dead tree is a fully dead tree. Just doesn't know it yet. There's way too many all over the landscape from the car fire. I rest my case. How are you supposed to defend that hill? Like, the fire will just race up it, shoot through all these power lines here and telephone lines and go up to the telecom hill. The entire region's going to be knocked out, and that's because you left dead trees all over the landscape. Look at this. How are you supposed to defend this? Then you're going to ask the first responders, oh, if fire ever breaks over there in that, giant tinderbox pile here, go risk your life and defend this, okay? This is how all communications are lost during wildfires and people die. Look at that too. This camel burn over. There's just dead stuff everywhere. And invasive weeds. But there's a good perspective, I think, of possibly the car fire burn scar. Where are we looking here? Is this Sugarloaf? Yeah, it is. Sugarloaf. Just a 2. Are those just clouds? You just see the dead everywhere. The car fire was something else. Well, sorry. I wasn't supposed to go that far. I don't know how long it's going to be before the landscape looks normal again, but a long time. Okay, we're going to look at the deep fire, where it is. Aren't these labeled? Okay, it is rotating around to look at the deep fire area. So let's just wait. Oh no. Okay, that's right, it just does panorama. Never mind. Anything else looking at the deep fire? Like, no. It's one of those where you can only see stuff in panorama mode. So we have to wait for it to move. Yeah. See, here the compass button is back. Why was it missing from the other fire earlier? Okay. Well. That's the one looking the wrong direction. Alright, Sugarloaf, Shasta 2. Click. Compass. 0. Is this supposed to be due north? I forgot to do it again. Sorry, incompetence. I blame incompetence. There's no comeback to that answer, is there? Okay, 120 degrees. Alright, unless we've got some infrared, I don't think we can monitor the deep fire this way. I wish we could just see the individual. Okay, whatever. Let's just play the video. I'm done with that. Okay. Of course it's on Facebook. Okay, clock, come to the foreground again. Okay, come on. Update. There we go. Okay, I know how to make it stay. I'll move it over to the second monitor. All right, let's watch deep fire.
Hi, I'm Heather McCray, Operations Section Chief with California Team 10, here with an update from the deep fire for August 23rd. Yesterday, following the precip from the day before, the fire behavior was moderated quite a bit, which allowed us to get in there and do some additional work and look for other opportunities in the fire area. Starting along the Stewart Fork Creek, we did have crews in there mopping up, focusing their efforts for yesterday between the trail and the creek.
Yes. Guys, remember how we collected these things? Now, this is the coolest pointer I've ever seen. This one wins our contest. Now, some guys use radio antennas. Some guys, from like a walkie-talkie, point at the map with that. Some guys have a stick with a finger on it. Those are great. Some guys have laser pointers. Some guys have rolled up pieces of paper. Some guys have sticks. Now, the king, the funniest one, it was used in dead seriousness, and that's why it was funny, was the fly swatter. Another one that was mysterious was somebody had a car radio antenna that they ripped off a car and were pointing with. But check hers out. A sparkle stick with a star at the end. Oh man, I'm in love already. Okay. Sorry about the volume issues. I'm going to restart. Let's go.
Hi, I'm Heather McCrae, Operations Section Chief with California Team 10, here with an update from the Deep Fire for August 23rd. Yesterday, following the precip from the day before, the fire behavior was moderated quite a bit, which allowed us to get in there and do some additional work and look for other opportunities in the fire area. Starting along the Stewart Fork Creek, we did have crews in there mopping up, focusing their efforts for yesterday between the trail and the creek itself. That went very well, and we were able to get a lot of good work done in there. We do still have a little bit of heat up in this Lightning Creek area along the fire's edge, including a snag that's burning partway up. So as the weather continues to dry out in the coming days, there is the potential for this fire to continue to back down towards the creek. Today we do have quite a few folks up along the trail continuing to monitor that fire as it comes down and to continue to mop up. We've got an extensive hose lay in here, so lots of water being utilized for that mop up effort. Continuing up towards Oak Flat and Alpine Lake, that all is looking really good. Continue to have crews patrol in there, but looking really cool along that fire edge. Yesterday we did have some folks go along the fire's edge, or attempt to go along the fire's edge, to see what opportunities we might have in that area, and it is super steep, rocky, rugged. They were not able to get very far up that line, so they will be focusing their efforts today back along the trail in preparation. If things do dry out and the fire does continue to move to the north, we are prepared to utilize the trail as a holding feature. With the cloud cover yesterday, we were not able to observe from the air this east side. Tried multiple times to get aircraft in there, and just were not able to get in there due to the clouds. So really unsure exactly how much the fire spread on that east side, but based on observations around the rest of the fire, it's not likely there has been much fire spread, if any at all. Down along the south side of the fire, we were able to make access into this area just upslope from Cherry Flat. There are some roads that go through this property, and so we can gain access up in there. We're looking at utilizing a ridge that goes from Cherry Flat up to the wilderness boundary. One of the hotshot crews was able to scout that ridge system, and it looks like a good possibility to get some handline put in there. Identified a couple locations along that ridge where we could, in the event that we needed to, get a hoist ship in there to get an injured firefighter out. So we're looking very good to be able to utilize this ridge system. With that, the fire edge had some smoldering along the perimeter down in Sunday Creek. There is a snag that's burning part way up, so there is still the potential for the fire to become a little more active in the days to come with the warming and drying weather. Our objective today is to keep it hung up in that Sunday Creek, utilizing the helicopters that we have to allow the crews time to get in here and get handline put in along this ridge system. While all of that is occurring, we're still keeping eyes on the structures. The Trinity Alps Resort is looking really good. We have a lot of hose and sprinklers set up around the resort. And then we are continuing our efforts on the combination of dozer line and hand line even further out from the fire's edge. Right now, it is looking like the Trinity Alps Resort will be allowed to open this weekend. So that is good news for those folks in there. If you do have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out to us and we'll get your questions answered, and we will see you again tomorrow.
Guys, now I want my own sparkle stick. Where can I get one? It's more of a wand, you know. That is so cool. All right, let me come back from the kitchen. Oh, I had a good meal. Good meal of leftovers. Basmati rice and some steamed vegetables and some Middle Eastern lamb on a stick, lamb shake. I haven't eaten out in a long time. Well, this was YouTube. Oh, Deep Fire has a YouTube channel? Only 19 subscribers? That means nobody knows about it. Yeah, why don't they use YouTube? You can at least watch the content, unlike Facebook, without having to log in. It's like a conspiracy. I guess because YouTube doesn't allow you to make just regular posts, like update posts, and people are more like, what's that? Not in the way that Facebook can deliver that kind of information and maps and stuff. It's because you can't really download files. Okay. Going back, looking at the chat. Smitty says her star-pointed magic wand is sweet. That thing was sweet. So, Smitty, anything I should be looking at right now? Because I'm going through. The idea was go through some videos so I don't talk, so I keep my voice. I just lost track since I went through so many fires. I just lost track of which one has a community meeting that's going to be updated at 8 today. One of these fires has a community meeting at 8. I thought it was SRF, but I look back, I don't see that same update. So if you just do Control F, like meeting. Okay, so the SRF is having a community meeting on the 24th at 6. At the staging areas across from Redwood Highway and Cave Junction. Live stream on Facebook. Okay, let's put that on the calendar. So 24th, when probably in the middle of all hell breaking loose tomorrow, or just as the lightning storms strike. What do you mean staging area? Are they gonna have it outdoors in the middle of the lightning storm? Staging area? Across from the 30159 road on Redwood Highway, Cave Junction. Live streamed on Facebook. Are we reading this right? Okay. All right, for the Del Norte County SRF Lightning Complex. I guess we're going to tune in to the outdoor live stream in the middle of a lightning storm, or maybe just before it, or right, whatever. Whatever, I'm just going to put on the calendar. SRF live community. I swear to God, one was happening at 8. I totally forgot already. So, 6 p.m. 6 p.m. 24th. See how this goes. Making it purple color on my calendar. All right, now let's go on the quest for whichever one was supposed to be at 8. I don't think it was a lookout. Was it the head? They're making great progress on the head. / Happy Camp. The community meeting will be held at 5:30 this evening. That was yesterday. Okay. No, it's probably not that. You'd think there'd be one-stop shopping for fire community meetings, but no, you got to click it all. Oh. Family Dollar, maybe? Where I could get my own wand? Dude. All right, now that I'm not shoveling food in my mouth, let me turn the camera on for a little bit. Is it Bedrock? Gray? Just type in the word meeting. 6 days ago, so it's not the Bedrock. Lookout? You don't think it's a lookout? It is. It was lookout. Okay. I must have not read the full paragraph again when I went back to it. So the community meeting for the lookout fire is being held from 5:30 to 6:30 p.m. Mackenzie River High School. But that's not live broadcast. It'll just be uploaded to the Lookout Fire Facebook at 8. They should have used the word uploaded instead of broadcast, but that's okay. Hopefully that means we won't have that stuttering start-stop stuff that drove us crazy. Let's look at the live look at the Bedrock. And Smitty, you missed a vulture posing for us and grooming. It's probably on the 3-hour time lapse. Check it out. Now, most of the smoke was going towards this camera, but it just could be. Yeah, there he is. That the whole area is filling with smoke. But oh, we see our wind change. That's in the last hour. Let's look. That was a wind change. And the vulture was back briefly. Okay. Since this is looking to the southwest, presumably, it's hard to tell anymore. You could start to see a little definition in the mountains again. Whoa, yeah, an ash just flew past the camera. Yeah, it's just so dang hard. Let me go back to where the ash goes past. I would say it's coming. If this is looking southwest still, hasn't moved in a bit. Okay. Yeah, so the debris, that ash comes by, yeah, from right diagonal part of the screen to the bottom left. So it could just be an erratic wind gust, of course, or it could, but seeing the smoke and stuff change in the background, we could have just had a change in wind direction. And I would say the wind's out of the north then, or northwest. Let's see if I'm correct. My hunch. Watch duty now is a snazzy wind layer button. Oh, it's already on. It is coming out of the northwest. Okay. Okay. Good test of my skills. Now what's the forecast? Go back to my radar. Got a lot of lightning. Headed for Salt Lake City in Utah, and whoa. Flagstaff, Prescott, there's crazy lightning down there and storms. Just north of Phoenix. some lightning south of Phoenix, about ready to hit Tucson, coming in from Mexico. Just hold on to your butts. Now, I know you can't see it. I'm just trying to. In fact, maybe you should just see it. Put it back on. See this crazy lightning down? Monsoons, or whatever they call that, right? Now, we have wind soup, where it's just erratic, and some of it's Pacific driven, and it's around the Cascades here. You've got a north wind meeting a west wind, hitting Bend. And then over here by the fires in the Cascades, winds coming from the north, like the Portland area, south through the Willamette Valley, and some of it's peeling off and getting into the mountains here and rising. Just because the day is heating up. So the hot air is rising up in the mountains, the diurnal wind pattern. And right on the east side, the Lookout Fire, this is where the land starts to descend to eastern Oregon. So that's going to have a totally different wind there, as the wind that was rising up in the mountains kind of goes over the other side, roller coaster type effect. But it's all somewhat light. That's why there's so much smoke on the camps. So, like I said, I've got to save my voice. So let's do a last call for Fire Roundup. I don't think there's much anymore to watch. Smitty says we met the vultures further south. Okay. Now we don't have any aircraft really working any of the fires in Oregon or Washington today. And that sucks. That's a great pity. I just see that they're probably just mapping. They appear to be just looking, observing, and mapping in Northern California too. So that would have been really nice today if there was just a little bit more of a breeze to push away the smoke, and they could have slammed retardant around communities. They could have gone aggressive on some of these fires. They're making great progress, like on the head fire, like especially over here where they got some rain. But they don't have that in the toolbox today, so that means that really hold on to your butts. Everything's going to get worse tomorrow in Northwest California. Red flag conditions are already present there. They'll probably upgrade Oregon to red flag. Up from the fire weather watch thing it's on now. West of the Cascades. Remember, the west of the Cascades, ironically, is dry right now because the remnants of the hurricane dumped water in eastern Oregon. So it's wetter than western Oregon is. So dry lightning is going to come in tomorrow evening through tomorrow night, especially after midnight. I do plan to be live for that. And that's why I should rest up today. And the dry lightning will spark fires. We have a greater than 20% chance of big fires. We're talking another bedrock, another lookout, another big fire in Western Oregon. Western. Fairly unusual. I'm now very worried for the Coast Range. Valley of the Giants and other places, Tillamook Forest and all these places, Suisaw, Elliott. I am extremely concerned for the Coast Range right now. But look out. I mean, it could happen on the flatlands. And it'll be at least, I don't know how many hours, but they're saying this will get bad because it's dry lightning storms that roll in first, followed by wetter lightning storms. But how long is the gap going to be? How long are the lightning strike fires going to rampage? Because we're going to have pretty high winds, up to 40 miles an hour ish in northwestern California. Who knows about Oregon? How long are these fires going to rampage before the wet storm comes in behind it to help cool it off? I don't know that anybody can answer that right now. We could look at Coin to see if there's a local forecast. They're going to mention any of that stuff, but I don't know if we'll get anything useful until 6 o'clock. They're a good local weather station. Fox 12 Oregon's weather is very good too. See if this is something really. Yeah, it's a 7 hours ago thing, but okay, let's just play it. Play. Play. Why you no play? Here we go.
He does not, but the Petlock forecast is him this morning, so I can share him yesterday at the park. We had a good time out there. He loved the sunshine. His dressing up is just wearing a colorful bandana. He's got a yellow one on in this picture, but he loved running around outside. It was a beautiful day yesterday. We were in the upper 70s, and with that, I still brought some water for him. So if you're heading out to the park today, don't forget the water for your pups too. This morning, we'll also see some nice conditions back in the lower 60s to upper 50s, patchy clouds, and then this afternoon we push out the clouds and we're back under some sunnier conditions. So a nice day to get outside today. Here's a live look outside up to the mountains, top left. That's from Government Camp. Still some patchy clouds out and around, and all of these views here. Out to the coastline, top right, that's Newport. Beautiful, quiet start. Even under these clouds, we're still seeing some nice conditions. That's your view out to Vancouver from the Hotel Indigo Kirkland Tower. Now, air quality is back in the good category for a lot of spots here as we set up on our Wednesday. We saw that smoke really shifting in on Sunday. And then it worked out the door. Major improvements, not just for Oregon, but also in Washington, where that has been the main target here for a lot of smoke fires up in Canada. Also in Washington, pushing lots of smoke around this region, and then rolled in on Sunday into the valley. But notice we're back under the green category here. Good air for the valley. Also back to moderate air, too, in the central parts of the state. That has been a real bullseye for wildfire smoke from the Lookout Fire and the Bedrock Fire still burning in Lane and Lynn County. So I love to see that smoke working out the door and some improvements as of this Monday. Now, in terms of surface smoke, here's the forecast. We'll start to bring in a little more wildfire smoke from the north today. I still think we'll keep good air around the area, but you may start to notice a little bit of haze, especially by this evening. Then we get to Thursday, and the easterly winds may start to pull in some smoke here from Washington and those fires burning up in Canada. So that smoke may thicken into tomorrow, and we may start to see some of our air quality degrading from that smoke. So if you've got respiratory issues, do keep that in mind. Otherwise, we're back under a warm and fairly quiet pattern here for the next couple of days. A little stormy up north. There's a low system still churning away. Still seeing a lot of moisture up there. Thunderstorms up in areas of Washington. But for us, we're back under a quiet, sunny and warm day. Tigard, Beaverton, highs around 81 degrees today. On the east sides of Portland, again, morning clouds will push out. We'll bring back some sunshine, and daytime highs warm back into the low 80s. Same for Clark County up to Vancouver as well. So enjoy your day. We'll track that haziness as we head into Thursday. Also, the heat really builds tomorrow through Sunday. Expect to see temperatures in Portland back in the low to mid 90s.
Still tracking some.
That's it? Seriously, that's it? Okay. Well, I was really hoping they'd explain the whole fire weather watch thing. Seriously?
Fall is just a month and 1 day away.
Oh, you were just saying as we were getting ready, you're like, it feels.
Whatever. So, even if you hit the news and wildfire section of Coin, you would think there'd be. Wow, there's the MD-87. If they would explain that the extreme fire danger, that, that for Friday, no mention of it for the fire weather watch right now. Sorry, fire trauma. Where'd I put that? There. Put these together with the weather station, like Bueller. Could you fire weather warning? Excuse me. Red flag. Red flag. Could you? Wow. Okay. Glad I checked the weather myself. You heard it here. How dangerous the weather is going to be for fires, and all she's worried about was the smoke? Ugh. Alright, where's my webcam again? Okay. Twitch has like this emote for frustration. What is that? Twitch? frustration emote. Like it's pretty ubiquitous. This guy. Oh man, seriously. So Twitch is like a YouTube thing for gamers, right? Yeah. Oh my god. Just no, no. No. Oh boy. But here we are. All right, let me look back at chat. Do we have any more videos to watch? They never really had any morning operational updates. Community meeting, posted fires will go tonight at 7, but it's not live. So there is a community meeting for the Gray Fire near Spokane. No word on them live streaming it, which means they're not planning to. I mean, some citizen might do it. Spokane County Emergency Management page. Maybe we got something here. There's Red Cross stuff. Regarding donations, we know many went to help with household goods and other needs, but really, we don't need clothing, household goods, and stuff. We have enough, and only money donated to your favorite charity organization will assist at this time. That's because the people that left with nothing but the clothes on their backs don't have anywhere to put this stuff in. Yeah, exactly. It's very important to not create a secondary disaster with too many items that the community has no place to store them in. Now, if you have a suitcase, you can donate to people that helps them. The ones that have lost stuff. They need suitcases, they need toiletries, they need like a purse, they need a bag, use a burner cell phone, some charging cables, basics like that, hair, everything like hair ties, sunglasses, little personal fan with little battery operated thing, just for personal comfort because they'll spend a lot of time outdoors in evacuation shelters, N95 masks if they're dealing with the smoke from their own community. They'll also help protect them if you are walking in a wildfire zone where it's just recently passed. It's like not cleaned up. There's black ash on the ground. You need an N95 mask. You should probably put booties, even if you have to tie plastic bags on your shoes, unless you want to throw your shoes away. If you walk on the debris, you're getting toxic dioxins on your shoes. You're tracking them into your home. You should throw your shoes away. No joke. If you walk on wildfire debris, the kind of stuff that's in cities, the melted plastic, the melted cars, dioxins are the most cancerous causing chemicals pretty much known to man, other than things like benzene. It's about as safe walking with regular shoes into a wildfire zone area as stirring up the dust of asbestos. And you will be breathing that dust. It's small particles. It's just blowing around in the wind. You need that N95 masks. So that would be very good to give people, no matter what your views on COVID, it's completely non-relevant. It's the toxic dust. It's the wildfire smoke. That sort of thing can really help people. Donate a purse and a suitcase that's mostly empty, but is there a jacket? Gets so cold at night. Sunglasses and the like. But it's not time to donate somebody a toaster. So they've got their evacuation maps. We finally see them. It's behind the Facebook login page. But money is definitely the things they need the most. So gas cards, gift cards. Just meet somebody personally, hear their story, find out what their needs are, try to help them with that need. Straight up cash, straight up money. And also buy somebody a storage unit so they can capitalize on the early donation giving, so they can put stuff somewhere. Buy somebody a storage unit, just pre-fund it, pre-rent it for like 6 months, a year, something like that. Hand them the keys, walk away. That can be very helpful. Now let's see what other kind of videos we got. I think it's time for me to take a break. 8 o'clock is when one of the meetings that wasn't at the Lookout Fire is going to be uploaded to today, right? I'm going to make sure I'm correct. It's today. Yes, so it takes place from 5:30 to 6, Mackenzie River High School for the Lookout Fire. And then it's on the Facebook page at 8. All right. So let's look at our camps. Now, we saw the crazy stuff. Did you guys, oh, Smitty, I know you didn't see it. So at the very beginning of the broadcast, I showed you the crazy burn over cam stuff. I still have the files ready to show you guys. So you see that this is a burned up landscape. This cam at Camp 6, the SRF complex burned right over the evening of the 19th and wee hours of the 20th. So I took a break from the crazy amount of work that I was doing, and John Stoker and I were just in awe. I was trying to check on him because lightning storms were just raging through El Dorado County and where he lives. And those were wet, thank God. And I checked the other cams, and at the same time, the remnants of the hurricane thing were just pushing, or pushing ahead of it as it started to arrive. Winds over the rest of the landscape in Oregon, in California. So I did take some clips of what happened that night at the burnover. First, I went on Twitter like, "Oh my God, guys, run!" If I hit the new, this is one of those must-see, holy crap videos. Make sure I turn off the audio because I dropped F-bombs because I was like, guys, you see the guys working over there? Like, this was the wrong time. This was a little bit too late to start trying to cut down the trees when the fire's coming up the hill. Try to save the radio station and the camp, whatever it is. So this is just southeast of the town of Gasquet or Gasquet or however you say that in Del Norte County. This is the SRF complex coming. And as I was watching this live, that's why it updates every like couple of seconds. So I can speed it up where it's like, guys, maybe get the hell out of there. It's coming up the hill behind you. Guys, seriously, it's right there. Maybe evacuate yourselves. This ain't gonna help. Whatever you're doing ain't gonna help. Run. Shake it big time. Get in your vehicle. Get out of here. Get in a shelter. Run. Got quite hectic. The fire had gotten quite close. Run for your lives. Now would be the time. Can you not see that? Thing is, they usually can't. They're masked up. They're wearing goggles. They've got a big hard hat on. They're looking down. They're focused on their work. They've got earplugs in because they're using chainsaws. So they could be deaf, dumb, and blind right next to a fire. And they always are supposed to have a lookout person. But thank God, just as the fire approaches, they finally left the camera area. I'm like, okay. I hope they're safe. Oh my God. And so here's the result of what happens next. It's pretty insane. I think this is, which one is it? Yeah, this one. This is the burnover video. And this is why I was telling people in the town of Gasquet, Camp 6 is being burned over. I know you're at level 2. Consider yourself at level 3 right now and just go before the authorities tell you. Just go. So went live for a bit. And there's still people over there next to propane tanks. Fire's coming up the hill. I was like, oh dear. Oh, wow, that looks bad. Oh, yeah, it's coming. I didn't know if these propane tanks are going to explode or if that is propane, whatever that is, but it seems like it's for the power. These are air conditioning units for whatever hot stuff is inside that building. Critical communications, I'm sure. Why there's trees, fully grown trees around the hill. Don't ask me why. But it was way 20 years ago was when you could have made this hill safe and kept it that way with low budget. Here comes a fire. And a big red ominous glow coming off screen to the right. And the speed at which it overruns everything is incredible. I'm using this video as an example of why sometimes evacuating 4 minutes too late is 4 minutes too late. And you're dead. These guys got out of the way of the fire. And it's like 4 minutes later. If you go back to when they're in the view, 1905 on the camera. 1906, he just got out of view. There's 1 minute later, or 1907, 8, 3 minutes later, the fire's here. And the speed at which it moves is incredible. Oh, he's still in view. 1909, the fire's here, dude. Ron? 1909, 46, 1910, he's still in view. Okay, 1910, 30, he's out of view. 1912, 2 minutes later. Wind shifts again, pushing the fire right up. And this time, it's going to burn right over. You see it on the ground to the right. Here it is, spreading along the ground and in the crown of the trees at the same time. It's just a giant wall of moving flames. Look at the flame height. Remember, this is a time lapse, it's not a movie. So what you would have seen, I mean, that's the tail end of it. Flames are, what, how many feet tall is this? The tower can sort of be used for scale, but the trees are behind it. You can just eyeball it. It's impressive. Next frame, oh my god. Here it is. Look, it's 1915. So, oh my god, he's standing there right next to propane tanks with a hose. Like, dude, look behind you, dude. I didn't even notice that. It's too late. Go, run. I didn't realize a person almost got caught up in this. He's got to be feeling like he's in an oven. Or she, whoever that is. I never noticed the person in the frame. Oh my god. Can you believe this? I thought they evacuated 4 minutes, like, early enough. See, it's too late. That hose isn't going to do anything. It's just whatever he was trying to prevent. Like, look behind you. People think that they're going to see wildfires come at them from miles away, but they hide in the smoke. It's like a rain-wrapped tornado. It's a bit invisible. You're going to hear it in the smoke, but a wall of smoke will come towards you, start choking you, blinding you. I could tell you that there's all kinds of grit and debris and stuff that goes in your eyes. Your eyes are stinging. You'll be keeping them almost completely shut unless you have some major tight-fitting goggles, And then the ash is just going to coat them with dust being blown, ash. And so unless you're doing this like constantly, even if you are, you can barely see, wiping your eyes. And look how bad it gets. Like, he finally flees. And it gets really, really bad fast with full tree torching because it's a massive wall of moving fire because so many trees are torching. That is torching fire from ground to the top and above. Look how high that is. I wonder if the radio tower was damaged or not. But it's criminally negligent to allow trees like this to be near the critical infrastructure. If this knocked out that radio tower, like this, we could have lost like a dozen men right there, workers. If this wind shifted earlier and just the fire burned over them, would they? The thing is that even if they got in their shake and bakes, there's so many dead sticks all over the landscape, they would have just fried in them. So if the fire had swept over and caught them when they were still working over there to the left, they'd just be dead. There's even if they pull out their fire shelter that's on their backpack. You can't survive on the bed of coals. You have to be on bare dirt. This man was what, 2 minutes prior, just standing right there. And I'm going to show you this is as I took frame by frame live. It's a massive inferno. The speed at which this happens is insane. In fact, it's like a boring video, a little tense with the guys in the frame. And then it's like, whoa, fire sweeps over, and it's over. Like the video ends. You can only see this because I'm frame by framing. So John Stoker and I went, holy crap. Just every frame was the worst. And then we went back and forth, and then it blew right past this place, Camp 6. All the crap that got blown on the camera, ash. And the wind just kept swirling around the flames. I've seen a couple camera burnovers that are similar. Let me go to the next video. And let's see, where's the one where we've got a really good time lapse? So I'm gonna go a little bit into the future because that's just a 5-second one. Yeah, see earlier, they're just out there trying to clear away vegetation for the propane tanks. It's just county should not fail to maintain stuff like this and then ask firefighters to risk their lives for no reason. I'm pretty pissed off for them. I don't know what went wrong there. So let's see which video. This one would work. Yeah, 30-minute time lapse that I began. The last 30 minutes. Just a little bit too far in the future. I mean, yeah. Back it up one. Okay. That's it. Sorry, it's a 5-second one. One in between is the Goldilocks one then. 2 minutes and 11 seconds, yeah. So here I'm frame by framing it on purpose. After about an hour had gone by with this situation. And then I let it run and you'll see the camera burn over. I think at the very end. The first video has the most frames because it was live. There's always some that are deleted when you're doing the time lapse. I just paused on that one going, holy crap. This is about 1 minute increments. Yeah, 1 minute increments. Look how the situation changes in 1 minute. Each frame is 1 more minute. So if it takes you, what John Bruno said, retired fire chief that lives in Shasta County, he said if it takes you longer than like 40 seconds to deploy the shake and bake, which is the fire shelter, like a foil sleeping bag that they carry around, it takes you longer than 40 seconds to deploy that, you're dead. You won't pass his fire and survival class. It's a good illustrator of this. I guess the next one is the letting it run. And the time lapse. This is where I'm still freeze framing it. So let's see. End of my little video here. Okay. Let's look at the next one then. Where it's got the full. Where's the one with the full time lapse? Lose it because I showed it before. This is 28 minutes long. Yeah, so after the camera burn over, what happened? Excuse me. After the camera burn over, is this the video? That's 5 seconds long. Did I don't tell me I just deleted it or something. 7 minutes. Okay, this might be it. Here we go. Time lapse. This happens that fast. Boom. It's like, whoa. Watch it again. That's it. So this is a taster of what we're going to see tomorrow night. High winds are coming back with new lightning strikes. This is a 6-hour time lapse where they're busy trying to prep the areas that the propane tanks whenever they're going to explode or whatever they're trying to do. But it's all a forlorn hope that none of this is going to matter. I'm really not sure why. Oh, it makes me so nervous for them. They got this close to death when it's just completely hopeless. They should have been maybe prepping a community or something. Whoever is in charge, look how close they are to death. They're in the frame 1 second, fire sweeps over the next. And again, they should have just kept this as a somewhat bare hilltop, at least, 200 feet away from these towers. Just no trees and no dead branches and stuff on the ground. And then they would just be able to leave this alone and not have to risk their lives being here. This could have easily been a mass fatality event. We hear on the news that, out of the dozen that were in the frame, 6 are dead, 3 in critical condition. That could have been the headline. Because somebody let vegetation grow around and trees die around a radio tower. It's just unreal. I wonder if they saw this later and went, oh my God, well, we almost died. But like a boss, like real men and women here, they seem to have left during the burnover and they came back. They came back and they defended Camp 6. So later in my screenshots and videos and stuff, oh, here's some more crazy video. This is the one that was rotating. You see, to my surprise, I just have to freeze frame that because it was rotating. This is the panorama of the burnover. It's already happened, and fire trucks pulled up, but then a fire from a different side came and hit the same area. And did this several times throughout the night. And the next day, the same Camp 6 was burned over a couple of times. But they got out their trucks, got some hose, and were working in the middle of this. Just hell. We have to appreciate the risks they take. Right, everybody's asleep. Nobody said something for quite some time. So I'm going to leave it on this frame. 8 p.m. Come back. Hopefully that community meeting video's up. Rewarn people about the red flag since at least local media, hopefully will at least mention this by tonight. That, red, high risk, critical burn environment, significant lightning triggers, dry, fuel dryness, lightning amount, weather, wind. West of the Cascades to the coast, the entire Oregon area, we have a greater than 20% chance of having a big fire breakout. The risk for large fires is very high. You would think it would be Eastern Oregon, but they just got some rain dumped on them, so their fuels are not as dry. So hold on to your butt. Don't know why it hasn't even been noticed by the media. Don't know why they're not talking about it already. Usually the media is like, oh, something dangerous. Let's scare the public. Let's go. But today they were just talking about smoke and it might be hot tomorrow in the Portland area. Yeah, it might be on fire in the Portland area too. Expect a lot of vegetation fires. Portland Fire and Rescue has been running around like whack-a-mole last week. There's been a lot in the area. They just pounced on them immediately. And they have a lot of good infrastructure and fast highways and lots of hydrants everywhere. And people have been pretty smart with fire. It's mostly been almost encampments and random stuff. Have gotten out of control. But for the most part, people have been diligent, vigilant, and you need to ramp that up. If you see any column of smoke or anything tomorrow evening, you better call 911. They have to pounce on it immediately. Just make sure it has been reported. Hold on to your butts. Okay, friends. I'll see you back here at 8. Oh, EBYT. You just... Okay, now suddenly chat comes alive the moment I want to go. I'm trying to ask people the last half an hour. John Robinson, you just caught me just joining. What are we looking at? Extreme fire danger for the west of the Cascades and Northwest California. Got red flag. Hold on to your butts. Dry lightning is going to rip through northwestern California, like Del Norte County, Siskiyou, Humboldt, the like. So everything's going to get worse. And yeah, that was Camp 6, the burnover of the cams the night of the 19th. Partly due to the 20th they occurred. Everything's going to get worse there. So we have dry lightning that's going to rip through the Coast Range, Northern California into Oregon. Critical fire weather. This is extremely rare that you ever see from the Cascade Mountains west. I'm extremely worried for Coast Range fires breaking out in Oregon because the dry lightning storms arrive first, and then there's an unknown duration of time before wetter lightning storms follow. So who knows how long they'll rampage before any water gets on them. Who knows if the wet storm is going to be any help? What if it's only like half an inch of rain? Yet a monster fire starts because there's the potential, at least in California, for 40+ mile an hour wind gusts late Thursday night into past midnight, so Friday. I'm going to try to rest my voice now until 8 p.m. We have a community meeting to watch for the Lookout Fire if they upload their video on time. But I need to rest up and be prepared to be awake for maybe 2 days. This has a potential to be extremely bad. We just watched Coin is usually better at this, but they just had a rosy forecast for the Portland area and stuff. They don't seem to realize that even the Portland area is at 20% chance for very large to very large fires breaking out. Like, are you guys not aware of this lightning phenomenon that's coming? Maybe not. Okay. It'll be on the 6 o'clock news because that was a morning broadcast, and this is, I don't even know when Predictive Services issued this one. But the map is looking pretty bad. Hold on to your butts. Northwest California, Southwest. Well, this is the current red flag. It's going to go all the way up to Astoria. And whenever they get around to updating it has to be a specific wind speed and stuff that they blah, blah, blah. Just go with Predictive Services. Extreme lightning event possibly coming. And it's going to be dry first and then possibly wet. Hold on to your butts. We're going to probably get new lightning strike fires all around this area. And they've just upped the evacuation zones in Del Norte County to extreme levels. Some of the largest I've ever seen in my life. Just click on it. The evacuation map is gigantic. You see how it parallels how much land that is? Like that. So today was the last day they had as a chance to make anything better, and they did not have the chance to use aircraft. So hold on to your butts. Even as they've put out some of the smaller lightning strike fires and made good headway, new ones are going to start. Let's just pray that the moisture that's supposed to follow the dry lightning could somehow make things better. But be prepared for 40+ mile an hour wind gusts down here in Del Norte County. And I'm not sure what Morgan has to look forward to, but I wouldn't imagine it's very different. So we've got, for the first time in a long time, vulnerable dry redwood forest. Usually you don't worry too much about the redwoods because Humboldt County is so soggy and wet, but look how close to these fires are next to redwoods, like Jedediah Smith Redwood State Park there, and more stuff up in there. And the Coast Range of Oregon doesn't see a lot of big fires because it's, well, traditionally very soggy, but not in an El Nino year like this. It's one of the few that's means that it's dry. God, look out! Watch Duty, what? Watch Duty has a new notification. I'm trying to log off, for the love of God. The Liberty Fire, Salem, Oregon. Second alarm vegetation fire right now. With exposures, 2 additional engines requested. Exposure protection. Localized evacuations occurring in the area off of Jory Hill Road off Liberty per radio traffic. Fire is making a run to the west with crowding in the trees. Unspecified size at this time. In Salem? Oh God. I don't want to have to evacuate my mom again. Okay, it's west side of I-5. Is that by Kubler? Just north of the Rosedale? Okay, where's Kubler? I'm trying to orient myself on Salem. Oh God. Why didn't I just hit the log off button? I've got to save my strength for tomorrow. Let's see, Kubler. It's south of Kubler. Right off of the main north-south thing of Liberty. It looks like is that like a little forest? Yeah, it is. It's making a run for trees. It's like a weird chunk of forest inside of Salem. Great. Let's look. Where's our webcams? Okay, guys, breaking news. There's a big fire with potential to spread in Salem, Oregon right now, which is of concern to me. I don't imagine Watch Duty will pick that up. It did, dude. Okay. So is there an image? Sort of. Yeah, somebody can see the smoke from their neighborhood in Salem. Salem's a weird rat nest maze of roads. So like I said, Kubler, the main east-west boulevard, everybody takes the exit off of I-5 to get on. It's south of Kubler in a strange pocket of forest. In the middle of Salem. Well, it's on the edge of Salem. I should say forested area. Like I said, it's the strangest town that ever developed with the weirdest curvy roads and stuff that don't make any sense. They have a lot of roads to nowhere in Salem. It's like if you took a cat with a ball of string and said, "Cat, can you use the string to design a road system for Salem?" And the cat was high on catnip and stimulants. It's pretty much what your result would be. Salem's the most bizarre, crazy mess of roads I've ever seen. And when you get on one, you'll finally realize there's no way to get off of it. It's like a turnpike where there's no exits, and you see the place that you want to go to, like fly by. I did some delivery truck driving in this area, and I was driven insane. I was like, no more, never going back to Salem. It is the worst traffic error in the history of mankind, even though there's not any jobs here, and it's a low population town. Don't ask me why. It's just their mess of roads are stupid. You can get on one of their bypasses and stuff like this. Like, oh, I want to go to the next street, and there's no way to get off. Like, okay, I just went 9 blocks to the north for no reason, and where the hell do I turn around, and what's going on? It's just awful. So let's see if we've got any cams. Windy would be one of the easiest places to figure that out. windy. All right. Go to Salem. It's a 1 hour drive south of Portland. Webcams. Okay, so Kubler is one of the big orange ones. It's Kubler. It's south of Kubler. North wind, so it would potentially be pushing the fire to the south. Okay. I don't see any cams. No traffic cams over there. What else could we use? I don't think there's any alert wildfire cams over there. Guess I could just look through Salem web search Salem cams. We got a breaking news of fire in Salem that looks like it's getting well out of hand. Right in front of tomorrow's bad lightning storm weather. It's basically red flag conditions west of the Cascades in Oregon. I don't care what the map says. It's going to be upgraded to red flag if they know what they're doing here. Yeah, there's no snow. It's a dead zone of cams. It's just, all right. Salem, Oregon, yeah. Metro Blue is good. I was hoping there's a map version. If we see any fire. Eola has the wrong spot. It's too far to the west. It's across the river to the west. Kaiser is too far north. Hayesville. Glen Creek. Cordon. Yeah. State Street. Too close to the Capitol. This is not near the Capitol. Okay. What else? Salem, Oregon Road and traffic cams. C-cam, that's Kubler. We're getting closer. Statesman Journal, Willamette Valley webcams. Yeah, snow. In December 2016, right? Great. City of Salem traffic. I think we just viewed that. Yep, nothing. Kubler, yeah. That's the closest thing we have, but it would be driven south if that's a north wind. That would be what I would think. So you can't see this very well, but in watch duty, it's showing a northeast sort of a wind, unless we have like a flag on a pole. There's a nearby airport. Could maybe see a windsock at the airport if there was an airport cam. Where's that dang airport? Pretty far away. Up there. But I could say Salem Airport webcam. Airport should at least McNary Field. Airportview.net. Well, cams. No cams. Wind is 7 knots, gusting to 16, direction 10 degrees. Yeah, north, slightly northeast wind. So that would be pushing the fire south to the southwest. LWS visible satellite. Okay, that's some aviation stuff. Okay, so we don't need to look at a dang windsock, but that would mean cameras to the southwest of the fire might show some of the smoke happening. Independence is a little bit far away there. Here's neat, something neat. You could tell with the course of the Willamette River changed. It flows from south to north. You could tell that it once hugged right here. There was like an old channel. I think it was the flood of 1861 or something like that that changed the river's entire course. It's got a weird kink in it now. You would think I-5 or Pacific Highway. Yeah, that's where the Enchanted Forest is. Sunnyside. I don't think this was looking north. This must have been looking west. I don't know if that's the correct place that was taken from. Okay, somebody texting me. We could turn on Broadcastify. Law enforcement radio traffic indicating they're evacuating from Jory Hill Road over to Skyline 1. Helicopter is being assigned to the incident. So this is serious. Liberty Fire in Salem. Law enforcement radio traffic indicating they're evacuating from Jory Hill Road over to Skyline Road. Or Skyline. This is Jory Hill right here. Good old Google Maps. Perhaps that's what we need. Okay. Looking back at chat. Sorry, I couldn't see chat while this was full screen. Devers loves life says I just got a red flag warning for the flat fire. Yeah, all of Oregon, west of the Cascades, should already have a red flag warning. Hold on to your butts, guys. Lance Lindahl says, "Lol, I was just going to say the same thing about Salem. No consistent street grid at all in this town. Yeah, it's a cat on crack designed the town using a ball of string and his own saliva. I think that's the best explanation we have. Hey, Pro, taking a break from your organizing and unpacking. So we've got a massive fire in Salem that's breaking out with some evacuations. Lance says most of Salem was platted prior to the state land use planning system. I still think it was a cat. And it's one of the main reasons why we have now a state land use planning system. It's literally the worst example of street mapping in the country. I believe this. Okay. It's almost like Sandy Boulevard in Portland. There's an intersection. There was an 8-way intersection of 8 different streets, and they only had like 6 stoplights. It was chaos. Some of my friends made a parody video about it. They made a horror movie about that intersection. Lance says, John Robbins says, Wagoner Airfield's close cam to the left of the field showing smoke. Oh, Wagoner Airfield. Okay, thank you for the tip. Wagoner Airfield camera live. Why is Denver and stuff here? Where's... Okay. That's Tulsa. I should have said Oregon. City data trip check. Okay, which website did you get this from? It's gonna take forever. Road, that's just Kubler. It's too far north. Wagoner. Road cam at I-5 South. Where is Wagoner Airfield? Yeah. Package. It's to the right of the field. Okay. Left of the field. That's McNary in Salem. Where's Wagoner? I didn't know there was another one. good old Google Maps. Let's try to cue that up. All right. What a good nerve. Damn, Oregon. Permanently closed. Oh, that's sad. Nice car. Oh, this is like a classic biplane era type airfield or something. Okay. Get off. Okay. So it's to the south of all that. Get off. Yeah, you can kind of see where a landing strip used to be. All right. Get off. There's supposed to be a webcam here. Where we access that. Add more. Map details, map tools, globe view, satellite, air quality, terrain, wildfires. I'd be flabbergasted if that had that already. Nope. Terrain. So the fire's over here. Jory Hill to Skyline is under evacuation. I'd imagine Skyline would be south. But let's find the intersection. We have a mandatory evacuation of Jory Hill Road and Skyline in Salem. Okay, do they not intersect? I've never heard of a Skyline being in Salem. Let me go back to Watch Duty and see if there's some sort of a mistype. Skyline Road. Helicopter is being assigned. Refresh. God, all right. Let's get Broadcastify up. No sugar tonight, my coffee or tea. Log in off screen. I'm going to take this off full screen and go back to the mode where I can see chat better. Resize. Okay, we have breaking news, a big fire in the southwest corner of Salem. With some evacuations in progress. They're saying Skyline Road. I have no idea where the hell that is. But it's just Jory Hill Road area is being evacuated. It's a slightly northeast wind, so the fire will try theoretically to travel to the south, slightly west trajectory. As fire goes where the wind blows, just common sense. Now let me log into Broadcastify. Thank you for your kind donations. That's why I have this premium version, so we don't have ads and stuff. All right, I logged in. Go to state. Listen, Oregon, Marion County. Okay. It'll be whatever. Yeah, Salem Fire, 1,000 listeners. What the hell's going on? All right. I'm going to start it out with volume low or off so that you don't get. Okay, here we go.
I need one more brush rake.
All right, we're listening to it.
Okay, I'm assigning. As soon as I get another one, I'll get it your direction.
Caltopo.
Jory Hill copies.
Okay,
Command 451. Command, go ahead. McMahon's gonna meet up with you. He's gonna be your task force leader. We're gonna get more brush rigs in there. I'm gonna hop over to Carrera's channel here and monitor this. I'm still waiting to get an update on the helicopter. If anything changes, let me know. Otherwise, we'll focus that over here on his division. Command copies.
CNN open for?
Pump 6 from engine 4. Go for pump 6. You're going to work with my firefighter over there. Break close 4 from engine 4. You're going to be working with pump 6. Stay with him. Copy that.
No heat signature yet. Wait, let me see.
Pump 6, copy.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Okay. Okay. Looking back at chat. Watch duty camera on the right side of the field. The icon is showing smoke.
And pump 6 from engine 4. Engine 4, go.
Ah, there.
I'm on the north side of this big island here that's burned out. Can you guys make access on that side towards that ridge? There's some pretty good smoke coming up back there, but I can't figure out an access point back here. Let me see.
What cam? On watch duty?
Jory Hill Division from command. If you need a tender, I got another tender available.
You mean the still photograph? So remember, this is the margin of error.
Yeah, this is Tender 959. We're at the intersection of Jory Hill and Liberty. We got to reconnect and line down the bumper turret.
Give me your unit number again, please.
Tender 959.
I copy. Tender 959. Go ahead and report to Jory Hill Division, which is up on Jory Hill, obviously.
Dispatch 1306. We're available for the Liberty fire if needed.
Oh crap! It's a dual left and right channel one. They'll talk over each other.
Jory Hill Division from command. I'm sending you tender 959. They have firefighting capability.
I have to redo this. Stop. Play. Okay, so now I can go left, right channel, turn one off, one on if we need to. 1,000 people listening. Why isn't it playing? Testify. Play.
Division 10, we are arriving on Liberty.
Got it.
Engine 10 from command. I want you to report to Jory Hill Division on Jory Hill Road.
Okay, we'll find them. What channel are they?
Ops 5.
Thanks.
4 years ago. University of That matters. Webcams in Salem.
Medicaid copy en route. It's going to be a 39-year-old male. In contrast, breathing normally, eyes are rolling back. He is diabetic, so possibly a diabetic.
Okay, which channel is medic? And I'll turn that off.
Okay, copy.
It's either left or right channel.
Dispatch, engine 3.
Last unit calling command, taken.
Engine 3, affirm. We're going to have just a medic respond on this.
Copy.
You're unreadable.
It's gonna be insane. So let's read which channel is which.
Dispatch from command. If you know who that last unit that was calling me and can relay, that would help.
I thought one was fire, one was EMS, but are they both fire? I don't get it. But they're talking over each other.
Command, I listened back and that's negative.
Okay. All right. So we got a big vegetation fire, like 2 or 3 alarms. These are just people's personal photographs. That's why I was like,
Dispatch command.
It's sending you heavy brush 94.
These are people's personal upload photos,
Was that for engine 4?
not webcams. And that's the icon just
Confirm
shows
you're
you.
getting heavy brush 94.
This just shows you what direction a still photo was taken. I'm looking for a live webcam, but thank you. Coin says level 3 go now. Yeah, we've already put that out to the public. We did that pretty quick. It's Jory Hill to quote skyline, but I've never heard of a skyline being in Salem. Maybe it's like a private street name or something. Couldn't even find it on a map. Just anywhere southwest of Jory Hill and Liberty or south of it, just get out of his way.
4 from engine 4. Can heavy brush 94 get past you?
Hopefully this field is plowed already.
Yes. Okay. Great.
I'm sure
94 from engine 4.
Dispatch engine 11.
a news helicopter might take off. KGW has one. Let's see if KGW is picked.
Sam dispatch command. Tender 981 needs to know where to go. He's not able to copy you on patch channel.
I copy. Just have him base at 6331 Liberty Road South, and we'll just make a note that he's based.
Copy.
Okay. Maybe they have, well, maybe they have a YouTube. So the fire that's fast moving in Salem is in south of Kubler Boulevard.
Dispatch to command.
It's at Jory Hill and Liberty, making a run into some trees. And if you look at the terrain,
Salem dispatch to command.
it's kind of bumpy there.
Go ahead for command.
Salem PD is at Liberty and Mildred with the Oregon Department of Aviation with them. They want to know if you would like the use of a formal drone.
That would be good.
Stand by on that flow, bud. Okay.
Always ask to fly your drone. Just volunteer it and then wait
Great.
for what they
Command
want.
345, we're going to have a helicopter in here that can't have drones up while that's going on.
Smart. See? That would have grounded the helicopter.
Dispatch, did you copy that last? Confirm it.
Let's
Copy
look at.
negative because the helicopter is going to be coming in.
Good. Good. Coordinate.
Copy.
Dispatch engine 11, tones move up station 1. Tones for engine 11.
Command from West Division. We'll need another brush rig if available. We do have some fire getting up into the trees and jump the dozer line.
Damn. Fire's getting up into the trees to jump the dozer line. This private aircraft
Copy, we'll get you on it once we get it.
is flying like right over the top of it. Almost. Actually, it's just
from engine 7. We're available at station 1.
not just over the top, but really close.
7 copy, already got 1, thank you.
Just to the right of it, actually.
Dispatch engine 11 copies. We're going to stay on the west side.
That person could take some awesome photographs. So we'll see when the helicopter shows up. That pilot was probably relaying information to whatever airport he just took off from. What, the Salem Municipal or whatever? What is that up there? Actually, no, he didn't take off in Salem. He took off from Ragmanville. So he's probably just talking, though, to Salem. CPRO would know how this works. One of the towers, and they get in touch with boots on the ground 911 ops. So we don't have a live camera. I mean, we could keep checking to see if people's personal photographs are going to show up. I'm sure there's a lot that will. But this is a hill. It's running up in the hill into the trees, theoretically spreading southwest, headed that direction. So if you're just south or southwest of Jory Hill Road, I don't know or care where the Skyline Road is, if it exists. Just be out of its way, south or southwest, or to the west of this. But this is where the evacuations are. We'll have to wait for a map. Been kind of confused. information and some breaking news situation. Localized evacuations occurring. It's making a run to the west and crowding in the trees. Because once again, it's not only does fire go where the wind blows, but fire loves to run uphill. So it looks like it started at the base of a hill here. If they can hold Jory Road, that would be good, but don't know that they can't. The firefighters are staging at this intersection of Jory Hill and Liberty. So if you know anybody in that area, anywhere southwest of this in Salem, give them a call. Don't assume they know this already. This isn't that populated out here. It's kind of like the edge of town. But a lot of these people are probably not home. They're probably at work. It's 427. And or out there doing yard work or something like that. Just make sure they know. We'll see how this turns out. I can't believe there's no webcams.
Go ahead. So my plan is just to kind of go after some of these little hot spots and flare ups that we see. Try to keep it from making it to that ridge again, because we still have a lot of fuel up there that can burn, and I'm afraid that if it gets in there, it's going to make a run behind everybody again. So that's the plan. Copy that.
They're too low and some people are too loud. I'm sorry. It's the way I really do this on the fly. Let me try to change my equalizer so they might be more, they might speak a little clearly. I'm going to put on voice mode. And I will adjust it on the fly as they start talking again. That's a new addition to the stream.
Command for Jory Hill on off 3.
All right, let's try this.
Command, go ahead. Dispatch from Battalion 3.
Yeah, I still need at least one more brush rig and one more engine.
Joe, Battalion 3 logged on and in service.
I copy. I sent you engine 10. Did you copy that? That's affirmative. I have engine 10 working. I do need one more resource for another house.
I copy. I'll see if I have any of these tenders that have firefighting capabilities. I
Field
sent you
dispatch
one
from 306.
that does. That was tender 959. Did you get them?
Available for that Liberty fire if they still need an engine.
I turn off one channel. It's going to be extremely hard to juggle, guys. Turning off one channel.
Dispatcher command, engine 306 is available. Do you want me to start him your way?
That's affirmed.
Copy, start engine 306.
And did you get that you have tender 959 with firefighting capability?
Command for Jory Hill. Sorry, I was getting called on that radio. You said tender 959?
That's affirmed. I sent them your way probably 10 minutes or less ago, and they have firefighting capability.
Okay.
I copy. I have them committed with engine 10, wrapping the house and supplying the water supply to engine 10.
Good.
I copy.
Dispatch just sent us another engine company, but we're a little ways out, I'm sure. Also have more Type 3s and Type 6s getting ready to deploy. I think it's still going to be a bit on those.
I copy. An engine in addition to engine 306. Command, you want someone in addition to engine 306?
I'll take 306. They're putting together a task force for us at this time, so I don't know that there's anybody else available. If there is, I'll take them.
Copy.
I don't see their helicopter yet. It's on the way, supposedly. So they declined somebody's offer of a drone.
Additional request engine.
And I'm turning on the other channel. The other one was muted. Just turn both back on. They keep talking over each other.
Tender 91 from command.
Tender 7, copy. We'll get you started down there.
Okay, we're on the way.
Here's our heat detection. Mind you, that's margin of error. As far as we know, it's still up north of Jory Road
Tender 60 from command.
and west of Liberty.
Tender 60.
But we're not sure.
Do you have firefighting capabilities, or are you strictly a water tender?
I have some control capabilities, but I do like some single person units.
What?
I copy.
I didn't.
Command 230.
I almost logged off, guys. I almost had the opportunity to rest.
One on the Tender 319 is firefighting capable.
Okay.
Sales dispatch to command, DC-32 is getting engine 335 en route. They're type 3 from station 1.
Tells for engine 11 to move up to station 1 for coverage. Engine 11 to station 1 for coverage.
On your way to.
I copy.
Okay, both channels back on. This is gonna be nuts to try to juggle this. Like I said, margin of error for that satellite.
Sales dispatch to command, Adair is also sending a tender.
Yay. It's a big response.
Dispatch from command, you can cancel that Adair tender. I think we have enough tenders at this point.
Copy, cancel the Adair tender.
Adair is Camp Adair was this giant camp in World War II where all the drafted guys of Oregon and other places were stationed, and so they had huge barracks and stuff. It was like a giant, one of Oregon's largest cities at one point, and I think they just kind of let it rot back into the ground. It's like a park now and like a area of Salem. So if Camp Adair
C-30 from command, are you close to the command post?
stuff responded, that's cool. Mutual aid. See if their helicopter's coming yet. Nope.
Sales dispatch to command, Kaiser can get a type 6 going. Do you want them to go?
See if KGW has a thing. Helicopter of their own.
Sales dispatch to command, Kaiser can send a type 6. Do you want them?
They're not live though.
That's firm.
They're the only game in town with a helicopter, I think.
Sales dispatch to command, Chief 801 is putting together a task force of type 3 and type 6 engines.
I copy, and I know. Thank you.
I know. Thank you.
Command from Joriel. Go ahead, Joriel. I just talked. They do have air assets coming in, so I'll let you know when they get here.
Sure.
Command copy.
We don't have a webcam in Salem over there unless somebody else knows of one, or somebody streaming live, or somebody live on TikTok or Facebook or something like that. I was hoping it would show type this versus that. So, stupid diagram. They were talking about type 3s and 6s, so I was going to try to illustrate that.
Sales dispatch to command, Polk can send 2 tenders and a brush rig.
Okay, tenders are water trucks, but these days they're trying to make it so the water truck can
I'll take
fight
the brush rig. I don't need any tenders right now.
with hoses on it. So that's why they're asking.
Copy that.
They're asking, have you been upgraded? Like, is your water truck upgraded to have hose where like people can use it instead of just bringing water to an engine? Can it pump too?
6-0 from command. If you have firefighting capability, I want you to report to Jory Hill Road to Jory Hill Division, please.
Okay, good.
Based on Jory Hill, out behind. I do not have the Jory Hill capabilities in my radio.
Sounds like a lot of water being pumped behind him.
You were very broken. Can you repeat?
Number 60 is on Jory Hill. I do not have Jory Hill.
How can the radios be this bad in a city?
I copied that you're on Jory Hill. Can you confirm you do or do not have firefighting capability? You keep cutting out. Just say yes if you have firefighting capability.
I believe you asked for a yes if I have firefighting capability.
Affirm.
I copy.
Medic
Report to Jory Hill
541
Division.
medical alarm 6830 Fairway Avenue Southeast.
Reporting Jory Hill Division.
Jory Hill Division from command. I'm sending you tender 6-0.
Okay.
Jory Hill copies tender 6-0. And command from Jory Hill, just to let you know, it is moving on to the west of us, east of us. It is in heavy timber.
Oh, great. So it's Jory Hill Road and Independent.
Moving to the east of you in heavy timber.
I can't get a word in. That's okay. Liberty.
Command from Midget 7.
Right there. Right here, this intersection, but it's
Go ahead, 7.
moving to the east of that. Heavy
We're just
timber.
arriving at the 6600 box. It's a Liberty. We're available. I copy. Can you guys scout out Jory Hill and Liberty Road area? Jory Hill Division is saying that this is moving to the east of them. I want to know if we need to build another division to take care of that.
Field dispatch command break. Fire's advising. Fire's getting ready to jump Jory Hill at 1378 Jory Hill.
Damn.
Command copy. Engine 7, would you take care of that for me, please?
Right there.
Affirm 1378 Jory Hill.
If it runs up south of the road and gets up into this hill, that's a nightmare. So it's going to jump, it looks like. It's trying to go south of Jory Hill.
Fire off of Liberty Street, we'll be swapping to West 3.
Joryville County Park would be in danger. Anybody on this hill, I don't know if there's any, it's mostly like a big field. I mean, who knows how old this imagery is? It says 2020. It could have been developed by now. It could be a neighborhood as far as I know. I look back at chat, but it looks like this Liberty Fire is trying to jump Jory Hill Road. It's being driven by the wind, south and west in general. So they're actually
Engine 4.
they're calling for aircraft, single engine aircraft. That's extremely unusual in the town. It's the edge of town. So Rosedale, I would be on alert. Joryville Park is in danger. I would evacuate the damn thing. This is a different view in Google Maps.
Pump 6 from Engine 4.
Anybody on Jory Hill Road itself? Anywhere to the
Are you guys
west?
able to make it up to that west ridge there at the base of it? We got close, but we don't have enough close for it. And then I would love to call you live. We're pretty much done here. Where are we at? Just to mop off the do.
Do you want us to relocate and do something different? Yeah, if you could bring those progressives to where I am, I'm on the northwest corner with Heavy Brush 94. So once you guys just relocate over here, and we're making a advancement from this corner, and we're working the bottom of that ridge.
I
I
don't.
copy that. You want us to disconnect our progressive packs, or should we grab some from the other ring? If you can grab new ones, that would be great. Then we can leave that hose there in case we need to redeploy in that area. And Engine 4, I'm assuming we can hook it up off the line down where you at? Yeah, we'll be working off Heavy Brush 94. I copy. Sub 4, Engine 4. Sub 4, go ahead. I'm going to bring those 3 crew members to me. I'm going to leave you down there. I just want you to be a set of eyes for us and just kind of watch conditions over there and let me know what you have. Copy that. Conditions on the east side.
If they could stop it from jumping Jory Hill Road, that'll be the best scenario. If not, this might be an all-nighter fire, and then the big lightning storms of tomorrow are not going to make this any better. We're in red flag from basically
Command from West Division.
Portland to Eureka.
Go ahead, West Division.
Bad weather coming.
We've got fire pushing up into the heavy timber, and it's heading towards Jory Hill. Our crews just aren't able to attack that efficiently with how heavy the timber is and the terrain. If when airdrop happens, you know, this definitely would be a nice area to start with, but I know you have other priorities. Command copies. 451, did you copy that? I did not. Could you repeat? West Division has fire pushing into heavy timber, and they're recommending that that might be a good place to start with an air asset.
I'm so sorry it gets loud. I'm trying to handle it.
Okay, their priorities are always going to be structures, or they're going to be structures immediately threatened from that. West Division, can you answer that question? That is negative at this time, but if it keeps climbing, it could jump Jory Hill.
Hey Terry, welcome back. KTU is live with video.
Do what you can with it. We're going to hit the houses first when they get here, and then while we have them here, we can do that as a secondary.
I can't show much of this, but we need.
Vision copies, thank you. 451 again. How far out are we thinking that their assets are? I don't have an update. We're going to be getting air attack. We'll be managing from above. We got 2 firebosses en route. We also got a helicopter out of Roseburg, and I'm not sure what else.
Is it YouTube?
If, air attack's going to get here before the Black Hawk.
That is YouTube. Okay.
Going on. All right, thanks.
I copy.
Okay. I don't know where.
Command for Agent 7.
It's windy.
Command, go ahead.
I can't show much of this.
1400 block of Jory Hill. The fire is burned all the way up to Jory Hill. We have a grass rig there, so it's in check. At 1370 800 block, you have engine 345 sitting there. They're going to protect if it pushes further up. And we're between the 1300 block and Liberty Road, and we'll monitor the fire as it comes up through the brush. But it is pushing back toward the east.
Wind must have just changed.
I copy. So pushing back toward Liberty, correct? Correct. Liberty and Jory Hill on the corner. Command copies. Command from Jory Hill. Command from West Division. Command, go ahead. And that's the area that I'm talking about, the fire pushing towards Jory Hill. Jory Hill, that corner of Jory Hill and kind of Liberty.
This has got to be from the west looking to the east.
Command copies. And Engine 7, are you guys going to be able to keep that in check with the assets that you have now?
Hopefully, hopefully.
We have, we can pull lights if we need to. We'll just monitor it for now. And who do you want me to report to? You?
Were you asking who you're working for? I cut you off, sorry.
Where's their airplanes?
It's affirmative. We can keep it in check with coming up toward Jory Hill with what the assets we have now. And who do you want us to be working for?
I'm going to have you communicate with me directly for now. We may split this off into another division. We're going through our what we have for assets right now, and we may do some reorganizing.
Copy.
Situation's changing.
Command from Jory Hill.
I think the KTU video is being taken from over here, I believe,
Okay, go ahead.
to the west on this big
I have engine
hill.
6-0 here. You can move down to help support engine 7 if you need it. I copy. If you don't need them, send them their way. Engine 7, did you copy?
We did. We can hook up to them directly and put some heavy water on this.
Perfect. Do what you can with it.
Heavy water. Where's the aircraft?
From engine 306 arrived on scene. We were like a Engine 306 from command. I want you to report to Jory Hill Division. So go to Jory Hill and Liberty. Go up Jory Hill Road and report to Jory Hill Division. For that. And give me your identifier again, please. 306 copy from command. Jory Hill Division from command. Did you copy? Engine 306 is coming your way.
Hold on to
I
your
did.
butts.
Engine 306 coming my way.
Red flag all over the place. Hold on to your
Engine
butts.
335 has arrived at Liberty and Jory Hill.
Copy.
Oh, 6 from pump 6. Oh, 6 from pump 6.
Not as much smoke as I expected from what they're describing. Look, the column is flattening out though the wind is increasing and it was almost vertical before. Look how diagonal it is now.
Oh, 4 from pump 6.
That's pretty bad. I see a little cell phone tower or something right there. We might be able to figure out where this location is. It could be on Jory Hill further west. It's like somebody's backyard and they're feeding it to KTU. Could be here, like over here. But this is kind of old satellite imagery and stuff. But it's hilly. Now, if this topo map had a list of radio stations.
335.
Well, there's Skyline way over there. Okay, they're evacuating all the way to Skyline? Ow! Okay, alright, I just didn't zoom out enough. That's a huge evacuation zone. Whoa, that's this entire thing right here.
Engine 335 from command. Proceed up the driveway at 6331 Liberty Road South. Come to the clearing. We're going to assign you to work with West Division.
All right, that's it.
Copy. Come to 6331 Liberty Road and work with West Division.
That's firm. Look for the cones. It's a rock road. Go to the end of the road.
These people may have just set up a cam and evacuated. It's looking kind of bad. Okay. Regina Corbin says the Great Fire is right near me. The Thorpe was just down the road. Very frightening. I'm so sorry to hear that. They're working really hard today because of the incoming thunderstorm threat
Engine 4, from 6.
late tomorrow night and into Friday morning.
Engine 4.
Anybody who's under level 2 near
We got hose 6 and hose 4 with the two progressive packs walking towards you. I have to stay with engine 6 and pumping the other line. Copy.
so sorry, the volume is so I'm trying to adjust it on the fly best I can. I already have limiters and compressors going, so I don't know that I can up that anymore. It's supposed to make loud stuff and soft stuff more together, but it will distort the voices if I mess with that too much. So, yeah, I went over the Gray Fire. I'm so sorry I wasn't there to cover that live. I had
West Division from Command. Do you have any use for a Bobcat?
to be in court. Okay, the wind is dying down a slight bit. The smoke column's a little bit more vertical, but when the wind gusts pick up, they really do. Yeah, I have a feeling these people set up the cam and evacuated. This is the only look that we've got, so thank you, KTU, and whoever's feeding them. It looks like we got a pretty large evacuation area. I was dense and I didn't move the camera over here.
Sound dispatch to command.
Liberty to Skyline around Jory Hill, like this huge chunk of area.
Command, go ahead.
Brush 81 has arrived. Where do you want them to respond to?
Stand by.
See the wind coming up from the north. Right there. Okay. Southwest Salem, it's considerably south of Kubler.
Jory Hill
Southwest,
Division from Command. How are you for equipment and personnel right now?
it's supposed to be aircraft coming, like single engine airplanes, and a helicopter, but they're
Command from West Division, I'll take that Bobcat.
nowhere to be seen. I needed to be here, like,
All right, I want to see if we need that asset on houses first, though. Jory Hill Division from Command. How are you for equipment?
everybody please go to the KTU news and hit the like button on their stream.
Jory Hill Division from Command.
You can come back and see us, but that
Hi, Command.
helps other people find what they need to see, which is this. It means,
Command from Jory Hill Division.
I'm not stealing their content, really.
Can you use a brush rig?
If I send people there.
That's a negative. It's starting, well, I could use a brush rig to scout just south of our location on the houses south of Jory Hill. Okay, I'm going to put them to work over here then. We'll get you another asset when we got one coming.
Now they're worried.
West Division from Command. I'll send you brush 81.
They're worried it's going to jump Jory Hill Road, and if so, that's going to be really bad.
Can you repeat?
It's on the north side.
I'll send you brush 81. 81. Copy. Brush 81.
I'd like to know exactly where the fire is, but they haven't really said so.
Brush 81 from Command.
They said heavy timber threatening to cross the road. I would think it's right
Come
here.
up the driveway at 6331 Liberty Road, and I'll put you with West Division.
I think these homes are in imminent danger. Right here. But they're trying to protect the structures, but they said that this was
West Division from Command, and also did you want that Bobcat?
dicey.
Yes, and I want them to follow brush 7.
Where's the aircraft?
All right, we're on it.
Nothing.
Command from brush 358.
Anybody? Nobody's coming.
Was that brush 358?
Affirmative, brush 358 is on scene. Where would you like us?
Stand by, brush 358. Agent 4 from command.
Are you safe, Regina? Do you feel comfortable? Are
Agent
you
4.
in an evacuation zone?
Do you need another brush rig?
If you have one, I'll take one. We're going to have to switch out for water here pretty soon.
Be right back.
I copy. Brush 358. Come up the driveway at 6331 Liberty Road, south. I'll tell you where to go.
Hey, EB,
358 copies.
that was good for you to share that link. You didn't have to retract that. Be right back.
Command. 201. Command from Agent 7.
Go ahead, Engine 7.
I'll take 2 tenders if you have them.
Okay. Tender 59 from command. Can you report to Engine 7 at the corner of Jory Hill and Liberty? Tender 59 or Tender 91 from command. How do you copy?
1 copies.
Was that Tender 91?
Affirmative, Tender 91 copies.
I copy. And are you on an assignment already, or are you based on Liberty still?
Negative, we're based on Liberty still.
I copy. Report to Engine 7. They're at Jory Hill and Liberty. And is Tender 59 with you there somewhere?
Tender 59 is not here now.
I copy. Is there another tender down there with you?
I do not see any other tenders down here.
I copy. If you run across one when you're heading that way that's not assigned, have them call me, please.
Tender 91 copies.
Okay, back from my bathroom break. I'm going to turn on the other channel of audio too, because they were talking over each other. But now, if there's silence, then they both need to be on. It's we're listening to Salem's fire. There's almost 2,000 people listening now. I should probably tweet that
Command
this
451.
is live. Let's look back at KTU.
May I go ahead?
Oh, they're
I
pivoting
got Brush
there.
81 up here with me out of Polk. They're wondering where to go.
Oh, we got a new view.
You have Brush 81. They're supposed to report to West Division. So have them go to 6331 Liberty Road South and go up the driveway.
Copy that.
Oh, person.
Thank you.
Okay, what are they saying?
Monitoring this billowing smoke and let you know how that is going. For now, live in Salem, Cristina Giardinelli, K2 News.
I guess we missed. I didn't know she was talking.
Hose 4, engine 4.
Okay, so it's not a person feeding, it's the actual reporters on scene. Okay.
We need both of those progressive blades up here immediately. This is starting to run up the ridge here on the west side.
Still not going well.
Copy, bring them both back.
It's an east.
Command from engine 4, we're out of water. The fire is starting to advance up the western slope again. Do you have anybody you can send me, like a tender or another heavy brush?
Yikes. Looks like the upped evacuations.
Command, you can, from West Division, you can take Brush 81 if you want.
There's now a level 2 evacuation area.
Brush 358 from Command, your location.
We've got a map. Here is the evacuation map.
Command, Brush 358 is near Tundra 5. I copy. Report to Engine 4. They're out ahead of me. It sounds like you're behind me.
Okay, for scale. For scale, the entire towns of Monmouth and Independence.
Go ahead, engine 4. Make your way up the road to the block, to the field up on top. Come around. I'm in the northwest corner. You'll replace heavy brush 94. We need your water.
They
58 copies.
ran out of water. You know.
And how many gallons do you have? 400 gallons. Copy.
Evacuees should go to Judson Middle School. Thank you, Terry. Lady said that the black smoke was coming down, but the fire was still going. Yeah, it's just jumped, tried to jump Jory Hill Road, and it's racing up on the west side, and they're seeing heavy timber. It's hard to tell exactly where,
Jory Hill
but
Division from Command.
it's right in here.
Go ahead, Command. We have 2 Type 3 heavy brushes and 3 Type 6s. We got that task force on scene. What do you need for resources?
Hey, Jag. Yeah,
Let's
me
go ahead
too.
and stand by. Let me check with Engine 8, see if we know additional resources for spot checks. 1 second.
Medicaid.
I copy. Engine 7 from Command. Same traffic. What do you need for resources?
I'll use take another tender.
Meaning water truck, water tender.
I
We need
copy.
more water.
I just sent you tender 91. Did you already have tender 60?
Yeah, 60 was just here, and yeah, by 1.
Tender 91 should be heading your way.
Medic 16, respond to 32 call 444 18th Street Northeast.
Copy,
Medic
91's
16,
arrived.
respond,
I'll take
32
1
call.
additional.
All right, I'm going to turn off Left channel seems
I
to
don't
be
have
EMS.
one to give at this point.
Oh no, they ran a water trucks. Okay. Deja vu for the Newell fire getting out of control because they didn't have a working water truck. The one they had stopped giving water. Now they just don't have enough in Salem. So what's this one called again? The Liberty? Does it have a hashtag
Engine
already?
7 from command. We're going to send you tender 319.
Copy, tender 391. And I'll take a grass rig too if you have one available. It's jumped over Jory Hill, but there's spot fires right now.
Doesn't look like. It's spawning over. Salem, Oregon. What would this hash be? Salem OR in okay, now the smoke's just a little bit invisible.
Command from Jory Hill.
They need to tone down the brightness here. We still don't have our aircraft.
West Division.
Where's the aircraft?
Jory Hill Division, you were first. Go ahead. Could I get one more tender to my location? I don't have one to give right now.
They're out of water trucks.
Jory Hill copies. West Division from command, did you have traffic?
I have Brush 81 here. Can I have them, or do you need them?
No, you can have them, and we've got 3 additional brush rigs if we need them.
Copy, thank you.
Twitter is saying you may be missing out on ad revenue. If eligible, you must be subscribed to X Premium to receive a share of ad revenue. Sign up. Yeah, we're donation based. We don't do ads. That's the idea. Hey, Katie Horton, how you doing? Terry says it's bad. No water. I think the same is for Greece. Yeah, it's okay. You could talk as much as you want, Terry. It's just outside of the traditional city limits, so there's no fire hydrants. There's no sewer line out here. Salem is a tiny town. It's the capital of Oregon, but it is enough. Half the residents have a tractor, if you know what I mean. This is septic. Like there's no sewer system on this hill. It's where city meets the country. Salem's had some growth just because Portland became unaffordable, but there's no jobs here.
7 from tender 319.
And nothing to do, so it's not that populated. So they don't have fire hydrants to hook up to.
Go ahead, Engine 7.
And they don't have any roads.
Tender 319, I'm at Jory Hill and Liberty. Where do you need me?
It's like there's a patch of forest here.
Come just in front of Engine 7 and give me your water.
It's kind of patchy in the fields. Now, mostly...
Copy that. Are you guys down Jory Hill? Because I don't see you at the intersection here.
Mostly it's a forest because it's too steep to farm on.
Affirmative.
Copy, coming down Jory Hill.
Now, these homes down here in imminent danger, just south of Jory Hill Road, if they could stop it from climbing the hill further up here, that'd be good, but it's in heavy timber over here at the intersection of Jory Hill. And it seems to be over here too.
Can you tell me what, if any, tenders I have currently based on Liberty Road?
So they're partying like it's 1899 with water trucks delivering the water, called water tenders.
You wanting to know how many are based?
That's affirmed. Do I have tenders that are still based on Liberty Road that have been unassigned? I've got. I thought I was supposed to have tender 5-9, but they're not responding back. Do I have them on scene?
Call Portland. They could be there in less than an hour. They could scream down I-5.
We
Call.
have a tender 959 and a tender 60.
It's windy. So we're going to have some bad red flag stuff. Hold on to your butts the next 72 hours, guys. We're going to have dry lightning. High winds.
I was not aware of any that were based. And we're getting the air rig going.
I think the 959 is the one that was confusing. I think they're the ones that we're having communication issues with, and they're assigned to Jory Hill, I believe.
I copy, and we're getting air one going to you.
Where's the
I
aircraft?
copy, and I'll take another tender if you can find me one.
Copy. Request another tender.
Where's the aircraft? You think KGW Zone News helicopter would be flying? Wildfire near Vernonia. What? What?
Engine 4 from command.
What's going on in Vernonia?
Engine 4.
I want to reconcile with everyone who's working for who. Who do you have working under Engine 4 right now?
Cheesy.
I have engine 6, engine 4. I have
Ah.
heavy brush 94, and I believe brush 358 out of Kaiser.
I never got notified of this. I studied Keezy. Logging history. Love of God.
I copy. That's what I have. West Division from command. Same traffic. I want to reconcile who's working for you.
Okay, it's yesterday.
I have brush 5, engine 2, brush 7, heavy brush 375, brush 81, and engine 335.
I copy. Jory Hill Division from command. Can you tell me who's working for you?
All right, back to Salem. We're listening to Salem Fire. They almost caught the fire a couple of times in these spots, but they ran out of water, so they don't have enough water trucks. They're called tenders. You heard thunderstorms too. Well, they're gonna roll in. Your uncle lives in Salem.
Jory Hill
Yeah.
Division from command.
They're gonna come in tomorrow at some point after midnight. Hold on to your butts. It's gonna be dry lightning first, and then an unknown duration before supposedly wet lightning storms might help the situation. But we have a greater than 20% chance of Western Oregon getting
Jory Hill Division from command.
another large fire, like another bedrock, another
Go ahead, command.
lookout.
Can you give me a rundown of who you have working for you, please?
Look at this. Zones
Yeah, stand by.
2, 3, and 4 are the. It's all of Oregon west of the Cascades. We are in critical red for lightning. So, low pressure moves across the region today and mainly brings locally breezy and somewhat dry
Currently, I have engine
winds.
8, engine 10, tender 7, brush 1, engine 345, brush 91, and engine 355. I still have not been made contact with engine 306
Even in this town, they're having radio
and
problems.
tender 950.
In the capital of Oregon, they lost contact with other units blocks away. This goes to show you that we need to upgrade the radio.
The tender you have is 959, and you have contact with them. Sorry, 959. I have them face to face right now.
Read this if you
I
can.
copy, but nothing from 306, correct? That's affirmative. I think they're down with engine 7, but I can't confirm. We had lines across the road.
Power lines across the road.
Engine 306 from command, your location, and who you're working for.
Command from engine 7, I got him here with me, 306.
Read this if you're in Oregon.
I copy.
This is extremely unusual. Red,
Command
red,
from
red.
Dory Hill, do you want to keep a 306 with engine 7? That's good with me for now. I copy. That works for me. And then I need to check in also. You have brush 1 and brush 9-1, correct? That is correct. Brush 1, brush 9-1. I copy. Engine 7 from command. Who do you have working with you?
Currently, we got tender 60, tender 91, tender 319, brass 958, and then sitting in front of the engine, I got engine 306 from Shemeka and brush 65.
Put it in chat. If you can't
All
read
units
this.
that we have are accounted for. Any units that did not get called off on this report to command.
They lost contact with a lot of their units. We need to party like it's, the 2023 like it is. There should be an app and they should all have high-speed internet everywhere. Starlink, whatever it is you need. And then they should see each other's locations on the map. Should be able to touch each other's units, send private messages to each other, make public statements like my unit just saw this and this.
Command from West Division.
Why don't we have this?
Go ahead, West. That flare up that was heading towards engine 7, we've got it knocked down pretty well. We're not out of the woods yet, but we got a pretty good stop on it.
Good news.
Good to hear. Thank you.
All right, so they're fighting valiantly here. It's breezy, but it's super dry. So if I back this out, it's like the worst hill in Salem. Fight fire on.
Command, go ahead.
Yeah, on this western ridge here, I met up with engine 10. We have a really good road back here that if we can get a couple grass rigs to come in off of Jory Hill, I don't know where the access is, but that would be helpful because we got fire burning up on this ridge.
A road, huh?
I copy. I do have heavy brush and grass rigs available. If you can give me a better location where to come in from, is it the road they just cut in?
Is it this
No,
behind?
it's established. I sent a contractor up, heading towards the south. He thought that it was connecting into Jory Hill, and I told him to mark it, but I haven't heard back from him yet.
Market. Connects from market?
I'll check with Jory Hill Division. Jory Hill Division from command. Go ahead, command. Were the contractors cutting a road in from Jory Hill heading to the east from you? Were they cutting a road from Jory Hill heading to the east?
Doesn't make any sense.
I guess it would be northeast, but yes. Back towards our direction to where the scene of the fire started.
Okay, over here.
They were. I do not know how far they went.
Somebody's bulldozing a road. They're just making.
If I send a couple of grass rigs that direction, would you be able to direct them to that road?
Use the drone. There's no thing.
That's affirmative. We can use them maybe up with engine 10 to see if we can push them back.
The Skyhawk is taking off, guys.
I copy. You want to check with engine 10 on that and let me know before I send you resources that way?
Ask the pilot, guys.
That's affirmative.
They'll be able to answer these damn questions. Like, where the hell are we? You guys not have T-Mobile? Do you not have, like, a GPS app on your phone? Oh well. They should all have satellite anyway.
Engine 4 from water supply.
KTU's crew is still here. You can see two distinct columns.
Hose 6. I just wanted to let you know I'm taking pump 6 back with me. I'm going to use him to pump and fill rigs. Okay.
Cut your grass, people. This is ridiculous. These people are asking for their house to burn down. Look at the bush right growing up next to the house. Yeah, not during red flag. Don't cut your grass, but did before.
Command from 451. Go ahead, 451. Is there a deputy somewhere that can come up here to Jory Hill? There's a bunch of people wanting to bring horse trailers and stuff in. We're going to start lining up, and he can coordinate with the person here approach me.
Yeah, it's pink. At least it was during this photograph. Why?
Command from Jory Hill.
2020. Why is it pink?
451 from Command. C30 is going to work on that for us.
Breast cancer helicopter's coming, guys. This is Bambi Bucket.
Go ahead, Jory Hill.
Go, go, go. Go, go, go.
Command from Jory Hill.
It's still on the ground. It's on the ground. Go, go, go.
Agent 2 doesn't need brush rigs. We just need manpower. They're actually looking to meet up with the crews that are coming in from the north heading south, so they can see them from their vantage point. We just need manpower to continue to move into the brush. Okay, I can do that, but Engine 4 is asking for a crew or crews to come in and help them with fire on the ridge. I'm just trying to figure out what road to get them to get them there. I don't think there is a road to do that. I think that it's just going to be on foot.
The helicopter could tell you if it would take off.
Agent 4 from Command, do you have any more intel on that road?
Why didn't they fly the drone?
No, I just met up with Danny. He came in on a UTV, and he said probably not passable with a grass rig at this point.
I copy. So what do you need then?
We're just going to keep advancing with some progressive clotheslines. We're going to hopefully meet up with Engine 10, who we can see up ahead, and just kind of keep it in check here.
Okay, I copy that.
This is a huge evacuation zone that it's like roughly
0 from Command.
Roughly the size of these two cities next to it. Not that they're large cities, but you get the idea.
They could use a couple more, either a brush rig and a grass rig up on Jory Hill, reporting to Jory Hill Division.
Now they did.
That's firm, and let me know who you send, and just know they need them for the manpower side of things.
Look at this toxic person in the chat.
Okay, I'll be sending you them brush 50 and brush 80.
Command from Jory Hill. Copy, brush 50 and brush 80. Go ahead, Jory Hill.
Okay, look at the flag, wind direction.
Yeah, we could contract with hand crews and get some hand crews from the state. That's going to help us. .451 from Command. Is that something that's doable?
I wasn't monitoring the radio. Could you repeat?
Jory Hill Division is asking for hand crews.
Yeah, I can work on that for you.
Okay, so it's like a calm and then wind gust, calm, wind gust. It was pretty constant earlier, so maybe this will help. You just need a little bit of time to pounce on this.
In Command from Jory Hill, you're sending me brush 50 and brush 80.
Okay,
That's affirmed.
let's watch the flag.
Jory Hill copies.
Still looks like a north wind,
Brush 358 from Engine 4.
north by northeast wind. Occasionally it looks like it's blowing to the west. We're looking east.
I'm gonna have to interrupt. Command from 451.
Command, go ahead.
Yeah.
Those fire bosses are just coming through Silverton. I'm gonna need to know where your priorities are. If you want to check with your divisions, where do we want to drop first?
Is the Firehawk gonna ever take off?
Assuming the priority is houses, I'm going to lean on Jory Hill Division. Jory Hill Division, what do you say?
Okay, let me
Command
look at
from
chat.
Jory Hill. Go ahead and repeat, please. 451 is letting us know when the fire bosses get here, they're going to want to know what our priorities are. The first priority being houses. What are your needs there? Right now, we're good on house wraps. The houses are protected. I just want to prevent it from moving further into this heavy timber. So the hand crews are going to help prevent that. Okay, I'm talking about air assets.
Yeah.
Again, same thing. And I want to stop them from moving this heavy timber. I do have 3 houses up top that will need air assets dropped right behind them, and I will have brush 1 sight that in.
Several
451 from command. So basically, Jory Hill Road, any of the housing along there.
Okay, who's running Liberty, that corner there at Liberty Hill and Jory Hill? Chief Hadley had some pretty good concerns about that. If it jumped, are we good there?
Engine 7 is there. Fire chief was just there. He's saying if we could start there and work our way up Jory Hill.
Copy that. So we're going to start at the intersection of Jory Hill and Liberty Road, then we'll work up Jory Hill along the structures, and then log into the wooded area Carrera is talking about.
So far things are hanging on by a fingernail.
What we're going to have to do is make sure that all people are out. You got a little bit of time, but let's make sure everyone's monitoring the radios. Once they hear the airplane's over, they'll probably circle over. I'll give you a heads up when they're coming in for a drop that everyone has to get out of the area. And we'll start at that intersection we talked about down there.
Okay, that sounds good. I'll make sure everybody's aware.
Thanks, Smitty. They're coming. Okay.
Engine 7 from command. Did you copy that last traffic?
That's not an air tractor. That's the wrong photograph.
Can you give it to me one more time?
That's affirmed. So when air assets get here, they're going to probably do a circle around and then come back and start doing airdrops. We need you and your crews to be aware of that and be clear of it.
That's the fanciest air tractor I've ever seen, guys. A crop duster.
Sounds good. And just FYI, we got a pretty good stop here at Jory and Liberty. From it progressing toward Liberty.
Sweet.
I heard you got a pretty good stop at that corner, but I didn't catch the last part of that.
And we're scouting now on the south side of Jory Hill. There's a couple spot fires, but I'm pretty confident we got those out.
Yes. Going good. It's looking better.
Command copies. Nice work.
If the helicopter gets a move on, it can help.
That's the command. You still have a timer going.
Help's on the way.
I copy.
Help is on the way. What is that?
Command from 451. One last thing. The guys that are going to be working on the aircraft should be monitoring WhiteNet.
Yeah, they're coming. Now, air tractors, what they really look like are the ugliest little planes. They're little crop dusters.
451. Say again your last.
But boy, they arrive fast. And do a lot of good work. Yellow submarines, man. I told you they were ugly. Single seaters.
Last unit calling command. Say again.
But you can hire crop dusters all over the world to do this. And they can arrive quickly. And they've been doing good work.
Command Engine 4.
They already know how to crop dust. It's real similar.
We're good on apparatus. We've got a pretty good progressive leg going up this western ridge. What we could use is just some more crews just for manpower.
I have one brush rig available or grass rig available still. I'll send them your way.
They ended.
From command, you have one more rig, don't you?
They ended their live stream. KT did. Maybe they're relocating closer to the fire or something. That was strangely distant. Usually the media can go right up to it. Let me know if
80 from command.
Let me know if that comes back, guys. Fancy Fireboss planes, yeah. They're coming. Okay, let's see if 3D view works.
Rig available, correct?
Affirmative, brush 6-3.
Can you send brush 6-3 up here by the command post to work with engine 4?
Oh. Command post, working with engine 4.
Other aircraft in the trails, you don't see them as planes, you see it as their, what is that?
Story Hill from engine 7.
Tail number.
Go ahead, engine 7.
I got Brush 91 sitting here. They were working with engine 8, but they're free. Would you like me to send them up to you? And they're full.
Oh,
That's
God.
affirmative, but I'm going to need manpower, not their brush rig.
Give me the crew.
Okay,
Leave.
I'm sending them to you. They have 3.
I don't care about your rig.
Looking to pull into 821. I'm repeating 821 and report to engine 10.
Okay.
Copy 821, engine 10. They're on their way.
I don't know if they need a lead plane,
Copy, stay pat.
but he's following another plane. This makes me sick sometimes. Yeah, I'm getting car sick. I'm sorry. So we're just gonna look top down.
451. I just talked with the fire bosses. They are inbound. They're going to do a flyover. They're going to confirm with me that they think that's the best place to start.
Yeah.
And, so let's give everyone a heads up that they're going to have to get out of the way and clear the line down there.
They're right over it.
I'm in the middle of working on that.
The fire's right here. It says Jory
All
Hill.
units from command. Air assets are incoming. They're going to do a flyover and see what the best mode of operation is for them. And then we need to all be prepared for airdrop. So I need you guys to be prepared for that. Can you reply back with an affirmative on that? Jory Hill first. Jory Hill Division from command. Did you copy my last? Jory Hill copies. Air assets inbound. They'll do a flyover. I will let my teams know. Okay, you can hear him now. Engine 7, did you copy that?
We copied, and all crews we okay on Jory Hill Road, correct?
I'll run that by 451. 451 from command. If the crews are on the road, they're okay, correct?
They're crop dusters, guys. They're not gonna shatter your windshield and break your neck. It's gonna be a mist.
451 from command. If crews are on the road, they're safe, correct?
Unless I'm missing something. It's not like a VLAT coming to destroy your car.
West Division from command. Did you copy that last traffic about the flyby and then the airdrops?
I mean, it could probably take out a car window or something, but really, just
West Division copy. I copy. Engine 4 from command. Did you copy that last traffic?
Engine 4 copies. I'm advising crews now.
I copy. And Engine 7 from command, I did verify that you are safe if you're on the road.
Perfect, thank you.
doing some wide circles.
Command from 451.
Command, go ahead.
Come
Hey, fire
on.
bosses are talking to me. They're saying we need to hit that western edge near the timber. They're going to hold off until we make sure to get out of there. They're saying that's the biggest threat right now. It's going to be pushing towards some homes.
Okay, cross streets. We need to know where this is, guys. I I guess we'll know when we see them lose
Okay,
altitude.
Can you give me the intersection though? Is that at
Yeah.
Is that at Jory Hill and Liberty, or are we dead west of the original incident?
I'm looking at a map and it looks like dead west. If you see wherever you see smoke coming out west of you, I'm looking at it there. So I don't know how far north it goes, but from Jory Hill north to about the incident address.
I copy. Engine 4, I believe that affects you guys, and Jory Hill Division, that affects you and any crews that you have in the brush.
Engine 4 copies. I'm trying to get a hold of Heavy Brush. They're on West 3. They don't have Ops 3, so we're going to back out.
Jory Hill copies. I only have 2 crews that are committed to the brush. They're going to be backing out. I copy. Dispatch from command, can you relay for Heavy Brush 94? They need to contact Engine 4 ASAP.
Nice up. Okay, they're ready to do their thing.
Dispatch from command.
If they could only tell people to get out of the way, they'd probably do it.
Command, go ahead.
Where's the helicopter?
Can you relay to Heavy Brush 94? They need to contact Engine 4. We've got airdrops coming in.
Boom, beep,
Copy,
get out of the
dispatch,
way.
Heavy Brush 94.
Dispatch from command, they don't have Ops 3 apparently.
They're on West 3. West 3.
Salem dispatch, Heavy Brush 94.
Dispatch from command, they're on West 3. Contact them on West 3, please.
I'm trying to. Salem dispatch to Heavy Brush 94.
Yeah, it's not like the 747 Global Super Tanker is going to smash the car. And we've all seen the CAL FIRE video where even a small Martius too. CAL FIRE.
Command from Jory Hill.
That's what can happen with a bigger plane.
My crews have backed out. They're ready whenever they want to drop. I copy. Engine 4, did you get a hold of Heavy Brush 94?
Yeah, I advise them. So they're backing out.
I copy. 451 from command.
But that's a much bigger plane.
Salem dispatch command, I contacted and I passed it on.
The GoPro survived. Cameraman always survives with a camera. But that's quite a bigger plane. These are proper missed comparatively.
Grass 958, go ahead.
All right, let's do the drops.
We're currently located south of the fire, south of Jory Hill, up in the grass detail. The wind's definitely picked up. We've got a lot of ashes. We've got a good visual of everything from up here. No spot fires at this time.
Good. No spot fires at this time.
Okay, perfect. Come back down to my location, please.
Now, the delay in putting water on the fire from the air is because they lost
From command. Can you
radio.
stand by for a sec?
They need better radios. This is losing contact blocks away from other units in the capital of Oregon.
Engine 4 from command. For Brush 6-3, did you need their unit or just the manpower?
We're just going to need manpower up here, but we would like to get a tender at some point, maybe to establish a water supply.
I called for another tender. I'll check on the status of that. Dispatch from command. Did we get another tender rolling this way?
Tender 71's in.
Go. I copy. Tender 71.
Command from Engine 7.
Go ahead, 7.
I can give you second as engine 306. They have 3 personnel, and they're carrying 1,000 gallons of water.
Yeah, I'll take them.
LA has a fire called the Wide
they're
Fire.
yours.
I copy. We're going to assign them to engine 4, so just have them come to the initial incident location and come up the road to the end to the command post.
And blood sugar, be right back.
Copy. I'll send them that way now.
Engine 4 from command. We've got an engine coming your way with 1,000 gallons of water.
Okay.
Engine 7 from command. Make sure 306 have them fill up if they're not full before they report up here.
They just filled. They're completely full.
Command 451, I got a little better intel from the fire bosses. They're saying it's mostly the southwestern chunk out here, not so much towards Mildred. And as soon as we know everything's clear, they can drop.
So southwest corner, so are we talking Jory Hill and Liberty, that corner, correct?
It's going to be west off of Liberty towards that heavy timber, west of the fire there. The incident address.
I copy. All crews are reporting that they're clear.
451, copy.
Prepare for the bomb drop. You can watch the altitude of the plane and see when it kind of drops a little.
Command, go ahead.
Tender 71 is about 8 minutes out.
I copy. Have them base at 6331 Liberty Road South at the base of the driveway.
Copy.
Jory Hill Division from command, did you want another water tender?
Command for Jory Hill, was that for me?
Affirm, did you need another tender? Negative, we're good for now. I copy.
All right, since there's not going to be a rest period or a nap today, I've been awake since 3 in the morning, tracking the fire since then. I went live at what, 9 in the morning? It's time to put on a coffee. Supposed to go live at 8.
Dispatcher command.
For community meetings, so let's make coffee.
Command, go ahead.
Horse trailers that are staging, do they go to Judson or Crossler? Do you know anything about that at all?
Sheriffs were handling that part of it.
I copy, thank you.
Now they're not scoopers. They've got to go back and refill with water. Where did these guys take off from?
Command 451.
Let's see.
Command, go ahead.
All right, so they got their first drops down. They're going to have pretty quick turnarounds. They're going to be scooping out of the Willamette.
Wait, what?
It'll be just a few minutes. If we can keep from people getting in there, they're going to go ahead and add a little bit of retardant to this and keep hitting it pretty hard.
They can scoop?
But if crews are watching where they were dropping, they're going to continue working that and work towards the north from there.
Awesome.
I copy. I need all divisions to report back that they understood that. Jory Hill first, go.
Jory Hill copies. There are going to be multiple drops. Keep people out of the area.
That's firm, engine 7.
Engine 7, we copy the traffic.
West Division.
At least I don't have to talk. I can save my
Copy
voice.
the traffic.
Engine 4.
Engine 4.
Okay, so they're not frozen in time. They're too low
My last traffic relaying from 451 about the airdrops.
That's affirmative.
for the transponder. They'll teleport after a minute. This is good. Good sign. Now we don't have any more live news coverage. So we don't have any eyes on this. I'll try to look at Twitter. But it's going well. This is a huge evacuation zone. It's larger than the towns of Independence and Monmouth for scale. But there's really not that many people that live there. This is rural stuff on the edge of town. Very strange that they have aircraft working a city fire. But it's good. Just wish they had shown up an hour ago. Yeah, good night, Terry. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here. I'm sorry it's been a little hectic lately. I haven't checked PayPal. If anybody has used a donation link pinned in the comments. I'm sorry, but I am grateful.
Go ahead.
We want to keep this ad free.
Are we set up to fill off that 2.5? Can you repeat? Are we set up so we can fill off that 2.5 like we discussed on Grass 5? We are.
Water supply from command.
Go ahead.
I didn't check in with you earlier. What all do you have for resources right now?
Tender 5 and pump 6 in me.
I'm checking Twitter.
I copy. Tender 5 and pump 6.
I've actually never heard of aircraft scooping.
Also know we have Tender 71 based out on the road.
I've never.
We're good for the moment.
I've never heard of aircraft scooping out of the Willamette River before. It's not that wide or anything. I mean, it's a substantial river, but that's skill. I hope these pilots have a GoPro and they upload their footage later. Like, dang. Maybe I can show you some Willamette River pictures as it is by Salem. It's one of the strange rivers in the world, like the Nile, that flows south to north. Just a few of those do that. And I'm sure once they get to altitude again, their transponders will come back and these planes will teleport back over. I guess they possibly could have landed there to try to get retardant, but they said scooping out Willamette. I just have never heard of air tractors being able to scoop before. That'd be one heck of a modification. But then again, the one that looks like a Learjet's pretty fancy. Yeah, that's definitely the wrong picture. Fanciest air tractor I've ever seen, man. It's like a G6. What is this? You can right click and say search for the image with Google. Like, what actual plane is this? Falcon. It's a Dassault Falcon 10X. I wouldn't mind that. Hey, let's get some donations for that. I'll fly all of my top donors all around the world, guys. Let's make this happen. C-Probe could fly this, I'm sure. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. We could run a country from up here. Dude, it's a healthier, more productive work-life balance. Hell, I wouldn't even need a house. This is my plane. I just live in it. Man. Check out the bathroom. It's nicer than mine. But yeah, we're making fun of it that there's a wrong photo on the air tractor. Here it is. Maybe they are scooping out the limit. That would be nuts. Okay, let's look back at chat. Katie Horton says they use the Clackamas to get water. It's skilled. The Clackamas. Dude.
Airdrop's coming in from engine 4.
Yeah, the business jet. It's got a business jet icon. So the cool thing about these little air tractors and crop dusters is like crop duster pilots already know how to do this. They're very close to being firefighting, pilots already. They get low to the ground, take a lot of risk.
West Division from command. Was that closer to where you wanted it?
The drop, I presume. He must have dropped right around here.
Tender 71.
At Jory and Bigland. Okay, they need better radios.
Dispatch copy.
Who the hell copied that? Okay. I'd so be one, dude. Like a G6. Like a G6.
Command from engine 4.
I'd love to play a soundbite of that, but not like the whole song, because they'll try to claim the video and put ads on it. So, are they actually landing? Let's see what's over here. We can change the map in. I don't think they're dipping out of the limit. I mean, it'd have to be over here. Like, you definitely couldn't do it east to west. All right. I have a feeling they're landing and filling up. How do I change the map again? Map views. It changed. Excuse me. Bear with me. They changed flight radar. I don't care about widgets, weather, or playback. Like, I really don't give a damn. There we go. Settings. It could be that they come off the hill, they get low, and then they turn, and then they dip out of the limit, but they're so low you can't see their accurate thing. I'd imagine it'd be doing this strip right here. For scale, it's a little bit wide, and who knows what time of year this image was taken. In August, it starts to run low.
Yeah, we had a road put in down here. It's pretty good. So if we could get a tender up here now. So if you got one to spare, we'll take one.
Oh, they built a new road, dude.
Copy that, and I believe he told me that that goes all the way up to Mildred, and there's a hydrant up there. But I will,
The hydrant?
will advise.
That'd be awesome.
No, this is Division 4. We're just up ahead of you up here in the burned out area up on top. There's no hydrants up here.
No, he's the contractor told us that they punched the road all the way through past where you guys were, that I believe connected into Mildred.
Okay, copy.
Okay, so once again, the fire is here. Jory Hill and Liberty Road.
Tender 7-1 from command.
And Sousa's air tractor seemed to have made a drop right here.
Proceed up the driveway to 6113. We'll put you to work with engine 4.
Now we don't have like a live cam view anymore.
Ground units from command. We're going to be making this a unified command. The command post is going to be at Crossler Middle School, so I will be relocating. Chief Amsbury is going to take over operations, and you will be working for him. Jory Hill Division from command. Did you copy that?
J-Cat, what? So are you trying to say you're hot?
West Division. Did you copy that?
Oh my
West Division copies.
God.
Engine 7. Did you copy?
Get lots of grape juice.
Sorry,
Yes.
I missed that. Can you give it to me one more time?
You're going to be working for Ops, which is Chief Amsbury.
Copy.
Engine 4. Did you copy?
Engine 4 copy.
Jory Hill Division from command. Did you copy? Jory Hill Division, can you repeat?
Their radio problems drive me nuts.
Unified command at Crossler. I'm changing locations. You're going to be working for operations under Chief Amsbury. Jory Hill copy is working under operations, unified command at Crossler. Water supply, did you copy?
Water supply copy, working for operations.
Okay, so we can tell with the path of the airplane where they're doing their drops. They just did it again. And it's over here at the corner of Jory Hill Road and Big Land Lane. And supposedly they're dipping out of Willamette. I suppose that's possible. I wonder if we have any cameras. I wouldn't think that there's a camera looking at the Willamette over here, but maybe there's a road camera. Independence has got like it's a little airport. Either they're dipping from the Willamette, which is something I've never heard about air tractor being able to do, or they're just going down here.
From West Division.
Command, go ahead.
I have tender 7-1 here. Where do you want them?
But that's an odd place to go
They
there.
need to continue up the road. They're going to be working with engine 4.
I'd love to know about this.
Engine 7, roughly 5.
It's looking better, guys. Aircraft turns the tide. This needs to be out or like super contained by tomorrow's dry lightning storms. If you have just tuned in or if you don't know yet, Oregon is, hold on to your butts. I don't know why the media isn't talking about this. We are in like red flag from northwestern California, from the Redwood Zone, like Eureka, all the way to Astoria, all of western Oregon, west of the Cascades. You heard me right, west, not eastern Oregon, west of the Cascades to the coast. Red flag.
Brass 358 from engine 4.
There will be dry lightning that'll probably start a bunch of fires. Starts tomorrow, Thursday evening, especially after midnight into Friday. And then other thunderstorms are coming back behind it, like back to back.
Brass 358.
They're going to be a little bit more wet, but we don't know how much.
Can you guys recon the top of that field up there? Apparently they put a road in out to Mildred for some hydrant access. And then can you let Heavy Brush 94 know that so they can let the tender know?
Affirm. Command from Jory Hill.
This is bad. So zones
Operations, go ahead.
2, 3, 4.
Operations, can I get one more water tender to Jory Hill?
See that red lightning?
Okay, we don't have one right now, but I can work on that. All right, thanks, Cal.
The risk for large fires is very high, higher than 20%. Large fires meaning like a new bedrock, a new lookout, something big, right?
Engine 8 from engine 7.
Hold on to your butts after midnight on Thursday. I wanted to log off. I was hitting the button, log off.
Engine 7 from Jory Hill. He's on off 5.
I'm trying to save my voice, so I'm glad they're talking.
Copy. Can you ask them if they need help on top of that hill? I got 365 here who's available. I can send them up there to help them.
That's affirmative.
That's correction 345, and I think you have them. So I'll send them up that hill and have them help out.
Huh. No, you get rid of
Engine
that.
7 from Jory Hill. They don't need anything.
Where did my clock go?
Okay.
Oh, it's over there. Whoopsie. Come on, guys. They're coming in for their dip again. All right, let's try 3D view. It'll make me car sick, but I'll do it once for you, okay? See what I mean? It says pretty flat, unrealistically. You probably need to update their maps. Yeah. Bank angle. Well, I was hoping it would show more like, the hilly nature of the terrain and that we know where things are being dropped, but guess not.
Jory Hill from engine 7. I got an extra tender if you want it.
Yeah, that'd be great. Go ahead and send it my way.
Okay, I'll get you a number here in a second.
Bank angle.
Yeah.
Think rate. Hold up.
Sorry. All right. I guess we don't have any clarity on where they did drops because that was a mess. Usually there's more of a 3D kind of a thing. Usually they import maps into flight radar so you can actually see an accurate portrayal of the terrain.
I just sent a brush 65.
Oh well.
Go ahead, brush 65. We made access to the field south of Story Hill Road. We're up here with Brass 958. We're looking for patrol. I'll come back to you. Okay, I'll see you in a minute.
Thank you for the prayers, Katie. Yeah, Devers Loves Life. We have. I couldn't read this. Now I've got a little bit of time. Oregon, Western Oregon. Hold on to your butts. We're getting dry lightning. West of the Cascades is the biggest threat. I've never seen this before. From Astoria and Portland all the way to the border, and of course, northwestern California. I have no idea why this isn't like front page news. Get ready.
Agent 7, go ahead. What tender are you sending to Story Hill?
Hang on.
Tender 60. So I'm going to take them off my board and assign them to Brian Story Hill. Copy that. I'll do the same. Story Hill, did you copy tender 6-0?
Story Hill copies tender 6-0.
All right, we'll get back to that in a sec.
Go ahead. Water supply from engine 4. Story Hill from engine 7.
Go ahead, engine 7.
There's a white pickup coming up your way. It's Emery and Son. They want to get up on top of the hill and pick up some of their guys.
Story Hill copies white pickup. Got it.
Planes are coming back. Seem to be dropping in near the area of the intersection of Bigland and Story Hill Road, and perhaps even on the edge of this woods here. It's hard to say.
451 from ops.
These are air tractors, not fancy business jets, but it's pretty funny.
C451 from ops.
Can I talk yet about the weather? What I put in the chat. Yeah, Port Orford, hang on to your butts. I'm worried for the Coast Range that fires could get out of control really fast in the Coast Range tomorrow night. Well, I wanted to take the nap this afternoon. I woke up at 3. 8 o'clock though, we've got a community meeting about the lookout fire that anyway.
I'd like to see if I can use you. Can you talk with water supply and see if they can release you and report to me?
Yes, that's fine. I'm ready.
Okay, what I need is a liaison down at Heavy Brush 94. I'm unable to communicate well with them, so I need you down there so I can communicate through you.
Okay, copy that. Operations from Jory. Go ahead. Hey, we're going to need radio batteries up here. Copy, I'll work on that.
Wait a second. I'm a dick. I'm sorry, J
Jory,
Cat.
copy, thanks.
Your house isn't going to be wrecked or anything, is it? I just read that. Now, I have a story that I tell called The Radioactive Rabbit of Hanford. There was a manhunt for a rabbit they got through the fence at Hanford where they enriched uranium for the bomb. It's a radioactive ghost town. They have a small club, an elite club you don't want your town to be in, like Pripyat,
From Engine 7.
Pripyat, Hanford, etc.
Go ahead, Engine 7.
Engine 345 is available down here.
Engine 345 is available. He's too low to be heard.
Stand by.
If I could get an OBS filter that automatically leveled out voices, I would just jump for joy.
Ops from command.
Some are always going to be too soft, though. You have to buy this stuff for the Broadcastify ham radio, guys.
Operations from command.
What?
Stand by 1.
Wait a second. They're going to wreck your house? Like destroy it? What? Are you?
Command from operations, go ahead.
Oh my God.
I got FM4 out here with water for Jory Hill Division if they need it.
All right. Guys, shall we tune into that? The Jory Hill thing looks like it's doing pretty good, and I don't know any.
Confirming you have a water supply for Jory Hill, is that what you said? Negative. Drinking water. Okay, copy that.
We need
For
to
Jory Hill from Ops.
potentially watch this.
Operations, can you stand by?
Which one do we do? That's it. I made the choice. We're going to stop the Salem Fire thing. Let's look at the live Smith River Complex meeting, because this is where all hell's probably going to break loose tomorrow night with the thunderstorms and the lightning.
And thank you to all the public members that are rallying. At the EOC, we're constantly getting calls saying, "Hey, I have this," or "I can."
Okay, I'm sorry. Let me get that sound on.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate everybody being here. I see a lot of familiar faces from Saturday night. I have an emergency operations center here locally, which is under unified command of the county and the city.
Why is it so
what that
bright?
means is that we're there to provide support to our community and the needs of our community during this incident. And we're doing that as fast as we can with the resources available to us and as thoroughly as we can. As you can imagine, sometimes resources are not available. And I want to encourage everybody through the EOC to sign up for your local alerts through the www.preparedelnorte.com. And also that we have a PIO in the back this evening from the EOC, Kelly, and she has a sign-up sheet for those of you who want to take care of that this evening before you leave. I also want to say that Kelly has an information sheet to help you guys understand the access to the information that we have available. We're providing information as many channels as we possibly can. We know there's been issues with communications, and so bear with us. Eric Weir, City Manager here, will touch on some of that when he speaks to you, but we're working with all of our providers in order to address those issues. I'd like to say that Darren had mentioned, Supervisor Short had touched base on some of the local partners we have here that have helped us. He touched on the EOC staff, which I can't say enough good things about. Keep in mind, those are your friends, your family, your neighbors, and your coworkers. Tell them thanks if you get a chance. One of our main partners I want to mention is the Red Cross. They're right next door to us here in the main building of the fairgrounds. Absolutely, thank you for that. And they are providing services currently to 139 members of our community. Tomorrow they will distribute 2,000 heater meals to those residents still without power. These will be available tomorrow, like I said, from 11 a.m. to 7 p.m. at the Smith River School, Redwood School, and the Howland-Quick Community Center. In addition to that, thanks to all of our tribal partners and all of their emergency services departments. Tolowa Dene Nation will also be providing free pizza to the community tomorrow night at 8/24 from 5 to 7 p.m.
Hell yeah.
First come, first serve, so get out there early. And I think that that's just about it for what I wanted to touch base on. I know we have a lot of speakers tonight. I do want to state that the county and city offices are still open for those that have power restored, regular business hours. So feel free to conduct your normal business if you can. I know that's kind of hard sometimes in a situation that we're in right now. And I'm going to hand it over to City Manager Eric Weir.
All right, thank you, Neil. So yes, my name is Eric Weir. I'm the city manager, but I wear a different hat over this past week. And you can tell by this vest, it's not just a fashion statement. It's something that we won't take off until we're through this. And it's a dedication. CA Lopez and the whole EOC is full of about 50 people that are working through the day and night trying to meet the community's needs. But it goes far and beyond just the EOC, and it really is this community coming together. I can't say enough about all the law enforcement work and then the public works side of things between the county and the city coming together trying to keep the water and sewer on. It hasn't been easy. When the power goes out, it is unbelievable all the different ripples that it has, as you guys are well aware. It is certainly a struggle, and so I want to just tip my hat to those guys. I mean, day and night, they were there, right, working 12-hour shifts. And things just aren't meant to run on generators this long. It just doesn't work that way. And so, of course, things start to break. And so it's not just, okay, let's do this and we're going to do it for this period of time. It's no, we're doing this until this blows up. And that's what's been happening. Happens throughout the night. I was up most of the night last night, and the public works crews were right there, right, making sure that hopefully when you wake up, you at least still have water. You still can flush your toilets if you can. And to those of you that are on wells, we realize the struggle, right? The struggle is real. I'm on a well as well, which is why I haven't shaved in 6 days. I haven't taken a full shower, but boy, am I looking forward to it. And so I'm really excited about the Pacific Power report here coming up. The school districts, though. So schools are also impacted. Schools are a huge partner. I can't say enough about how effective they have been in the EOC, working hand in hand with them, trying to get the information out. But schools are still without power. They need really a week to prep. And so they recently just had the ability to open up their kitchens. And so, and all their staffs are just now coming in. They have to prep their classes. So classes will start on September 5th. The district has also been instrumental in getting that information out because the district really has a great reach. So they reach over 20,000 people through their reach. And so we're making sure all of the updates go to them so they can go on all the different platforms that the district has. Their help to evacuate Gasky was instantaneous. So when we made the decision, when the sheriff made the decision, Gasky had to be evacuated, the school district was right there. They sent 6 buses up to Gasky to make sure that all residents were able to get out, including some buses that had ADA capability. So I just can't thank the school district enough. Hats off to Jeff Harris and the job he's done. So a question was asked last time about CR, and what do we do? So CR's classes, the in-person, have been pushed back. So they're actually starting this coming Monday, which I believe is August 28th. And they have also offered the online portion. So they have made all their professors aware, and all the professors are aware that they are not to drop any student from Del Norte. They realize that we haven't had access. So all students will not be dropped if you are on an online class from Del Norte, and work with your professors on how exactly to make that up. The internet will be offered at CR over the next couple of days. So go there. If you don't have access at your home anyway, go there and then you can get signed up, contact your professors, and start to make that outreach. actually, and this is how fast it's moving, just received a text from Jeff Harris, who is working hand in hand with Rory Johnson, who's the dean. Oops. Here's the official. Maybe let's hear. Maybe I'm getting cut off. Is there like a hook that I have to worry about? All right. So the CR Delmar campus will be open tomorrow and Friday from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m., offering the following. The library will be open and computers and Wi-Fi will be available for our online students. There will also be limited student services such as counseling and advising from 8 to 1 on Thursday and 8 to 5 on Friday. There will also be assistance for students needing help with enrollment. Face-to-face classes are planned to start next week. So that is your official update from Superintendent Harris through Dean of Students Rory Johnson. So part of the power coming back on, the other key infrastructure that we really need to get some of this information out is we need internet. It's vital, and so we're working with Charter Spectrum today. They have doubled their crews, and their goal is to have, and I talked to them today because we don't want to overpromise, but their goal is to make sure that you will have internet service at least within 24 hours after your power comes back on. So they have made that commitment. Most of the time, it will be there when the power comes back on. So they're working to try to get ahead of this as they can. So you should have internet access when that goes. The cellular service providers as well. We've been working hand in hand with them. It's not a seamless thing. They have equipment down as well. They're working to get that back up, and it will be up as soon as they can. Most of them claim that they have full restoration already. And with that, I think that is all I have. Thank you.
Hello. I just want to remind everybody there is still free Wi-Fi available in the high school parking lot, as well as the Flint Administrative Center at the county offices, and that the local hotline number is 464-0911. We had issues with that early on. We are no longer having issues with that, and it's being very effective. So just wanted to remind you of that. Thank you.
One more just announcement for anybody. So the EOC hotline is open and it's manned 24 hours. So if you need something, please let us know. We'll try to get you in touch with the right individual. That number is 707-464-0911. Again, it's being manned 24 hours a day to try to meet the community needs. Thank you.
Thank you for all that wonderful information, gentlemen. Next up, I'd like to welcome Sheriff Garrett Scott.
My hat goes off to those folks that have lost their homes, damaged all kinds of property up there. This fire is evil. It's probably one of the worst fires I've seen up here. It is a brutal situation we're all going through. But the important part is that each and every one of our community members here in Del Norte County have made me so proud as sheriff, coming together and really helping each other. During these evacuations, I've seen trailers and trucks and friends headed to these neighborhoods and loading up people's personal property, and it's just a beautiful thing to see in the sadness of all this. But I think this fire is going to keep going. I think we've got a lot to do. I have a lot of faith in the firefighters. I've seen their plans. I know that they have a fantastic plan, and you know, I can't thank Red Cross and Highway Patrol and Forest Service, our search and rescue, and all the law enforcement agencies that I've called in to help. I mean, clear down Santa Rosa Police Department sent 6 officers to help us. So these areas that we've evacuated, they're being watched after by these deputies and law enforcement officers. So I just want to send a huge thank you out there and let you guys know that we're going to keep working diligently. And I will stay in these evacuated areas to keep my eye out on things and make sure that people are safe. So, God bless.
He said homes were lost
Thank
already.
you, Sheriff.
I didn't know that.
Next up, I'd like to welcome from the California Highway Patrol, Lieutenant Pete Roach.
Crescent City Highway Patrol, thank you for having me. Thoughts and prayers go out to everybody, first of all, and these are definitely tough times. I want you guys all to know that we are all in this together. Sheriff Scott and Griff, I don't think that they've even been home to sleep yet. So just know that all the law enforcement out here that Sheriff Scott brought in, as well as all the guys that I have out there, our priority will always be to protect you. We're going to protect life and property. We're out there all different hours. Nobody's taking days off. It's not as big of a struggle as a lot of you who've been misplaced, but just know we have your back and we're out there. Firefighters are out there. Our job is to protect them as well. And we are all here. We're all in this together. Del Norte County is a bunch of strong people. This is an ugly thing back here. We'll fight it. We'll get through it, and we'll be better for it. It's just going to take a little time. So now I'm going to go to the road closures and Highway 199. First up, road closures. We understand it's very difficult when you get locked out of your home. I just want you to understand we have a job to do to protect the people that are inside those walls and trying to get the work done to protect your homes. So we have a closure at the moment at Hiuchi, and we're screening for residents only at South Fork. The reason for that is we have to keep firefighters and some of their equipment in areas where they can make lines, get yourselves protected if it does come down to where we're at. So we're going to be there 24/7 with Caltrans. We're doing everything we can to get you guys back in your home, just like everybody in this building is working on this job. That's our priority. That's what we want. Again, we do not want to keep you out of there. I know it's difficult, but we have to do our job until it's done. I appreciate it, by the way. I've worked a lot of fires, campfire, car fire. I've worked a lot of fires. I know it's a struggle. You guys have been great. You guys have all been very respectful and understanding, knowing our job and telling you no. So thank you for that. You've been great to all my guys that are out there working. I'm going to talk about the 199 now. This is going to be definitely a hot topic. This is a vital artery to this community. And so I'll kind of just explain a little bit how this all got going. The day that we had to shut down the 199 at about 1400, when it crossed the 199 at Patrick Creek, Johnny and I have been working together at Caltrans since that happened with Ryan and all the other guys out there. How are we going to take care of this and get prepped for when we can get this back open? The next day, Caltrans already had a crew lined up and ready to go to take care of the 199 construction part when it was available. That happened yesterday. We brought the crew in and they started cleaning up the area, which you guys all know is the Narrows. When the fire crossed the Narrows, it just pretty much caved in with rock and trees and it was impassable. Luckily, Caltrans got in there, cleared a lane so that our firefighters could get through and get to the fire. We could go one-way traffic. Still a dangerous situation, but Caltrans got it done. Now we're to the point where we've made a plan the last few days. We have to watch this fire. We have to see what it's going to do. We have to see what availability it's going to give us to get you guys through the 199. That crew started yesterday, like I said, clearing the 199. They're doing a good job. If this allows us, we are prepared, Caltrans and the Highway Patrol, we are prepared to get you guys started going back through on Monday morning. So now, that is our plan. We're completely prepared to do that. We're ready to rock and roll. Now, there's some things that may happen. So don't, just hang with me. Hang with me. There's variables. We have to protect life and property. I'm not going to jeopardize anybody on this fire crew. I'm not going to jeopardize any of the guys working for me or Caltrans or any of you that are in line as the motoring public going through this line. So we have to watch. We have to watch what this fire is going to do, first of all. If it allows us to get through, we're going to make it happen. The way we're going to do it is we're going to do two runs at 7 o'clock in the morning is going to be the first one. We're going to start on the south end, and we're going to take a group out all the way to the Oregon border so that people can get to medical appointments, get the needs that they need taken care of. When we get to the border, we're going to grab a group that's out there, and we're going to bring it back. The reason we're starting at 7 o'clock is we have fire camp. They do their meeting at 7 o'clock in the morning. If we start at 7 o'clock, they can do their meeting, they can get prepared for their day, we can be out of their way, and then we can head out. the fire camp can get situated, get on the roads, get ready to clear trees, and then we'll be bringing the other crew back. We're hoping that this goes smooth and we miss them. And then we're going to do it again at 5 o'clock at night. We'll take a crew anybody that came in, bringing goods and services. We'll take them back out to the Oregon border, pick up all of you who had to go get medical necessities or anything like that. We'll bring you back to Crescent City that night. I'm special, I get 2. So that's the plan on how we're going to make this happen. And again, it depends on some of the tree work that we got to get done. We have the timber fallers in there right now. We have Caltrans in there right now, clearing the road, making it safe. It's going to be one-way traffic control because there's guardrail that needs to be replaced. There's going to be crews possibly working at the same time. And now here's where this is the part that I need from all of you as the motoring public coming through with us. This is a service for you to get this place back to some normalcy and get the needs and services that we can get you. This is a train going to the Oregon border and back. We need to stay consistent in line, we need to stay courteous in line, and we need to get you there and get you back. Now, the part I talked about hoping that it all happens, this Monday that we're prepared to go for, it could slide a day or two. Ideally, I would like for Gasky to be able to be repopulated so that we could just make this a little bit easier transition. And again, safety of all of the workers that are out there and safety of all of us. So that's our proposal, that we're ready to rock and roll. Caltrans has been great. All my highway guys, we're willing to do it. We are ready to do it, and we want you guys to get what you can need. I know there's going to be more questions. I have pretty much all the answers, I think, in my head. But again, this is all for you guys in our community. And so I'm going to back up real quick. I know there's going to be more questions about it. Again, I want to thank Sheriff Scott for bringing all the law enforcement in and having people check your houses, make sure there's no looting going on, protecting everybody else on the streets. It's been a great transition having guys roll in and help out. I appreciate your time, and I know there will be more. So stand by.
Thank you very much for that, Lieutenant. Amazing news. All right, I'd like to welcome to the stage next CEO of Pacific Power, Stefan Bird.
Wow, and turned around. It's a real privilege and honor to speak to the people of Crescent City, and just following all the amazing folks that have been leaning into this event. I got to first start off with just hats off to all the local, state, county partners that are putting their all into serving this community, and we're just a part of that puzzle. We're an important part of that puzzle when we recognize just the challenge that creates when the power is out. And so we've been committed from day one to find any creative solution to make that happen, and I'll get into that here in a minute. But first, just again, thank you to all of you and everyone in the room for just being so patient with us, and frankly, just a lot of feedback from the community has really been exceptional. I mean, we're used to outages and events, and we know the challenge that puts on every one of our customers, and just how you've all shown up has really been extraordinary. I'm going to start maybe with a little bit of history to just put some frame to how we've approached the challenge that is faced this community. So thank you for putting up that first slide. I think you all have seen this slide many days now in a row and familiar with the fire. The slide next to me on the monitors shows our transmission line that you all heard about, that is right in the middle of those fires that have now converged. And so if we go back to August 15th, when the lightning strikes occurred and started these fires and then continued to grow, it was on August 18th that you all know that we made the decision to de-energize those transmission lines that are the fundamental source for Crescent City. Two redundant lines normally, but in the same corridor being attacked by that expanding fire. So we began monitoring that shortly after those fires began to grow. We stood up our emergency operating center, And just for a sense of magnitude, and we've had about 200 people working 24/7 since last week in monitoring this and responding to it and throwing everything we have at it. But we predicted that that fire was going to converge on that line, and it got within less than a quarter mile when we made the decision to energize, and a few hours later the next day it did indeed get into our right-of-way. I was up there today. So far it's pretty good news in terms of limited damage. We've seen a couple poles that are going to need to be replaced, and we're prepared to replace those when it's safe to do so. We'll have helicopters that'll have to go in there to set those poles. You all know that terrain, but we're prepared to restore that line, again, when it's safe to do so. When we can see, those fires converging, and again, what we, heard last week and what, we still have today, notwithstanding this tremendous effort at 0% containment, we knew it was going to be a while before we'd be able to re-energize those lines. So we shifted our focus immediately to generators and deploying those on critical infrastructure, things like the hospital, critical services, certainly medical baseline customers, and so on was top of mind. If you could flip to the next slide. I think what shows up there is our community resource centers. So Senator McGuire spoke to those. We set those up immediately, one here in town, another one near Klamath. Just again, thanks to our regional business managers and the people that have been staffing that. I mean, it's been an extraordinary volume of activity. Thousands of people have come through those centers while we've been working on our core mission to provide just essential needs and places to charge phones, to get water, to get ice. I mean, a couple semi-truck loads of water bottles have been handed out. Just a tremendous effort there, and we were pleased to be able to serve the community in that way. Again, next slide, please. Right out of the gate, we have folks that pre-register with us that say, hey, we're a medical needs customer, and so we know in advance that that's a customer we're going to make a personal call to and get generators to right out of the gate. I can tell you the volume of folks who called us and said, hey, we've got medical needs grew exponentially. And so we rapidly had to go beyond what our capability was, and we've got a pretty good capability across a large territory. We serve 6 states, including here in Northern California, and so we wrestled all the mobile, small generators we have. We went to our affiliate in Nevada, and they provide mobile generators. We truck those up here, and then we're renting everything we can and deploying those. And as you can see on the screen, about 125 are installed, and we're still installing new ones. And not only once they're installed, we got to fuel those things every few hours. So the generators to date have already used up about 18,000 gallons of fuel that we're running and cycling people through to keep those things going. So pretty unprecedented effort, I can tell you, for us. And that really feeds to the best news that's been kind of spoken to. Next slide. Maintaining a sustainable position where we're, just relying on those small generators you've heard folks speak to. They will fail periodically, and our equipment will fail, and we're having to respond to those same challenges. But a much better answer is if we can energize the substations that feed the circuits themselves. We do have on hand our own large generators, but again, this has never been done before. This has been an unprecedented, dynamic situation where, as folks have referred to earlier, what if we could re-energize the entire county with large-scale generators? And so we reached out to our partners around the area, so we augmented the ones that we have within Pacific Power. I really got to give a shout out to Pacific Gas and Electric in particular for providing their resources to come up here and help us stage with our personnel those large generators that to date, as of now, we have 8,500 customers with service and with power in the Crescent City area, and our goal is to have nearly all customers restored with power with generators by the end of the week, by Friday night, as you heard.
But new lightning fires are coming in Friday.
So as the gentleman that spoke before me, sometimes our best laid plans run into obstacles, and we've been knocking those down every day. My hat's off to the team. They are putting their all out there for this community to get those restored as soon as we can. There will be some additional service going in tonight. I think we're very close to switching over about 500 more customers off one of those key substations that we had to replace some equipment that had failed last night. So that's in place, and we'll be switching over this evening. And then you can see on the screen, I think we published this on social media and other websites, the current plan for the remaining communities that are on various different circuits that we're moving those generators to and restoring. And again, I just got to highlight, we've not done this before. Every one of these substations is a little different. The generators sometimes are a little different. It's a novel thing that does create some dynamic opportunities and challenges, but we're just have some of the best people we have in our entire company right here in Crescent City, and they're augmented by a few folks from the rest of our territory. You can be very proud of the people that live and work in this community that are serving you. So we're committed to find that path forward. So again, thank you for your patience. And just know we're here to serve. We feel we're partners with you in this community. We exist because of you. We're here to serve you with power and show up in other ways to help this community thrive. And so we show up as partners with Cal OES, with the county, with our local folks that have been plugged in and coordinating every day 24/7 with all the hardworking folks that are part of all these organizations, and we couldn't do it without every one of them together. So again, thank you for letting me speak to you, and I look forward to shaking a few hands afterwards. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Bird. We appreciate those words. Now we're going to move into a portion of the meeting where members of our management team will come up and address and give briefs. First, I'd like to welcome to the stage Operations Section Chief Trainee Nick Cleary.
Hey, good evening. Thank you for having me. I'm really sorry you guys are having to deal with this emergency. I totally understand it. In my 20 years, I've seen a lot of emergencies. I know it's super frustrating. I kind of want to dumb this down a little bit so I'm not speaking firefighter terminology so you guys have an understanding of what the plan is and why we're trying to do certain things we're doing. One, we use acronyms like PACE and TPA, primary, alternate, contingency, emergency. When we're trying to put containment lines in on this fire, we're trying to find advantageous ridge lines, roads, and stuff that's going to hold the fire, and we're not going to lose it. And TPA is a big thing. It took up to 2 days for us to get equipment. It's timing, position, and action. How long is it going to take to put that containment line in? Where's the position of the fire? And what equipment do I have in place to do it? And so you guys, you've seen this fire. It started out 7 days ago, 13 fires. It was a puzzle piece. It's still a puzzle piece. And if you were to take a box of puzzle pieces and put them on the ground and try to put them together, it's difficult. The terrain in here is extremely difficult to put firefighters in to engage. We use different tactics like direct and indirect. Direct would mean putting firefighters directly on that fire line edge. Indirect means building containment lines that are further out where we can actually hold the fire. So we've been engaged trying to do that for 7 days. Over the last 3 days, we've gotten a lot of equipment to actually employ those people in those divisions to get that work done. We break up the fire in different branches and divisions. Divisions are functional groups that can take pieces of dirt instead of having the whole fire and focus on that piece of dirt and figure out a containment line that's going to be most successful for them. I'm going to explain how we have the fire broken up right now. The Highway 199 corridor is our main branch break. On the southern side of the Highway 199 corridor, we have branch 20. On the northern side, we have branch 5. We're working really well with Pacific Northwest Team 13. They've taken the chunk of the northeast section and pretty much splitting the branch break down to the Idlewild Caltrans station. We talk to them every morning. We have a text group so we know what actions they're taking, and they text us back with the actions that that they're taking and we're taking. We update on any fire updates. We're using intelligence the best we can. We have a Firewatch platform, which is a fixed-wing aircraft that can fly and see through the smoke and give us intel on where the fire edge is moving in a pinpoint accuracy on GPS location so we can know where to move our resources. The other battle here, not only the terrain, the steepness, having a bunch of puzzle pieces you're trying to put together, is just the environment. We've been smoked in. Yesterday was the first day we were able to fly aircraft. We don't rely on aircraft, but they help us build our plan. And so yesterday was the first day you guys saw some air tankers actually drop in retardant because we couldn't get any aircraft in there. No helicopters to support these guys on the ground, no air tankers to reinforce any of our lines. So we're doing our best, but we have to, Mother Nature is going to always win. And so we're trying to play that battle. I'm going to walk you around the fire a little bit. So as I said, branch 5, branch 20, the Pacific Northwest is calling their section branch 8. On the bottom here, so you guys have seen this was the old holiday. We're now calling this the Kelly. Coming off the right down here in the town of Gasky, we have a Division Alpha. Division Alpha's focus is really building some indirect containment lines as this fire continues to back down into Stony Creek. And I'm sorry I'm turning my back on you guys, but I'm trying to point. So if I'm blocking it, let me know. Yesterday, we were able to open up an old decommissioned road and tie in some hand line into the North Fork. We were also able to find another decommissioned road and open it up and masticate it. The east side of the North Fork was reinforced with retardant, and the goal is, as this thing continues to back down in Stony Creek, is to have a holding feature for the fire when it enters from the north side of Gasky. Coming around into Division Bravo, pretty much this low divide section, they're working off the road November 4-9, and I'll try to dumb it down with heavy equipment, hand crews and engines, trying to move brush away, make that road a little wider so it will hold fire. They're also coming out into Gasky Peak and looking at an old road where they might be able to pinch this thing, the stuff moving down to the south, pinch it off and bring it back down to the North Fork. So we're making every effort we can to keep the fire from coming from the north into Gasky. And again, it's a tough one because you have fire on both sides of the city of Gasky, so we're playing this puzzle piece of how our line's gonna hold it. Coming up into the top here, Division Bravo, they've been working on the Corral fire. Just an update on what we're seeing with our technology is the Diamond Fire is not really moving. There's not a lot of heat on it. This little southwest section is continuing to creep towards the Corral fire, but not a lot of heat. And this is on staff right now because it's really steep to get any crews in there. There's no way for us to extricate them if they get hurt. We don't have helicopters or hoist ships, and the road system's not very good. The Corral fire, the northern section of it, hasn't moved in 3 days. It has a little bit of a check line. Some crews went out there and put some hand line in it, but it hasn't moved. So the main focus is the Corral fire continues to kind of creep along this 305 road. And so the crews are just brushing, using heavy equipment, and maintaining even with this line, making sure that it doesn't make a run down to the south. We added a structured group out in here into Copper Creek. They're looking at the 308, the 305, and sizing up all the houses that are over there in that Copper Creek area. Coming around to the north, the Pacific Northwest team is looking at opportunity to find some old roads in this Slater Scar and see if they can, or the Biscuit Scar, and see if they can reopen them. They did have, this was the only part of the fire today they had clean air, and we heard them on the air to ground. They were actually dropping helicopters and trying to slow the progression as the thing moved north into Oregon. Coming back down this way, they had some lines in place, and unfortunately with that wind event, the lines that were in place, it kind of slopped over it. We call it slop over, like it went over their containment line. And so now they're looking for another area to try to re-engage and bring this back down to the 199. As we come down the 199, this would be our division, Mike. It's holding mostly on the road, kind of in that Barrow Ranch area, Whiskey Flat, and as you come down that Siskiyou Fork Road, we're having areas we're trying to engage and keep it on the road. We still have crews out there scouting this old Bear burn scar. The one thing that is unfortunate for you guys is you're very familiar with fire. And so there's a lot of dozer lines and hand lines and containment lines that were used in these older fires that we can reopen. And so they're out there scouting some of these older lines to see if we can find a better containment line as this thing continues to creep towards the east. Coming down to the hurdy-gurdy, this would be Division Papa. This fire's kind of holding on the line right now. The Kelly fire is actually the one that's moving mostly to all these fires that are in the area. They're looking for opportunity with hand crews and heavy equipment to try to keep this on the road. There's a small slop over that's going to take a couple days to cut out and then bring this back towards the Kelly fire so we don't have any more progression towards the east. I don't want to fall off the stage. They were able to look at the Doe fire. The Doe fire's out. That's our one fire that we know is out. Yeah. Coming down here to the island and the Prescott, they're in the wilderness right now. They're doing good, so they're unstaffed and we're monitoring them, flying them every day. We've had an awesome patrol that's been sitting down there on the Marlow for probably the eight days, just watching the progress. It's in the wilderness. It continues to kind of burn to the south, but he's down there keeping eyes on it and giving us intel on what's going on. Coming back around the Kelly fire down to the Coon. The Coon hasn't moved in 3 days. The unfortunate thing is the Kelly fire, which a couple days ago was here, is continuing to burn towards the Coon. There was a fire in 2015. One of the benefits is the branch director who's running this whole piece of dirt was here in 2015 on the Coon fire. He's very familiar with that ground. Today we got 2 24-hour CAL FIRE dozers. They're going to start working the old Coon fire dozer lines and see if we can bring this thing back into the Kelly fire. up on French Hill Road in this area up here. There's a lot of structures in there that are kind of hidden. And this little part, this section right here is like our back door. This is the one that gives me the biggest worries about something coming out, because if we can lock down this little square, this back door here, it's going to keep stuff from going north and allow us to contain the stuff moving south. And it will allow us to keep French Hill Road, everything south of French Hill Road. So today, as I said, steep and very, very bad country. We have a dozer line and a hand crew trying to take the French Hill Road south or north to the 199. If we can cut off this progression that's south of the 199, it will buy us our back door closed, and we'll be able to keep everything that's in the Kelly fire south of French Hill Road south, and everything that's north of 199 north. It's steep, like I said. We had a firefighter get hurt today trying to put that line in. So I know it's frustrating, and you wonder why we're not just putting firefighters here and going direct. It's tough country. It takes to put in. This is probably less than a quarter mile of line. It's taken them 2 days. All in French Hill, there's been some awesome fuel treatments in here that's been done by the Forest Service. We're reinforcing those fuel treatments with a masticator. We put a few dozer lines in and around behind the French Hill community. So as the fire progresses south or wants to run back up to the north, we'll have a good defensive platform to put resources in and protect that community. As we get mainly into the community, there's been so much structure protection going on. I drove around today, and it was awesome to see it. And the structure protection means there's engines in there, there's hand crews in there, there's chippers in there. If you go in there now, it looks like spaghetti. There's hose laid out on every street. There's hose to every house. There's tanks filled with water. There's portable pumps set up. There's connections to tanks. There's chippers chipping big piles of brush that was close to houses, and they're doing that all in Gasky, Pioneer Road, Lado del Auto, or Del Auto Rio, Barro. Say it again. Lado del Rio, Whiskey Flat, Barro Ranch, and then all in the French Hill area. So a lot of work's going in now that we have equipment to try to contain these things, but it's going to be a few days. It's not going to be tomorrow. It's going to take time to build these primary, alternate, contingency, emergency lines. We're getting the equipment. We're slowly getting down there. Every day we get a report on how much progress they're making, but it's going to take some time. So I appreciate you guys standing with us. We are trying our best, I promise you, and wish us the best.
Thanks for that. Thanks for that information, Nick. There's always a spot in the information office if you're looking for another task. So we'd love to have you sometime. John Crotty, Air Operations Branch Director.
Good evening. Nick works for Ventura County. He's actually one of their aviation battalion chiefs, so he does like to talk a lot about the aircraft too. So we all seem to love the aircraft for what they do. It's something visible, gives you an idea of what's going on out there, and you hope they're doing the best for you. So when we talked about understanding where you are, a few years ago, I was with this team over in Klamath National Forest on the river complex, and my wife calls and said, the sheriff's knocking on the door, we have to evacuate in an hour, and I'm up here. So we were gone 20 days up in Reno trying to, as a Calder fire came into South Lake Tahoe. We know you thirst for information. I'm glad we're getting it provided. You see how hard this team's and all these cooperators are doing to give you that information, so we understand where you're at, and hope we're answering your questions. Aircraft-wise, from when we talked last, our helicopter fleet has expanded. So the fires up in Oregon have started to dwindle down to where we've been able to capture some of those aircraft. We're up to a total of 9 helicopters for our operation. There's still plenty of helicopter work down south in California, so we are competing for aircraft still for what we need to do. We're working that visibility issue that Nick equated to. You've seen it, how foggy and smoky and the clouds can come in and out. And it's a balancing act. We try to get aircraft on both sides of the fire, so if one area is smoked in, we can work from the other. With the limited amount of aircraft early, we had to move them up to Cave because Gasky was getting too smoked in. So we got them out there, and of course what happens? The smoke pushes into Cave Junction, and we're stopped there. So today we actually got a recon ship into Crescent City. It's a small helicopter. And I have individuals like the sheriff and the forest supervisor here, the agency rep, that want to recon as well as our ops folks to see this fire. And today was our first chance to get a helicopter like that. But of course we were smoked in until late in the afternoon and couldn't get them there. So hard to tell an individual with a gun he can't fly, but that's what we have to do sometime. So, and he understands that water dropping is more important than what he can see. So, and that visibility issue also affects things like Nick said with the injured firefighters. So we actually had multiple injuries today. A couple of those we would have flown medevac ships if we could to either hoist that long-term extraction time off that steep area, or for the one that was potentially could have deteriorated into something more severe. So it affects us too in that way. We always preach, don't base your actions on aircraft. You may not get them. Yesterday we did get them for a long time with that air tanker show. So probably 10 large and what we call very large air tankers, the DC-10, flew over this fire, dropped over 500,000 gallons of retardant in about a 7-hour period, coming out of Chico, Medford, and Redding tanker bases. So a lot of work went into that, a lot of pilot exposure, a lot of good work done. We hope those retardant lines that were up by Copper Creek and then just above Gasky to the northeast buy us time to get those crews in there to reinforce it. There was a few drops when we started battling the stuff up by Copper Creek on that corral fire a few days ago, and when that air tanker, those shows came in for that line that day, we only had one resource up there to support them. And now we've probably got a good amount of hand crews, engines, dozers working in that area to help those out. So the effort is growing for sure. UAS, we talked about that a few days ago too. We actually have 2 drone modules now, so those unmanned aerial supervision or those systems there. So we have one to the north, one to the south. That gives us really tight intel, so they can fly day or night, smoky conditions, whatever it is. They're looking on their little iPads and tablets to track where that fire is, looking at infrared or video, and just in tight with the operations folks, those firefighters on the ground saying, here's where the fire is at, here's what we can do, and go get that thing. So a very good tool, just like the higher up fixed wing aircraft that provide intel, or those satellites that tell us where the fire is at. This is just more precise and a good adjunct for us. I think that's about all I had. Today's water dropping. So up on the top end of the Kelly, talking with our aviators up there, that was the clear area today. So Cave Junction was clear and was able to feed some helicopters in for that Pacific Northwest team and support them. And from the feedback I'm hearing, it is putting a pretty good dent in what they're doing. So we're slowing that fire down, giving those folks time up there to get a chance to work some line in there too and help out that effort. With that, I'll give it up to Nick Elmquist, our fire behavior analyst.
Good evening, everybody. Nick
Okay.
Elmquist, fire behavior analyst.
Here we go.
So as I mentioned last time, the fire behavior analyst works hand in hand with the incident meteorologist from the National Weather Service. Ours is from your guys' local office in Eureka. And then we do our best to feed information to both the planning section to build a plan long term, and then daily to work with the firefighters on the ground. Our main objective is to make sure they aren't caught by surprise, and they're making and basing their actions on the most accurate prediction of what the fire is going to do that day. So just talking, the sheriff and both Nick talked about the complexity of firefighting in this area. It's really notorious in the firefighting community that this portion of the country is extremely difficult. We look at fuels, weather, and topography. That's what drives wildland fire. You guys had a fairly dry winter, about 75% of what you normally receive in terms of precipitation. That makes the very dry fuel load. When you guys finally get to go through the 199, you look at the run it made in that Patrick Creek area, absolutely burned really, really hot, even down in the creek bottoms, which is fairly abnormal. The topography, incredibly steep. It's even more challenging when you get these, we call them complexes, because it's multiple lightning fires that start. Once they escape initial attack, you really look back to roads, rivers, and ridges, the 3 R's that we look at. And there's very few of those on the landscape, and when you have that much fire on the landscape, even the ones that you do have, you don't have to look very far to see another fire. So strategically, it doesn't make sense. You have to build a larger area to encompass those. Our incident commander just wanted me to touch on, these fire maps. We start building containment, and you start seeing black line. Just the reason why you haven't seen that so far, and that's just because we've been in a defensive posture. The fire that got established up Patrick Creek several nights ago, we had predicted down canyon winds to the northeast. You guys all know another challenge of this area is the weather, and the wind is the biggest portion of the weather that drives fire behavior. You always want the wind to your back as a firefighter, right? You want to be on the side that the fire is burning away from. Well, here, the wind shifts every day. As the valley heats up, you get a westerly wind as it goes up canyon. As the valley cools down at night, it wants to flow back down the canyon. And sometimes you get these specific weather patterns where it compresses it and it's enhanced. So that happened a few nights ago. We were able to predict it. That's when the community of Gasky got evacuated, because we didn't want to have to deal with something overnight when it made a large push down the hill. Fortunately, it ran about 3 miles, but it was a few miles short, and that's bought us some time to try to implement some of the lines that Nick's described. But now as we start to look wider and start to get a foothold, we hope to start containing portion of this fire, and then you'll start to see black line along some of those edges that's contained. The last thing I'll say, and we'll leave some time for question and answers, is just the current weather that's coming up. We're not going to sugarcoat it. We are in for a couple tough days. You'll probably see the National Weather Service issue a red flag warning tomorrow afternoon for potential thunderstorms in the area. That's not good because it could do downdrafts and erratic winds. It's really hard to predict, but they throw those out there just to make sure that everybody's aware. Tomorrow night, if we get through that, red flag warning is supposed to be about 3 o'clock in the evening till 2 in the morning. And then we should start to see a little bit better weather pattern after we get through tomorrow, with a little bit cooler and moisture conditions, at least for the next 3 or 4 days. So we'll get through these next couple days, and then we'll start implementing that strategy that Nick said. But either way, we're going to be here for you guys while we're here. We really appreciate your guys' support. Thanks.
Thanks, Nick. And to close out this portion of the meeting, I'd like to welcome to the stage our Incident Commander for Team 15, Tom Clemo.
It impresses me to see how much of the community has turned out tonight, and I really think, based on the past few days, several days of what you've been through, you ought to give yourselves a hand for what you've done for this community. Every morning up at Gasky, where we have a very large contingent of firefighters working for you, I get the opportunity to close a briefing. And at that briefing this morning, I spent a little bit of time talking about cooperation and the importance of cooperation. Over the past several days, we've been welcomed into this camp. As you can see, we have built a small city here, but it is nothing compared to the metropolis in Gasky right now. We've patronized your businesses. We've been supported by every place that we go. We've had our law enforcement partners right at our side every step of the way. They've kept our apparatus safe on the highway. They've kept our camp safe at night. They have kept your campgrounds and your homes safe by having cars in the driveway. There is not a road I haven't driven down the last couple of days where there wasn't a law enforcement presence there keeping an eye on us and keeping an eye out for you. Thank you for what you've done, Sheriff. Thank you what the Highway Patrol has done as well. I want to show you a picture here. There's your camp this morning. We have 1,400 people up there. There is a small city that is supporting those firefighters. We've taken over the entire airport, and thank you for that. It's one of the best spots to put a camp. It works out really well for us. But frankly, we've outgrown it because we are sitting as the #1 priority fire in the country right now. And we've been there for 4 days. And we don't get there without the information that we need to get from County OES, from the city, from all of our partners to articulate the narrative and the story that tells the folks that are out there making those decisions to get us the resources we need. We are in significant competition for those resources. And as you can see, we've been very successful. Our intent After a few days of being in a very defensive posture, and as you can see, getting pushed around all over the playground out here, we have now established enough strategy and now the tools and resources necessary to continue to be implementing that strategy. And as you heard from Nick, it's multifold. It is attacking it from several different sides. It's being very thoughtful about where we choose to invest those resources and time. And it also, and most importantly to me, it doesn't put our firefighters at a risk that can lead to an injury or fatality on this fire ground. Today we had one of our members, as a hotshot superintendent, those are our most experienced firefighters in this landscape, break an ankle today and come off the line. For you and I, when that happens, we call for help, we get picked up, we get taken to the hospital. When it happens out here, it took hours to get them to an ambulance because we couldn't fly. It took an hour and a half to get them down to the road, and then they had to come into the hospital. That's a lot of time for an injury like that. And it takes a lot of coordination to do that. And so we are very thoughtful about where we place people, and we won't place them there until we can get them out of there. And that is a critically important piece to what we do. We often get asked the question, hey, I don't see a lot of black on this map. And you don't, because it is either straight up or straight down. And we like to get to the tops of ridges when we can. We like to use road systems when we can. And as Nick, our fire behavior Nick had said, there's very few of those. Our team has spent quite a bit of time in Northern California. We often joke that we should buy property up here because we're here all the time. You know, maybe we ought to look for a strategic location where we can have a place to stay because we are up here very frequently. Our firefighters and our leadership in operations is some of the most experienced and savvy fire tacticians, I would argue, in the world. Most of them come from the Santa Barbara front country, which traditionally is the most dangerous place to fight fire in the world. And they learned from that place, and they bring that experience with them. And when they tell me that they're having a lot of difficulty in here, I believe them. And I believe that they are doing everything they can to try to make the moves that they can to do a couple of things. Number one, protect the power lines and try to get the power back on. There is a huge effort underway that you're not able to see. In fact, a lot of us aren't able to see, that is going into protecting the power lines and the infrastructure from both directions simultaneously, one moving north, one moving south. There's a lot to that. Number two, Highway 199. A lot of our teams from Southern California and the Central Coast. And it took us 3 days to get here. Because like you, every time we went to hang a left-hand turn, that road was closed. 299, 96, 199, we had to go to Roseburg and come around to finally get here. When they won't let us through, there's probably a problem with the road. And as I understood it, at the time there was 4 feet of talus that had come off the slope and filled the road, and there was no one getting through until our friends from Caltrans made that happen the next day and cleared 1 lane so that we can get up and down and try to do some good all the way up and down 199. If we can mitigate those 2 problems and protect the public on 199, we will do everything we can to facilitate the plan that Lieutenant went through to try to get that road open in a safe manner, and that is a sophisticated operation. Hundreds of vehicles going up, hundreds of vehicles coming down, and 1,200, probably 1,500 firefighters up there at the same time. That's going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of coordination, but like I began with, coordination and cooperation has been the hallmark of this incident and the hallmark of our success thus far. As the incident commander of California Team 15, I could not be more proud of our staff, that is out there doing good work for you, and really I couldn't be more proud of this community for coming together to make this thing happen. And eventually, we will get through it.
Thanks very much, Chief. All right, and now we've come to the portion of the meeting where we're going to take questions. So I ask of you, if you have a question, raise your hand. One of our information officers will come to your location. They'll come to you. And then if you're able to, go ahead and stand up, and then we'll find the appropriate speaker to answer that question. Go ahead. Did Ray give you one? Should come around right up front here.
All right, the question is there a concern of blackouts due to electrical use once the power's back on, and should we conserve electric use? So with our plan, we don't have restrictions on your power use. So, we're supplying enough generation to serve all the needs that, we would expect this time of year. So, no restriction, no need to conserve. Again, that's if all goes well, right? So as we've, heard kind of from every speaker, I'm sure we'll have some challenges with things that come up, but, we're creating options as we're moving along. But our plan is for full service as we're working through it for all of you that have power. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bird. We have another one up front here.
My question is,
Hang on for the mic, ma'am.
oh. Well, my question is I called DSHS today and I was trying to talk to them about emergency services, and we were told there is none.
You want to take that one? Yeah, can you repeat your question again, ma'am? Just hold the mic closer to your...
I said I called DSHS today and was Department of Social and Health Services.
You know what? We don't have a representative from there today.
Oh, but your county official said to call them, and I did that, and they said that they don't have any emergency services.
Okay.
So I was kind of curious when that was going to happen.
Why don't you come up and see me after the meeting, and we'll get you to the right person then. Okay, let's go. Is there anybody else in the crowd here?
Hi, I had a question. We received our text message from Pacific Power that morning, Friday morning when it went out, and it just said to prepare for an outage. And then we received one the next day after it had already gone out that said prepare for multiple days. And I'm just wondering, we got about an hour. We had about an hour to prepare when we got the one that said that it's going out, it's imminent. And then it wasn't until the next day when it was out that we found out that it was going to be for multiple days. I'm just wondering if there's any way that Pacific Power would be able to give us maybe better, or maybe, I work from home, but I feel bad for somebody who was at work. They wouldn't have had time. It went out by 4 or 4:30. They wouldn't even had time to come home and do anything. So I'm just wondering if there's any plans in the future.
Mr. Bird?
Yeah, thank you for the comment, and my apologies for the short notice. We did our best, is all I can really say, and we're going to learn a lot of lessons, from this whole event, and we're tracking those, and I can assure you that fact. It did come quickly. I think we tried to give notice that day before, and we might not have been perfect in reaching you and perhaps others. So please accept my apology for that. I wish we could have gotten you more notice, but. In general, when we're in wildfire season, again, we have a extraordinary team of meteorologists, staff of 6, using models that use machine learning, artificial intelligence, 450 weather stations across our 6 states that combine with information that's available elsewhere. And so, we're trying to predict as best we can, and that fed into part of our information here, but we also rely on our boots on the ground. And when I mentioned that fire got close, that was a human being, near there that could see what was happening. And so, it did move kind of quick. It came down a little ravine. There's the big fire line, if you will, but, some of those aren't going to show up on a model. And so, I think there's still good use for a lot of us humans. AI is not going to solve all our challenges, but, we always want to do better, on that front. Communication in a chaotic, challenge like this is just a challenge for everybody up here, and I know everyone is doing their best, and I just can't say enough about that cooperation. We're all making some mistakes here and there, and again, thank you for the patience. We'll get better. So give us the feedback. We appreciate it.
We have one right to you. Deanna?
Yeah, I think they have one in the back.
There's a person right next to you.
Okay.
Hi, I just want to say thank you to you all. I wanted to know, is the fire retardant that's used fast check, and what are the after effects of it? Will it affect well water and plant life, and is there any precautions if it's on your property that we have to take?
Okay, good question. Phos-Chek is one of the two main brands of retardant. There is a new one out that's in the test phase to see it's not just one agent out there. Other people come up with different ideas, chemicals, foams, gels. There's lots of different adjuncts to it, but Phos-Chek has been kind of the mainstay in the last 3 decades, I would say, for aircraft and even ground applications. So something I didn't talk about today was when it is smoky, we do things like we suggested to the group up north was getting water tenders. They have a mobile retardant base that they set up at a winery out by Cave Junction, and when it's too smoky, we actually put it in the tenders with spray bars or deck guns on top or hose, and then they go out and precisely put that retardant where it needs to be. As an agency and in aviation, we try to avoid putting that retardant within 300 feet of waterways, whether it is Phos-Chek or whether it's our foams or gels, just because of what it could do to the endangered species, the tertiary tertiary species that are there, big word there. So that's why we work with the resource advisors on where we can or can't apply. And when we look at this Six Rivers forest, we actually have a retardant avoidance map, and all the pilots know it, as well as everybody in the aviation world, so we know where to drop and where not to drop, and it's really based on that 300 foot. Even if the waterway is dry because of this time of season, we try to avoid putting it in there because come winter, the water's going to get there and it's going to carry potentially some of that chemical into the water system as far as the rivers and streams. So the resource advisors can find them after the meeting if we break out a little bit, and you can talk to them more about the exact effect on the species. So they have more intel on that than I do. I just try to make sure we drop and avoid putting it in there in the first place. So unfortunately, when an aircraft drops like the DC-10, that's 9,000 gallons coming out of it, and they may not see a small stream or basin as a ridge line that feeds into a bigger stream. So we do our best to do it. If we know it's in there, we can do something about it to keep it from going downstream, we'll do it to try to potentially dam or dike that up. If we don't know about it, once it's out of the aircraft, we can't bring it back in. So, we just do the best that we can to avoid that. So, hope that answered your question.
Okay. In the back here, we're going to go to the back.
This is a two-pronged question. Is if there is a single power line that runs into the county from Medford or wherever, can that be underground? And if it can, maybe it's time for some discussion to take place between our county, state, and federal representatives with Pacific Power.
Mr. Bird, do you care to address that?
Thanks for the nudge, and I can assure you, with what, yeah, push. With wildfire and what we've seen these last several years, I guarantee you lots of conversations with respect to that challenge. How do we manage through it? And is the reliability, the redundancy of two lines in the same corridor enough? Should we be looking at other lines? I heard comments, and I think in the first community meeting, in those respects. There's lots of things that we're doing on that front, and I won't belabor it too long, but they range from covering conductors. So almost all the lines that were built in the country over the last 100 years are not covered. They're uninsulated lines, and so if they do touch ground, touch vegetation, that's a source of ignition, and that's something we absolutely want to avoid. And so undergrounding is one solution. In round numbers, that's typically 10 times, the cost of an overhead. But a much lower cost solution in most cases is to insulate that line, and that's what we're doing in a lot of our high dense vegetation areas, over a multi-year period. And so we've got to address the immediate challenge where you can't have an overnight solution of a new line or an underground line, but we're absolutely pursuing all the above strategies. A pretty extraordinary hardening plan is already in place for all of our territories with respect to that challenge. So thanks for the comment, and know that there will be ongoing conversations with our federal and state partners with respect to that question.
We got an online question that I think it's a pretty important one, one that folks have, probably a lot of people have this question, but how will this affect our power bills?
Yeah, gosh, our focus is absolutely in getting the power back on. And the only way to do that, as we've talked about today, and what you're seeing out there with a lot of traffic, probably a multifold of what you've ever seen coming out of North Crescent there, and our main service center, is getting these generators in place. That is not a long-term solution. You do not want to be running on generators, whether it's a small one at your house or a commercial generator, or even these very large generators that we have today installed of those generators. So, the long-run solution is absolutely having that diversified portfolio that we supply you with today. Your power bill is not going to change tomorrow. As we move forward and we're addressing those big picture issues, affordability, reliability, that's what we're focused on. How do we keep your bill down as low as possible while keeping the lights on 24/7? That's our focus, and lots of challenges with respect to that, but we're committed to making that happen.
Hi, this question's for Kathy Allen. What was the date you were made aware of the fire, and why wasn't CAL FIRE allowed to come in until this team was able to show up?
Thanks. There's been a lot of conversation around that. Actually, I met with Kurt McRae today, the CAL FIRE chief, and we have a good working relationship and made some agreements today about how they could help us moving forward. But I did want to clarify that looking back, I believe, and the days have run together, trust me on that one, that we left work, came to work on Tuesday, and had been pounded by lightning the night before. CAL FIRE had boots on the ground at an aircraft that very first day. So I just wanted to clarify, they're a great partner. We rely on that relationship to help suppress these fires, and they were there and will continue to be there.
Thanks, Kathy. I believe we have a few online questions that our folks up here got. Did anybody get those cards? No? Did you want to address one of those, Nick?
This one is, does the fire have the capability to cause evacuations in Crescent City, either by bad air quality or the fire reaching us? In terms of the first one, air quality, very rarely are we ever going to evacuate a population because of air quality, especially here on the coast, like those diurnal winds I was talking about. That's one of the benefits, is you get good flow, and that air quality improves oftentimes every day. When you get further in, like the Klamath is notorious for very bad air quality when you get these lightning events that last months at a time. In terms of fire, I would say no as well. One of the things that's the benefit of this time of year is we've pretty much reached peak fire danger. Mid-August is your guys' peak fire danger for this time. The days are getting shorter. I think we're losing about 2.5 minutes every day of sunlight. That's 15 minutes a week. That's a big deal. Your burn window is going to start to decrease, and we're going to start to get later in the year. Very oftentimes, by the time you reach end of September, early October, all the large fires, even on really busy seasons, are starting to slow down. So I think the amount of suppression opportunities between where the fire currently stands in here and the time of year, it's a very low chance that it would ever cause an impact in terms of fire reaching this far towards the coast.
Thanks, Nick.
What about the
We have one up
lightning
front here.
storm coming tomorrow? New one.
Yeah, hi. I live up in Gasky, and the sheriff said someone lost a house. Is that up there in Gasky? I mean, is that what your deputy last time we had a meeting? Your deputy lost a house. Is there more houses been burned since then? And that's one question. And this highway. First of all, thank you guys for everything you guys do. The firefighters, law enforcement. I'm really glad you guys are here. You all seem sharp, and it makes things a little more comfortable for me. And you guys have been doing since day one right there, helping and everything. And I feel blessed to have you all working for us. But and you talked about the road being open on Monday possibly. And we're in level 3 evacuation. Would I be able to get in your caravan and go to my home and do things? Because in my line of work, we support ourselves. I'm a commercial fisherman for 50 years, and we don't rely on other people. And I'm down here in town, locked out of my house, and the angst, my guts are just roiling. And I can't stand it. I mean, it's just something I built my entire life, and it's a beautiful home, and I want to go protect it. I did all I could before I left, and then we leave, and I can't go back. And I mean, I cut trees down and stacked them. I don't have any firefighting experience. It's just it's common sense. So, A, have anything else been lost, and B, would I be able to go up Monday and do stuff?
So I think your first question was about the structures. A lot of that area, is remote above Gasky, and through all the areas on that map are areas that I can't get into. It's burned, trees are down. Until I can get a flight over it, I don't know. I'm assuming there's a lot of houses back up there. I don't mean 50, I mean, 20 or something like that, probably sporadically throughout, that I don't know for sure. I do know of 5 to 10 for sure back up in those canyons that did get hit. Most of those owners are aware. I did talk to them. So Gasky currently, there's lots of smoke, and there's fire building around there. There's lots of protections going on. I feel pretty good about that, but nothing in the town of Gasky has been burned to date. So as soon as I know something up there, then I will, of course, let those owners back in those remote areas know that their places have burned. I wouldn't do that publicly. That would be their choice to put that on Facebook or something like that, to explain that to the community that happened to them. I'm just there to support them and whatever they need. So I don't have an answer for when we can go back. I don't know what this fire is going to do over the next couple of days. So my heart's with you 100%, but I can, yeah. So anyhow, hopefully that answers the question. Let Pete talk to you about the road a little bit there.
Okay, so I knew some of these questions were going to come, so like I said earlier, ideally Gasky would be repopulated. I was hoping that we would be right at that point where maybe Gasky was repopulated. I would not have to worry about that situation. That's one of the things I was talking about for cooperation and getting out. This is not to try, believe me, we want to get you guys back in there, but the incident management team here has been great, and they're supporting what I'm trying to do, and it's way outside the box of what we realistically were planning to do this early. But one of the things that I told them was that we would make sure we got that line through and people wouldn't be darting and diving off this line. That's the cooperation that I need from all of you to make this happen. I want 199 open. Just because I put a campfire out one time doesn't mean I know anything about fire. I'm a highwayman, and I want that highway open just like all of you guys. But I got to protect you. I got to honor what I'm talking to these guys about. I have to protect lives that are out there working to protect all this stuff. I want to make this happen. If I got to drive every single one of them, I'll do it. But I appreciate that. Again, hopefully it's repopulated. If not, we just have to make it work for now. If for some reason this is unsafe, I'm not going to take motorists through if it's unsafe. I'm going to protect every life, all the property, everybody involved. I'm going to protect that. I'm going to make sure of it. My highwaymen, we're going to protect everybody. Sheriff Scott, he's going to have to help too with guys. If we got to post guys up so we don't dart and dive off, we're going to do it. I want you guys to be able to use this highway. But this fire is nasty. And for some reason, it likes the 199 way more than I want it to. So, these guys, the incident management team, like I said, they're supporting me on this. All my crew is supporting me on this. My chief, Jeremy Linson, is here. Caltrans, we all have the support with each other. We're going to make it happen some way or another. But it's got to be safe.
Thank you, Lieutenant. And I just realized we're pushing an hour and a half on this meeting, so we're going to take one more question from the crowd, and we're going to allow folks to ask questions individually with speakers. They should be all available afterwards. Online, your questions, we'll try to address those as well, but we'll have to respond after the meeting is over, after the meeting concludes. We'll take this question.
Okay, thank you. This question is related to what you were just saying. In a perfect world, and it was very clear that this is what you're hoping to do, is have this train, if you will, like you said, go out at 7 a.m. and return 5-ish. I mean, so whatever day you actually, in reality, get that started, could you be just a little more specific right now, if you know, like 7 o'clock where we're going to be, and then where you'd have us coming back at 5? And will it be Monday through Friday or every day, or what? Is just a little bit more detail on in a perfect world, if it Thank you. And thank you, everyone. I've been really impressed with the sincerity and concern at both meetings.
So, in a perfect world, this fire goes away and it's open. Let's go. That's my perfect world. Okay, so we've all been last chance grade. We've got road closures all throughout the Northern California. Everybody's familiar with them. The plan for us is, at the moment, wide open, 7 days a week, 2 times. So 7 o'clock, train goes out. We get to the Oregon border. We pick up whoever's there ready to come to Crescent City to deliver goods, whatever we have, bring them in. Again, we have to work around our crews. They got to be a priority. And then at 7 o'clock, or 7 in the morning, and then 5 o'clock at night, we'll take that crew from Crescent City, get them back out to the border, pick up everybody coming back, and go. Now, there's going to be windows. Start at 7 o'clock, it ends at 7:30, we're out. If you don't make it, I'm sorry. Once the last patrol car gets in there and we take off, that's what I got for you. Okay, so again, this is where it's going to slide a little bit. Where? If Gasky is open, okay, let's say Gasky is open, we will take people up to the 4-lane where we have a lot of room for backup. So not quite sure yet. We'll take it up Pioneer, somewhere up in there where we have plenty of room for backup and we have good line of sight. We'll stack it up. 7 o'clock, Caltrans is going to lead out with a blade truck that has a light. They're our pilot guy out. The last car goes. Highwayman gets in behind, takes it out. And then the road is closed. If we don't have Gasky open yet, and we still have our closure at Hiuchi, we will start that morning at 7 o'clock, and we'll bring traffic forward through Hiuchi until the last one gets there. We may bump into Mary Adams Bridge. It depends on how many cars we have, but we will bump out from Hiuchi, grab the last car, and we're gone. Road is closed. Does that make sense? So if Gasky's open, you're going to drive until you can't drive anymore. You're going to run into us. If Gasky's not open, you're gonna run into Hayuchi and there's gonna be a closure there and we'll guide people through. So California border. California border. Yep, right by the ag station. Yep, sorry, didn't quite catch that. Sorry. So we're giving this fire a few days. We're giving the work crews a few days. By the end of the week, we'll have a better idea, and we'll let you know. If we have to slide it out a couple of days, so be it. If we had to slide it out 2-3 days, whatever that may be, then that's fine. We got to make sure, again, it's safe for the crews. My incident management team has to give me like at least a sideways thumb, maybe not thumbs up, but they got to say okay, and we're off and running. Give me your phone number. I'll let you know.
They're arguing about road closures. Tell them about the storm coming tomorrow.
Thank you, Lieutenant. And again, thank you to everybody online and who was here in attendance tonight. We appreciate you all. And thank you to everybody online again. And if you have questions, again, the speakers will be available on the sides. And have a good evening. Thank you very much.
What? Okay. First of all, I don't know why this isn't like front page headlines. What I've been trying to tell people is there's a big lightning storm coming. We have some serious problems headed our way for Northwest. That was what I was here for. I was expecting them to say, look out, community, tomorrow. Hold on to your butts because here comes lightning again. So expect new fires. We're in red flag. See, where's this damn thing that I had? Let me take these traffic cams down. Look the hell out. Northern California, northwestern California, and all of Western Oregon, because your fuels are extremely dry. We're having dry lightning tomorrow. So I wanted to go take a nap, but this shenanigans crap at Salem with the Liberty Fire happened right as I was hitting the button to log out. Never fails. I need to get my rest because I expect to be awake for like possibly 2 days if this gets bad. Now, this is extremely unusual. Listen up. Super important. Eastern Oregon got a soaking from the remnants of the tropical storm, blah, blah, blah. So it's not Eastern Oregon for once that's getting the critical fire high risk. This thing is Western Oregon. This is pretty damn rare, but here we are. It's La Nina, so we've got hotter and drier Pacific Northwest this year. Hold on to your butts. Probably have an Indian summer too. Fire season is not almost over, as they were kind of implying. Like, oh yeah, we're losing daylight and stuff. And hold on to your butts. So we're gonna have dry lightning Thursday night. So tomorrow night I plan to be here. Thursday night we'll see high base nocturnal thunderstorms into Friday morning. So right around midnight or something, sounds like it's going to get extremely bad. I worry terribly. Not only the western slopes of the Cascades and stuff, but mostly the Coast Range, which is dry as a bone. Willamette Valley, things like today's Liberty and Salem fire, that was a wake-up call that just about got out of hand. They had to call an aircraft for a city fire. Just hold on to your butts. So this red lightning stuff here, zones 2, 3, 4, everything from Portland and Astoria down to the California border. It doesn't really stop at the California border. Del Norte County, Humboldt, Siskiyou, Shasta, look the hell out. High risk. There is high risk for large fires starting greater than 20% tomorrow and after midnight. Thursday night we'll see nocturnal thunderstorms into Friday morning. These storms will start dry and then become wet. However, early lightning will become problematic over the very dry fuels. Then, expect periods of isolated to scattered showers with primarily wet thunderstorms to continue region-wide. But, most of that wet is mainly from the Cascade crest eastward through the weekend, so we may not even get much moisture to rain out the lightning strike fires that spawn undoubtedly all over Western Oregon. If this is correct, hold on to your butts. This is about as bad as it gets. We're going to have 40+ mile an hour wind gusts tomorrow night, maybe around midnight. In Del Norte County and Humboldt and stuff, it's coming off the Pacific. I don't know what the wind speed will be in the Willamette Valley or the Cave Junction area or Port Orford or Astoria or anything like that, but if it's 40+ mile an hour wind gusts in the area where we just saw this community meeting, they didn't mention that. Did anybody hear like a weather expert come up and mention that? I didn't. They're like going on and on about, yeah, you can follow our cars and we'll let you in. I don't think you should count on that tomorrow. I don't think you should be letting people back behind the lines tomorrow. I don't know what they're talking about. I tried to put it in the corner here. This is what just happened a couple of nights ago, very near the town of Gasquet, when they still had the town of Gasquet on level 2 evacuation notice, which is just bizarre. I said on Twitter, get the hell out, guys. Consider leaving right now, because this is not very far away, and look what happened. In less than 15 minutes, fire swept up over the hills, and the firefighters would have died because they're right in front of the camera here, as you can see. And the insane part is that there's a guy with a garden hose with his back to the fire. In some of these frames, it may not be in the one I have right here. Yeah. And he had like 1 or 2 minutes to live. He was trying to wet down the fire down here by the propane tanks. So sometimes leaving 4 minutes too late is too late and you die. This is one of the scariest things I've ever seen, where crews were working as a fire is coming up over them on the hill. I guess they had a nearby fire shelter to go to, but a fire comes up thick and fast, and in just minutes it's over. It goes past. The Kelly fire burned over Camp 6, burned over this cam. It was insane. This is the night of the 19th. And this was in wind speeds that were less than 40 miles an hour. Like 20. So hold on to your butts. You don't have to worry about the existing fires so much as the new ones that are probably going to come down the pipe tomorrow. We could just pray the forecast changes. But this was nuts. Absolutely nuts. Then the firefighters came out after the burnover. They came back. They pulled out trucks. They got their hoses down. And I have other videos of how they tried to save Camp 6. I don't know how much, if any, structures were lost, but it looks like maybe at least some. Don't ask me why they allowed vegetation like this and fully grown trees growing right up next to propane tanks and dead sticks, stuff all over the ground. Do not ask me why they put people there right as the fire was coming up the hill to start felling trees. It's really too late, friends. Like, get the hell out of there. Don't die for a radio tower. Don't work next to the propane tanks. I don't know if they had been drained or something, but, like 3 different propane tanks side by side. This was one of the craziest things I've ever seen. I really wish I could have been live. It was just extreme fire behavior with like 30-ish mile an hour wind gusts. And while the head fire, maybe a little bit of the deep, they got some rain. They got really nothing over here in Del Norte County in Northwest California. So we can look at the this is the same cam. Look at the wasteland. Over the last couple of days, it's burned over more than once. Like, fires just kept coming over and kept coming over. And the cameras have pivoted over to the Coon fire, which was to the south. But the Kelly fire wrapped itself like a C, like a big Pac-Man jaws around the town of Gasquet. And as the fire was rampaging right through this area, which is a short drive to Gasquet, they're still in level 2. Unbelievable. I posted a video like that, and I said, guys, I think you should just go. Don't wait for the authorities to get around to telling you. And not too long, I mean, I've been saying that for a couple of days, but not too long after I posted that, they got around to it. But I think it was in the evening. So I was really hoping to explain and apologize to the town, like, oh, yeah, we evacuated you pretty late. I put in the chat, but as the guy was explaining what happened that night, that the fire was on ridges and stuff in canyons gas key looking down the barrel of the gun, said that the wind changed and stuff, and that bought them some time. And I'm like, great. So you mean the town was saved by luck? It's out of control completely here. Some of these fires are unstaffed. I would like more frank and honest communication with the public. That is blunt. Maybe that's why some people are frustrated. The nice and charming and reassuring stuff is nice, but also there's a time for look out. We've got bad weather coming. Everybody just be patient and be sober. You may want to get back in your homes right now. It's not safe. You know, I just get frustrated with these things. Exactly, Carney. To be honest, in this terrain, not much can be done until it rains. These will rampage back and forth. They did a great job putting out a couple, but mostly it was they can only work with the hand they're dealt. They can only work with what nature hands them, and you heard them talking about how they needed aircraft and they got some back from Oregon. Great, Oregon's going to need those. And I don't know how long the situation has been like this, maybe more than a decade, where there's not enough airplanes to go around to fight all the fires at once. That's why some of the fires in the western states get big in the first place. Aircraft could completely put them out. But red flag days and high wind days tend to affect the entire West Coast at the same time. So you have multiple fires break out on the same days, and priorities are elsewhere. Miss them, wake the hell up. You had a huge surplus and you wrote like $100 checks to the citizens of California instead of like buying a couple of 747 super tankers. Good job. Good job. Bought some boats, but you didn't buy what would keep people safe. California had a huge surplus the last couple of years. It was nuts. You know, it's not like California can't afford it. California could buy out planes and just throw them in other states like decks of cards saying, here you guys go, here you guys go, here you guys go, here. It's on us with a mutual aid agreement. But no more stealing each other's aircraft and then using aircraft all day to fight one fire just when it's like 78% contained and it's ready to go and they could just use a few more drops and put it out. Oh, never mind. You got it reassigned to something else and then it blows up. And if you chase two rabbits, you lose them both. Old Indian saying, right? So I'm frustrated by the same old crap. There's no budget for this, and yet if you took the Bay Area and you made it a country, like a fake country, it would be number 9 in the top grossing nations in the world for revenue. It makes that amount of money. Do not underestimate the gigantic amount of wealth generated by the Bay Area. Elite of the elite of the elite. Homelessness is an option for California. The corruption is so deep you don't understand. They're just absolutely lying to you that it's this or that. We got to tax cow farts, tax CO2, just to rake in more money, but they're not using it to protect you. It's absolutely disgusting. Yeah, the guy said a puzzle. That's what the complex fire is. Yeah, it's massive, and they don't have enough people to even protect power lines, let alone the homes. It's a poor county, though. It's forgotten, you know. California is gilded. There are these ultra-rich sections and gated communities and Teslas and all this crap, and the rest of California is like third world, especially the mountain communities and such, where you have crumbling infrastructure, but nobody's doing anything about it. There is the money. Follow where it goes, because for a long time it's been highly suspicious. Why does the state rake in this huge amount of money and yet it's like third world level infrastructure? Power lines fall down with minor windstorms and erase towns and everybody goes, oopsie, that's just terrible. Well, it didn't happen in grandma's time because they were new. I really wish the infrastructure bill went somewhere. I wish Build Back America worked or did something. I wish Trump's infrastructure thing happened, but here we are. We got to take care of ourselves for now because our governments suck, frankly, and we should all be really upset. But here we are. So hold on to your butts. We got bad weather coming in. Lightning storms first, moisture possibly later. I fear that the Coast Range of Oregon might be the worst hit. Because in the valley, yeah, we could have terrible fires break out in Willamette Valley. We got massive red flag stuff going on. This is the worst thing on the chart that you can see for predictive services. The red. Risk for large fires is very high, greater than 20% on Friday, meaning starting around midnight probably, late Thursday night. Western Oregon doesn't see this very often because it's usually pretty wet, but it's not wet right now. I think they should have closed all of the Coast Range to any hikers and camping and stuff, kick them out. We can't even have a fart in the Western Oregon right now, let alone a campfire lit or not extinguished like today, ready to be fanned up by the winds tomorrow. They're going to be chasing whack-a-mole with the lightning. The winds are probably going to be too high to put aircraft initially on it, and where these fires will take a hold will be where they can't reach, the remote places. And where does lightning like to strike? The peaks, the tallest places. So the Coast Range is in grave danger right now. But most of Western Oregon is. Expect, like Portland and such, they have been chasing after vegetation fires. And I'm aware that in 8 minutes or so, we have a new community meeting to watch. I was going to take a nap all afternoon and then watch it. It's for the Lookout Fire, guys. Should be uploaded at 8. I'm telling you, Western Oregon, I don't understand why I watched the Coin News weather forecast this morning. It was rosy. It was like, oh, we might have a little smoke or something. Maybe since the 6 o'clock news, they've changed their tune, but I have no idea why nobody notices this. This is as worse as it gets. Risk for large fire is very high, greater than 20%. We're talking big fires, like a new Lookout, a new Flat Fire, a new Bedrock. I'm really hoping that we get lucky, but this doesn't lie. We just haven't had enough moisture lately. So don't ask me why this isn't front page news right now. If you want to read it yourself, here it is. It's hard to find predictive services, but you'd think that like all weather stations would be alerted to this. I wonder if Holt Hanley has gone live or anything today, and or if anybody has noticed. But I was dismayed. I was just coin weather was like la la la. Let's look at KGW. Sunny right now in Portland forecast. Yeah, Friday thunderstorm chance and a high of 94 degrees. We better hope that they track elsewhere. That would be great. But don't make your plans based on hope. Make your plans for the worst case scenario. You'll be glad if it happens, and you'll be happy if it doesn't. Right? You'll be prepared. Oh boy, Hawaii officials urge families of people missing after the deadly Lahaina fires and Maui fires to give DNA samples. Still 700 plus missing people. That's it? Like, do we have a video?
A beautiful day, a little bit of blue sky, but I have noticed that upper level smoke seems to be back.
It started to return just a couple.
I'm so sorry, guys. I had VLC Media Player up and I did not notice that. I'm terribly sorry. I'm like trying to read and show you stuff. I need a 3 monitor setup so I don't have to crank my neck over there and make sure that the thing is good. Very sorry, but sorry. Let's see if they're going to mention the weather. When was this updated? 1 p.m. Are they going to mention this fire risk?
A couple of hours ago. It's going to get thick over the next couple of hours,
Oh, dear.
especially heading into tomorrow. So we didn't get much of a break from the smoke and haze, and unfortunately, it's going to be in the picture heading into tomorrow. So here's a live look from our Wells Fargo camera. Excuse me. We are looking at kind of hazy skies out there. Temperatures, though, are very nice, right around the upper 70s. Winds pretty light coming in from the west-northwest at 8 miles per hour. All is quiet on the satellite and radar, but again, I'm expecting that to change heading into the next 24 hours as some thunderstorms start to develop from our south, bringing in some unstable air, increasing clouds, and with those increasing clouds will be some showers and some lightning strikes. And because of that, there is a slight chance we'd be seeing a risk of more wildfires being sparked because they're going to be dry lightning strikes. They're not going to be producing much in terms of any amount of precipitation, unfortunately. You can see as we put Futurecast in motion, I'm expecting to see the clouds increase late tomorrow afternoon, but for the most part, we could be looking at just a day with no clouds, but we are going to be seeing clouds with that smoke and haze, although it's not clouds, it's smoke and haze, obviously. Late tomorrow night and into early Friday morning, those thunderstorms could bubble up. Again, any place along the coast and in the metro area could be awoken by some claps of thunder heading into the early morning hours on Friday. And then by Friday afternoon, those clouds clear out, but we are still going to be dealing with some smoke and haze over the next couple of days. Thunderstorm outlook from the Climate Prediction Center shows basically much of the state could be seeing the threat of thunderstorms. And again, that threat covers a good portion of the Pacific Northwest. So how much rain are we going to be looking at? Unfortunately, not much. There could be a few locations to see up to 1/10 of an inch of rain. Some of these numbers could be off a little bit. Let's say there are heavy downpours. We could be maybe looking at 1/10 of an inch in parts of Eugene and Corvallis, and other locations might not see anything. So the metro area doesn't have any watches and warnings, but that fire weather warning is in place throughout parts of southern Oregon and throughout the Oregon Cascades. Air quality warning is also in place throughout Deschutes County, Bend, and Redmond. Be aware of that. And we can see some of that smoke and haze developing out along the Oregon coast. Where is it coming from? Well, those wildfires that continue to burn out of control throughout Canada and, of course, Washington. But a lot of this smoke is coming in from those wildfires out of Canada. And it's pretty smoky along the central Oregon coast as well. In Newport, a temperature this hour of 61 degrees. So as we put this is ground level smoke too. We'll put this into motion. You can kind of see it thickens up a little bit tomorrow, late tomorrow morning in the afternoon. And if you're throughout the northern part of the valley, you're going to start to see it down to the moderate category and even along the Oregon coast as well, the northern part of the coast. Right now, we're not really impacted much by the air quality, but I'd imagine here the next 24 hours that will be changing. We clocked in with highs in the upper 70s. Downtown Portland, we saw highs only in the mid 70s, so a little bit cooler from average. Partly cloudy skies along the coast, areas of haze and smoke, and throughout the valley, sunshine and haze. But again, if you can avoid spending any time outside, you're going to want to do that because that's not good to be spending too much time with that air quality starting to take a hit. Staying warm but hazy and smoky throughout the Oregon Cascades. Also factor in the chance to see those late afternoon, late night thunderstorms throughout the mountains. That'll be the case throughout central Oregon. It's going to be a very quiet start, but it's going to be a very quiet end to your Thursday night and a very loud start to your early Friday morning. And throughout the metro area tomorrow, smoke and haze to start things off. And again, that smoke and haze will be sitting over us a good part of the day. Highs topping out in the low 90s. Tomorrow's going to start a 4-day stretch with temperatures 90 to 95 degrees. Stays hot all the way to the weekend. Cooler for Monday and a chance to see some showers late Tuesday afternoon and into Wednesday.
Okay, I was a little bit disturbed by something. I mute it. I think you showed.
A beautiful day, a little bit of.
Shut up. I think what was shown was a little bit of Opal Creek Wilderness before the fire. He didn't quickly. They then quickly put a thing on top of it. But Opal Creek Wilderness was burned to the ground. It should have been a UNESCO World Heritage Site. I guess that's their image they never updated. See, that's the beach image. I guess they never updated it for post-fire because that would be unsightly. That's the Painted Hills, so that represents like Central Oregon. That's Crater Lake. Wait, no, it's not. Spirit Lake. Wait a second. Yeah. Talking about the Cascades at Spirit Lake. That's Mount St. Helens. Site is missing. Yeah, that right there. Wait a second. Is that Opal Creek? No, it isn't. Okay. It's very similar to one of the places of Opal Creek, but it would be all brown by now. Okay, so KGW gets a better score on like being real with the weather. Let's pray that we don't get the dry lightning, but it really could happen. It's not like we've been having a lot of good luck lately. So I put the link in the chat to what I was trying to show. Sorry about the window being open in front of it. So it is this. It does not get worse than this. They said slight chance of thunders, fires taking off. It says right here, high. In these zones, high risk. The risk for large fires is very high. The triggers being 1, significant lightning, and 2, a critical burn environment, meaning as dry as a bone. And you don't see that very often for zones 2, 3, and 4, which is all of Western Oregon, west of the Cascades. But there we are. So it doesn't need lightning. the wind speed and such, and the dry as a bone conditions mean that some idiot with campfires or people, hot motorcycles going around, driving around, any sort of ignition source is going to be critically bad, and it could just take off like a rocket. With thunderstorms in the area, they wouldn't be able to have the aircraft and respond to it. If it happens in the coast range, especially in a remote area, they won't be able to get to it because the roads are pretty bad, honestly, in the coast range. Pretty much you can't tell an old regular road that used to be a highway from a logging road that hasn't been maintained in about a decade. Like, people go and follow these old pre-highway type roads trying to get from places like Eugene to the coast. They get lost and they die in the snow and stuff in the winter because they can't tell them from logging roads, and they'll take a turn. So it's pretty poor road maintenance. And part of Western Oregon has really steep and rugged terrain. So hold on to your butts. Now let's go and see. Did they finally upload the community meeting on the Lookout Fire? It's supposed to be ready for about 8 p.m. It happened today from 5:30 to 6. They said they'd uploaded it at 8 on the Facebook. So I would think Watch Duty would have it in a quick link. But I don't see that yet. Let's check the Facebook. I got locked out of again today. Don't ask me why. Looks like we don't have a new post yet. We do! It was 2 minutes ago. We got it, guys. Okay. Let me set it up. Yay.
Good evening, everybody. Thanks for joining us for Lookout Fire Community Meeting, and welcome. My name is Jessica Reed, Public Information Officer with Northwest Team 6. We've gathered some of our fire managers and fire personnel here today to talk about the...
And what we really, really want to know is how is this lightning storm stuff going to affect the Lookout Fire? It's kind of blazing out of control in the northeast front. I have a feeling it has a possibility of running to the north towards Highway 20. They have level 1 evacuation zones at Highway 20. That's very far north. So just how they're going to deal with this nightmarish problem and the steep rugged terrain on the east side of the Cascades, that's what we're here for. That's what we want to know. What are they going to do to prepare for tomorrow's deep storm?
The current situation with Lookout Fire and an overview of the fire as we have transitioned with our OSFM resources, and as Northwest Team 6 looks to transition with Pacific Northwest Team 2 on Saturday. We want to make sure you all are very clear on our continued suppression operations of this fire. Afterwards, we will have all of our speakers lined up against the wall, and they have signs so you can go ask them individual questions. I would ask that you put your phones on silent and minimize interruptions while our speakers are speaking. And now I will hand it over to Ian Reed, our agency administrator for Willamette National Forest. Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica. Good evening, everybody. So yeah, Ian Reed, I'm representing the Willamette National Forest here as an agency administrator. Welcome. And I did want to, just before we get started, say there are a couple local Forest Service leaders here as well. We have Darren Cross, the district ranger, here in the audience, Ellen Hambrick, Dwayne Bishop, and then Dirk Rogers, the assistant fire management officer, was in here earlier as well. So just wanted to start with a thank you to the community. Thank you for your patience, thank you for your kindness, and thank you for your support over the last 18 days. We know it's been a lot to go through this time, just as it was 3 years ago. So just to extend our gratitude and appreciation to you all. Right now there are about 1,200 people fighting and supporting this fire, and they're from all over the country. We have people here from California, North Carolina, all over the West, coming here to the Upper McKenzie to support this operation. And these people really exemplify public service. They're exemplary public servants, and they exemplify public service. And that's what I've seen over the last 14 days here working on this incident. They're some of the best, most dedicated personnel, the people standing up here in front of you and the people in the audience supporting this mission. They're working on average 16-hour days to contain this fire right now and to support the communities. So, so some good news. You know, the last 2 public meetings we had here, the fire was at 0% containment. And I might be stealing some thunder here, but we have containment at this meeting. We have a black line on the map, 6% containment, and we're likely to see that number increase here. So that's a testament to all that work. Those high priority values have always been, the highest priority values have always been the communities of the Upper Mackenzie. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to our next speaker. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Flanagan. I work for Oregon Department of Forestry. I'm the unit forester out of the Springfield office, and I'm here representing ODF. And just want to be sure everybody knows that we're present. We're tied in with the team. The team's been very welcoming. We've got people working with them. We know what their plan is, what they're doing, you know, and work with OSFM as well as the different fire chiefs, Rainbow locally, and the county chiefs. And as the need changes for us to be present here, we'll change it, but we'll make sure that the proper presence is here to protect the homes and keep people safe. And if we need more people day or night, we'll get them. But team's been doing a great job, and we feel pretty comfortable. There's a few tough weather days maybe coming up, but I'm confident that they'll be able to deal with that. And if you have any general ODF questions or specific to this after the meeting, I'll be over in that corner. All right, thank you.
Good evening. I'm Claire McGrew in the Oregon Office of State Fire Marshal. Joining you back here again, and my message might be a little bit similar, yet have some differences in it as well from our last community meeting. So we were able to work with local community members here, Chief Plews from Upper Mackenzie, in order to really come in and embed with her local group. Chief Minter, who will be speaking a little bit later as well, will talk about Lane County and what he has done in conjunction with Chief Plews' efforts as well. I know we have several members in the audience from Upper Mackenzie tonight, and really everything that you have done to help us learn a little bit more about local intel and really help us to get established and settled has been very appreciated, so thank you for that. As we transition, our resources did come off the fire today. Those folks are headed home. However, I do want to ensure that everybody knows that there is a strong, solid plan. And just because you don't see structural engines in your neighborhood, there's been an incredible amount of work that has been done. The team that has been here has worked hard to ensure that that is a calculated risk that has been taken, and we're making sure that we are leaving timely, as well as having good efforts to ensure that we have some resources to ensure we're tracking things closely should we need to re-engage. Our regional mobilization coordinator is here tonight with us, Brent Griffiths. I'll have him just raise his hand. Thank you so much, Brent. He is connected with Upper Mackenzie's fire chief very closely. We've been working through radios and comms and ensuring that we're well established with that and basically putting the plan back into place. Just as some statistics, we had 56 fire agencies that were represented. There's 306 in Oregon, so 56 here in your local community is certainly a valiant number that was showing up with different badges and patches, and so their efforts have certainly been appreciated as well. Certainly here, able to answer any questions, and I just want to ensure if there is something that comes up, again, with Brent here embedded back into the community, if things change, we certainly are willing and able to have conversations about how we would re-engage this group. Thank you again for the warm welcome and for helping us to help you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Steve Bregman, and I am one of the incident commanders from the Oregon State Fire Marshal's Blue Team. I just want to say from the very beginning, since we arrived, we've been in unified command from the top with the incident commanders all the way down to the boots on the ground firefighters in decision making and managing the incident. To that end, you've seen the multicolored structural fire engines with names from all over the state driving around. I want to point out that at the same time, what you probably didn't see going on collaboratively were the green and white fire apparatus from our federal partners that were driving around. They're just not as noticeable sometimes. But those were also here as well. They did and continue to have dedicated structure groups, and they were working during our entire duration hand in hand with us in preparing structures. So to that end, some of the things that we did in collaboration with them, we have triaged and placarded structures as well as gathered GIS data, and that's been loaded into an app, Survey 123. All of that information is collected, and in total that was done on 1,023 structures. Additionally, there were structures that required some form of additional mitigation, and so crews went in and did surface prep, and that could be anything from cleaning pine needles out of gutters and out of the eaves to moving wood piles that were too close to homes to buffer out that defensible space. And that's what our crews have been doing, again, in a unified manner. Some additional structures required a little bit more. Those got sprinkler systems set up around them, and those sprinkler systems come out of the federal cache. When we leave, those sprinkler systems stay there. When it ultimately gets to the point where the federal service pulls out and we're in a place where they're able to do that, that's when those will come out. Or as the evacuation level and the hazards specific to those homes diminish. So just because we're leaving, those systems are not necessarily going anywhere. And that was done on 586 structures. This red binder behind me, that's something else we've done. We've created a fire protection plan. There are 4 copies that are being left with the appropriate agencies. So one is going to Pacific Northwest 6, our federal partner in all of this. They'll have one. One is going to be going to Upper Mackenzie Fire. Another one will go to the Lane Emergency Manager. And then a final copy stays here with the local ranger district. So in that are updated maps, water supply locations, critical infrastructure, and other values at risk. There's also a flash drive, and all of this information that's been collected gets passed on. So that's kind of where we've been. You heard a little about where we are. Because of all that good work, we were able to demobilize all of the state fire marshal resources today at noon. Will have and continue to have continued dialogue with Chief Plews and the Lane County Fire Defense Board Chief, Chief Minter. Additionally, we're leaving 10 OSFM, Oregon State Fire Marshal radios, with Chief Plews and her agency so that they can connect directly with the federal structural groups that are staying here and continuing to work this. Additionally, ODF will be providing some additional patrols in the area. And then lastly, as was introduced with our regional mobilization coordinator, in the event that we have to re-engage, it's a quick phone call and we can surge immediate response task forces from across the state back again. With that, I'm going to turn it over to my collaborator these last 10 days for me, Incident Commander of Northwest 6.
Hey, thank you, Steve. Yeah, my name is Tyson Albrecht. I'm the Incident Commander with Northwest Team 6. And what I'll do is I'll provide a summary of our time here. And I think we'll have the progression map up here in a second. That'll help me tell that story a little bit. So today is our 11th day here. We have 3 more before we time out, and we're in the process of that transition to the next team behind us. And in that time, we've been unified with Oregon State Fire Marshal virtually the entire time, except for that first day. And the black line that you see on the map signifies the good progress that we've made together, and we feel really good about that, and there's more to come. The progression map here really tells us the story of our time here together, right, with green being farther back in time to the fire growth in red being the most recent fire growth. And you can see how that fire has emerged and spread on the landscape. That tells the story of the direction that it spread. And then you all know that we've been really focusing our efforts here to protect that community. Again, feel really good about the progress we've made. There's more to come, and know that we're in the process of a very thoughtful transition with the team that's coming behind us. So you shouldn't see any break in service out there or production or resources. That's our intent, is to make sure that that is seamless. Again, we have 3 days left here, and we're gonna stay focused on that, ensure we're delivering that service the best we can while we transition to the team that's coming in behind us to make sure they take the baton from us and keep doing that good work, again, seamlessly. I think with that, I'm gonna pass it to my colleague to the right here, the incoming IC for the new team.
Well, good evening. All right, see that? That's how you start relationships, okay? So my name is Joe Stutler, and actually I'm the Deputy Incident Commander, but I insisted on coming here today. And not only am I here today, when I finish up sometime this evening, my tent's going there. So you can pretend to care, but you can't pretend to be there. It's really important. So what you're going to learn about our team, a few things. Forget about titles. We're all relationship unit leaders. It's important to us. For the folks we serve, the folks that we work with, that's one of our values. So our intent is to pick up and have a fairly long transition with the outgoing team, the folks have been working so hard, and make a very seamless transition, continue the good work. The strategy seems sound to us. And we have another fire that's about 32,000 acres that we're paying attention to right now. Our intent is to get that to a place that we can begin the rehab and backhaul there. And by the time we transfer command on Saturday about 6 o'clock in the evening, we're going to be populating the place that's there, hanging under the one we got. And we're going to do our very best to you for the time we got remaining. That's our promise. So I'm going to stop talking. Based on relationships, I'll see you over there. Okay? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Tom Wright. I'm an incident meteorologist with the National Weather Service, and I'm out of the Medford office. And I was the incident meteorologist on the Holiday Farm fire. And I've been evacuated myself. I'm no stranger to fire in my town, so I certainly know how you guys feel, or at least I can sympathize somewhat with what's going on. I'm sorry that we always have to meet under these circumstances, but I'm happy to be here and help as best as I can. So you might wonder what a meteorologist is doing on the fire. Well, weather is a big important factor in the way the fire behaves. And so I have really 3 reasons for being here. My primary reason is safety of the firefighters and the public. So we don't want any kind of surprise weather, thunderstorms, wind shifts, flash floods, or whatever to come up and get into the firefighters or the public. So that's my primary goal. The other thing is to produce forecasts for their tactical operations. So they want to figure out what to do about the fire. And so my forecasts play a role in that. And then third, I come out here because, as all of you know, sitting here, you go around the corner and the weather's different. So I've got to come out here and experience it myself to try and better predict the weather going forward. So enough about what I'm doing here, and let's just talk about the weather, because that's what you want to hear from me. So what I have up here is can I move to that side? What I have up here is a weather matrix. And so this looks like kind of an eye chart. The good thing is you don't even have to be able to see the numbers. You don't even have to know what they mean, but you can.
Yay. Okay, this is not live, by the way. I can pause this. I just realized this. Yay, 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 yay. This is what we wanted to see. Let's discuss the weather. See the red stuff? This is what the public needs to see. This is what COIN, this is what KGW, this is what the big media outlets need to do. KTU. Look. Temperature, high temperature, low humidity, dry fuels, high winds, thunderstorm chance, critical. Nothing higher than critical, except some people say extreme, but it's the same thing. So what do we have on these red days? Look at Friday. Critical, thunderstorm chance, 25% over the Cascades where the lookout fire is. Hold on to your butts. 82 is a high temperature for the Cascades. It really is. 35% humidity is not great. And in the afternoon, sustained winds of 12 miles an hour. What are the gusts going to be? Are they even there? Haines index of 4, but look, it's pretty dry west of the Cascades. Cascades themselves, we're going to Lookout Fire, got a little bit of a kiss of moisture. Not the Coast Range. I wish there was a chart like this for the Coast Range. But let's continue watching. This is about the Lookout Fire.
You can just imagine that red is bad and green is good, and yellow is somewhere in between. So this is a forecast matrix based on the Pebble RAWS, which is a automated weather station near here that we have correlated with fire activity. So where the conditions are red, that means that's usually something that would correlate with bad fire behavior or extreme fire behavior. When they're green, it tends to let the fire lay down. So we're coming upon a heat wave, which obviously isn't good. We started out in a much worse heat wave though, so at least we're not up near 100 degrees like we were when we first got here. But we are starting into a heat wave for the next, pretty much through the weekend. And the two things that I'm really most concerned about are the thunderstorm threats. So we do have some thunderstorm potential coming up starting tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow night, and then into Friday. And tomorrow night's really that window when we could have dry thunderstorms that potentially start fires. Now, I don't think there'll be a lot of them, but there'll be enough that we have to keep an eye on them. So that's what I'm looking at right now. The other thing is the easterly winds. They're going to be pretty light, so it's not a big windstorm, so don't worry about that. But it's just enough to come down the drainage and keep the humidities from recovering at night. So we like to see those humidities come up so that the fire lays down. But that's not going to happen here for a few days. We're going to have poor to moderate humidities at night, so that's going to allow the humidities to stay relatively low and the fire to percolate a little bit more than it usually would. And then there are
Percolate. We've heard some very interesting terminology today. What was it called? Intense mixing or something was what was said today. Division soup for chaos when a whole bunch of divisions show up in the same area, like a bunch of different firefighting divisions. So let's add those to the drinking game. If you hear division soup, that's like 3 shots. Percolate, I'm going to say it's 2 shots.
There are, of course, other things on here that we're looking at, but I'll be certainly happy to answer anything about that after the fact, but I'll pass it along now. Thanks.
Good evening, Spencer Ware, Team 6 for Fire Behavior. Not too long ago, I was right here on this X talking to you guys about fire behavior, and I walked you around the perimeter. Tonight, I want to talk to you about what has changed since then. When we left, we started going into conditions where an inversion sat on top of the fire. It minimized some of the fire growth. It's just like closing the damper on your wood stove. The fire behavior became less. Over those times, it's been creeping and crawling around, but the growth of the fire has been fairly minimal. The last couple days, that inversion has started to lift in the afternoon, about this time. And there are certain areas that have decided to increase its fire behavior enough, I'm going to talk to you about it, instead of walking you all the way around the fire. Again, with that inversion lifting, it's opening up the stove and letting in a little bit of oxygen for the fire to increase. First place I want to talk about is on Alpha, Bravo, Delta. It's the northern part of the fire. Primary fire behavior you're going to see out there is over here on the west side in Alpha. The fire behavior has been backing and flanking a little bit with that inversion. Well, now the inversion is lifted and its fire behavior is slightly increased. Very little threat to operations and hardly any spotting potential in there. It's moving back into itself with the western flow. On the east side of the fire, that's Foxtrot, November. That's where the fire had been hung up in Budworm, Frizzell, and currently now it's backed into County Creek. Those areas, again, they've been kind of moving around the hillside, not being very active. Well, the inversions have lifted the last couple days and they've worked their way all the way down in Deer Creek. In a couple areas, it's crossed the 2654 and has come back up the hillside a little bit. I'd say, low to moderate fire behavior, short range spots. It's expected fire behavior in that area. But with the warming and drying trend that's going to be coming over the next couple of days, it's going to work its way back on itself. And I'm predicting it'll come back towards the bigger black. Primary spread is going to be away from concerns that you guys have. It'll be to the north and slightly up to the east. On the south side of the fire, you got Zulu, Victor, and Tango. Zulu and Victor, that's where the black is. Those are pretty well tied in. We're mopping up, we're getting in there. Minimal fire behavior. The Duff is still smoking a little bit, but there's a very low potential for spotting in those areas. Progression has been stopped for now. There's no spread, and it's a grade A anchor point for the forthcoming team coming in. Tango, the fire edge is still floating up there on the hillside a little bit. We've methodically tried to bring it down gradually, very slow, and not get too much steam built up in it. We're working to the east, and so most of the fire spread in Tango, so that's east of town, has been us making sure the fire doesn't run downhill or make any great runs east and north to compromise any of our actions out east. So that will continue over the next couple periods as it gets drier.
Okay, sorry, I was adjusting my headset. Let's go back for a sec. This is the most critical to understand part of the entire affair.
East of town has been us not get too much steam built up in it. The fire edge is still floating up there on the hillside a little bit. We've methodically tried to bring it down gradually, very slow, and not get too much steam built up in it. We're working to the east, and so most of the fire spread in Tango, so that's east of town, has been us making sure the fire doesn't run downhill or make any great runs east and north to compromise any of our actions out east. So that will continue over the next couple periods as it gets drier. Have a good night, and I'll be available for questions as well.
Wait, what? Okay, so first of all, amazing job that they did holding the 700 road where their black line thing is. They saved the town of McKenzie Bridge when it looked pretty damn dire. Okay, so he's saying that mostly where the fire is going to go is north and a little bit to the east. Okay, what I want to know is what stops it from going north? What is the plan? How is tomorrow's thunderstorm and winds and stuff going to affect this? So far we haven't heard that. I was really hoping you'd just explain that, but that's, I guess.
Thank you, Spencer. Hello, everyone. My name is Wendy Wagner, and I am the Air Resource Advisor on the fire. And what that does is my role is looking at where the smoke is going. We know we have fire, which makes all the smoke, and that is drifting into communities, and you know better than anybody what that's like. And so what I do is I post a smoke outlook, a forecast, and it is on InciWeb or the Facebook page. You can find, those are the two best places to find it. But my goal is to help you understand what's coming down the road in the next couple of days. Is the air quality going to improve or get worse? And so as you know, today and yesterday, with these westerly winds we've had, then Spencer was just talking about it, that clears things out and does different things to the fire behavior, that those conditions improve the air quality. So anytime we get those westerly winds that come up the McKenzie drainage, like we had today, helps clear things out in the afternoon. We know before that happens, it gets really bad, just like it did today. Actually, we have a smoke monitor at the ranger station in McKenzie, and that was reading for 2 hours hazardous levels around noon. I'm guessing lots of you probably were in that hazardous air. Anyhow, the bad news is because we're losing that westerly wind to help clear out the air, like this afternoon, this evening, it's probably going to sink back in. That's what it's looking like. And so when Tom was talking about a little bit of an easterly drainage flow and flows, that should push the smoke down further into McKenzie. And I don't know, we'll have to see what kind of reprieve we'll get Friday into Saturday. So that's something I'll be looking at. And again, Facebook and InciWeb is where you can find the smoke outlooks. And I will be standing over here if you have any questions on ways to help protect yourself from wildfire smoke and when the levels really do get that bad, and it is really hard on our health. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dan Martin, and I'm the Operations Section Chief for Team 6. And I get to give you the good news of all the good work that we've done on the south and the eastern end of the fire. And I'll also work around to the north and the west, or sorry, the south and the west side of the fire, and I'll also work around to the north and the east. So, like everyone's talked about, we do have some black on the map, and let me just tell you what that means. It means that we do not feel like the fire has the ability to move out of that area anymore. We've mopped it up to at least 100 feet in. That means every stump, all the duff, anything that has the ability to creep across the line has been mopped up. And you can see that on the very south end there. But also, if you come around to the east side, we're getting really close to putting black on the map on the east side, on the fire's edge. Potentially, from the last report I got, we'll see that tomorrow. They've got that mopped up 100 feet in. They're just making sure everything looks good on that eastern edge. Pretty critical piece of line. And they were about 100% confident that they were going to have that for me this afternoon when I last spoke with them. We are working on a burnout in Division Alpha, which is this area here. Try to solidify the rest of that eastern side of the fire to make sure as we move into September that no easterly winds can push anything down drainage. Around to the north, we continue to prep and work on lines a little bit of a distance away from the fire, but also look for opportunities to get closer to it if we can. And we're working on a burnout on the west side. We did have some spots in there last night, as Spencer talked about. We were able to catch those pretty quickly and easily this morning. The largest one was about a half an acre. We were able to get a dozer line around that very quickly. And all those lines out to the east are still in really good shape. They continue to work on that. And then coming around to the south, you know, that most important piece that we got, keeping fire from coming down into town. As Spencer said, they're working on a burnout in there. They've been very successful, very favorable winds. They should have that down. At least we've actually numbered the creeks on our map because there's multiple creeks in there that don't have names. So they told me that before I came into this meeting, they had gotten it down to the second no-name creek on the map. And I can certainly show you where that is if you want to come up and talk to me after the meeting. Into the structure protection groups. As it was stated, we've been in there the whole time, and we will continue to be in around the structures just to ensure that there's no issues. If there was to be a wind shift or something to happen in the night, we're also going to have a night shift. We'll have a night shift in the structure groups, and also a night shift that's working up on the hill to make sure that nothing surprises us in the morning. They give us a really good update in the morning before we go out on the line. So again, I'll be over here if there's any more questions. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Chad Minter, the Lane County Fire Defense Board Chief, and a little bit about my job is I support large incidents when a local fire chief calls me to get resources from Florence, Eugene, wherever it may be, kind of an all hazards thing. When Rainbow called me, whatever day we come up here, Sunday, we brought up a couple task forces or had PREPO with us actually and a task force and wanted to make sure we're here for the structural threat. Obviously, as you know, OSFM is getting ready to leave and they came in and took over, and then I got to go home. Now as they transition out, if there's still a need for that, Rainbow just calls. We can either bring up local task forces, call the state back and get immediate response, PREPO, or hit the big conflag button again. Obviously the threat is subsided, but if there was an event that we needed that, we'd be more than willing and able to do that within a short amount of time. We'll stay in contact with obviously Rainbow and the team, meteorologists, all those kind of things to make sure we're tied in, whether it be communications or if Rainbow needs us. We have multiple task forces come in and do structural stuff. And obviously the Forest Service already has a structural group up here, but we would tie in with them. So as we came up and the state team took over, now we're on the opposite side of that. They're leaving, and we'll still be here if you need us.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you, everyone. When I look out at the crowd tonight, I see a gym full of survivors. And that's what we are. We are a community that has survived what most communities never dream of. And we came out the other side, and we're here, and we love our community, and we're engaged. You guys are here. Our volunteers are engaged, and we have all of these folks to support us. We're sorry to lose OSFM and their resources, but I am very confident in the team that is directing this fire and all of our cooperators from the Sheriff's Department to ODF to private contract crews and our neighboring mutual aid, and as Chad just alluded to, our county resources that have a full capacity right now. I want to share with you a story. I think a couple of you may have heard this already. At the beginning of the fire, at the conflagration, so last week, one of my volunteers who has small children told me that she was having a moment. She was scared, and she couldn't find one of her cats, and she didn't know if she needed to pack, and we all were there. You know, I threw up a couple times last week. I didn't want to ever have to do this again in my career, but she said as she sat there crying, her 7-year-old came over and put her hand on her shoulder and said, "Mom, it's going to be okay if we have to go live in a hotel again. It wasn't so bad the first time." Well, that's kind of a cute story, and I'm glad that they found comfort in that. She was able to turn to her little girl and say, "This is not 2020. This is not the same event. We have all of these people here. Right now, we have more firefighters on the ground on this incident than anywhere else in the Northwest. Northern California is probably working on it. But we have an enormous amount of resources, and those folks are all here for our community, and for our safety, and to keep anything like 2020 from ever happening again. And I was really pleased that she was able to tell her 7-year-old that. Kids get it, you know, they understand. They see the smoke. We're not the only ones that are triggered by that smoke, you know. I just want you guys to know that we are in a really good place, and we're in really good hands. And you know, I can't thank you all enough for cooperating. I know everybody on North Bank wants to get home, but we want to send you there when it's safe, and safe for the firefighters, and they're done with their operations that they need to do. And before I close, I just want to recognize our neighbor, our most frequently called mutual aid partner, Chief Darren Busich. Thank you so much for attending our meetings and supporting us and always coming quickly when we call. And again, thanks to Chad, because he had to drive all the way up here. And he wasn't really planning on that. But thank you to everyone who spoke. I hope that you are feeling like we're in a good place. I know we've got some rough weather coming, but I just have a lot of confidence in everything that's been done so far and everyone who's here for us now.
Good evening, everybody. See a lot of familiar faces from the last time we gathered. I'm going to be a little repetitive. This will be posted to Facebook later. There might be some folks that watched it that didn't hear me say these things before, so I feel a little foolish saying them again because I'm looking at a bunch of familiar faces. But of course, evacuation levels are the responsibility of the sheriff. I don't fight fire. But I will tell you that the relationships with these folks who are so smart, as you just heard, I'm totally intimidated having to speak after all these smart people. I get to communicate with them on a regular basis all day long. Dan gave you a briefing. I get access to Dan. I get access to the fire behavioral specialists. And that's how we make these evacuation decisions. When 2 Sundays ago things got kind of spicy, we had to implement things pretty rapidly initially for the safety of everybody, and then every day since then we've been evaluating them on a regular basis. I've told this group before this, but having a level 3 evacuation notice where we're saying don't go to your own home is a really, really big deal to me. I feel that very heavily. And so when we have the number of structures that are in a level 3 that we do, I'm here because that's ultimately my responsibility in our office. So I've been here every day since 2 Sundays ago, up here and in constant communication with these folks, along with my team. I've got a really great team that I rely heavily on. You know some of them from search and rescue. But so they give me information about the weather, what the fire might do because of the weather, where the fire's at, where they want to set fire to build their line. We look at density of population, density of homes, ease of ingress or egress. So take North Bank Road, for example, one way in, one way out, number of driveways that come off of it. How long would it take us to go notify those houses? Those are factors we take into effect when we decide on evacuation levels. So with that, I'm going to go over real quick what we've done. The last few days, we've been able to reduce some of the level 3 to get people and their homes back out of the level 3. So the first reduction was down here at this end. And if you remember the progression map that you got to see early on, or when Dan was walking you around the fire, the black line is in this region of the fire, and they're working on tying this up. Well, as that got firmed up, then we were able to reduce the level 3 for some homes here. And then the next day, we reduced it for some homes here. Today, because of a terrific idea from Chief Plews when we were having a conversation, these homes in here that have direct access to the highway, their driveways are on the highway, we were able to reduce that down to a 2 because should something happen, the ease of their ability to get onto the highway and back out makes good sense. Really would love to get North Bank back into a 2, but again, you heard and saw on that progression map, they're still working on this line, and sometimes working on the line means intentionally firing things in a controlled manner. And so with North Bank Road, we just weren't quite there yet. I already said it's a big deal to me to say it's a level 3. I don't like keeping people away from their homes. I also don't want to be the sheriff that gives you the idea that it's all fine and then have it not be all fine. And so those are the things that we have to weigh out. These areas in Lane County have stayed pretty stagnant the last few days. We haven't made changes over here. I will tell you also, if anybody's here that's interested in this area that's in Lynn County, the Lynn County Sheriff isn't here tonight, but they have had a representative tied in with us every day, all day, for the last, I can't remember how many days, at least a week. And so the Lynn County Sheriff makes decisions about anything that's above this line. But they're tied into these conversations, and they made a little bit of a change up here today because as we heard about what the fire is doing, they added some level 3 up here. They added in some level 2 that was level 1 before. That's still a level 1. I don't want to speak a bunch about Lynn County because I'm not the Lynn County Sheriff, but those are some changes as of late. And then we just continue to have conversations about what the fire is doing and whether we need to make a change or they need to make a change. You might be interested in the highway. We're tied in with ODOT too. John Porter's the manager up here. He is fantastic to work with. I really enjoy working with him. We've got lots of conversations about the highway, what we've pre-planned, what may or may not have to happen as the fire continues to move. So we have all of those things pre-planned should we have to take action. Yeah, we'll just keep taking a look at that. We're going to continue to update you. A couple of resources. This map is on lanecountyor.gov/lookoutfire. You can take a look at it anytime you want. You can punch in your address, figure out exactly where you're at. We are posting daily updates to a Facebook page that Tom made, which is Lookout Fire Evacuation Information. So we've got a daily video that we're doing anytime we make adjustments, or even if we haven't made adjustments, we've been doing a daily update video. And then I had another thing. Oh, I want to make sure that you knew too that we have had deputy staffing up here 24/7 for the last 10 days or more. So a minimum of 2 deputies have been up in McKenzie Bridge with an emphasis on this area here 24/7. And we're going to continue to do that while we have homes in the level 3. So wanted you to know that we're out there. Yeah, and I'll be over here with everybody else if you have any questions or want to chat. Thanks.
Thank you to all of our speakers for being here today and taking the time to be here with all of us. I'm also a McKenzie Bridge resident, so I enjoy hearing that. Before we break out, so all of our speakers will be along this wall. Look for the signs for who you may want to speak to. Incident commanders and agency administrators are down all the way at the end with the map. Then air quality and weather, the sheriff, fire situation, which is fire behavior and operations. Then we have our Lane County Fire Defense Board, Chad, and then Upper McKenzie Fire Chief, Rainbow will be over there. And for those that are online, our public information officers will be online answering questions once this is posted. And finally, I want to say thank you to McKenzie School for letting us have this community meeting here. Thank you.
Okay, I have to admit I'm so tired I spaced out through half of that. It was just kind of monotone and reassuring and not the meat and potatoes stuff that I think I wanted. So that was just posted. How long? This was 40 minutes. I've lost track of time so much I didn't realize that we just watched something for 40 minutes. I've been streaming for 11 hours and 40 minutes. We have to adjourn the stream, but I'm going to show you what the current lookout fire looks like. That's what I was showing, the time lapses. We have to adjourn the stream before we reach the 12-hour mark or just after, because if it goes a little bit beyond that, then no matter when I end it, YouTube won't save it. We lose all of chat history and all this stuff. So I have 2 choices when we reach 12 hours. I can restart the stream and keep going. I'm not going to do that. Or I can adjourn. So we have, what, 19 minutes? You got me for 19 minutes. Questions and answer time is last call for any fires. I'm going to look at this now that we've just had darkness fall. We're going to see through the smoke, and we're going to see the fires better than we could see them all day, because we got smoke everywhere. I'm going to look at Northern California. It's probably going to be kind of shocking again, just like the camera burnover footage that we saw, at the Wild Frontier. The reason I'm not going to go beyond 12 hours is A, I'm a human being and need sleep. But B, I'm going to try to prepare to sleep as long as I can so that tomorrow evening when I get on during the thunderstorm stuff, if that pans out, it's going to be a rough ride. Dry lightning is scheduled for tomorrow in Northwest California and Western Oregon and maybe even Eastern Oregon. But Western Oregon is the driest. So we could have some serious problems in Western Oregon, not only fires breaking out all over Willamette Valley, but if any did in the Coast Range, for any reason, even if there wasn't lightning there, we might have some pretty serious wind gusts. They're saying 40-mile-an-hour wind gusts over by Del Norte County and Humboldt. So I don't know what's going to be in the store for southwestern Oregon at the coast. But we never really know exactly what Mother Nature's going to do. So it's burning quite actively still. This is the eastern side of the lookout fire. What I wanted to know, what I might just put in the chat, because it says, once this is uploaded online, we'll answer your questions. Okay, how are you going to stop the lookout fire from going north all the way to Highway 20? What's scary about their evacuation zone is it goes all the way to Highway 20. Like, this is a good, sobering look that even people as far away as Highway 20, that's very far away. That's the next major east-west pass. Should be prepared on the east end of the Santiam Highway here for the lookout fire to possibly reach them. I think just this kind of reality that they should kind of say plainly is rain might be the only thing that can stop this. They got a little bit. This has really helped. Especially it helped them control the western edge. But the winds came from the west days ago and kept coming from the west and fanned up everything along the east, and we saw it spill over into the east side of the Cascades beyond their lines, and now it's off and running. So unfortunately, we got a little bit we got vague. We just had vague kind of pointing at it today and vague ideas. They said we have some contingency lines, and they're showing the roads over here, right? So they had a slop over that they were going to take care of. But this is really steep right there. So if I show you guys on the map, very steep. Let me turn off the junking away. So now you know where the fire is, but if you go right here, this is what we're seeing in the Smith Ridge cam. That's quite steep. So while they may be able to hold a road down there, if the fire goes and crosses the river, like stuff on fire rolling down the hill and lighting stuff at the base of the hill on fire, and it goes up the other side. Well, I'm sure they could handle that in most situations, but they can't stop because this is very high elevation here. They cannot stop these embers from just going skipping right over the top of them and hitting the next inaccessible ridge line. Like, just look how steep and rugged this stuff is. Yeah, sure, they've got some roads, pretty well, generally crappy forest roads. Then I mean, this one's better than most. It's almost like a real highway. Maybe it is sort of. I don't think so. It doesn't seem to have a dotted line or anything. But that it's down there at lower elevation. It's not that useful. You need to stop fires like this at ridge tops, and look how windy and stuff it is and how long it takes. So the main barrier for the fire would have to be like an east-west barrier at higher elevations, like a series of roads at highest elevation, middle down the mountain, and down the base. Ideally, you'd have like different layers where you could say light the mountain on fire in the center and reduce the fuels. Fight fire with fire. Wait for the high wind gusts to come around, and it'll have less stuff to burn. That would be a nice option. They don't really have that because I don't see any good roads that are wide, thick, or kind of go east, west. It unfortunately goes north to south. So the winds from the south keep pushing it to the north. So if the embers landed on each side of this road, how does this help? They wouldn't just pick one side of the road. This road isn't on a ridge top. There's faint outlines of like old logging roads and perhaps old gold mines and stuff. Like that's the kind of thing that usually goes to an old gold mine. Kind of invisible in the cams now, but you can see the faint outline. Who knows if there's even a culvert or anything where you can even get there. That could be kind of completely invisible on the surface, but only detectable by LiDAR. The way that Mayan roads are still visible on LiDAR, but the jungle swallowed them more than 800 years ago. I mean, I just don't see a good east-west option. So if the fire tries to run north, which it is, and we have this weird little spot here where the ridges they can align with the wind. The wind is pointing the same way that the ridge line is, and that makes for extremely fast, rapid fire spread. So you got to keep going north, keep going north, until you have any sort of east-west thing, and oh yeah, suddenly you just have one, and it's just still not the top of the ridge. It's just so you got to keep going north, and then oh right, the next east-west road that's a major is Highway 20. And I don't even know that they could stop it from crossing Highway 20 because this is a mountain pass. It's a canyon. What would stop it from just blowing right over the top? So rain. Just hope it rains. I don't see that they have a lot to work with here. We needed some answers on, well, what is the plan? I'm not even sure the global super tankers could stop it without it. They just don't have any good road options at all. And I can understand why roads were never made like this. This would be a nightmare to try to make east-west roads. It's just like it's like God took the mountains right here in his hand and just sort of crumpled it up like foil, ready to throw it in the trash, and went, oh, never mind. Whoops, I was supposed to keep that there. Like, it's just folded up mountains from eons of Ring of Fire stuff, volcanoes everywhere. It's fault lines and cracks and ancient volcanoes and, well, ancient mountains. So what could have stopped it is, let's say there's sheer cliff faces that are made out of pure stone. Nope, it's heavily, heavily forested. Almost never logged. It's Willamette National Forest. They don't really log this stuff very often. All of it looks like it's grown back from the last time it was. I don't see, it's just thick. In order to stop fires in steep rugged terrain like this, you already have to make your walls before the Huns show up on the horizon. Like, you have to make your fire breaks and lines already in existence, predict where fire would spread, which is pretty damn easy. You just do it like this. If wind blows from the south, what would fire do? If wind blows from the east, what would fire do? And do it for all 4 directions and plan accordingly. But you got logging roads at best and ancient mining roads at worst that haven't been used in 75 plus years. Maybe after 1941. So this is a huge amount of fuel that it can find, and all fires spread and move until something stops them. It's either completely impassable terrain like the Pacific Ocean, right? Or an extremely large river. And not in a canyon, like where the embers couldn't really cross. We don't have that steep, rocky, like sheer cliff walls like El Capitan. We don't have that. What else we got? We got any good solid fire lines? No. Roads like they could turn into good solid fire lines. They're unfortunately too far down for the most part. There's not a good way to defend the ridges. Just looking at the terrain, it's nightmarish. I have no idea where the nearest gas station is. Like, even if you drove a fire truck in the middle of nowhere here, like, how much gas do you have to run the thing before you run out? Where's the nearest town and gas station? I remember that's really damn far away. Now, the good news to the east is there's literal lava beds that doesn't have a lot of vegetation in it, like just pockets. Like, they literally, like, it looked like lava flowed out like a Hawaii, like last week. It's just like pure black on the landscape, and you're like, oh wow, okay. But it's been there for 1,000 years, they say. Now there's a lot of trees though in between the lava, like here, that we can lose. That's not good. So while lava beds are kind of a nice eastern barrier defense, they're not that reliable. So what stops it from going north again? That's the million-dollar question. I don't see anything except rain. Rain stops fire and snow and extremely cold temperatures. And sometimes super lucky wind patterns that fire needs to continuously move and find new fuel to stay alive. So if you have crazy kind of wind patterns that happen every once in a while where the fire inches forward, then it's pushed back during the evening, inches forward during the day, and then wind changes again, it's pushed back during the evening, and eventually consume its own fuel and then where it's at. The most important thing firefighters need is mostly time. But even if you had all the time in the world, months, I don't know how they could build solid lines. Most of these roads go north and south right here. I don't see that that's valuable now that the fire's south and will continuously try to push north. It's really difficult to say. Let's go back to this is the east flank of the fire. We're looking southwest from this cam on the eastern side of the mountains. We're at 11:53. I'm watching the clock. Don't worry about that SP. You know what you could do? You could support the stream by patting me on the head every once in a while, saying you're doing a good job. Patting our mods on the head. They're doing a great freaking job. Thank you. I should express gratitude a lot more often. I just get too wrapped up in this to think about formalities. I'm extremely sorry about that. And also just share the stream. Mostly it's word of mouth that we get shared because the YouTube algorithm punishes channels like mine. Thousands of people will subscribe for their fire information. Their fire ends. They unsubscribe because they don't want to hear about this depressing topic all the time. And so when thousands of people unsubscribe at once, YouTube thinks that you offended people and you get pushed way down to the bottom of all recommendations. YouTube even starts to unsubscribe other people for you if you don't produce new content enough. Doesn't matter that I almost died in the winter and was bedridden for 6 months. I didn't produce content for 6 months. I looked and it was unsubscribing my subscribers for me by at least 30 per